Chapter 1. For many, today marks an extraordinary day, as the legendary Archmage of the Empire, Augustus Adams, stands on the precipice of transcending into a mythical realm, that of a deity of magic. The divine power he wields is as formidable as a prison, and his blessings as vast as the ocean. A single misstep could spell the difference between heaven and earth. For the Empire, the emergence of a deity of magic would necessitate a profound restructuring of the entire continental power dynamics. Thus, what is ostensibly a personal affair for Augustus reverberates through the very heart of the empire. The palace is an imposing edifice, its walls constructed from gleaming white stone, surrounded by throngs of anxious onlookers, each face etched with a palpable sense of urgency. Among them are predominantly Augustus' disciples as a legendary mage. Though his students may not be renowned across the globe, their numbers are indeed considerable. Additionally, a multitude of power brokers from the empire are part of this assembly, for their strength is intrinsically tied to Augustus' prowess, and his might signifies their own. Today is a cloudless day, the scorching sun piercing through the dense crowd, casting its rays deep into the palace. In the innermost recesses of the building, a figure shrouded in luminous sunlight flickers into view. Even the mere shadow cast upon the ground seems imbued with an enchanting and profound aura. The owner of this shadow, seated leisurely by the window, gazes contemplatively at the sky beyond. Undoubtedly, he is the Empire's legendary Archmage, Augustus Adams. At this moment, he exists in a remarkably peculiar state, akin to a mixture of ice and water. One foot has already stepped into the realm of the divine, while the other awaits a most opportune moment, a moment bestowed by the heavens, necessitating his patient anticipation. Time slips by, each second ticking away. Unlike the anxious and worried crowd outside, Augustus remains comfortably reclined in his chair, as if the impending moment is merely an afternoon tea. Then it arrives. A multitude of powerful beings, teetering on the brink of legend, simultaneously entertain this thought, casting their gazes upwards towards the still clear sky. Augustus, deep within the palace, also retracts his relaxed demeanor, slowly straightening his posture. Suddenly, the sky above the palace darkens, the surrounding air seems to freeze, yet also appears to burn. Even time itself seems to halt. Behind the palace, directly above Augustus' head, two beams of light, one red and one white, materialize and begin to whirl around one another at breakneck speed. Witnessing this celestial phenomenon, nearly the entire empire understands that the white and red hues signify the dual legendary domains of ice and fire into which Augustus is about to step. As he observes the contrasting realms of searing heat and biting cold in the sky, a rare seriousness washes over Augustus' face, for he knows that the main event is upon them. Indeed, as the two beams of light spin faster, a red and white circle, centered on Augustus, emerges in the heavens. The beams continue their frenetic dance, yet the flowing energy appears almost still due to their incredible velocity. At this juncture, a luminous column suddenly erupts from the center of the circle, the red and white beams surging downwards with immense force, as if the very roof of Augustus' chamber were made of paper, shattering under the onslaught. Augustus finds himself enveloped in this radiant column. Without any extraneous movements, he closes his eyes, beginning to absorb the profound information and power emanating from this colossal energy. Meanwhile, the crowd outside the palace gazes up at the red and white beams, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with joy, as though their long-cherished aspirations have been fulfilled. As they begin to converse excitedly, sharing their elation, none notice the emergence of small black dots surrounding the beams above the palace. These dots seem to move with a life of their own, dancing playfully around the light columns. Initially subtle, they gradually increase in number. Some of the larger black masses begin to coalesce into distinct patches. It is only when these conspicuous black shapes appear in the sky that the crowd realizes something is amiss. However, no one seems to comprehend the origin of these dark entities, leaving them with expressions of bewilderment as they gaze skyward. Augustus, too, perceives the blackness encircling the beams, having sensed their presence the moment they appeared. Yet, despite his vast knowledge and experience, He cannot discern their nature instinctively. He feels a sense of danger from these dark manifestations. Indeed, before he can probe further with his mental faculties, the black spots swiftly envelop the light columns, seeping into them from above. Faced with this unknown phenomenon, Augustus remains composed, allowing the dark energy to flow into his being. Before he can assess the properties of this energy, he senses an anomaly within his mind. Although the black energy pours in relentlessly, it exerts an upward pull on his consciousness. As the influx intensifies, so does the gravitational force, and when Augustus realizes the situation is amiss and attempts to withdraw from the light column, he discovers he has lost control over his own body. In an instant, this legendary archmage experiences a flicker of panic after several futile attempts to reclaim agency over his form. He is compelled to acquiesce. When the last vestige of black energy enters his being, an irresistible force emanates from the heavens, propelling Augustus' very soul skyward. An invisible black portal materializes in the void, and in an instant, Augustus' essence is consumed within. As the portal closes, the colossal energy in the sky begins to wane, and the light columns gradually dissipate. When the final trace of energy vanishes, tranquility returns to the expanse above the Grand Palace. Earth, England, London. Above a luxurious estate on the outskirts of London, a black void suddenly appears in the sky, opening and closing inexplicably. In mere moments, it vanishes into the clear blue above. Meanwhile, within the opulent estate, the sound of a baby's cry echoes through the halls. Inside the estate, a group of individuals converses with a tall, slender man with golden hair, striking features, and a warm smile, who, while engaging with those around him, anxiously fixates on the door of a room. Upon hearing the infant's wail, he dashes into the chamber, and upon seeing a woman cradling a child and smiling at him, he breathes a sigh of relief. As he approaches, he notices the woman's long, arched eyebrows above a pair of striking blue eyes, a fair complexion framed by a delicately sculpted nose, and golden hair cascading down her shoulders. She beams at the approaching man, saying, "Look at how beautiful the child is. I wager he will inherit all our finest traits." The man smiles even more tenderly and suddenly recalls something. "Let us name the child." The wife gazes intently at the infant. "Let's call him Augustus Julius." In that moment, a fleeting and inexplicable glimmer passes through the silver pupils of the baby, who seems to be gnawing on his fingers, unresponsive. 10 years have swiftly elapsed. A decade is sufficient for Augustus to assimilate much of the knowledge pertaining to this realm, a plane where low magic coexists with technology, yet the world of magic remains shrouded in secrecy. For centuries, no divine miracles have graced this realm, suggesting it may be a world forsaken by the gods. To his astonishment, the family into which he was born, the Julius family, is a prominent lineage within the magical community, a so-called pure blood family that has produced several ministers of the magical department. However, in Augustus' eyes, the personnel of the magical department are merely a collection of fools wielding wands. Indeed, it is absurd that the inhabitants of this world must rely on black rods to channel their magic. For Augustus, a mage with one foot in the divine realm, this is nothing short of ludicrous. Though his journey must begin anew in this world, the unique magical system here evokes a sense of wonder within him. The fallen Voldemort and the still revered leader Dumbledore pique his interest immensely despite being a master of ice and fire. Augustus is capable of mastering legendary spells. Through his deductions, he surmises that both Dumbledore and Voldemort are, at the very least, mages of the legendary domain. These 10 years have been mundane for Augustus, yet for the Julius family, they have been filled with surprises. First, through the family's unique inspection stone, they discovered Augustus' immense magical potential at the tender age of 3, nearly rivaling that of an adult. By the time he was not yet 5, a mishap during one of Augustus' magical experiments revealed that he had already mastered the art of wandless magic. To the outside world, the young master of the Julius family is undoubtedly fortunate. But for many within the family, it is perhaps their possession of a prodigy like Augustus that constitutes their true stroke of luck. Deep within the sprawling estate, Augustus reclined upon a swing nestled in the heart of the garden, as the languid afternoon sun cast its golden rays upon his silken, golden locks. His fair and handsome visage was adorned with a pair of silver eyes, reminiscent of crystalline brilliance, from which delicate, silvery threads radiated outward. His hair, a hue nearly indefinable, shimmered with an aristocratic golden glow. The slight upward curve of his eyelids and the gentle smile that spilled forth from beneath his lashes illuminated the pages of an ancient tome resting in his hands. The title, shimmering at the top, read Dragons and Magic. For Augustus, the dragons of this realm held a certain fascination. Augustus, my dear, you are indeed here. Prepare yourself, quickly the owl from Hogwarts has delivered your letter. We must hasten to Diagon Alley to procure your books and magical supplies. Approached his mother, Aurora Alice, a stunning lady. Has it finally arrived? I have been waiting for what seems an eternity, Augustus replied, his usually composed demeanor betraying a flicker of excitement. He leapt from the swing and strode briskly to Aurora, accepting the envelope. The envelope, a soft yellow, bore an inscription in emerald green ink. London, Julius Manor, to Mr. Augustus Julius. He withdrew the letter and read, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Wizard of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Augustus, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. We await your owl's reply by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. It seemed that Augustus would finally delve into the magical system of this world. Although there were many books within the manor, he believed that only at school could he acquire a more comprehensive understanding of magic. Well then, what are we waiting for, dear mother? Let's depart at once. Augustus eagerly urged Aurora. It appears that Hogwarts holds a significant allure for you, my child. Let us first proceed to the drawing room. Your father awaits us there. Aurora smiled, a rare sight to behold upon Augustus' face. As they traversed the winding corridors, they arrived at the drawing room at the front of the estate, where Clovis Julius, attired in understated yet luxurious formal wear, had been waiting patiently. Gazing upon his wife and child, Clovis' lips curled into a gentle smile. Looking at Augustus, who had taken a seat, he spoke with a hint of pride. My child, a decade has swiftly passed. I can still vividly recall the moment of your birth. Over these 10 years, you have brought us countless joys. Your remarkable talents as the heir of the Julius family have exceeded our expectations. Your grasp of magic is truly astonishing. You embarking on this journey to Hogwarts fills both your mother and me with confidence. You know, our family has produced several ministers of magic and exceptional wizards. We both hope that you too shall become a great wizard in the future. Taking a sip of the tea presented by the house elf, Clovis continued, So, my child, are you fully prepared? If so, we shall set forth to acquire your wand and books. Of course, father, I am entirely ready, Augustus replied, having finally returned to the crux of the matter, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. In but a moment, a lavish carriage soared through the sky above the estate, seemingly propelled by nothing, gliding steadily toward London in the brilliant golden sunlight. At this moment, Augustus stood with his parents at the entrance of Diagon Alley, where the cobbled streets stretched endlessly before them, teeming with wizards clad in an array of attire. To Augustus, these wizards appeared as luminous orbs, varying in size and brightness, representing their respective powers. Following the throng, the dazzling sunlight illuminated a stack of cauldrons outside the nearest shop. Above them hung a brass sign inscribed with "Quality cauldrons all sizes, automatic stirring, and collapsible. We must first procure your wand. Though you have mastered wandless magic, believe me, the effects with a wand are vastly different," Clovis remarked, tilting his head toward Augustus. A wand? It appears quite intriguing. Perhaps it will grant me a deeper understanding of this low magic world, Augustus replied, nodding subtly as he followed Clovis and Aurora toward the wand shop. The shop was small and shabby, its golden sign nearly peeling away, inscribed with Ollivanders, St. 382 BC. Expertly crafted wands. Within the dust-laden window, a solitary wand lay upon a faded purple cushion, awaiting discovery. As they entered the shop, a series of melodious chimes echoed from the back of the small establishment. Aside from a long bench, the shop was sparsely furnished. "Good afternoon." A gentle voice suddenly resonated in their ears. Following the sound, they beheld an elderly gentleman standing before them, his pale, large eyes gleaming like two radiant moons in the dimly lit shop. "Hello, Ollivander. It has been a while, hasn't it?" Clovey remarked with a smile, patting Ollivander on the shoulder. "Oh, indeed," the old man replied. Yes, Duke Clovey, Lady Aurora, you came here to procure your first wand. It feels as though it were merely yesterday. This young gentleman must be your child, and I presume you are here for him to select his wand today?" "Certainly. To my mind, it is less about the master selecting the wand, and more about the wand choosing its master," Ollivander continued, intrigued by such an engaging statement. Augustus's gaze shifted back to Ollivander, who was observing him intently. "So, sir, how do you facilitate the wand's choice of its master?" Augustus inquired, his lips curving into a perfect arc. "Each Ollivander wand is imbued with potent magical essence, which is its very soul, Mr. Julius. We utilize unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings. Each wand is uniquely crafted, for no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are identical. Thus, each master is also a singular entity. When a wand encounters its true master, it radiates a dazzling brilliance," Ollivander stated, gazing at Augustus with a knowing look. "Now, Mr. Julius, which arm do you wield your wand with?" Ollivander proceeded to ask. "Well, I am accustomed to using my right hand," Augustus replied, raising his right hand to touch his prominent nose. Ollivander assessed him with a discerning glance and retrieved a long tape measure inscribed with silver markings from his pocket. As he approached Augustus to take his measurements, Augustus gently declined. "Sir, there is no need for the trouble. I believe I have already found my wand." No sooner had he spoken than a long box suddenly slid out from the shelf behind Ollivander, and a straight silver wand soared towards him. Upon grasping the wand, a previously suppressed surge of magical power erupted from Augustus, shattering the entire Ollivander wand shop and causing an array of wands to tumble to the ground, affecting even the neighboring stores. Clovey and Aurora gazed in astonishment at their son, taken aback by the sheer magnitude of Augustus's unleashed magic. This is impossible." Ignoring the destruction around him, Ollivander's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the silver wand in Augustus's hand. The elder wand's brother wand, the silver moon wand. "What does its emergence signify?" Ollivander murmured, fixated on the silver wand. "Is it called the silver moon wand?" "A splendid name," Augustus remarked with a nonchalant demeanor. To him, the wand glowed like an immense luminary, radiating powerful light. "However, I do sincerely apologize for the destruction of your shop. We will ensure prompt compensation." "No matter. It is of no consequence," Ollivander waved his hand dismissively. "I must apologize for not disclosing the materials of this wand, but since it has chosen to accompany you, I implore you to cherish it, Mr. Julius." Of course, as Augustus held the wand, feeling an intrinsic connection to his newfound power, he reflected, "Whether a wizard chooses a wand or a wand chooses a wizard, I believe that at the moment of their meeting, they have already claimed each other." As they exited onto the street, dusk was approaching. Augustus glanced at the list sent by the school. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry uniforms for first-year students, 1. 3 plain black robes, 2. 1 plain black pointed hat for daytime wear, 3. 1 pair of protective gloves made of dragon hide or similar material, 4. 1 winter cloak, black, silver fastenings. Please note, all student clothing must bear a name tag. Textbooks. All students must procure the following books: Standard Spells for Beginners by Miranda Goshawk, A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch, 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philidus Spore, Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander, Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment: a wand, a large cauldron standard size 2, made of pewter, a set of glass or crystal potion bottles, a telescope, a brass scale. Students may bring either an owl, a cat, or a toad. Notably, first-year students are prohibited from bringing their own broomsticks. Having secured only the wand thus far, Clovey summoned a house elf to assist in swiftly gathering the remaining items from the list before the shops closed. At that moment, Diagon Alley was enveloped in the warm glow of the setting sun, casting a gentle light over the bustling streets where pedestrians flickered like shadows in the golden hues. Upon returning to the estate, night had already fallen. The diminutive house elf, carrying a stack of cauldrons and books, wobbled behind the Augustus family. while a proud white sea eagle perched on Augustus's shoulder, surveying the estate as if it were its domain. "All right, Tsini, please pack Augustus's books, cauldron, and other magical supplies into the suitcase. Also, prepare our dinner," Clovey instructed the house elf with a wave of his hand. "Yes, master." Tsini nodded obediently before vanishing from sight with the items. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner prepared by the house elf, Augustus returned to his bedroom, opened his suitcase, and extracted all the books. Leaning back in his chair, he began to read. For Augustus, reading had long since become a habit etched into the very essence of his being since his days as a magical apprentice. Rapid reading was a fundamental skill for any competent wizard. For a wizard, the allure of knowledge was boundless, and acquiring knowledge remained the paramount task, regardless of time or place. The following day, Augustus donned a simple white robe and arrived early at the dining room, where the sea eagle, having returned from its morning hunt, flew in alongside him. His parents were already present. "Child, today marks your first day at school. Your mother and I wish you all the best. Come, let us have breakfast before we take you to the station." Clovis sat in a chair by the dining table and smiled at Augustus, who was approaching. After finishing breakfast, the enormous carriage slowly ascended into the sky, then suddenly accelerated, swiftly disappearing into the clouds. When the carriage came to a steady halt at King's Cross Station, it was already noon, the peak hour for foot traffic. The throngs of people meandered throughout the station, yet curiously, such a large carriage seemed to attract little attention. As Augustus disembarked, grasping a black suitcase, it was his family's striking appearance that turned heads, not to mention the pure white sea eagle perched on his shoulder, which certainly captivated the gaze of many, as such majestic birds are exceedingly rare. Between platforms 9 and 10, what appeared to others as an empty railing space revealed to Augustus a magnificent white portal radiating a dazzling light. "Well then, farewell," Augustus turned to Clovis, while Aurora waved her hand and pushed her suitcase, accompanied by the eagle, directly towards the ticket gate nestled between platforms 9 and 10. "How peculiar. I expected that lad to inquire, yet he seems to know how to access the platform," Clovis remarked somewhat dejectedly to Aurora. Watching as Augustus vanished between platforms 9 and 10, a scarlet steam locomotive exhaled thick smoke above the chattering crowd as various patterned cats scurried beneath their feet. Amid the buzzing conversations and the clatter of cumbersome luggage, owls hooted piercingly in response to one another. Before Augustus unfolded a scene bustling with activity. "Indeed, it is quite vibrant," Augustus chuckled softly, observing the chirping children in the crowd as he boarded the train. Within the carriage, he maneuvered his suitcase, preparing to find an empty seat. As he passed by, a round-faced boy exclaimed, "Grandma, I've lost the toad again." "Oh dear, Navi," sighed an elderly woman in response. A boy with frighteningly long hair was encircled by a cluster of children. "Let us have a look. Ollie, hurry." One child opened a box he was holding, revealing a furry leg, which sent the surrounding children into a cacophony of startled cries as they recoiled in fright. Amidst the bustling crowd, Augustus weaved his way towards the rear of the train, where he stumbled upon a compartment occupied by merely 2 individuals. He promptly opened the door and stepped inside. For Harry Potter, today was indeed fortuitous. After initially struggling to find his way to the station, he was kindly assisted by a family. Upon boarding the train, he encountered them once more, and now he had forged a friendship with their youngest son, Ron, as they engaged in a discussion about the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. The door to their compartment swung open once again. Brilliant sunlight flooded the compartment through the window behind the door, illuminating the figure standing at the entrance. Dressed in a flowing white robe, exuding an air of nonchalance, stood a young man whose golden hair glimmered under the radiant light, almost blinding in its brilliance. His silver eyes lent him an aura of mystery, while a pure white eagle owl perched proudly upon his shoulder. "Is there space available here?" a cool voice inquired, resonating in Harry's ears. It seemed this newcomer was also a first-year student like himself, and Harry felt an inexplicable thrill of joy. "Of course, please do come in," Harry replied, rising to his feet and stepping aside to allow the young man entry into the compartment. Augustus smiled at Harry and then stepped inside, placing his suitcase in the overhead compartment. Once everything was arranged, he sat down, and Harry, beaming with delight, introduced himself. "I am Harry Potter, and this is Ron Weasley. We are both newly enrolled students." Upon hearing the name Harry Potter, a fleeting expression of surprise crossed Augustus's typically placid demeanor, but it quickly reverted to his usual calm. "Ah, hello. I am Augustus Julius. It is a pleasure to meet you. I too am a freshman this year." Not lingering on the significance of Harry Potter's name, Augustus's casual approach pleasantly surprised Harry, who was accustomed to the reverence surrounding his identity in the magical realm. Goodness, Julius? From the Julius family? The one renowned for producing ministers of magic? Compared to Harry's naivety about the magical world, Ron's reaction was decidedly more animated. Well, if we are speaking of Julius. Then yes, Augustus replied serenely, seemingly unfazed by any sense of pride. Your eagle is quite beautiful. What is its name? Ron inquired. Eyeing the pure white sea eagle perched on Augustus's shoulder with a tinge of envy. It is named Chelsea, Augustus said languidly, stroking Chelsea's feathers while reclining in his seat. I also have a rat, which Percy discarded. As Ron spoke, he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a plump gray rat that was fast asleep. Its name is Scabbers. It has become utterly useless, sleeping all day long. Percy has become a prefect, and my father gifted him an owl. They couldn't afford one for me, so they gave me the rat instead. Ron's ears flushed with embarrassment, feeling he had perhaps said too much. And he turned his gaze back to the window. Augustus gazed at the mouse sprawled on the table, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings. And a mysterious smile crept across his face. Transfiguration, in Augustus's former world, was not regarded as an advanced spell. It was a skill generally attainable by those at the level of a magus. However, in this realm, it appeared to be a technique mastered by only a select few, collectively known as animagi. Having only encountered references to animagi in books, Augustus, who had never seen one in this world, found himself intrigued by the mouse named Scabbers. Through Augustus's inquisitive gaze, a translucent image of a balding, gray-haired man with a mouse-like face and a sharp nose, resembling a diminutive figure, flickered alongside the plump rodent. Typically, animals transformed by an animagus are rarely detected by others, yet under Augustus's legendary talent, which had emerged upon entering the realm of the extraordinary, the rotund mouse was unable to conceal itself. Is there anyone in your family who is an animagus? Augustus inquired of Ron with genuine interest. No. Not that I know of, Ron replied, looking bewildered by the question. Animagi are quite rare in the wizarding world. No one in my family possesses such a gift. Observing Harry's perplexed expression, Ron continued to elucidate. An animagus is a wizard who can transform into a specific animal while retaining their magical abilities. That must be quite marvelous. Harry mused, seemingly lost in a daydream after Ron's explanation. Since Ron was evidently unaware of any peculiarities regarding the mouse, Augustus, having only recently acquainted himself with them, tactfully chose not to delve further into the topic. Instead, he casually retrieved a book and began to read. Outside the train window, desolate fields and neatly arranged farmlands rushed by, soon giving way to a dense forest, winding rivers, and dark green hills. Bored. Ron glanced at the lethargic Scabbers and muttered with disdain, it might as well be dead. It hardly matters. He then looked up at Harry and Augustus. Have you practiced any magic before? George told me a spell. Let me demonstrate it for you. After rummaging through his suitcase, he produced a rather worn wand, with some portions peeling and one end emitting a faint white glow. Just as he raised the wand, the compartment doors swung open. Standing at the entrance were a round-faced boy and a young girl who had already donned her new Hogwarts robe. Has anyone seen a toad? Never lost one, she proclaimed, her tone haughty and dismissive. With her thick brown hair and prominent front teeth, she seemed oblivious to the others. Harry and Ron shook their heads simultaneously, while Augustus continued perusing his book. The girl's gaze fell upon Ron's wand. Oh, are you trying to perform magic? Let us witness it, she said as she took a seat. Augustus, intrigued, set his book aside and turned his attention to Ron, who appeared startled and somewhat flustered. Fine then. He cleared his throat. Daisy, Sweet Cream, and Sunshine, turn this foolish fat mouse yellow. He waved his wand, but nothing happened. Scabbers remained gray and sound asleep. I think you might be casting it incorrectly. Before the girl could begin to mock Ron, Augustus calmly drew out his silver wand and addressed Scabbers, Creermon. A peculiar incantation escaped Augustus's lips, and with a soft pop, the plump gray mouse instantly transformed into a small, pure white lamb. As the lamb bleated in a flustered manner, it lay on the table, seemingly attempting to revert back to its original form, yet to no avail. It appeared that casting transfiguration on an animagus posed no challenge. Satisfied, as if concluding an experiment, Augustus waved his wand once more, and with another soft pop, the lamb reverted to the unsightly rat. That must be a form of transfiguration reserved for upper-year students, the girl remarked. Her earlier arrogance noticeably diminished as she gazed at Augustus, who sat elegantly clad in white robes. I am Hermione Granger. I have attempted a few spells at home, though not nearly as advanced as that of this gentleman, merely some simple charms for practice, and they worked, she added, turning her attention back to Augustus. By the way, what are your names? Although she addressed all three, it was evident that Hermione was primarily interested in Augustus. Augustus Julius, he replied, his tone nonchalant. Ron Weasley, Ron mumbled. Harry Potter, Harry introduced himself. Initially indifferent to Harry and Ron, Hermione's expression transformed as she exclaimed, Is it really you? Your story is mentioned in several books. I even purchased extra reference materials. She then turned to Augustus, of course, the Julius family, rulers of the magical realm. Many texts reference you. It must be related to your family's legacy that you can wield such profound magic at such a young age. Augustus merely smiled, maintaining an air of mystery. Well, we should be arriving shortly. I suggest you both change into your robes, Hermione advised, waving goodbye to the refined Augustus as she led the boy who had lost the toad away. Conceited and arrogant, what a nuisance. I hope I am not sorted into the same house as her, Ron grumbled, tossing his wand into his suitcase. He then turned to Augustus. Was there something wrong with my spell, Mr. Augustus? Augustus chuckled softly. It is quite evident, Mr. Weasley, that this may not be a spell at all. I knew this incantation would be futile, George informed me. I dare say he must have known from the very beginning that it was a wild shot. Ron grumbled, somewhat vexed. The scarlet train glided smoothly along the lengthy tracks, the lush green scenery outside flashing past Harry's gaze. The train emitted a sharp whistle, its sound seemingly emanating from afar. Suggesting they were nearing their destination, Harry mused quietly. In the compartment at the rear, Ron animatedly recounted to Harry the thrilling matches he had attended with several of his brothers. Augustus, while listening to Ron's exaggerated tales, lowered his gaze to peruse a book on the history of magic. Just as Ron was reaching the most exhilarating part of his narrative, the compartment door swung open. This time, however, it was not Neville, the boy who had lost his toad, nor Hermione Granger who entered. Instead, 3 boys stepped inside. And Harry immediately recognized the pale boy in the middle as the one he had encountered at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. The boy regarded Harry with far greater interest than he had in Diagon Alley. Is it true? He inquired, as whispers erupted throughout the train, speculating that Harry Potter occupied this very compartment. So, it is you then, right? Yes, Harry replied, glancing at the other 2 boys, both short and stout, possessing particularly unattractive features, standing on either side of the pale boy like a pair of bodyguards. Augustus continued to focus on his book, seemingly oblivious to the newcomers. Oh, this is Crabbe, and this is Goyle, the pale boy casually introduced. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Ron stifled a cough to suppress a laugh. Draco Malfoy scrutinized him. Do you find my name amusing? He scoffed. No need to ask who you are. My father has informed me that the Weasleys are all red-haired, freckled, and numerous to the point of being unsustainable. He turned to Harry. You will soon discover that certain wizarding families are far superior to others, Potter. You would wish to associate with the likes of them, would you? I can assist you in this regard. Draco, there you go again with your pure-blood aristocracy nonsense. Augustus remarked with a light laugh, finally lifting his gaze to Malfoy. Master Augustus? What brings you here? Malfoy, who had failed to notice the 3rd occupant of the compartment, was taken aback by Augustus' striking silver hair and eyes. I am a first year as well. What? Am I not welcome at Hogwarts? Augustus waved his hand dismissively. Of course not. Your presence at Hogwarts is an honor for the school. I just did not expect one as noble as you to be in the same compartment as this lowly Weasley, Malfoy said, flattering Augustus while casting a disdainful glance at Ron, his expression shifting rapidly, almost astonishingly. Harry and Ron sprang to their feet. Ron's face flushed as red as his hair. Say that again, he demanded. Oh, you want to fight, do you? Malfoy sneered. Unless you leave right now, Harry asserted. Though deep down, he felt less courageous than he appeared, knowing Crabbe and Goyle were much larger than he and Ron. Yet, he sensed that Augustus would not let them go unchallenged, a mere instinct. Indeed, observing the awkward Malfoy at the door, Augustus set his book down and said meaningfully, Enough. Draco, cease this charade. Your actions will only bring ridicule upon you. It serves neither you nor your family well. To Harry and Ron, it felt as though an elder was reprimanding a disrespectful youth. To their surprise, Malfoy evidently respected Augustus, after glowering at Harry and Ron. He bowed slightly to Augustus and exited the compartment with Crabbe and Goyle. I can't believe Malfoy actually listened, Ron whispered to Harry, casting a glance at Augustus, whose focus had returned to his book, mixed with admiration and trepidation. The train slowed, finally coming to a stop. Passengers jostled one another as they rushed towards the doors, stepping onto a dark and cramped platform. A chill in the night air made Harry shiver. Then a lantern swung above the students' heads, and Harry heard a familiar voice call out, "First-year students. First years, over here. Harry, come this way, how are you?" Amidst the throng of students, Hagrid's bearded face beamed with a smile. "Come along, follow me. Any other first years?" he called. "Watch your step, all right? First years, follow me." They trailed Hagrid down a steep, narrow path, gliding smoothly while the other first years stumbled clumsily. Augustus seemed to navigate the terrain with ease, as though he could discern the surroundings. The path was engulfed in darkness, and silence enveloped them, save for the occasional sniff from the boy who had lost his toad. "Just around this bend, you will behold Hogwarts for the first time," Hagrid shouted over his shoulder. A chorus of "ooh" erupted as they reached the end of the narrow path, revealing a vast black lake. A majestic castle loomed atop a high hill across the water, with its spires stretching skyward, windows twinkling under the starlit sky. "Each boat must not exceed 4 people," Hagrid bellowed, gesturing towards a line of small boats moored at the shore. Augustus stepped onto one with composure, followed closely by Harry and Ron, while the last remaining space was claimed by the boisterous Hermione. "Mr. Augustus, we meet again," Hermione exclaimed with delight, clearly ignoring Ron and Harry. "Indeed, Miss Granger." "What a coincidence," Augustus replied with a slight smile. "Is everyone aboard?" Hagrid called, as he himself boarded a boat alone. "All right then. Forward." The fleet of small boats glided across the smooth surface of the lake, silence prevailing as they gazed at the towering castle. As they approached the cliff where the castle perched, it appeared to loom overhead. "Lower your heads," Hagrid shouted as the first boats neared the cliff. Everyone ducked as their vessel passed beneath a curtain of ivy covering the cliff face, arriving at a concealed entrance. They traversed a dark tunnel that seemed to lead them underground, eventually reaching a dock-like area before ascending onto a rocky and pebble-strewn surface. Guided by Hagrid's lantern, they climbed through a tunnel carved into the rock, finally emerging onto a damp, level patch of grass beneath the castle's shadow. Gazing at the immense structure, Augustus's silver pupils flickered with streams of colossal data, his lips curling into a beautiful arc, as if he had uncovered a treasure. Next, they ascended a flight of stone steps, gathering before a massive oak door. "Is everyone here?" Hagrid raised his large fist and knocked thrice on the castle's grand entrance. Thus, the enigmatic Hogwarts was about to be unveiled to the first-year students. The door swung open instantly, revealing a tall, black-haired witch clad in emerald green robes, her expression stern. It seemed the Hogwarts faculty boasted considerable strength. Augustus nodded to himself, assessing the professor. "First-year students, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here," she replied. Following Professor McGonagall, the stone walls flickered with the glow of blazing torches. The ceiling soared so high that it was nearly impossible to discern its apex. Directly ahead lay a grand staircase crafted from opulent marble, ascending to the upper levels. As Augustus walked along the stone-paved floor, he could already hear the buzz of conversation emanating from a door on the right, indicating that students from other classes had likely arrived. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall announced. "The feast is about to commence. However, before you take your seats in the dining hall, you must first ascertain which house you will be sorted into. The sorting ceremony is a significant rite of passage, for during your time here, your house will serve as your home at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with your housemates, reside in the house dormitories, and spend leisure time in the house common rooms. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house possesses its own illustrious history and has nurtured many remarkable witches and wizards. Your exemplary performance will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in point deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of which house you join, you will bring honor to it." Augustus was well aware of the 4 houses, as his mother hailed from Ravenclaw and his father from Slytherin. However, he believed that his parents would not be overly concerned about which house he entered. "Now, please prepare yourselves. The sorting ceremony is about to begin. I shall return to escort you," she said, her gaze momentarily drifting to Neville's cloak and the smudge on Ron's nose before she exited the room. Harry took a deep breath, attempting to calm his nerves. He glanced at Ron, who appeared equally anxious, and Hermione, who seemed to be muttering incantations under her breath, while Augustus stood composed. Suddenly, Harry felt less apprehensive. "How can they possibly determine which house we belong to?" Ron inquired, turning to Harry and Augustus. "Fred told me it's some sort of damn test that can be quite harmful." "I think he must be joking." Ron's voice quivered slightly. Augustus, who had been admiring the castle's murals and floating staircases, waved dismissively. "Ron, it seems your brothers enjoy teasing you." The The school would never implement a test that could harm new students. That is a fundamental rule. Indeed, it seems improbable. If you were aware of a portion of Hogwarts history, you would know that there has never been a record of a first-year returning home injured before even starting, Hermione chimed in. Upon hearing Augustus and Hermione's assertions, Harry felt his previously heightened anxiety dissipate. So, will they have us perform? He began, but before he could finish, the doors swung open once more, and Professor McGonagall re-entered. Now, form a single line, she instructed the first-year students. Follow me. Harry felt as though his legs were weighted with lead. Nevertheless, he found himself standing in line behind Augustus with Ron at his back. They exited the room, traversed the entrance hall, and passed through a set of double doors into the magnificent dining hall. Students from other classes had already gathered around 4 long tables, illuminated by thousands of floating candles that danced in midair. The tables were adorned with gleaming gold plates and goblets. At the head of the hall stood a long table designated for the faculty. Professor McGonagall guided the first-year students to face the rows of upperclassmen. As the candlelight flickered, hundreds of faces turned toward them, resembling pale lanterns. Ghosts flitted among the students, shimmering with a silvery glow. Augustus quickly drew attention as he entered, his calm and elegant demeanor standing out amidst the trembling newcomers. His striking golden hair and handsome features set him apart in the crowd. Many students from various houses seated at the tables pointed and whispered amongst themselves, while girls occasionally stole glances at Augustus, stifling delighted giggles. Yet, in Augustus's eyes, there was only one individual of significance, the white-haired headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, seated at the center of the faculty table. To Augustus, this elder radiated an immense warmth and light, an overwhelming magical presence that filled the hall, evoking an irresistible aura of legend. Augustus squinted slightly in awe. Noticing Augustus's gaze, Dumbledore looked back with surprise, then offered a kind and gentle smile. Augustus returned the smile before redirecting his attention. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall was placing an old, patched, and exceedingly dirty pointed wizarding hat upon a 4-legged stool. Augustus looked in surprise at the tattered hat resting on the stool. It was evident that this was a magical artifact imbued with formidable powers. The dining hall fell into a hushed silence. Suddenly, the hat began to stir. Its brim split open, resembling a mouth, and it commenced to sing. You may consider me unremarkable in appearance, yet do not judge solely by my exterior. Should you discover a hat more splendid than I shall consume myself. You may polish your bowler hats to a glossy sheen, or ensure your top hats stand tall and smooth. Yet I am the enchanted sorting hat of Hogwarts, far superior to your headgear. Any thoughts concealed within your minds shall not escape my discerning gaze. Wear me, and I shall reveal to you the house to which you truly belong. Perhaps you are destined for Gryffindor, where courage lies deep within. Their bravery, spirit, and generosity set them apart. You may belong to Hufflepuff, where the individuals are honest and loyal, steadfast and diligent in their labors. If you possess keen intellect, you might find yourself in the wise company of Ravenclaw, where erudite souls gather. Or perhaps Slytherin awaits you, a place where true friendships may form, yet where cunning and ambition reign. And some will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Come, dummy. Fear not. Do not panic. In my presence, though I possess not a hand, you are utterly safe, for I am a hat with thoughts of my own. As the hat concluded its song, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall, and the hat bowed gracefully to the 4 tables before falling silent. What an intriguing hat! Augustus clapped his hands. It seemed that all one needed to do was wear this hat. Harry glanced at Augustus and murmured, I must take down Fred. He speaks as if he is about to battle a giant. Ron waved his hands in indignation. Augustus smiled faintly, pondering the mysterious origins of this amusing hat, which appeared to possess a certain spirit. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a roll of parchment. I shall call out names, and when your name is spoken, you will don the hat and take a seat to await your house assignment, she announced. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled out of the line, placing the hat atop her head, which covered her eyes. She seated herself, and after a brief pause, the hat declared, Hufflepuff. Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. The hat proclaimed again. Susan hurried to sit beside Hannah. Terry Boot. Ravenclaw. Hermione Granger. Hermione nearly dashed to the stool, hastily placing the hat upon her head. Gryffindor. The hat called out. Ron emitted a meaningless grunt. As he gazed upon the youthful faces, Augustus was reminded of his own youth in a magical academy, where the selection process was far more intricate than simply donning a hat. It involved authentic magical and skill assessments. How nostalgic it was, Augustus sighed. Then, the hat called out Malfoy's name. He strode forward with great swagger, and as the hat barely grazed his head, it shouted, "Slytherin. Mooney. Not. Parkinson." Then came the pair of Patil twins, followed by Sally and Perks. Finally, it was Harry Potter's turn. As Harry approached, a low hum of whispers filled the hall, akin to the crackling of small flames. Harry took longer than most to don the hat, which eventually bellowed, "Gryffindor." Augustus heard a resounding cheer emanating from the Gryffindor table, while the other three houses remained comparatively subdued. Professor McGonagall then announced another name, Augustus Julius. The hall fell momentarily silent, before a few nobles at the Slytherin table began to murmur amongst themselves. Malfoy, turning his head dramatically, proclaimed loudly, "Look, that pure-blood disgrace, Potter, is nothing. As long as Master Augustus joins Slytherin, we shall undoubtedly be the finest house." Harry scoffed, believing that Augustus would surely choose Gryffindor. He hoped his intuition would not lead him astray this time. As Augustus approached the Sorting Hat, an intangible aura seemed to emanate from him, silencing the entire hall, leaving only the sound of his footsteps echoing in the stillness. The hat was placed upon Augustus's head, and a faint voice emerged. "Good heavens! A cerebral sealing spell? At such a tender age, you have already mastered spells that elude many adult wizards. This transcends mere genius. It is evident that you possess the heart of a champion, a cautious mind, and a keen intellect. Both Ravenclaw and Slytherin would suit you well. However, I believe that Slytherin will facilitate your growth at a swifter pace. Is that agreeable? Very well, then. Slytherin." As the Sorting Hat's declaration resonated throughout the hall, an initial hush fell before the nobles at the Slytherin table erupted into fervent celebration. Malfoy cried out, "Ha! Did you see? I told you Master Augustus would join Slytherin. The Gryffindor fools, your nightmare has arrived." Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, incredulously watching Augustus stride towards Slytherin. Meanwhile, Hermione furiously tapped the table, struggling to comprehend how such a genteel and refined individual could possibly end up in the malevolent Slytherin house. Augustus sat beside Malfoy, a perfect smile gracing his lips as he interacted with various Slytherin students who came to congratulate him. Malfoy, visibly excited, addressed Augustus, "Young Master Augustus, I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Augustus merely nodded and replied, "Just call me Augustus. After all, we are considered family friends." Hearing this, Malfoy's excitement grew, as he understood it to be a sign that Augustus was beginning to accept him into his circle. Now, only 3 individuals remained for sorting. Lisa Dupre was assigned to Ravenclaw. Next was Ron, whose complexion turned pale. Harry clenched his hands beneath the table. In the blink of an eye, the Sorting Hat proclaimed, "Gryffindor." When Ron collapsed into the seat beside Harry, the latter joined the others in enthusiastic applause. He then cast a glance at Augustus sitting next to Malfoy, thinking, it would be perfect if Augustus were to join Gryffindor as well. At that moment, Albus Dumbledore rose, beaming at the students with arms outstretched. As if nothing pleased him more than seeing the hall filled with students. "Welcome," he declared, "welcome to Hogwarts for a new academic year. Before we commence the feast, I would like to share a few words. Fool, crybaby, scum, twist. Thank you all." He resumed his seat amid applause and cheers. Suddenly, an array of delectable foods appeared on the tables: roast beef, roasted chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and, for some peculiar reason, mint hard candies. As the dining commenced, Gryffindor indulged heartily, while Slytherin maintained their usual air of nobility, excluding Crabbe and Goyle. As the desserts were devoured, the food eventually vanished, and Professor Dumbledore rose again, restoring silence in the Great Hall. "Now, before you retire for the night, let us sing the school song," Dumbledore announced. Augustus noticed the smiles of the other professors seemed to freeze. Furrowing his brow, he thought, "The school song? What nonsense." With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a long golden ribbon that twisted above the dining table, forming lines of text. "Everyone, choose your preferred melody," he instructed. "Ready? Sing." And thus, the faculty and students began to sing loudly. Augustus, however, opened his mouth in silence, preferring to duel Voldemort 10 times over than to sing this ridiculous song. The chaotic melody of the school song came to a close, save for the Weasley twins, who continued to sing along with the funeral march. Dumbledore conducted their final notes with his wand, and when they finished, his applause was the loudest. "Ah, music," he wiped his eyes and remarked, "is far more enchanting than anything we do here. Now, it is time for bed. Off to your dormitories." The hall erupted with a cacophony as students rose to return to their respective houses. Leading Slytherin was a sixth-year prefect named Goring Ball, who also served as the president of the Male Student Council. Following Goring, the first-year students descended the floating staircase, while the portraits on the walls scrutinized them with meaningless smirks. As they ventured deeper, they arrived at a room reminiscent of a basement, at the far end of which stood a damp stone wall. They halted before a concealed stone door hidden within the wall. "Honor is my destiny," Goring recited before the door. With a sudden crack, it began to rotate, unveiling the Slytherin common room to the first years. It was a half-translucent chamber located at the bottom of the lake, its walls crafted from black Gothic marble, and the ceiling a transparent semicircle of crystal, revealing shimmering waves above. Green glowing lamps were suspended from the ceiling by chains. A fireplace adorned with intricate carvings stood against one wall, accompanied by ornate chairs. Through the windows, one could often glimpse enormous squids or peculiar creatures. After instructing the first years to wait in the common room, Goring exited, returning shortly with a group of upperclassmen. Apart from Goring, there were 11 others, 6 girls and 5 boys, each wearing an air of superiority and scrutinizing the newcomers with discerning gazes. "All right," Goring clapped his hands. "As you can see, these individuals are our Slytherin prefects. Unlike the other houses, where prefects are appointed in their 5th year, we Slytherins have our own system for efficient governance, wherein each year elects a prefect through dueling. The victor of the duel becomes the prefect for that year. Each of the 11 standing before you is a champion of their respective year. Now, are you ready, first-year students?" Observing the empty space clearly designated for dueling, the Slytherin first years fell silent, evidently reluctant to be the first to step forward. For many of the Muggle-born newcomers, mastering even the simplest spells might be beyond their grasp, let alone engaging in a duel. Is the quality of this year's first years so lacking? As time passed and still no one stepped into the ring, one pale-faced student with an unruly hairstyle among the 11 could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "I heard there were members of the Julius family and the Malfoy family among you. Why is no one daring to step up?" The gazes of the crowd turned towards Malfoy and Augustus, who, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, exchanged glances. Malfoy, unsure of how to respond, looked to Augustus as if seeking his decision. Aware that he could not evade this, Augustus shrugged in resignation and stepped into the dueling circle. As someone finally entered the ring, the previously calm first years began to stir with anticipation. Soon, a boy named Imogen stood opposite Augustus. "All right, listen for my count. After 3, you will begin to duel," Goring instructed from the edge of the ring, glancing at Augustus and Imogen as they readied their wands. 1, 2, 3, begin." As the command was given, Imogen raised his wand toward Augustus, incanting under his breath. In that instant, a silver beam erupted from Augustus's wand, striking Imogen and sending him flying out of the ring. The thud of his petrified body hitting the ground echoed through the chamber. "What? Is that silent casting?" A girl with lovely red hair among the 11 gasped in disbelief. Have the new students reached the level of silent spell casting? The only response was a sea of astonished faces and dropped jaws. Ahem. Sensing he ought to say something, Goring cleared his throat awkwardly. "Very well, Mr. Augustus has demonstrated his remarkable talent for silent casting. Unfortunately, Imogen has met an untimely defeat. Now, who else wishes to challenge him?" The girl with crimson hair cast an intriguing glance at Augustus, who stood silently in place, and then gleefully turned her attention to the freshman, jesting that challenging such a diminutive creature capable of casting spells silently was akin to courting disaster. "I propose we appoint Augustus as the first-year prefect. I doubt anyone would object. What say you, fellow classmates?" After a brief pause, with no one daring to respond, Malfoy surveyed the surroundings and began to boast with an air of superiority, as if he, rather than Augustus, were the one standing in the dueling circle. Goring cast a disappointed glance at the cluster of freshmen, most of whom had their heads bowed, while the few who dared to look up averted their gazes from his eyes. Turning his attention back to the elegantly poised Augustus in the dueling circle, Goring silently sighed. It seemed this year's selection for prefect would conclude here, and he prepared to announce the results. "Please hold off on announcing the results, Goring. I wish to challenge all those who claim to be the duel king among the prefects. Of course, if I should fail, then I implore you to select another prefect." It appeared that Augustus, who had remained silent until now, suddenly expressed interest in Goring's intentions. "Young man, do not assume that your ability to cast spells silently renders you invincible. If you truly wish to proceed, I shall gladly teach you what it means to respect your elders." A somewhat pallid youth abruptly stepped forward from the group of 11, fixing his gaze on Augustus. Goring's expression darkened, He understood that Augustus hailed from the illustrious Julius family. If he were to become this year's prefect, his status and prowess would be unparalleled. However, if he were to challenge the authority of the upperclassmen upon his arrival at Slytherin, it would undoubtedly impact his leadership significantly. Perhaps a lesson would serve him well. Goran mused. Thus, he regarded Augustus with a serious demeanor and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to challenge the current prefect?" Augustus nodded calmly, of course. "Well then, Cook, step forward and let our Augustus witness the prowess of the Slytherin prefects." Scanning the 11 individuals, Goran called upon the somewhat pallid fourth year, Cook, who was considered to possess above-average strength among his peers and was likely capable of holding his own against Augustus. "Head Prefect Goran, I believe you may have misunderstood." Augustus remarked with a hint of a smile as Cook approached him. "I am referring to challenging the prefects collectively, the 11 standing before me, not merely this one, Cook." The atmosphere grew tense, and the crowd began to feel a sense of disbelief. Were they dreaming? Had Augustus lost his mind? This first-year student intended to challenge all 11 prefects at once? The 11 who represented the pinnacle of Slytherin's combat prowess? The 11 known for their dueling mastery? A strange emotion began to brew in the air, and the onlookers regarded Augustus with a mix of admiration and incredulity, whether it was arrogance or folly. His audacity was undeniably singular. For reasons unknown, Malfoy gazed at Augustus with a hint of fervor, observing the solitary figure standing before the 11, who appeared somewhat diminutive yet remained unfazed. He felt an uncanny alignment with a figure from his imagination, a legendary character who had once stirred chaos in the magical realm. A name that evoked terror, a creator of countless tales. Their images seemed to transcend time and space, converging in Malfoy's eyes at that moment. "Fight!" Malfoy clenched his fists in excitement. Unlike the newcomers, who maintained an aloof superiority, the prefects wore expressions of dark irritation mixed with indignation. Even the red-haired girl, who had previously been impressed by Augustus's talent, felt a surge of anger. Such arrogance needed to be properly reprimanded. She struck the air in frustration. "You should first defeat Cook before making grand statements. If you cannot even surpass him, it would be wise to refrain from boasting." Out of respect for Augustus's status, Goran refrained from saying more, merely offering a calm reminder. In this moment, Cook found himself in an awkward position, akin to a jester who, having just taken the stage, was informed from the sidelines that he was too weak and should summon allies to salvage the situation. For someone as prideful as Cook, this dismissal felt more painful than death itself. Thus, he reached his limit of restraint, gritting his teeth and uttering, "Are you ready, kid? Let's begin." Augustus seemed equally uninterested in further dialogue, signaling to Goran outside the circle. 1, 2, 3. Begin. Goran eagerly announced the start, seemingly hoping Cook would swiftly vanquish Augustus to uphold the prefect's dignity. A flash of red light surged forth as Cook cast his spell quickly, only to be disheartened when it merely struck the air before Augustus as if hitting an invisible wall, creating ripples instead. A protective charm? A silent incantation? Indeed. The speed of nonverbal spells grants a significant advantage, Cook thought, filled with envy. Armored protection. Noticing Augustus had not continued casting, Cook hastily conjured a shield for himself. Although he was unsure of Augustus's protective spell, he believed his next incantation could break through. As he observed Augustus's still demeanor, seemingly waiting for him to act, Cook began to feel anxious. Shatter. A beam of azure light erupted from Cook's wand. Did it hit? No, merely the air, though this time, it struck true. As Augustus's figure vanished and reappeared elsewhere. How is this possible? Teleportation? No, it cannot be apparition. That is forbidden at Hogwarts. What is this? Not only Cook, but all the prefects were stunned by Augustus's instantaneous relocation. Unlike nonverbal spells, this was an unknown territory for them. Despite Cook's relentless barrage of offensive spells, Augustus evaded each one through teleportation or absorbed them with an unnamed protective magic. Observing Augustus's composed smile amidst the fray, the prefect's expressions began to harden. Thus far, not only had Augustus dodged 7 attacks, but he had also absorbed 5 of Cook's spells. For a first-year student, how could he still have such reserves of magical energy? Moreover, Augustus had yet to initiate an attack, merely responding defensively. With his wand gripped tightly, Cook felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Perhaps from anxiety or the frequency of his casting. Exhaling deeply, his expression turned serious. This could not continue. If it came down to magical endurance, Augustus seemed an inexhaustible abyss, steadily draining Cook's strength. He realized that if he did not find a breakthrough, he would surely be the first to collapse. Is this your limit? Augustus stood centrally, his tone tinged with mild disappointment. If this is all you can muster, I must say I am quite disillusioned with you as Slytherin's fourth-year dueling champion. Such meager resolve is hardly worth my time. Now, allow me to attack. I hope you can provide me with some amusement. With a flourish, Augustus raised his silver wand, conjuring a blazing fireball the size of a basin, which coalesced midair. His black robes billowed without wind, and his silver eyes flickered as if they contained two burning flames. In the next instant, the fireball hurtled towards Cook. Obstacles abound. As the fireball approached, Cook realized that his armor charm alone would not withstand this unprecedented spell and hurriedly cast another protective incantation. His choice proved correct. The fireball dissipated through the layers of magical barriers before colliding with his armor charm, ultimately extinguishing itself. However, Cook was pushed to the edge of the dueling circle. Before he could catch his breath, Augustus's fiery gaze intensified, and with a flick of his wand, dozens of fireballs of varying sizes appeared behind him, occupying a vast expanse of air, rolling ominously. The atmosphere grew heated as those colossal fireballs seemed poised to erupt. Cook swallowed hard, witnessing the half-burnt sky. A flicker of fear gripped his typically arrogant demeanor. For the first time, he understood how utterly ineffective his learned spells were against such overwhelming magical force. If all 10 of those massive fireballs struck him, the next sight would likely be nothing but charred bones. He was unaware of the immense magical power required to summon such colossal fireballs, nor did he grasp the intricate magical skills necessary to control them. All he knew was that if he did not concede defeat soon, he might truly meet his demise. While uncertain whether Augustus would dare to kill him in front of so many witnesses, he was not willing to gamble with his life. I concede. Cook shut his eyes, seemingly unwilling to behold the expressions of the onlookers. In truth, no one was there to mock him. The moment the sky was filled with blazing fireballs, the crowd had already been rendered speechless. In reality, even if he had not surrendered, Augustus would not have killed him. The massive fireballs would have skillfully dissipated upon impact. The immense force generated in that instant would have precisely propelled him out of the dueling circle. Augustus, somewhat resigned, snapped his fingers, and the multitude of fireballs vanished without a trace. Ah, very well, Cook has still been defeated. Gorlin announced the results somewhat incoherently, then turned to the equally bewildered heads of the houses. At this moment, he too was at a loss, as this duel had long surpassed their familiar parameters. The unknown spells, seemingly boundless reserves of magical energy, and the stunning crimson in the air. Was this truly just a first-year student? The individual from years past seemed unlikely to reach such heights, unlike the adoring gazes of the current first-year students. A hint of fear lurked in the depths of the heads of houses' eyes. Perhaps his challenge was not an empty boast. Reflecting on the terrifying cluster of fireballs, the heads of houses began to grow pale. Let us conclude for today. It is getting late, observed Augustus, suddenly feeling a sense of tedium as he regarded the once spirited heads of houses, now looking dejected. To the bewildered Gorlin, he proclaimed an uplifting statement. Excellent. Today's selection battle for the heads of houses was truly spectacular. The position of first-year male head will henceforth be held by Augustus. As Gorlin's words concluded, all the heads of houses sighed in relief. The first-year students erupted in a fervent cheer upon hearing the result. Such a formidable head was indeed the greatest blessing for them. The subsequent battle for the female head of house, however, proved surprisingly dull. Among the numerous girls, only one named Lillian Elixia, seemingly from a prominent family, displayed some prowess, ultimately securing the position of female head of house. With the conclusion of the first-year head selection battle, everyone returned to their respective dormitories. For them, this day would undoubtedly be unforgettable, even after much time had passed. Augustus's vibrant flame would remain indelibly etched in their hearts. As dawn broke, Augustus emerged from the opulent, dimly lit Slytherin dormitory. A handful of early-rising Slytherin first-years greeted him, to which Augustus nodded in acknowledgement. Traversing the damp, chilly Slytherin common room, he was met with the grand floating staircases scattered throughout Hogwarts. There were a total of 142 staircases, some wide and grand, others narrow and shaky. Some would lead to different locations every Friday, while others would unexpectedly vanish halfway up, requiring one to remember where to leap. Moreover, there were numerous doors that would not open unless one politely requested their assistance or precisely poked the right spot. Some doors were merely illusions, appearing as sturdy walls. Remembering where everything was located proved a challenge, as all seemed to be in constant flux. The portraits also frequently engaged in visits, and even suits of armor could walk. In Augustus's eyes, Hogwarts Castle was indeed an extraordinary creation, with its myriad of secret passages, fascinating magical creatures, and the intricate system of magic within the castle. All undoubtedly more unique and creatively imaginative than the magical academies of his former world. After several days of deepening his understanding of the castle, Augustus was not only convinced that the architect of Hogwarts was a genius, but also became intimately familiar with the castle's secret passages and structures. While it took ordinary students a considerable time to reach their classes, Augustus cleverly navigated through various hidden paths and dizzying staircases, arriving in mere minutes. Thus, he often found himself waiting in class for others to arrive. Hogwarts offered a plethora of courses, even for first-year students. Yet Augustus never found it bothersome to study and draw inspiration from other magical systems. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Any great endeavor or achievement cannot be accomplished overnight. As a mage who had nearly stepped into the realm of the divine in his previous life, Augustus understood the importance of foundational knowledge for growth. Every Wednesday evening, they were taken to a classroom to observe the night sky through telescopes. Learning the names of different stars and their trajectories, Augustus had always been fascinated by the celestial movements of this world, and he was astounded to discover that, despite being in different realms, the structures and movements of the star systems were remarkably similar. Indeed, the mysteries and wonders of the universe remain an unsolvable enigma. Of course, Hogwarts's herbology and history of magic also possessed unique charm. Professor Sprout seemed to take a particular liking to the polite and inquisitive Augustus, diligently answering each of his questions. While Augustus's perfect responses earned Slytherin considerable house points. Conversely, to the ghostly Professor Binns, every student appeared the same. It was challenging to capture the interest of an ancient specter who had witnessed countless generations of students. Perhaps he could not even remember their names. In truth, it was the classes on charms, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, and potions that intrigued Augustus the most. These 4 subjects were foundational to the magical system. Mastering their essence and the realms they extended into would allow Augustus to form a conceptual magic tree in his mind, enabling him to deconstruct and categorize the magical system more clearly. The charms instructor, a remarkably petite man named Professor Flitwick, expressed great interest in Augustus's theories on various spells. Though unaware of their origins, he nonetheless praised them profusely, awarding Slytherin additional house points and promising to share more complex spell theories with Augustus during office hours. In Professor McGonagall's class, the Slytherin first years were particularly well-behaved. More than a fear of the strict professor, there was an anticipation for the wonders of transfiguration. Before the class, Professor McGonagall transformed her lectern into a pig and back again, and upon witnessing the students' eagerness to learn such magic, she regrettably informed them that it would take a considerable amount of time to master the spell. After noting down a plethora of complex and arduous notes, she distributed a matchstick to each student, initiating an exercise to transform it into a needle. Almost instantaneously, as soon as Professor McGonagall issued the challenge, Augustus naturally transformed his matchstick into a perfect needle before she even had the chance to notice, at which point Malfoy exclaimed loudly. Professor McGonagall gazed in astonishment at Augustus, unhesitatingly awarding 20 points to Slytherin House. Although it was merely the first lesson, she had never witnessed such a remarkable pace of learning throughout her teaching career. Naturally, the defense against the dark arts class was one that everyone eagerly anticipated. However, when the time came, Professor Quirrell's lesson devolved into a farce, as the classroom was permeated by an unpleasant odor of garlic. In the face of the somewhat timid Professor Quirrell, Malfoy often dramatically posed embarrassing questions, such as why he was wrapped in a large scarf despite the heat, insinuating it was due to heat rash. He would also mock Quirrell's frequent stuttering, which was exacerbated by his nervousness. If it weren't for Augustus's pity for the professor, who intervened to suppress Malfoy, the classroom would have been filled with the malicious laughter of Slytherin students. In reality, Augustus felt something was amiss with the somewhat beleaguered Professor Quirrell. However, after scrutinizing him with the eye of inquiry, he found nothing particularly unusual. Thus, he dismissed this strange sensation, for a wizard's instincts were never a reliable basis for judgment. Setting aside this intuition, which Augustus believed to be an illusion, he began to delve earnestly into the texts regarding the dark arts of this world. In truth, the so-called dark magic here paled in comparison to the true dark arts of Augustus's original world. The genuinely malevolent necromancy or demon summoning spells of that realm were far beyond the imagination of the inhabitants of this world. Time passed swiftly, and by Friday, The week S classes were nearing their conclusion. Having adapted somewhat to this simple life as a wizard, Augustus sat at the dining table, enjoying a sumptuous breakfast. With Malfoy's typical boastful taunts ringing in his ears and the furious expressions of Harry and Ron at another table before him, Augustus habitually wore a resigned smile. "Draco, what classes do we have today?" Augustus inquired, interrupting Malfoy's lengthy tirade of mockery after finishing his breakfast. Malfoy paused for a moment, pondering, before a look of delight suddenly spread across his face. "We should have potions class with the Gryffindors. This will be entertaining." Observing Malfoy's inexplicable excitement, Augustus shook his head and departed the table. Potions class was held in a dim underground classroom, considerably colder than the castle above. Glass jars lined the walls, filled with various preserved specimens of animals. Much like Professor Flitwick, Snape took the roll call as soon as class began, and when he reached Augustus's name, he hesitated noticeably. As the head of Slytherin House, Snape was well aware of the tradition of selecting a prefect from Slytherin, and Augustus's commendable reputation had already reached his ears through various accounts. For such an outstanding Slytherin newcomer, even Snape's typically stern demeanor softened slightly. "Oh, yes." Snape's tone shifted unexpectedly as he called out Harry's name. "Harry Potter, our newly famed individual." Augustus was astonished at the sudden emergence of a professor who exhibited such overt disdain for Harry amidst a faculty that generally favored him. The sarcasm was palpable, and it was evident that everyone had caught on, with Draco Malfoy and his companions Crabbe and Goyle stifling their laughter behind their hands. After finishing the roll, Snape surveyed the class with his dark, cold eyes, which evoked the image of two pitch-black tunnels. "You are here to study the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion-making," he began, his voice barely rising above a whisper yet resonating clearly in the silence. Like Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape possessed an effortless authority that maintained order within the classroom. "Since there will be no foolish wand-waving, many of you may not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the marvel of a slow-simmering cauldron, wafting delightful aromas, or the enchanting liquid that flows through one's veins, stirring the heart and clouding the mind. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and perhaps even stave off death. However, one condition must be met. You are not to be the kind of fools I often encounter." As a half-god sorcerer who had experienced countless tumultuous rises and falls, Snape's alluring words held little substance for Augustus. Unlike the students stirred by Snape's impassioned rhetoric, Augustus had long since grown accustomed to the tragedies of life and death, understanding that the pursuit of the true essence of magic was his sole, unwavering desire. Moreover, the notion of staving off death, as one of nature's most terrifying certainties, even one who had fully stepped into the divine realm would hesitate to claim they could defy death. After delivering his brief opening remarks, the classroom fell silent, seemingly captivated by his persuasive words. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, while Hermione Granger leaned forward in her seat, eager to prove her intelligence. "Potter," Snape suddenly called out, "what would happen if I added powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood?" "I don't know, sir," Harry replied. Snape curled his lip in disdain. TSK. It seems fame does not equate to knowledge." He deliberately ignored Hermione's raised hand. "Let us try again. Potter, if I asked you to fetch me a piece of beeswort, where would you look?" Harry glanced around in despair. Aside from Hermione's still raised hands, most Gryffindor students wore expressions of helplessness, while Slytherin students reveled in the spectacle. Suddenly, Augustus's gaze caught sight of him, an expression of mild impatience on his face. Reminded of the train encounter with Malfoy, Harry turned to Augustus, seeking help with pleading eyes. In truth, Augustus had grown increasingly displeased since Snape began questioning Harry again. He had come here to learn from the strengths of others and absorb the essence of various magical theories, not to waste time listening to a professor relentlessly interrogate a student about what he did not know. "Professor Snape, since Harry does not know, why not ask someone else? Perhaps Miss Granger, or I could provide an explanation," Augustus suggested calmly, directing his gaze at Snape. A sudden hush enveloped the classroom as Augustus's distinctive voice broke the silence. The students stared in disbelief at him for challenging Snape in his own class. It was indeed a show of remarkable courage. Slytherin students looked on in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend why Augustus would defend a Gryffindor student. A fleeting glimmer of anger flickered in the depths of Snape's eyes, but it quickly vanished, replaced by a contemplative expression. Observing Augustus's unwavering composure, Snape's demeanor gradually returned to its usual stoicism. "Very well, Mr. Augustus. Now it is your turn to answer these two questions." Snape's voice, though calm, carried an undercurrent of chill, making the already dim classroom feel even colder. Augustus gazed calmly at Snape, effortlessly articulating his response. Snape nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries, and turned back towards the lectern. The unexpected resolution left the onlookers in a state of perplexity, unsure whether to admire Augustus's courage or be astonished by Professor Snape's uncharacteristic demeanor. For Harry, however, a profound sense of gratitude welled up for Augustus, who had once again come to the rescue. The potions class resumed. Yet the predicament of the Gryffindor students showed no signs of improvement. Snape paired them into twos, guiding them in the preparation of a simple potion to treat scabies. Augustus found himself partnered with Moyen, who had just been defeated by him in the recent duel as the Hidden House champion. Naturally, Moyen was ecstatic to be grouped with Augustus. In truth, nearly every new Slytherin student seemed to harbor an inexplicable admiration for him. As Augustus meticulously combined various delicate ingredients, Neville inadvertently transformed Simon's cauldron into a twisted mass. The potion within suddenly splashed onto the stone floor, and the ample quantity of liquid caused several nearby students to suffer scalded shoes, prompting most of them to leap onto their benches in a frantic attempt to evade this unwarranted calamity. Augustus furrowed his brow and drew forth his silver wand. Directing it towards the ground, a spell akin to a cleansing incantation took effect, causing the potions on the floor to vanish entirely. Severus Snape, while appreciatively awarding Augustus extra points, bellowed at Neville, who had begun to sob pitifully in the corner. "Fool, I presume you neglected to remove the pot from the fire before introducing the porcupine quills, did you not?" Observing the sudden eruption of numerous sores on Neville's nose, Snape disdainfully commanded Simon, "Take him to the infirmary upstairs." Thus, the potions class concluded in a somewhat farcical manner, with students streaming out in small groups down the classroom steps. Hermione trailed behind Ron and Harry, observing Augustus, who remained remarkably composed amidst the throng of Slytherin students. "I told you, even within Slytherin, Augustus cannot possibly become like those other Slytherins," Hermione declared triumphantly to Ron and Harry. Ron mumbled something incoherent, while Harry appeared somewhat dazed. Indeed, the boy in the white robes from the train had retained his charm, unchanged as ever. In recent times, the typically gloomy Slytherin students were mostly beaming with joy and laughter. This was not solely due to the impressive accumulation of points for Slytherin House resulting from Augustus's stellar performance in every class, but also because many students had discovered a hidden mobile library within the Slytherin common room. When a first-year student mustered the courage to inquire of Augustus about a particular essay assigned by the professor, receiving a patient and thorough explanation in return, numerous first-years began seeking Augustus's insights on various topics whenever the opportunity arose. Surprisingly, regardless of how obscure the questions posed, Augustus provided impeccable answers, and the subsequent grades awarded by the professors were consistently high, as upperclassmen also began to approach Augustus and received satisfactory responses. The moniker of mobile library spread among the Slytherin students. Seated on a neatly manicured expanse of green grass not far from Hogwarts Castle, Augustus held a book he had just borrowed from the library on advanced theories of dark magic. Such texts required the signature of the head of the house, necessitating a special trip to Snape's office for Augustus. In Augustus's view, dark magic, often criticized by many in the wizarding world, was merely a collection of particularly potent destructive spells. To assert that these dark arts embodied some profound malevolence was, in his opinion, a rather futile exercise. The efficacy of magic inherently depended on the wizard wielding it. Imposing a moral dichotomy upon magic itself was indeed a foolish endeavor. Most spells in this low magic world were utilized for mundane entertainment purposes, and even many so-called offensive spells inflicted minimal harm, such as the likes of the knockback jinx. Augustus believed that the prolonged peace in this world had stifled the development of magic. In other realms, mages served as formidable weapons of warfare. Even a mere mage could wield extraordinary influence on the battlefield, let alone a legendary sorcerer, who was undoubtedly a national asset. It was evident that each legendary mage possessed the capability to effortlessly sway the course of a war. To the majority in these other worlds, magic was inherently intertwined with the art of conflict. Today was Thursday, and it seemed there was a flying lesson scheduled for 3 in the afternoon. Augustus, keeping a vigilant watch on the time, closed his book and rose around 2:30, making his way toward the flying lesson venue. In truth, Augustus harbored little enthusiasm for this course. Despite the fact that flight had been a dream of humanity since its dawn, it was hardly reasonable to expect a mage, capable of soaring through the skies on their own energy, to find interest in riding a broomstick. The day was bright, with a gentle breeze caressing the air. As Augustus briskly descended the sloping meadow toward a level patch of grass, the blades beneath his feet swayed gently like waves. Beyond the lawn lay a forest, the distant dark trees swaying in the wind. Most of the students from Slytherin and Gryffindor had already gathered there, and upon seeing Augustus arrive, many Slytherin students displayed faint smiles of anticipation. Slytherin and Gryffindor had always been rivals in the Quidditch Cup, even in a simple flying lesson. Slytherin students hoped that the ever-capable Augustus would give the Gryffindor students a run for their money. 20 flying broomsticks were neatly arranged on the ground. Soon, Professor Hooch arrived, her short gray hair framing a face with piercing yellow eyes akin to those of a hawk. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" she commanded sharply. "Stand next to a broomstick. Hurry up, time is of the essence." The broom beside Augustus was a tattered and antiquated deep yellow implement, seemingly a tad unclean, which caused the normally fastidious Augustus to furrow his brow slightly. Extending his right hand above the handle of the broom, Mrs. Hawk called out from the front, commanding, "Arise." "Arise," echoed the voices of all. Augustus's broom swiftly leapt into his grasp. In truth, he had not employed Madame Hooch's method of levitating objects from a distance, which was far more suitable in this instance. Subsequently, Madame Hooch demonstrated how to mount a broom without sliding off. She traversed the line, correcting their grip. Harry and Ron overheard her chastising Malfoy for his persistent errors, which brought them quiet satisfaction. "Now, when I whistle, you'll kick off the ground with both legs. Make sure to push hard," Madame Hooch instructed. "Hold the broom steady, ascend a few feet, then lean slightly forward to drop vertically back to the ground. On my whistle. 3, 2. However, Neville, overwhelmed with anxiety at the prospect of being left behind, propelled himself into the air before the whistle even reached Madame Hooch's lips. "Come back, child," she called out, yet Neville soared upward like a cork from a bottle, reaching heights of 12, then 20 feet. Terrified, with a pallid face, he gazed down at the swiftly receding ground, seemingly on the verge of tumbling from his broom. Augustus, with a hint of amusement, noted that this student named Neville appeared to encounter difficulties in every lesson. Drawing forth his silver wand, he pointed at the airborne broom. In an instant, the errant broom was seized by an unseen force. The wand then turned toward Neville, and in the next moment, Neville was released from the broom, descending slowly to safety. A simple levitation charm and a guiding hand had alleviated Neville's predicament as they watched him land safely. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Madame Hooch, satisfied, awarded points to Slytherin and hurried over to Neville, as this was her inaugural class, and Augustus's timely intervention had spared her a major complication. Observing Neville, who seemed to be recovering, Madame Hooch prepared to escort him to the hospital wing for a checkup. With a bewildered expression still lingering on his face, Neville was gently embraced by Madame Hooch as they departed together. No sooner had they left the vicinity than Malfoy erupted into laughter. "Did you see that fool's face? That big oaf?" echoed the other Slytherin students. Malfoy, who maintained a certain influence among the newcomers, was very close to Augustus. "Shut it, Malfoy," Parvati Patil retorted sharply. "Oh, protecting Longbottom, are we?" sneered Pansy Parkinson. "I never thought you'd take a liking to that chubby little crybaby, Patil." "Look," Malfoy exclaimed, rushing to seize something from the grass. It was a memory orb sent to him by that big fool Longbottom's grandmother. He raised the orb, which sparkled in the sunlight. "Hand it over, Malfoy," Harry whispered. All conversation ceased as they watched. Malfoy glanced at Augustus, who remained silent and emboldened by the absence of a defense from Augustus. He began to chuckle. "I think I'll place it somewhere for Longbottom to retrieve. How about up in a tree?" "Give it back," Harry shouted. But Malfoy had already mounted his broom and taken to the skies. In truth, as he watched their antics, Augustus felt a pang of nostalgia. Recalling his own youthful days at the academy, the youthful frictions now brought forth a bittersweet reminiscence. Malfoy hovered at the height of an oak's canopy. His face twisted in mockery as he shouted, "Come and get it, Potter." Harry grasped his broom. "No," Hermione Granger called out. "Madame Hooch told us to stay put. You're going to get us all into trouble." "No need to stop him. I trust he can handle it," Augustus replied with a slight wave to Hermione. Harry, feeling as though he had received his teacher's approval, smiled gratefully at Augustus. The adrenaline surged within him, thumping in his ears. He mounted the broom and kicked off the ground with all his might, soaring upward, the wind whipping through his hair and his robes billowing behind him. He heard the shrieks and gasps of the girls, along with Ron's admiring exclamations. He abruptly turned the broom toward Malfoy, who looked taken aback. "Hand it over," Harry shouted. or I'll knock you off your broom." "Oh, really?" Malfoy replied, attempting to feign nonchalance, though his expression betrayed his tension. He glanced at Augustus, who remained impassive on the ground, and suddenly felt a twinge of security, stabilizing himself mid-air. Harry seemed instinctively aware of how to proceed. Leaning forward, he gripped the broom tightly, propelling himself like a javelin toward Malfoy. Malfoy barely managed to dodge. Harry swiftly turned back, maintaining a firm hold on his broom. "Here, let us see if you can catch this," Malfoy shouted, tossing the glass orb high into the air before plummeting toward the ground. In a heart-stopping moment, Harry caught the orb, the thrill of the catch prompting Augustus to prepare to intervene several times. As Harry landed safely, escorted by Professor McGonagall, Augustus's eyes sparkled with mirth. The fervor of youth and the adventures of adolescence were indeed moments worthy of remembrance. Recently, Augustus found himself ensnared in an unprecedented flurry of activity. In addition to the daily requisite doses of reading various tomes from the library and addressing the myriad inquiries from the eager Slytherin students, the responsibilities of head of house had commenced. In truth, the role of head of house primarily entailed mediating disputes among Slytherin students, a task that typically was not overly burdensome. However, with the approach of Christmas, the new students were increasingly restless, thus augmenting the workload for both Augustus and Lillian. Seated in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Malfoy stared incredulously at Harry, who was comfortably dining at the Gryffindor table. He had assumed that Harry, taken away by Professor McGonagall the previous day, would be on a train back to the Muggle world. That Potter, taking advantage of a teacher's favoritism, thinks he can get away with such a grave misstep. "If I tell my father, he'll write to the school board, and Potter will be swiftly sent back to his Muggle home," Malfoy muttered bitterly. "Draco, you're not a child anymore. You can't rely on your father for everything. If you have such issues with Harry, why not handle it yourself?" Augustus chuckled at Malfoy's predicament, bemused by the extent of Malfoy's animosity toward Harry. "Handle it myself?" Malfoy murmured, momentarily perplexed. Then suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he slammed his hand on the table. "Yes, I shall challenge Harry to a duel, a true wizard's duel." Inspired by Augustus's fierce dueling, Malfoy felt a surge of excitement and, without waiting for Augustus to respond, eagerly stood up and strode toward Harry. Augustus despaired as he lightly tapped his forehead, never expecting that his unintentional misdirection would lead Malfoy to associate it with a duel. Communicating with him proved to be somewhat challenging. Before long, Malfoy returned to the dining table with an exuberant expression. "Harry has agreed. Tonight at midnight, in the trophy room, I shall engage him in a genuine wizard duel. Will you be there as a witness? Trust me, this duel will be over in no time." Observing Malfoy's eager demeanor, Augustus paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. While he presumed the duel would likely be rather dull, it was prudent to attend given that it was instigated by him, to avert any unforeseen incidents. As the night swiftly approached, at 11:30, Augustus glanced at the time and departed from the dormitory early. Making his way to the Slytherin common room, he suddenly noticed two shadowy figures lurking behind a chair. Malfoy and Crabbe seemed to be conspiring about something, but halted upon noticing Augustus's arrival. "Let us go," Augustus urged Malfoy nonchalantly. Malfoy complied, and the trio exited the cold, dark depths of the Slytherin common room. Ascending the floating staircase, they walked briskly down the corridor, with moonlight streaming through the high windows, casting beams upon the floor. Each turn had Malfoy bracing for an encounter with Filch or the Fat Lady, yet fortune favored them this time. They hurried up the stairs to the third floor and stealthily approached the trophy room. The crystal display cases sparkled brilliantly in the moonlight, while the trophies, shields, medals, and statues shimmered with silver and gold hues. At that moment, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville stealthily entered the trophy room from the opposite side. "Didn't we agree that aside from Augustus, each person could only bring one companion? Why are there 4 of you?" Malfoy glared at Hermione and Neville, visibly angered. "They insisted on joining us when we encountered them along the way. Ron and I couldn't refuse." Harry shrugged helplessly. "All right, you two, let us get started. It's getting late." Noticing Malfoy's intent to argue, Augustus quickly interrupted him. Watching 2 children duel at midnight was already absurd enough. He was uncertain how much more of their bickering he could tolerate. Under Augustus's guidance, Harry and Malfoy stood in a clear space within the trophy room. Augustus conjured a circle of flames on the ground, encircling them. As it possessed 3 heads, each adorned with a pair of menacing eyes that swirled ominously. 3 noses twitching and trembling in their direction, and 3 salivating mouths from which drool dripped like viscous ropes. cascading from yellowed canine teeth. It stood utterly still, all 6 eyes fixed upon them. Harry understood that the sole reason they had not yet met their demise was the sheer shock of their unexpected appearance. However, it was rapidly regaining its composure, and the resounding roars it unleashed left little doubt as to its intent. Unlike the expressions of fear that marked the faces of the others, Augustus gazed at the 3-headed beast with a curious intrigue, the infernal subspecies, the Demon Sentinel. An unexpectedly diminutive presence within the depths of hell, now encountered within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. Harry's hand instinctively reached for the doorknob, while Augustus discreetly cast a confusion charm upon the hellhound, though he was unaware of what the beast was guarding. It was evident that he had no intention of delving too deeply into the secrets that lay within. The others remained oblivious to Augustus's spell, but as they noticed the creature tilting its head in bewilderment, they quickly reacted. Harry was the first to open the door, seizing the opportunity while the beast was momentarily distracted, and they all rushed through the doorway. Once back in the corridor, they scattered in different directions, knowing that Filch would surely be preoccupied searching for them elsewhere, as his presence was nowhere to be seen. The thrilling and perilous night gradually crystallized into their memories. Halloween had arrived, and the great hall was festooned with a kaleidoscope of decorations, 1,000 bats fluttering against the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000, resembling low-hanging clouds, swirled above the dining tables, causing the candle flames within the pumpkins to flicker wildly. Delectable dishes materialized on golden platters, reminiscent of the grand feast that had marked the beginning of the school year. Augustus leisurely dined, preparing to spend his inaugural Halloween at Hogwarts. Malfoy, evidently accustomed to the dining habits of Crabbe and Goyle beside him, absently savored his mashed potatoes while gazing at the flickering pumpkin flames within the great hall. Suddenly, Professor Quirrell burst into the dining room, his scarf askew upon his head, and a look of sheer terror plastered across his face. All eyes were fixed upon him as he staggered to Professor Dumbledore's chair, leaning heavily on the table, gasping, "A troll in the dungeon. Thought you ought to know." With that, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. The hall erupted into chaos. Dumbledore, regaining control, sent forth a series of sharp fireworks into the sky with his wand. And once calm was restored, he instructed the prefects to escort the students back to their respective dormitories. Augustus was preparing to adjust the entrance to the dormitory when Harry and Ron suddenly rushed over in a flurry. Hermione. She's on the 3rd floor, and doesn't T know about the troll? She could be in danger," Harry exclaimed, panting. "Who cares about that mudblood?" Draco Malfoy sneered. "Shut up, Draco," Harry retorted. "I'll come with you. Hermione's south direction is quite close to the troll's lair in the basement, and we might indeed encounter it. Lillian, I leave this to you," Augustus said, frowning slightly. He decisively agreed with Harry, then briefed a beautiful girl with blue hair beside him before heading toward the 3rd floor with Harry and Ron. The 3 blended into the crowd of Hufflepuffs, moving in the opposite direction. They quietly slipped past the vacant side corridor, hurrying toward the girls' restroom. Just as they turned the corner, Harry inhaled sharply. A foul stench invaded his nostrils, a nauseating mix of dirty socks and an unkempt public toilet. They then heard a low grumbling and the sound of massive feet dragging along the floor. Ron noticed a colossal figure moving toward them at the end of a left corridor. They quickly retreated into the shadows, watching as it lumbered into a patch of moonlight. The sight was terrifying. Towering at 12 feet, its skin was dull and gray, resembling granite, and its massive, clumsy body was akin to a mound of mud, topped with a small head reminiscent of a cocoa bean. Its short legs were stout like tree stumps, ending in flat, calloused feet. The odor it emanated was revolting. It clutched a thick wooden club, dragging it along the ground due to its long arms. The species in this world is rather peculiar. Augustus chuckled as he observed the bumbling troll. The creature scratched its head, glanced around, and, finding no one, halted beside a door to peek inside. It twitched its long ears, made a decision with its small head, and slowly ducked into the room. Harry quickly leaped forward, seized the key, and slammed the door shut, locking it firmly. Done. Harry beamed at Augustus, displaying a triumphant smile at the successfully locked door. Just as the 3 were about to leave, a piercing, terrified scream echoed from within the room. "Oh no," Ron gasped, his face as pale as the ghost of a bloodless barrow. That's the girls' restroom. Harry struggled to catch his breath. Enough chatter. Augustus drew his wand and blasted the door open, and the 3 rushed inside to find Hermione Granger cowering against the opposite wall, on the verge of fainting. The troll was advancing toward her, colliding with sinks as it moved, dislodging them from the wall. Harry and Ron looked helplessly at Augustus, who remained calm, observing the troll less than 3 meters from Hermione. A green orb of light formed at the tip of his wand, shooting toward the troll. Upon impact, parts of the troll's body were rapidly corroded. A first-level spell of acidic liquid splashed, perfectly designed to attract ire. The troll let out a tremendous wail, turned to glare at Augustus with hatred in its small eyes, and charged at him, dragging its club behind. The floor of the girls' restroom trembled under the weight of the troll, and the pressure of the wind it generated forced Harry and Ron to squint. In the next moment, through their narrowed eyes, they witnessed an astonishing sight. Dozens of red-hot beams of light materialized around Augustus, penetrating the troll's body with an unimaginable speed. The troll was lifted high. Augustus remained silent, yet he acutely sensed a rather malevolent force emanating from Chilo, a peculiar disturbance that approached the legendary realm, seemingly probing him. He was taken aback by the profound depths that the typically timid and stuttering Professor Chilo had concealed. It appeared his initial impression upon their first meeting had not been mistaken. The situation seemed to be growing intriguing, and a faint smile graced Augustus's lips. As November arrived, the weather turned exceedingly frigid. The mountains surrounding the school were shrouded in a gray haze, blanketed with ice and snow, while the lake's surface resembled tempered steel, cold and unyielding. Each morning, frost blanketed the ground. From the window above, Augustus could see Hagrid, entirely enveloped in a lengthy moleskin coat, donning rabbit fur gloves and enormous beaver fur boots, diligently de-icing the broomsticks on the Quidditch pitch. Recently, it appeared that Harry, Ron, and Hermione had formed an inseparable trio, mysteriously wandering about at all hours outside of classes. However, Augustus, who had a penchant for borrowing books from the library, frequently encountered them there. Each time he saw Harry, the boy wore a countenance heavy with unspoken concerns. Augustus refrained from probing further. The secrets of youth often take the form of poetry, and there was no need to pry into them. The Quidditch season commenced, and as the Slytherin Prefect, Augustus felt compelled to oversee the discipline of the new Slytherin students. Even if he would rather not squander his time watching a group of individuals riding broomsticks in a chaotic frenzy. On that crisp, clear morning, the aroma of roasted sausages wafted through the dining hall, as anticipation for an exhilarating Quidditch match buzzed among the students. By 11 o'clock, it seemed the entire school had gathered in the stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch, many students armed with binoculars. The seats were elevated high above the ground, yet the view of the match remained obscured at times. All players mount your broomsticks. Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle with fervor. 15 broomsticks soared into the air, ascending majestically. The match had begun. The competition was undeniably fierce, at least in the eyes of the entire school. However, to Augustus, the sight of 15 ungainly broomsticks flailing through the sky, with several oval-shaped balls being tossed about, held little allure. As he observed the small figures darting about the pitch, he casually listened to Malfoy's incessant tirade. As the match approached its midpoint, Harry's broomstick, which had been darting about, suddenly trembled alarmingly. It began to swerve erratically, twisting and shaking violently, while Harry struggled to maintain his grip, barely managing to stay aloft. Suddenly, the broomstick twisted violently once more, flinging Harry off. Now, he clung to the broomstick with but one hand, suspended precariously in the air. Augustus squinted, sensing that someone was casting a malevolent spell upon Harry. He was about to employ his eye of inquiry to swiftly scan the surroundings for the perpetrator. Just then, Hermione emerged from the crowd and approached Augustus. "It's Snape. He's the one casting the spell on Harry," she exclaimed anxiously, handing Augustus a telescope and pointing towards the faculty stand where Snape was situated. Augustus did not accept the telescope handed to him by Hermione. He cast a 0-level detection spell on Snape, intending to discern the nature of the malevolent curse he was casting. To Augustus's astonishment, the feedback revealed that Snape was actually casting a protective charm, evidently safeguarding Harry. With a flick of his wand, he cast a binding spell on Harry's broom, stabilizing it temporarily. The eye of inquiry continued to function, soon identifying Professor Quirrell seated slightly above the teacher's table, reciting a spell. Once again utilizing the detection spell, Augustus felt a wave of relief as the results confirmed Quirrell was indeed casting a curse aimed at Harry. With the target identified, he drew his wand and silently unleashed a first-level fear spell upon Quirrell. The professor shuddered violently and then began to tremble uncontrollably, his ongoing curse promptly interrupted. However, Augustus was somewhat surprised. Typically, individuals of lower rank would be affected by the fear spell for about 5 seconds, Yet Quirrell regained his composure after only 2. Had Quirrell's strength approached the legendary realm? Once he awakened, Quirrell glanced around in alarm before hurriedly concealing his wand within his robes and swiftly departing the scene. Harry's broom fell completely still, allowing him to regain his grip on the handle. Hermione expressed her gratitude to Augustus before returning to the Gryffindor table. Harry dove toward the ground, visibly covering his mouth as if to suppress nausea, landing on all fours and coughing up a golden object into his palm. "I caught the golden snitch," he exclaimed, holding the ball triumphantly above his head, bringing the chaotic match to an end. Augustus observed the jubilant Gryffindor students celebrating. The smiling Professor McGonagall, and the many glum and frustrated Slytherin students. It seemed Quidditch was indeed a beloved sport, and as Augustus navigated through the throngs, he remained contemplative. As Christmas approached, on a mid-December morning, Hogwarts awoke from slumber to find itself blanketed in several feet of snow, with the lake frozen solid. A pure white eagle owl flew in through Augustus's dormitory window, landing on the sill and shaking off the sparkling snowflakes that adorned its feathers, creating a picturesque contrast against the vast expanse of white outside. Rising, Augustus donned his black robes and moved to the window. The owl flapped its wings excitedly while outside. The Weasley twins appeared to be enchanting a few snowballs, which chased after Quirrell, striking him on the back of his head. In the Slytherin common room, the fireplace, long thought by Malfoy to be merely decorative, blazed with vibrant green flames. Most students eagerly anticipated the holiday break, as the warm common room was a welcome respite from the bone-chilling drafts of the hallways and the rattling windows in the classrooms due to the biting cold. To make matters worse, Professor Snape's classes were conducted in the dungeons, where their breath formed clouds of mist, forcing them to huddle near their steaming cauldrons. Outside of classes. Ever since his victory over Harry, Malfoy had become increasingly obsessed with dueling. Whenever Augustus had a moment to spare, Malfoy would eagerly seek his advice on dueling techniques, seemingly preparing for a one-on-one confrontation with Harry and Ron. Clearly, once a conflict arose, Crabbe and Goyle would serve merely as human shields, as the students who had been studying spells for some time would have little trouble dispatching the nearly mute duo. After potion class, Augustus returned to the now beautifully adorned Great Hall, filled with the sounds of chatter. Hagrid struggled to move a massive fir tree to the center of the hall, while Professors McGonagall and Flitwick busied themselves with Christmas decorations. The hall was a magnificent sight, adorned with garlands of holly and mistletoe, and 12 towering Christmas trees stood proudly throughout the room, some adorned with shimmering icicles and others flickering with hundreds of candles. In the midst of a group of Slytherins, Malfoy boasted about how he had mocked Harry, saying, "I told him some people have to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas because their families don't want them." Laughter erupted from several Slytherin students in response. "Malfoy, apart from your sharp tongue, what else do you possess? How childish," suddenly spoke Lillian, her expression one of disdain. Malfoy, taken aback by her unexpected defense of Harry, flushed with embarrassment. At the entrance of the hall, Harry, Ron, and Hermione appeared. Upon spotting Augustus seated at the center table, Harry's eyes lit up, and the trio made their way directly toward the Slytherin table. "Mr. Augustus, we have an important matter to discuss with you," Harry said, a hint of shyness in his voice. In truth, it was only due to the significance of the matter that he approached Augustus, as he felt indebted to him for having saved them multiple times. "Oh, what is it? Feel free to share," Augustus replied with a warm smile, which seemed to dispel the trio's anxiety instantly. "Actually, we are trying to learn about a person named Nicholas Flamel. The trouble is, we don't know where to begin, as we are unaware of any notable achievements that could be documented about him. He is not mentioned in the greatest wizards of the 20th century nor in any contemporary lists of famous wizards. Additionally, his name does not appear in significant discoveries of modern magic or recent studies of wizardry," Hermione explained, organizing her thoughts as she conveyed the challenges the three faced. "Nicholas Flamel? He is indeed quite renowned, though records concerning wizards typically omit his exploits. He is a famous alchemist, best known for allegedly creating the Philosopher's Stone. Furthermore, he was a close friend of Dumbledore," Augustus mused, relaying what he knew about Flamel to the trio. Noticing the enlightened expressions on their faces as they grasped the significance of his words, Augustus inquired with intrigue, "What prompts your investigation into his story? As far as I know, he has been deceased for over 600 years, so your paths should not have crossed. Do you recall the three-headed dog we encountered on the 3rd floor? We speculated that it was guarding something, and that day, Snape," Harry began, only for Ron to suddenly kick him. Following Ron's subtle gesture, Harry realized Malfoy was intently eavesdropping on their conversation. He abruptly halted, then sheepishly turned to Augustus. "We'll clarify this with you later. Thank you so much for your assistance. We appreciate it." After speaking, Augustus hurriedly left the hall with Hermione and Ron. I dare say they must be conspiring about something of great significance. The creature lurking beneath the trapdoor guarded by the three-headed dog might indeed be their target. Moreover, since this matter involves Professor Snape, if I were to fully uncover their intentions and subsequently inform the teachers, they would surely be expelled from this school. Malfoy suddenly felt a renewed sense of purpose in life, and after bidding farewell to Augustus, he swiftly exited the hall as if propelled by the wind. In truth, even without elaboration from Harry, Augustus had already surmised the general idea of their conversation. The three-headed dog was likely guarding the Philosopher's Stone, and Snape, in their speculation, appeared to be the one coveting it. However, why Nicholas Flamel entrusted the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore and why Dumbledore chose to conceal it within the school was beyond Augustus's conjecture, based on Augustus's observations of Snape. He did not seem to be a person who would desire the Philosopher's Stone. Rather, Harry and his friends' biases against Snape often led them further from the truth. Conversely, it was indeed worth pondering why the stuttering and timid Professor Quirrell was so deeply concealed. What could his true intentions be? The atmosphere in the hall remained serene and harmonious. Yet the calm school life could not mask the tumultuous undercurrents brewing beneath. Outside the castle, a fierce wind howled, and a snowstorm seemed imminent. Events were becoming increasingly intriguing, were they not? A faint smile graced Augustus's lips. On the eve of Christmas, Augustus and Malfoy boarded the Scarlet train home. At platform 9 3/4, they were met by a patiently waiting Aurora and Clovis. Upon seeing Augustus emerge from the station, Clovis hurriedly embraced him. "This must be the only son of the Malfoy family," Aurora remarked with interest, observing Draco, with his platinum hair and gray-blue eyes, standing beside Augustus. "Indeed, aunt and uncle. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Draco Malfoy, Augustus's most loyal friend," Draco replied, his demeanor refined, shedding the usual airs of aristocracy. At that moment, a man with similarly platinum hair approached, his cold, pale gray eyes and sharp face giving him an imposing presence. He addressed Malfoy with a smile. "What a coincidence, Clovis. Long time no see." "Indeed, Lucius, it has been many years," Clovis replied with a noble smile. "Ah, I presume this is your family's heir, the illustrious Julius? Truly a fine specimen. I have heard from Malfoy about your remarkable performance in this year's prefect selection. Your family is fortunate to have such a talented heir," Lucius remarked enviously while observing the composed Augustus. "Of course, Augustus has always been the pride of our family," Clovis replied, unabashedly beaming. "Well, it is getting late. Draco and I must take our leave. We shall see each other at the annual meeting, Clovis." After conversing with Clovis for a while longer, Lucius bid farewell and departed with Draco. Seated in the grand carriage waiting outside the station, Augustus's family soared toward their estate under the radiant afternoon sun. Upon returning to his room in the manor, Augustus was astonished to find an array of gifts from his Hogwarts classmates spread across his bed. As he sorted through the presents, he discovered that Harry had gifted him a wizard's chess set, whereupon arranging the pieces, they clamored for a duel with Augustus. Malfoy had presented him with a spear capable of shooting forth a great flame from its tip, and during his first, careless attempt, Augustus almost set the roof ablaze. Hermione had sent him a book about fairies titled The Rights and Protection of Fairies. Ron gifted him a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, which screamed for Augustus to place them in a bowl before consuming. Lillian presented him with a heart-shaped golden pendant that, when opened, played a melodious tune reminiscent of a mermaid's song. Naturally, the diverse array of gifts was overwhelming, and before Augustus could finish organizing them, Aurora entered his room. "Such an abundance of gifts. It seems you have quite the popularity at Hogwarts. However, my dear, you must prepare. Tonight is the annual gala hosted by Fudge, and nearly all the nobles will be attending. We must depart shortly." Augustus nodded, and Aurora turned to leave the room. In truth, Augustus had long been accustomed to such noble gatherings, having frequently attended similar events in another realm. Back then, he was a legendary mage, the spiritual pillar of the Empire, and few dared to disturb him even at such gatherings, which left a serene impression in his memory. As dusk fell, Augustus donned a pristine white robe and accompanied the elegantly dressed Clovis and Aurora to the estate where Fuji was hosting a banquet. At the entrance stood a stout man with tousled gray hair, clad in a pinstriped suit, a vibrant red tie, a long black cloak, and purple-pointed boots. "My old friend, you have finally arrived," the man exclaimed, striding toward Clovis and embracing him. Clovis, smiling at Fuji's exuberance, replied, "We apologize for our tardiness. Thank you for your patience. No need for such formalities. Come in quickly, the banquet is about to commence." Fuji waved his hand and ushered Clovis inside the estate. The estate's centerpiece was the Grand Bram Palace, surrounded by gardens, meadows, and lakes. Geese meandered leisurely by the lakeside, while the gleaming Victory Monument stood resplendently. With flocks of sheep grazing on the hills, resembling tufts of cotton scattered across the landscape. Upon entering the reception hall, the high ceiling displayed vividly colored murals depicting scenes from the Wizarding Wars, adorned with a magnificent crystal chandelier and opulent decorations. The deep brown and dark red furnishings dazzled the eye, and various pieces of Chinese porcelain and antiques graced the enormous fireplace. The hall was already bustling with guests, groups of wizards mingling and toasting. As Clovis and Fuji stepped inside, they were immediately surrounded by a throng of people. Observing Clovis and Aurora engaging with the nobility, Augustus distanced himself to admire the dynamic murals of the wizarding conflicts. Just then, a soft voice floated to his ear from behind. "I didn't expect to see you at the banquet." Turning, he saw Lillian, her light blue hair cascading down as she approached. Her striking Western beauty accentuated by her dark red eyes, elegant nose, and slightly taller stature. "I thought you might not enjoy such gatherings," she remarked. Noting Augustus's silence, she added, "I merely came to witness the unique characteristics of this world's social events." "This world?" Augustus replied, a hint of interest in his tone. "Are you referring to the wizarding world? Have you attended a Muggle soiree before?" Lillian inquired, somewhat puzzled. "I have heard that the heir of the Julius family is also at this banquet," she continued. The Julius family indeed held a prominent position within the pureblood wizarding community in Britain. Though Augustus mused uncertainly about the heir's capabilities and whether he could withstand even a few seconds against him. Suddenly, a brash voice interrupted his thoughts from nearby. "You must be Augustus Julius. You don't seem impressive at all. I wager that in just 10 seconds, I can demonstrate the true marvels of magic." A boy with flaxen hair and a hooked nose, flanked by peers of similar age, approached Augustus with a dangerous glint in his amber eyes and a smirk on his lips. Augustus noted that one of the boy's legs appeared to be lame, causing him to sway as he walked. This boy was Loki Adams, the sole heir of the Adams family, set to enroll next year. A prodigy, he had reportedly experienced a massive surge of magical power at the age of 3 and had already amassed a quarter of an adult's magical capacity by 7. At 10, he had ventured alone into the renowned elven woods in Britain and defeated an adult centaur. However, his right leg bore the unfortunate consequence of a congenital bone fracture, which hindered his mobility. Lillian, observing Augustus's demeanor, expressed her concerns, sharing Loki's background with him. "Lillian, you two are here? Perfect. As a witness, you can see how I will defeat this so-called once-in-a-century heir of the Julius family. Crushing talent has always been one of my favorite pastimes," Loki declared, narrowing his eyes and speaking slowly. The banquet continued, with nobles eagerly taking to the dance floor, the lively atmosphere igniting desires among the guests. Unbeknownst to them, a storm was brewing in a discreet corner of the room. In that opulent hall, Loki, with a provocative smile, regarded the silent Augustus with contempt in his amber pupils, questioning his lack of response to such taunts. Did Augustus not understand that family honor surpassed all? Sometimes, even knowing one might not prevail, one must make sacrifices for the family's sake, a rule that the scions of such prominent families had long adhered to. Isn't that the cripple from the Adams family? Shouldn't you be at home propping up your cane, behaving like a good child of your family instead of barking here? Do you really think that the few shabby tricks you've learned will allow you to challenge Lord Augustus?" Malfoy appeared behind Augustus, his expression mocking. At that moment, the faces of Loki's companions turned pale, fear etched upon them as they glanced at Loki. The term cripple had always been a sensitive topic for him. Years ago, a boy from a family of equal standing had called him that and had been subjected to severe repercussions, ultimately ending up in St. Goman Hospital. When did the Malfoy become the watchdog of the Julius family? Loki's smile faded, his voice low and laced with menace. "A dog? I see one right in front of me. A pitiable mutt barking at those far superior in power." Malfoy's gray-blue eyes glimmered with amusement, unafraid of the confrontation. Sharp-tongued, "If you doubt my power, come and experience it for yourself. Just remember, once you agree to the duel, whether you can leave this place unscathed is something I cannot guarantee." Loki's voice regained its calm, ready to teach this watchdog a lesson. Without hesitation, Malfoy accepted the duel, eager not only to prove himself after his victory over Harry, but also to take down someone as arrogant as Loki. For Augustus, dueling with a child yet to enroll in school was a rather tedious affair. Thus, despite Loki's incessant provocations, Augustus chose to remain unresponsive, merely finding the situation uninteresting. Malfoy's intervention to deal with Loki spared him a troublesome encounter. As the group of youths made their way toward the estate's lawn, twilight had settled in, with the streetlights outside casting a dazzling silver glow that illuminated the verdant grass, creating an inexplicable chill in the air. Malfoy and Loki positioned themselves within a white circle drawn on the lawn, both brandishing their wands. Malfoy observed his opponent with a scrutinizing gaze, while Loki wore an expression of indifference, as if the outcome of this duel had already been predetermined from the outset. Who do you think will emerge victorious? I've heard Loki has wielded high-damage dark magic since a young age, and there's no prohibition against using it in this duel. I genuinely doubt Malfoy's chances, expressed Lillian, who was somewhat concerned, her impression of Malfoy limited to his sharp tongue. However, proficiency in dark magic does not inherently guarantee superiority in spellcasting. The world's most formidable wizard, Dumbledore, stands as a paragon in the realm of white magic. Although Malfoy often presented himself as unreliable, he possessed some experience in dueling. Augustus, confident in his Prodigy's abilities, knew that Malfoy had trained in dueling techniques under his guidance, albeit for a brief period. To Augustus, overcoming this young challenger seemed well within Malfoy's capabilities. Loki continued to exude an air of nonchalance. After signaling a boy behind him to announce the commencement of the duel, he lowered his wand, seemingly inviting Malfoy to make the first move. In wizarding duels, taking the initiative is typically crucial, with many wizards dedicating themselves to mastering various techniques to gain the upper hand. Yet, even before the duel began, Loki willingly relinquished the advantage of the first strike, a clear indication of his disdain for Malfoy. Malfoy remained unperturbed. After assessing his position, he cast a stunning immobilization spell aimed directly at Loki, following it up with a chain of damaging spells. If he could establish a seamless attack sequence, Loki's defeat would be all but assured. However, Loki's reaction was swift. Almost instantaneously upon Malfoy uttering his incantation, he successfully erected a protective barrier. Unlike Harry in their previous duel, Loki recognized the importance of evading or countering immobilization spells, even at the cost of expending magical energy, lest he fall prey to his opponent's strategy. Clearly experienced, Loki absorbed Malfoy's spell with ease. With remarkable agility, Malfoy cast a spell to enhance his movement speed, a practical charm he had learned from Augustus. Over the past 2 months, Augustus had imparted not only the magical techniques of this world, but also various first-level spells from another realm. Though their power was modest, their practicality in lower-level duels proved invaluable. As Malfoy darted around the dueling circle, Loki appeared puzzled. Could a first-year student truly wield such spells? Even Loki, who had self-studied up to the 3rd year at Hogwarts, had never encountered a speed-enhancing charm. While rapidly maneuvering within the circle, Malfoy launched spells at Loki from different angles. To his credit, Loki's reflexes and magical reserves were impressive, as he successfully countered Malfoy's attacks with a series of protective spells. With a hint of annoyance, Loki waved his wand, casting a high-level disillusionment charm upon himself, causing his form to gradually fade from sight. Malfoy, momentarily bewildered, had not anticipated that someone of Loki's age could utilize an aura-grade spell. The advantage that Malfoy had once enjoyed was swiftly reversed. Now, Loki lurked in the shadows while Malfoy stood exposed, with the initiative firmly in Loki's grasp. Malfoy could only remain vigilant, prepared to defend himself. Constrict swiftly. A deep voice resonated within the circle. Loki's form reappeared, and a red beam struck Malfoy, immobilizing him before he could react. Although Malfoy had readied himself, he was taken aback by Loki's proximity, leaving him no time to cast a protective spell. As Malfoy lay trapped and unable to move, a frenzied, cruel glint appeared in Loki's eyes. A surge of immense dark energy radiated from him, prompting Augustus to stiffen. This powerful magical wave carried an unsettling aura. Crucio. The incantation resonated with a deep, earthy hue, hurtling toward Malfoy. Before Malfoy could manifest a look of terror, a pristine, crystalline ice wall materialized before him. The wall shimmered like a mirror, shielding Malfoy as the unforgivable curse collided with it. Initially, the spell hesitated upon impact, only to rebound with greater velocity, striking Loki with an astonished expression. As the spell hit him, Loki collapsed onto the lawn, his body curling into a ball as he began to convulse silently on the ground. Remarkably, despite being subjected to the Cruciatus curse, Loki's will remained steadfast. He emitted no sound. Augustus furrowed his brow, astonished that a duel he deemed simple and straightforward would escalate to the use of the unforgivable curse. The ice wall he had conjured was the 5th-level spell, Frosted Mirror, nearly legendary in the realm of frost magic. Provided his magical capacity was sufficient and his opponent's level inferior to his own, he could reflect the majority of spells cast against him. On the ground, Loki endured excruciating torment, involuntarily rolling to alleviate his suffering. Those who have never experienced the agony of a heart-wrenching wound can never comprehend the terrifying nature of such unending pain. Malfoy wore an expression of relief. Had Augustus not intervened, it would have been he writhing on the ground now. Observing Loki's silence on the floor, Augustus nodded to himself, concluding that this level of punishment was sufficient for the boy. A 3rd-level healing spell was cast upon Loki, and under Augustus's immense magical influence, the excruciating side effects began to gradually dissipate. Loki slowly rose to his feet as the intense pain receded, though some discomfort lingered. After all, a 3rd-level spell takes time to take full effect. How dare you use the unforgivable curse against Malfoy? Do you not realize that such an act would lead to Azkaban? Exclaimed Lily, her face contorted with anger. After all, Malfoy, despite his faults, was her classmate. She had never anticipated that a duel between underage wizards could devolve into such chaos. Azkaban? Lily, your family, the Alexia clan, is somewhat renowned among the pure-blood families. It astonishes me that you would utter such a meaningless statement. Since when has Azkaban held any sway over individuals like us? Do you believe a horde of feeble dementors would dare to invade our home to apprehend anyone? Loki remarked, seemingly unfazed by the previous events. His face, which had been contorted in pain, now bore an expression of nonchalant ease. By the way, your spell was quite intriguing. What is its principle and affiliation? To be capable of reflecting even the unforgivable curse. If the opportunity arises, would you be willing to teach me? Loki inquired, his face lit with anticipation as he looked at Augustus. Meanwhile, Malfoy pressed his forehead in frustration, pondering whether all members of the Addams family were such oddities. Just moments ago, he had been writhing in agony due to Augustus's intervention, and now, without a hint of shame, Loki was eager to learn Augustus's spell. August furrowed his brow in displeasure. Whenever you are able to relinquish your habit of tormenting others with magic, I might consider teaching you. As a legendary figure and spiritual leader of the Empire, August had always adhered to the principle of defeating his opponents with honor, whether in duels or wars. He held a deep disdain for cruel and torturous spells, as well as for underhanded schemes that deviated from the righteous path. Thus, even a prodigious talent like Loki, if he did not amend his flaws, would have a limited future in August's eyes. The essence of magic does not lie in amusing the weak. Its true combat significance resides in challenging oneself and confronting the strong. When you cease to view magic merely as a tool for inflicting torment, I shall impart to you spells and magical theories, guiding you to witness the true sanctum of magic. Although August disapproved of Loki's cunning and malice, he still harbored a glimmer of hope for such a resolute young genius. If Loki could completely rectify his character flaws, his innate talent would be worthy of cultivation. The significance of magic? A flicker of confusion crossed Loki's typically indifferent expression. As a child, when he was merely a cripple, no one had regarded him with respect. Their gazes were either filled with disdain or indifference. Who would care for a cripple? Even as a member of the Addams family, no one would concern themselves with a person destined to be permanently disabled. However, after he first unleashed his magical prowess, revealing an immense reservoir of power, the attitude of those around him transformed. The astonished and envious gazes, the respectful demeanor, all enveloped Loki as he reveled in this newfound attention. He understood that it was magic that had wrought these changes in his life. Heaven and hell are but a thin veil apart, and magic endowed him with boundless might. From that moment on, he fervently sought to learn every form of magic he could find, relishing in tormenting those who believed themselves free of physical flaws during duels. For him, magic became synonymous with the awe in others' eyes and the sounds of their suffering. Those around him were similarly divided. They either gathered in admiration of his strength or distanced themselves in loathing and jealousy. Never had anyone dared to confront him directly, to tell him he was wrong and had strayed from the righteous path of magic. Loki was a proud individual. He had no friends, yet he felt no sorrow in that. To him, lacking friends was not lamentable, but the absence of rivals might be. He held profound respect for August, who had managed to strike him down from the side. Therefore, As the first to explicitly point out his errors, and as a formidable opponent, August's words resonated with Loki, filling him with a sense of novelty and warmth. I shall seriously consider your words. Should I make a change, do remember your promise when we next meet. Enlighten me on the meaning of magic and introduce me to the true sanctum of magic. Although the youth before him was not much older than himself, there was an undeniable charm and captivating authority in his words. Loki harbored no doubts about August's commitment. Observing Loki retreating with a group of young individuals, a subtle smile of satisfaction graced August's lips. Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving for correction, a trait that, in a sense, marked the essence of a true genius. The day before the new term commenced, August bid farewell to his parents and returned to school. The hall was still enveloped in the festive atmosphere of Christmas, with colorful decorations and a grand Christmas tree yet to be taken down. Most Slytherin students had not yet returned, and August found himself seated alone at the long Slytherin table, surrounded by a scattering of faculty and students. At that moment, Harry and Ron were seated at the Gryffindor table, whispering to each other with heads lowered, seemingly concerned about being overheard. In truth, amidst the sparse crowd in the hall, no one would have eavesdropped on their conversation. It appeared they had reached a pivotal point, as Harry lifted his head to scan the vicinity, ensuring no one was nearby. Upon noticing August seated alone at the Slytherin table, a glimmer of delight crossed Harry's face, and he exchanged a few words with Ron before they both approached August. "Mr. August, I hope you had a pleasant holiday," Harry greeted, a hint of shyness evident in his demeanor. "Pleasant indeed," August replied with a smile. "Moreover, your gifts were delightful. It would have been perfect had those chess pieces and sweets been a tad quieter." Upon witnessing August's apparent enjoyment of their gifts, Ron couldn't help but display a relieved grin. In truth, he felt a certain unease whenever he encountered August, perhaps due to the profound spells he had never encountered before. Or perhaps the unique aura that surrounded August, or even the formidable family that stood behind him. Regardless, this sense of apprehension always inexplicably surfaced in August's presence. Yet, remarkably, once their conversation commenced, August's soothing words and warm smile would effortlessly dispel that distance. "Those gifts are pleasing to you, then," Ron remarked, a bit shyly. Harry, feeling a surge of happiness, instinctively touched the scar on his forehead before suddenly adopting a serious expression. "Mr. August, in fact, we have come to discuss the matter of the Philosopher's Stone." Augustus nodded, gesturing for Harry to continue. In truth, his interest in the Philosopher's Stone was rather tepid. Whether it was the ability to transmute base metal into gold or the promise of immortality, he found little allure in either. The former was unnecessary for him, while he held skepticism towards the latter. If eternal life could be attained through external means, would not their lifelong pursuit of mastery become a mere jest? Furthermore, even should one ascend to true divinity, lifespan would merely be measured in epochs. Immortality was a myth in this world. Harry gathered his thoughts and pressed on. "The severe Snape I mentioned previously must have visited the room guarded by the three-headed dog on the third floor. His leg bore clear signs of having been bitten recently. I also overheard him threatening Quirrell. Although the connection remains unclear, it certainly raises suspicions. If the object the dog guards is indeed the Philosopher's Stone, then Snape is undoubtedly the most eager to possess it. Additionally, during the Quidditch Cup, Snape cast a curse on me. Had you not intervened, he might have caused my demise. A person capable of such malevolence, even if he holds the title of professor, cannot be deemed virtuous." Ron added, somewhat sulkily. "Is it based solely on these few suspicions that you all suspect Snape of attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Harry, I must assert that your reckoning is rather hasty. Setting aside whether he has indeed entered the room guarded by the three-headed dog or the reason behind his threats to Quirrell, it is evident that the curse he cast during Quidditch was intended to protect you. The true perpetrator of malice was Professor Quirrell. I regret not informing you sooner, as my oversight seems to have deepened your misconceptions about Snape." Augustus sighed, aware that these young ones harbored a profound bias against Snape. Snape was protecting me? A glimmer of confusion appeared in Harry's eyes. The very individual he had despised, almost to the point of hatred, was now revealed as a potential savior. The timid Quirrell, whom they regarded as cowardly, was unveiled as the true antagonist behind the Quidditch incident. The rapidity of these revelations was overwhelming. Not only was Ron rendered speechless, but Harry too began to feel a sense of vertigo. Could it be that all their conjectures were fundamentally flawed? Apologetically, Harry bid farewell to Augustus. Realizing that the contrast between Augustus's insights and their expectations was stark, and they required time to assimilate this newfound information. How amusing these children are, so engrossed in trivial matters. Even if it were true that Snape sought the Philosopher's Stone, or if the feeble Quirrell were indeed plotting to steal it, what could they truly accomplish to thwart such endeavors? Seek out Dumbledore? What if he were absent, or they could not locate him? Relying on others is inherently a foolish decision. Moreover, when confronted with genuine strength, all schemes and manipulations are rendered futile. Should these children redirect their energies towards mastering magic, they might yet achieve extraordinary feats in the future. Dumbledore's greatness does not stem merely from his discovery of 12 uses for dragon's blood or his remarkable achievements in alchemy alongside Nicholas Flamel. Rather, it is rooted in his triumph over the legendary dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald. The brilliance of one legend often emerges from the shadows of another's fall. Ultimately, it is strength that dictates all outcomes. Augustus could not help but recall Loki, the prodigious youth who, at merely 10 years of age, was capable of casting unforgivable curses. Despite possessing an unparalleled talent that few could rival, it was evident that such formidable power could not have been achieved without dedicating a significant portion of his energy to the realm of magic. People often beheld the dazzling brilliance of geniuses, yet seldom acknowledged the relentless toil that lay behind their success. Augustus observed clearly the fervent desire for magic reflected in Loki's eyes. In comparison, Harry and his companions appeared rather juvenile. In the world of sorcery, only magic necessitates a tireless and eternal pursuit. Everything else is but an illusion. Navigating through the dimly lit green of the Slytherin common room, Augustus returned to his dormitory. In the darkness, a hawk seemed to perch at the window, clutching something in its beak. Suddenly, a glimmer of light inexplicably appeared at the center of the room. As the radiance expanded, the entire chamber became enveloped in a halo of pale light, with clusters of luminous bands floating around the room. Each segment of the light was composed of numerous intricate symbols. Augustus's silver pupils flickered over the runes within the bands. With each passage of a rune, the light began to descend and gather in a designated space, gradually coalescing into a visibly defined, nebulous sapling. The sapling, radiating a soft white glow, exhibited every delicate branch and leaf, imbued with a mysterious, ancient aura. As the floating bands completed their transformation, Augustus beamed at the immaculate sapling suspended in the air, a perfect arc gracing his lips. Time sped by swiftly, and as the memories of Christmas began to fade, Easter approached amidst the eager anticipation of the Hogwarts students. Perhaps due to the impending final examinations, Easter felt considerably more burdensome than the carefree Christmas. Each teacher assigned a substantial amount of work, leading to a chorus of lamentations as the holiday commenced. In the afternoon at the Hogwarts library, the languid golden sunlight poured through the dark red wooden window frames, casting dappled circles of warm light upon an ancient parchment scroll in Augustus's hands. Reclining in a soft, comfortable mahogany chair, he held the scroll with one hand, the faintest golden glimmer shimmering in his silver pupils. How leisurely you are, sitting here relishing this rare holiday library time, while I feel as though I am on the brink of madness from the overwhelming assignments. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted nearby as Lillian approached and leaned against the chair beside Augustus, abandoning any semblance of ladylike decorum. Since that gathering, she had found joy in the evident closeness that had developed between them. Their interactions had increased since returning from Christmas. In truth, if you can complete all their assignments within a short span, it serves as a beneficial exercise for you. After all, the tasks assigned by these mentors are crucial to mastering the key points of their courses. Thus, as long as you do not rely solely on textbooks to complete these assignments, the final exams for this academic year should pose little challenge for you. Augustus closed the scroll in his hands, a hint of amusement gracing his features. In fact, these assignments do not consume much time at all. For someone like you, who consistently earns double AS on every assignment, they are certainly insignificant. However, for us who struggle to even find answers in the textbooks, what you perceive as mere exercise becomes the proverbial straw that breaks the camel's back. Lillian pouted, clearly unimpressed by Augustus's nonchalant remarks. Augustus shook his head in resignation. Bring it forth. How much have you brought this time? Lillian, secretly pleased, revealed a triumphant smile as she produced several petite notebooks from behind her. These notebooks were densely filled with intricate magical formulas, with certain sections conspicuously left blank, indicating an inability to continue. Upon receiving the notebooks from Lillian's hands, Augustus glanced through them and began to elucidate the queries contained within. A gentle breeze wafted in through the window, and the warm sunlight bathed Augustus's golden locks, which flowed down from his center-parted hair, cascading over shoulders that were notably broader than the average. His skin gleamed with a translucent radiance, and his high, straight nose complemented his clear, luminous eyes, which harbored an almost enchanting allure. As Lillian gazed dreamily at Augustus, illuminated by the golden rays, she momentarily drifted into a reverie, scarcely comprehending a word he uttered. "Mr. Augustus, so this is where you have been." A sudden voice abruptly shattered Lillian's dazed state. With an expression of indignation, she turned to the unexpected intruders. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood awkwardly a short distance away, Ron with one hand awkwardly resting behind him. Augustus imparted a few words to Lillian, who nodded reluctantly, tucking away her notes as she prepared to depart. As she was leaving, she cast a few inexplicable glances at Hermione. "Mr. Augustus, Ron has sustained an injury from a dragon bite. We cannot take him to the infirmary, as Madame Pomfrey would certainly notice the peculiar nature of the wound. Could you possibly assist in his treatment?" Hermione implored Augustus, her tone laced with desperation. In truth, they were uncertain whether Augustus possessed the ability to heal Ron, but his reputation for being remarkably capable instilled a glimmer of hope in them. Thus, upon realizing they could not escort Ron to the infirmary, Augustus was their first thought. A dragon? Judging by the wound, it must be a recently hatched one. Augustus chuckled softly. These children truly encountered the most extraordinary situations. Even in a fantastical realm, dragons were a rare species. Treating injuries inflicted by dragons is, in fact, quite challenging. Their saliva possesses formidable corrosive properties, along with unique magical resistance found in dragon blood. If the caster's magical prowess is insufficient, they would struggle to manage such wounds, perhaps even failing to perform a simple hemostatic procedure. The only recourse would be to rely on potions to gradually mitigate the effects on the injury. Augustus withdrew a silver wand and cast a powerful 5th-level healing spell upon the wound on Ron's left hand. Under the influence of the advanced spell, the significant gash began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. To Ron's astonishment, the wound seemed as if it were being delicately stitched together by an invisible hand, and in mere moments it returned to its original state. Truly remarkable. Ron flexed his left hand, his eyes gleaming with delight. He had presumed that such a severe wound, inflicted by a dragon, would require considerable time to heal, yet it had been resolved with such simplicity and swiftness. The dragon that had bitten Ron was a Norwegian ridgeback, hatched from an egg that Hagrid had won from a stranger, and he had named it Norbert. A flicker of envy danced in Harry's green eyes. He yearned for the ability to effortlessly cast a variety of useful spells, for a true wizard, in a certain sense, is indeed omnipotent. The Norwegian ridgeback? That might be illegal. A decree prohibiting dragon ownership had been passed at the Wizarding Conference of 1709. Augustus appeared to be unconcerned about wizarding laws, casually mentioning to Harry and the others, "We are, of course, aware of its illegality. In fact, we have already written to Ron's brother Bill, who works at a dragon sanctuary. This Saturday at midnight, we shall bring Norbert to the highest tower of Hogwarts, where Bill's friends will meet us to transport Norbert to the sanctuary." Hermione disclosed their plan to Augustus without reservation, evidently placing immense trust in him. After all, the fewer individuals privy to such matters, ones that could lead to imprisonment in Azkaban, the lower the risk. "That sounds well. I wish you the best of luck with your plan." Augustus nodded in approval. Harry, Hermione, and Ron, as swiftly as the wind, departed the library after bidding farewell to Augustus. The adventurous realm of youth was undoubtedly filled with excitement and fervor. As Augustus gazed out the window, the time was nearing dusk, with the crimson sun striving to break free from the horizon. The waning light of the sunset cast a warm glow throughout the library. He picked up a tome that had been laid aside and continued his solitary journey within his own world. Who can fathom the distant scenery that lies ahead, whether it is enchanting or desolate, majestic or lonely? Since Easter, Augustus had not seen Draco Malfoy at the Slytherin table. Malfoy and his two companions, Crabbe and Goyle, had become elusive, rarely seen outside of class hours. Whenever they chanced upon Augustus, they would exchange polite greetings before hastily departing. The Slytherin common room, usually devoid of life around 10 o'clock, was where Augustus preferred to peruse the materials borrowed from the library before retiring for the night. In the dim, quiet room, the warm green flames danced fiercely in the fireplace, with flickering emerald sparks occasionally leaping from the hearth, emitting soft, crackling sounds. At this hour, Augustus found himself alone, as most Slytherin students had already succumbed to slumber. The serene atmosphere was, for Augustus, nothing short of perfection. A tranquil and undisturbed environment is a luxury every wizard cherishes. Suddenly, the stone door to the common room emitted a series of creaking sounds. A jarring intrusion into the stillness. Augustus set aside his materials and turned his gaze toward the entrance, surprised to see a Slytherin student returning at such a late hour. As the door swung open, Draco Malfoy appeared, his face marred by a look of dejection. Upon noticing Augustus seated in the common room, Malfoy paused momentarily before a complex expression crossed his features. Augustus, I've gotten myself into a predicament. I just encountered Professor McGonagall in the castle tower. I intended to thwart Harry and the others' dragon plan, but instead of finding Harry, I ran into McGonagall. She simply wouldn't believe they had a dragon. Slytherin lost 20 points, and I'm to be confined. I'm doomed. I overheard McGonagall say confinement would be in the Forbidden Forest. How did you come to know that Harry and the others were planning to send the dragon away tonight? Augustus inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. There was a letter for Bill tucked inside the book they borrowed. I stumbled upon it while perusing the pages. Initially, I had no intention of exposing them, but after they caught me spying outside Hagrid's hut, they assumed I would tell a teacher. Eager to move the dragon, I decided to sabotage their plan tonight. So, you've been plotting this for some time, only to find yourself thwarted by Professor McGonagall, leading to Slytherin's loss of points and your own confinement? A smile finally broke upon Augustus's face. This unfortunate boy was indeed rather foolish. Did he truly believe that Harry and his friends would brazenly attempt to transport a dragon to the highest tower of Hogwarts without precautions? Yes, that is essentially the situation. Malfoy admitted, a pitiful expression adorning his features. Augustus, you must help me. If I venture into the Forbidden Forest alone, those inexplicable dark creatures will surely kill me. A glimmer of evident amusement danced in Augustus's eyes as he contemplated Draco's unfortunate predicament. Should Harry and his companions become aware that Draco not only failed to thwart their plans, but was instead confined, they would undoubtedly revel in the irony. I shall consult Professor McGonagall tomorrow. If she permits, I will accompany you into the Forbidden Forest. Augustus's calm words resonated in Draco's ears like a celestial melody, causing a weight to lift from his shoulders. The prospect of Augustus joining him transformed what was once a dreaded confinement into a mere triviality. Perhaps this would evolve into an excursion into the Forbidden Forest? A hint of relaxed anticipation flickered in Draco's demeanor. Unexpectedly for Augustus, Harry and his friends were far too preoccupied to mock Draco. The following day, the Gryffindor house points, once teetering on the brink of depletion, reflected a troubling turn of events, as a sudden loss of 150 points indicated that something significant had transpired the previous night. Once in second place due to prior Quidditch matches, Gryffindor now languished at the bottom. As the Gryffindor students passed the colossal hourglass recording house points, they initially suspected a mistake. How could they possibly have lost 150 points overnight? Soon, the tale began to circulate. Harry Potter, the illustrious hero of 2 Quidditch matches, had inadvertently caused such a substantial loss of points, alongside 2 foolish first-year students. Harry, once a figure of admiration within the house, now found himself the target of widespread scorn. Even the students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff regarded him with disdain, as they had long hoped to witness Slytherin's defeat. Meanwhile, Slytherin's house points, largely attributed to Augustus's contributions, towered impressively, presenting a stark contrast to Ravenclaw, who trailed by a twofold margin. Wherever Harry went, whispers and pointed fingers followed, accompanied by vocal insults that were anything but hushed. Conversely, whenever he passed by the Slytherins, they erupted in applause, whistles, and cheers. Strangely, Draco refrained from joining the mockery directed at Harry. The prospect of confinement in the Forbidden Forest filled Draco with trepidation. He often pondered the possibility that Augustus might ultimately deny his request, leaving him to navigate the perilous woods alone. He realized the fragility of his own existence, lamenting that his life had been too uncomplicated, merely filled with pranks aimed at Harry and his friends, yet now he questioned whether he could even ensure his own survival. At 11 that night, Augustus and Draco descended together into the entrance hall, where Filch awaited their arrival, accompanied by Harry, Hermione, and Neville. Upon seeing Augustus, Harry and his friends exchanged astonished glances. You ought to be grateful that Professor McGonagall has granted Mr. Augustus's request. He will accompany you into the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps a boon for your sorry lot, Filch remarked ominously, a humorless smile stretching across his face. Harry and his companions exchanged glances of relief, with Augustus present. They suddenly felt that this excursion into the Forbidden Forest might not be as terrifying as they had initially imagined. Filch, visibly displeased by their newfound ease, cleared his throat heavily and led the group toward the forest. They strode through the inky darkness, Neville sniffling incessantly. The moon shone brightly, yet clouds meandered across the sky, casting them into shadow. Harry could glimpse the warm glow from Hagrid's hut. Not far away, the dim light illuminated the foreboding expanse of the Forbidden Forest, resembling a slumbering ancient beast lurking in the dark. The muted moonlight failed to stir even the slightest ripple within the woods. A shadowy luminescence flickered in Augustus's eyes as he realized that, despite his prolonged stay at Hogwarts, he had never ventured into the Forbidden Forest. This journey might indeed prove to be an intriguing adventure. At the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, Augustus and his companions stood as Hagrid approached them from the shadows, striding forward with great purpose, followed closely by Fong. Hagrid carried his enormous crossbow, and a quiver filled with arrows hung from his shoulder. "It's about time," he remarked. "I've been waiting for half an hour." "How are you, Harry, Hermione?" "You shouldn't be so cordial with them, Hagrid," Filch interjected coldly. "After all, they are here to face punishment." "So that is why you're late, is it?" Hagrid frowned at Filch. "You've been lecturing them, haven't you? This is not your domain for scolding. Your task is complete. I shall take over from here." "I'll return by dawn," Filch replied ominously. "And I hope you all manage to emerge from the Forbidden Forest under Mr. Augustus's protection without leaving me to collect your remains." With that, he turned away, the flickering light of his lamp vanishing into the darkness. "All right," Hagrid said, surveying the group as Filch receded. "Listen closely. What we're about to do tonight is exceedingly perilous, and I do not wish for anyone to come to harm. Follow me over here." He led them to the forest's edge, raising his lantern high to illuminate a narrow path that meandered into the depths of the dark woods. A gentle breeze tousled their hair as they gazed into the forest. "Look over there," Hagrid pointed. "Do you see that glimmer on the ground? The silvery one? That is unicorn blood. A unicorn in this forest has been gravely injured. This is the second time this week. I found a dead one last Wednesday. We must seek out the poor creature and relieve its suffering." "A unicorn?" Augustus replied, his calm demeanor betraying a flicker of surprise. "The magic of an adult unicorn is comparable to that of 3 or 4 seasoned wizards. Do you truly believe that a being capable of slaying it could be confronted by these first-year students?" Hagrid acknowledged the danger, but clarified. "I do understand this is extraordinarily hazardous for you. However, my intention is not for you to confront the creature that harmed the unicorn. You are to search for clues within the Forbidden Forest." With a wave of his hand, he continued, "Now, we shall split into 2 groups and follow the blood trail. There are signs of blood everywhere. It has evidently been wandering about since last night." No matter how the groups were divided, Draco insisted, "I naturally wish to accompany Augustus. If a creature capable of slaying a unicorn lurks within the forest, I would prefer to be with Augustus rather than risk becoming Filch's next collection." After a moment's contemplation, Hagrid nodded. "Harry, you, Draco, and Augustus will go one way. I will take Hermione and Neville the other. If anyone finds the unicorn, send up green sparks. If trouble arises, send red sparks, and we will come to your aid. Now, let us proceed cautiously." The Forbidden Forest was shrouded in darkness and silence. After walking for a while, they reached a fork in the path. Harry, Augustus, and Draco took the left, while Hagrid led Neville and Hermione to the right. They walked in silence, their eyes fixed on the ground. Occasionally, a beam of moonlight broke through the branches above, illuminating a silver-blue bloodstain on the fallen leaves. "Do you think a werewolf killed the unicorn?" Harry inquired. "With a werewolf's speed, it could not catch a unicorn," Augustus explained. "As a near apex predator, few creatures can hunt a unicorn alone. Generally, unicorns, symbols of purity and grace, are not preyed upon by other beings. In some sense, every unicorn embodies the essence of righteousness. To dare to slay such a creature is akin to challenging the very fabric of fate," he added. "Who cares what killed the unicorn? Did you not hear Hagrid's earlier words? We are only here to investigate clues," Draco scoffed, dismissing Harry's concerns. "Let us focus on searching for those, rather than dwelling on the dangers." The trio pressed deeper into the forest, the trees growing denser and the path nearly impassable. Harry noted that the bloodstains were becoming more frequent. A tree root was splattered with blood, suggesting that the unfortunate animal had struggled in agony nearby. Through the gnarled branches of an ancient oak, he spotted a clearing ahead. "Stop!" Augustus raised his hand, halting Harry and Draco. A sudden seriousness washed over his previously calm face, and Harry felt a jolt of surprise. He had never seen such a grave expression on Augustus. In the clearing, a pure white figure lay shimmering on the ground. Indeed, It was the unicorn, already deceased. Harry had never witnessed such a beautiful yet tragic sight. Its long legs were frozen in the position it had fallen, unnaturally extended. Its mane lay upon the dark leaves like pearls scattered across a somber tapestry. Augustus did not linger on the fallen creature. His focus shifted to a shadowy area beyond their sight. Draco, curious, gazed in the same direction, perceiving only a profound darkness. "Come forth." "Such futile concealment serves no purpose," Augustus called out, his silver eyes reflecting a serious intensity. Despite the probing gaze, the darkness remained an impenetrable haze, indicating that it was at least semi-legendary. A thicket at the edge of the clearing rustled, and a hooded figure emerged slowly from the shadows. The air thickened ominously, and the clearing, once illuminated by the unicorn's body, dimmed inexplicably. The presence of the dark figure overshadowed the radiant corpse, enveloping them in an unsettling aura. Standing still, the figure regarded the trio, its stature commanding an unsettling dominance. Under its gaze, Draco felt a suffocating sensation, a pallor creeping into his complexion as a chill of dread washed over him, rendering him numb. A sudden, piercing pain shot through Harry's head, an unfamiliar sensation as if his scar were ablaze. Augustus remained motionless amid the encroaching darkness, a warm gust swirling around him. Suddenly, beautiful, radiant sparks ignited in the air. Crimson embers flickering against the heavy veil of black, becoming the sole light in this oppressive gloom. In the depths of the forbidden forest, under the wintry night sky, a curious youth demonstrated an impressive mastery of magical arts, skillfully weaving spells with an ease that belied his youth, establishing a unique magical system within his domain. "This remarkable talent undoubtedly astonishes me." A somewhat cold voice emerged from the darkness, while crimson sparks multiplied in the sky, resembling a myriad of fireflies dancing in the pitch-black night. Malfoy sensed a resurgence of sensation in his body. The luminous sparks swirling around him exuded a warm, radiant energy. Even amidst the boundless, profound darkness, as long as these embers persisted, a sudden flicker of hope blossomed within Malfoy's heart. As if he were on the verge of witnessing the dawn's first light. Your essence is excessively modeled, even within the realm of darkness. Such a chaotic amalgamation of energies should not exist. At your level, this situation is simply unfathomable. If you continue in this state, your path in magic has indeed entered a dead end. Augustus maintained a stoic expression, calmly pointing out the other's predicament. It seemed that the truth struck a nerve. In the darkness, the figure that had stood steadily suddenly exhibited a slight tremor. "TSK, such impressive observational prowess. Although I cannot fathom how you have gleaned such clarity regarding my condition, your understanding of magic remains rather superficial and juvenile. The realm of magic is replete with infinite possibilities, regardless of the path one takes, as long as one continues to advance. The ultimate essence of the magical world will inevitably unfold before your eyes, unencumbered." A subtle smile graced Augustus's lips. Every mage who has attained legendary status is undoubtedly steadfast in their conviction regarding their magical path. If one could be swayed by mere words from others, such a person would never be able to reach the legendary heights of magic. The term legend signifies not only an unparalleled comprehension of magic and the essence of its transcendental realms, but also embodies a solitary traveler exploring the path of magic, beset by countless scenic vistas and thorns along the way. Only by remaining undistracted and resolutely pursuing the goal within their heart can one glimpse the hopeful light at the journey's end. In a vast world teeming with myriad beings, the sight of ordinary individuals perpetually engaged in aimless toil can be disheartening. Yet, upon encountering a fellow traveler on the path, someone equally determined to pursue that elusive goal, Augustus felt an inexplicable sense of camaraderie, regardless of differing philosophies or methods of progression. "Let us engage," he urged, eager to ascertain whether the magic path the other spoke of had indeed reached the level he anticipated. For two companions on this journey, the most genuine form of communication lies in the clash of their magical paths. Sometimes, this straightforward and unrefined approach enables both parties to directly perceive each other's understanding of the arcane. The shadowy figure in the darkness hesitated momentarily, seemingly taken aback by Augustus's eagerness to duel. His reluctance to act stemmed from the fact that he had already sensed Augustus's presence the moment he had been observed. At their level, the instinctual awareness of one's power is unmistakable. Although Augustus radiated no discernible magical energy, an inexplicable sense of threat consistently reminded him of the danger posed by the youth before him, compelling him to avoid excessive risk in his current state. However, since the opponent had boldly issued a challenge, he felt compelled, by virtue of his identity and dignity, to accept the confrontation. An oppressive atmosphere began to brew in the air, prompting Harry and Malfoy to prudently step back. Almost simultaneously, both the shadowy figure and Augustus drew their wands. Shattered to pieces, a massive beam of red light shot forth from the darkness, its speed and power causing Harry and Malfoy to break into a cold sweat. They realized that had they been the ones facing such a formidable attack, they would have been utterly defenseless against the sheer force of the initial spell. A realm of combat they could scarcely comprehend. A barrier of flames materialized before Augustus, the colossal red beam striking it with precision, extinguishing silently within the inferno without causing even the slightest ripple. The fiery shield acted as a natural protective membrane, absorbing the assault as flames danced and transformed within. Before the opponent could initiate further action, Augustus waved his wand, summoning dozens of crystalline ice pillars that hovered ominously in the sky. With razor-sharp tips and emanating a chilling mist, the ice pillars suspended in the air reflected Harry's astonished visage. In the next moment, with a flick of his wand, the ice pillars surged forth, leaving a trail of afterimages as they hurtled through the air. As they approached the shadowy figure, an invisible barrier seemed to halt the advance of the ice pillars mid-air, prompting a smile to flicker across Augustus's face. With a deft motion of his silver wand, the pillars began to disintegrate, transforming into a myriad of ice shards that encircled the figure. In an instant, the ice spikes shot towards the figure from all angles with astonishing speed, leaving Malfoy wide-eyed in disbelief. Such an all-encompassing assault left no room for defense. The very next moment, he realized the folly of his assumptions. Sometimes, the best defense is indeed a robust offense. From the darkness, an enormous, serpentine shadow emerged, exuding an aura of deep emerald light, seemingly composed of boundless energy. The colossal serpent inhaled mightily, drawing in the countless ice spikes suspended in the air. Its gaze fixated upon Augustus, its cold, golden eyes gleaming with a cruel thirst for blood. In Augustus's eyes, a glimmer of amusement began to emerge, suggesting that the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Just as he was poised to counter the onslaught of the colossal serpent, a mysterious tremor rippled through the shadows, and the dark green serpent vanished without a trace. Let us conclude our encounter here. Continuing this battle holds no significance given our respective strengths. I trust we shall meet again soon. His calm and icy voice bore an undercurrent of fatigue. Not far off, the unicorn that lay on the ground soared towards that figure. A black flame ignited around the figure, and in the next moment, it, along with the unicorn, gradually faded into the black fire. After the fierce confrontation, both Harry and Malfoy found themselves at a loss for words. The impact of this battle weighed heavily on them, revealing a new realm of magical control and the lethal threat woven into simple attacks, as well as the precision of unconventional defense. They witnessed a transcendent mastery of magic, where each movement flowed effortlessly as if divinely inspired. In the stillness of the forbidden forest, Augustus stood quietly, gazing in the direction from which the figure had departed. His expression contemplative. A gentle breeze stirred, hinting that something was approaching from the darkness. Suddenly, the sound of hoofbeats echoed behind him, and in a moment, a centaur stood beside the trio. This centaur appeared somewhat youthful, with platinum hair and the body of a silver-maned horse. Are you all unharmed? There was a strong surge of magical energy here, and sensing the anomaly, I hurried over, hoping to arrive in time. The centaur scanned the three with a concerned tone. We're fine, thank you, Harry replied politely with a nod. Indeed, your timing was impeccable, Malfoy added with a dismissive pout. The centaur seemed unfazed by Malfoy's derision, his astonishingly blue eyes resembling pale sapphires. He scrutinized Harry closely, his gaze lingering on the prominent scar on Harry's forehead. You are the boy from the Potter family, he remarked. It would be wise for you to return to Hagrid's side. The forest is not safe at this time. May I inquire what transpired here? The immense magical disturbance has unsettled many creatures in the forest. In these troubled times, such a display of power is cause for concern. There indeed was a battle, Harry explained succinctly. We encountered the murderer of the unicorn, a highly formidable wizard. After clashing with Mr. Augustus, he departed with the unicorn's body. Augustus? Augustus Julius? A flicker of unexpected agitation crossed the centaur's eyes, as if this name held far greater significance than any battle or powerful sorcerer. He urgently glanced at Malfoy and Augustus, seemingly trying to discern who among them was the individual in question. What is it? Is there something amiss with my name? Augustus inquired. observing the centaur's anxious demeanor with mild curiosity. The centaur remained silent, his gaze laden with meaning as he continued to stare intently at Augustus. Suddenly, more hoofbeats approached from the opposite side of the clearing. Ronan and Bane burst forth from the underbrush, their sides heaving with exertion, beads of sweat glistening upon them. "Forenza, what are you doing mingling with humans? Have you forgotten our oath?" Bane bellowed. Forenza ignored Bane's outburst, fixated on Augustus. "What have you discussed with them?" Bane demanded, his voice laden with ire. "Remember, Forenza, we swore an oath to never defy the will of fate. Can we not discern the portents revealed by the movements of the stars?" Ronan anxiously pawed at the earth. "I believe Forenza acts with the best intentions." Ronan interjected in his sorrowful tone. "Best intentions? This matter has nothing to do with us. Our concern lies with the prophecies of the stars. We need not run about like fools after lost humans in our forest." Forenza appeared unfazed by Bane's scorn. Rather, a peculiar joy illuminated his features. He gestured for the two centaurs to halt and spoke in a tone bordering on reverent. "Do you know who this is? He is Augustus, the child of the Julius family." Bane and Ronan fell silent, their eyes reflecting a shared astonishment, as if the presence of Augustus before them was an extraordinary revelation. "So, everything that has transpired today is no mere coincidence. The celestial signs have manifested perfectly. The inevitable convergence of the stars, heralding a fateful encounter, is indeed here?" Ronan continued, his sorrowful voice echoing the gravity of the situation. Forenza nodded. "The stars never lie. Everything is predestined." Strangely, Bane refrained from further dissent. He regarded Augustus with a hint of wistfulness before turning away with Ronan. "Forenza, please guide Augustus and the others out of the forbidden forest. Today may be a day worth celebrating for us centaurs." While Harry and Malfoy remained in a state of bewilderment, Augustus began to grasp the essence of the centaur's conversation. Although he held a modicum of interest in celestial studies, the notion of his fate being entwined with a unique trajectory stirred a sense of discomfort within him. Fate, such an ethereal concept, had never garnered his belief. For a true warrior, destiny is always something to be wielded in one's own hands. Forenza commenced leading the trio towards the forest's exit. "What do you mean by this fateful encounter? Is it related to the figure we encountered earlier? Why did he seek to slay the unicorn?" Harry queried, casting a glance back at Forenza. "Harry Potter, do you know the significance of unicorn blood?" "I do not." Harry responded, taken aback by the odd question. "In potions class, we only utilized its horn and tail hair." "Clearly, unicorn blood can prolong life," Malfoy interjected, seemingly relishing Harry's ignorance. "Indeed," Forenza agreed, then shifted the conversation's tone. "But one must pay a grave price for such a gift. To save your own life, you would slaughter a pure, innocent being. Thus, from the moment its blood touches your lips, you inherit a half-life, a cursed existence." "But who is that fugitive?" Harry shouted, voicing his confusion. "If one is to endure a lifetime of curse, would it not be better to perish? Can you not fathom it? Who has awaited for so many years, yearning for a resurgence? Who clings desperately to life, biding their time?" In an instant, it felt as though an iron claw had seized Harry's heart. He seemed to hear Hagrid words from their first encounter. "Some say he's dead. I think that's pure nonsense. He probably has little humanity left, hence he cannot die." "Are you suggesting," Harry said in a low, hoarse voice, "that it is Voldemort?" The winter night in the Forbidden Forest was somewhat chilly. Malfoy shivered inexplicably. Augustus walked silently along the path, occasionally stepping on fallen leaves that rustled beneath his feet. The wind tousled Augustus's golden hair, and the faint silver light of the moon cascaded over his shoulders, casting a long shadow of his tall frame. Time passed swiftly, and the examination that everyone believed would take ages to arrive descended upon them unexpectedly. The oppressive heat in the large classroom made it uncomfortable for everyone as they answered their questions. The teacher distributed specially enchanted quills to each student, inscribed with spells to prevent cheating. For Augustus, the written exam was a mere formality. He answered with ease and enjoyment. Each subject's theoretical knowledge was etched in his mind like a grand memory palace, encompassing nearly all the theoretical aspects of Hogwarts' curriculum. For someone striving to comprehend the intricate magical system of this world, a wealth of complex theoretical knowledge was undeniably essential. Additionally, there was a practical examination. Professor Flitwick called them one by one into the classroom to see if they could make a pineapple dance across a desk. Professor McGonagall observed as they transformed a mouse into an exquisitely crafted snuff box. The more elaborate the box, the higher the score. If any mouse whiskers remained on the box, points would be deducted. To Augustus, both directing a pineapple to dance and transfiguring a charming mouse into a delicate snuff box posed no challenge. Any first-year student with a couple of months of diligent study could accomplish these tasks flawlessly. As for the potion-making test for the forgetfulness potion, it was exceedingly simple. The entire process could be completed by monotonously following the steps. This world felt overwhelmingly serene and tranquil, with most wizards inherently possessing a peaceful disposition, devoid of worldly contention. In Augustus's former world, even a first-year student entering a magical academy would have to team up or venture alone into perilous wilderness to hunt low-level magical beasts by the end of the term. The fundamental differences in the structural systems and values of the two worlds created such a stark contrast. Ultimately, it did not imply that one world was inherently superior. Both the world governed by the law of the jungle, emphasizing strength, and the highly regulated world of humanistic technology possessed their unique merits. The final subject was history of magic. If they could endure for just one more hour and answer which peculiar old wizards invented the self-stirring cauldron, they would be free to enjoy an entire week of leisure until the examination results were announced. When Professor Binz's ghost instructed them to put down their quills and roll up their parchment, Malfoy could not help but cheer alongside his classmates. Much easier than I anticipated, he declared as they emerged into the sun-drenched courtyard. Just watching that foolish Neville scratching his head in the exam room significantly boosted my answering speed. What a delightful examination. Neville's presence is akin to an oasis in a desert. He may not even realize how much he aids us. Malfoy, you truly have a soft spot for Neville. His frail and pitiable figure must evoke a sense of protectiveness within you. Let me guess when this began? Was it during that encounter with the memory orb? Did you plan it all when you selflessly shielded that orb from Harry? Lillian remarked with a teasing glint in her eye, causing Malfoy to blush. Lillian, do not mock Draco. In matters of affection, no one has the right to question the parties involved, Augustus lazily interjected. Malfoy suddenly felt as if the world had collapsed around him. Indeed, the examination was quite simple. Not far away, Harry and his friends passed by, with Hermione displaying a hint of pride on her face. I really don't need to memorize the code of conduct for werewolves from 1637 or the history of the House Elf Rebellion. Malfoy glanced at the trio, who were oblivious to their presence, a flicker of delight flashing in his gray-blue eyes. It was time to shift his target. Letting this opportunity slip away was not his style. Weasley, now that the exams are over, I suppose you'll be returning to your pigsty of a home? Honestly, you might as well drop out and join Hagrid as the Hogwarts Keeper of Keys, earning a meager salary to support your family. It would surely be better than living like a house elf, wouldn't it? Malfoy drawled lazily to Ron ahead. Harry and his companions halted. Ron's face flushing red as he glared at the haughty Malfoy, clenching his fists tightly. What? Do you want to throw a punch? Was the lesson you received last time not sufficient? Do you wish to experience my magical prowess again? Malfoy scoffed, feeling that after following Augustus for so long, it would be disgraceful if he could not handle novices like Harry and Ron. A sudden radiant smile broke across Harry's face. Malfoy, you truly have not grasped the situation. After everything we have endured, after witnessing Mr. Augustus and Voldemort's battle, do you still not realize how childish and ludicrous your actions are? If that man were to rise again, leading his Death Eaters to return, do you think you could continue to mock your classmates and deride others' families? Frankly, you are merely a canary trapped in a cage, forever unable to grow. For a moment, Malfoy was taken aback, evidently unprepared for Harry's retort. Once he regained his composure, a cold fury washed over his face. How ridiculous, Savior, the boy who lived. Do you truly believe you possess the power to prevent his return? What gives you the right to consider me merely a sheltered flower? You fail to see the efforts I have made. You cannot even best me in a simple duel. What right do you have to confront that man? In the face of absolute power, all the petty tricks you employ are but a joke. Harry calmly adjusted his glasses. Regardless, we will exert every ounce of effort to do all we can, irrespective of the outcome. As long as we have fought for something, we will have no regrets. A concept perhaps foreign to you Slytherins. Farewell. As sunlight filtered through the treetops, Harry and his friends gradually walked away, the soft azure sky reflecting upon the tranquil green grass. Malfoy, still wearing a proud expression, turned silently and departed in another direction. Augustus squinted slightly, a warm smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the maturation of youth is a delightful affair. Regardless of the uncertainties that lie ahead, fearless youngsters invariably bring forth unexpected surprises. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your patience. Updates shall resume over the next 2 days following the conclusion of final examinations, and the annual holiday is fast approaching. Having tidied up his various supplies and books in the dormitory, Augustus made his way alone from the Slytherin common room to the lakeside. seeking to savor the rare leisure of the holiday. The lake, tranquil as a polished mirror, sparkled brilliantly. Occasionally, birds would flit across from afar, skimming the azure waters and creating delightful splashes. The branches by the water swayed gently in the breeze, while the soft golden sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting perfect circles of golden patterns upon Augustus's elongated hands. Not far from the lakeshore, Harry and his two companions hurriedly emerged from Dumbledore's office. Upon noticing Augustus on the grass, they quickened their pace toward him. Augustus, with a touch of resignation, rubbed his forehead. It seemed yet another situation had arisen. These three were akin to magnets for calamity. "Mr. Augustus, this time the matter is serious," Harry declared gravely before Augustus could utter a word. "We just learned from Hagrid that someone has lured him with a dragon egg to obtain the means to control Fluffy. Who, if not for the Philosopher's Stone, would ever be inclined to discover how to deal with a three-headed dog?" Hermione interjected, "Moreover, we just visited Professor Dumbledore. And Professor McGonagall mentioned he is currently absent from the school. The timing, along with other factors, makes today the most opportune moment for that individual to steal the Philosopher's Stone. What do you three intend to do? The professors are unlikely to believe you. And are you resolved to confront the would-be thief of the Philosopher's Stone yourselves?" Augustus inquired, regarding the hopeful expressions of the trio with a gentle gaze. "Could you accompany us? If you are with us, even if that person is Voldemort himself, we would be considerably more confident," Harry asked somewhat bashfully, hopeful that Augustus's presence would ensure their success. "Relying on others is not a commendable habit. I shall join you this time. But I hope in the future you can stand on your own rather than perpetually seeking assistance." A faint smile graced Augustus's lips as he acquiesced to Harry's request. The three exchanged glances of joy. "Then let us convene at 10 o'clock tonight on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts," Harry proposed, and the trio hastily departed the lakeside. Heading towards the castle, a breeze began to stir by the lakeside, the cool air tousling Augustus's golden hair. As he watched the departing trio, a contemplative expression flickered in his eyes. Before long, it was 9:30 in the evening. Augustus stepped out of the dormitory, traversing the Slytherin common room, aglow with warm green flames, and navigated the winding staircases of the castle until he reached the 3rd floor, where Harry and his companions awaited him. "We encountered a minor hiccup. We ran into Neville along the way, but fortunately, nothing unexpected transpired." Hermione managed to handle Neville, Harry remarked while adjusting his glasses as he addressed Augustus. Augustus nodded, and the four of them proceeded towards their destination. At the staircase entrance on the 4th floor, just as they were about to ascend, a mischievous spirit unexpectedly drifted towards them. Upon seeing Augustus and his companions, the spirit opened its mouth wide, but in an instant, Augustus drew his wand, and a faint red beam shot forth, sealing the spirit's gaping mouth. It struggled in the air, attempting to fly away in the opposite direction. Moments later, they arrived at the door outside the corridor on the 4th floor, which stood slightly ajar. "Did you see that?" Harry whispered. "It seems that person has successfully passed through the barrier." The sight of the half-opened door seemed to sharpen their awareness of the challenges that lay ahead. As the door creaked open, a low, menacing growl echoed in their ears. The creature, Lu Wei, glared at the unexpected visitors with a fierce and savage expression. Nearby, a harp lay toppled on the ground, indicating that the previous occupant had long since departed. Harry lifted Hagrid's flute to his lips and began to play. His tune was far from melodious, yet the moment he produced the first note, the creature's eyes began to droop. Almost without pausing for breath, Harry continued to play. Gradually, the ferocious barking subsided, and after a few sways, the great beast's knees buckled, leading it to collapse onto the floor, succumbing to a deep slumber. "Keep playing." "Don't stop," Ron urged Harry, as the four of them approached the trapdoor. As they neared the three enormous heads, they could feel the warmth, pungent breath of the beast. Augustus opened the trapdoor, revealing an abyss cloaked in darkness, seemingly bottomless. The light from the room appeared to be completely absorbed, leaving only an expanse of the unknown in view. "You may descend first," Augustus gestured to Ron and Hermione, while Harry continued to play his flute. And the large dog lay in a stupor with its three heads resting on the ground. Ron was the first to leap down, and after a moment, his somewhat hoarse voice echoed from below. "It's all right," he shouted towards the opening, which now resembled merely a small patch of light the size of a postage stamp. "It's a soft landing. You can jump." Then Hermione followed suit. Augustus took Harry's flute, and during the brief pause in the music, the great dog roared once more and began to thrash about. However, as Augustus resumed playing, the creature once again succumbed to a deep slumber. Harry crawled over the large dog and peered down through the opening. Below lay an unfathomable depth. After a moment's hesitation, Harry followed suit and jumped in. As Augustus played his flute, he retreated until he stood before the trapdoor. He set down the flute, turned around, and pulled the trapdoor open, leaping into the darkness below, the roar of Ruby still echoing in his ears. The four of them had plunged into a realm of soft existence. Honestly, thank goodness for this patch of vegetation. Ron remarked. Thank goodness for what? Hermione shrieked. Look at you all. She sprang up, struggling towards a damp wall. Her frantic movements were prompted by the serpent-like tendrils of the plants that had ensnared her ankles as soon as she fell. Do not struggle. Augustus warned Harry and the others. This is the devil's snare. The more you resist, the tighter it will grip you. Just relax, and it will release you. Demonstrating the technique, the devil's snare around Augustus loosened its hold, gently lowering him to the solid ground. Hermione and Harry quickly grasped the concept. As they relaxed, the surrounding tendrils also released their grip, allowing them to descend smoothly to the floor. Help me, Ron cried, increasingly ensnared by the tightening vines. For him, relaxing was an overwhelming challenge. With a resigned sigh, Augustus drew forth his silver wand, and a searing flame erupted from its tip. The devil's snare, preferring the damp shadows, recoiled as if encountering a natural enemy, parting to free Ron, who tumbled to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Before them lay a stone corridor. Apart from the cold floor and the stone walls flanking them, an air of uncertainty loomed. The long, winding corridor was silent and serpentine, save for the sound of their footsteps and the gentle drip of water from the walls. The corridor sloped downwards, prompting Harry to recall Gringotts. His heart raced as he remembered the legendary dragons that guarded the Wizarding Bank's vaults. If they were to encounter a dragon, a fully grown, formidable beast would be a daunting adversary. Can you hear anything? Ron whispered. Harry strained to listen. There seemed to be a faint rustling and clinking ahead. They reached the end of the corridor, revealing a well-lit chamber with a high, vaulted ceiling. Countless small birds, shimmering like gemstones, flitted about the room. Opposite them stood a heavy wooden door. Do you think if we cross the room, they will attack us? Ron inquired. Clearly, to understand the nature of these creatures, they would have to traverse the open space. Augustus scanned the air thick with winged entities. Taking a deep breath, Harry shielded his face with his arm and dashed across the room. He braced himself for sharp beaks and claws, yet miraculously, he emerged unscathed. Arriving at the door, he pulled the handle, only to find it locked. Augustus approached with Ron and Hermione, while Harry pulled and pushed, yet the wooden door remained immovable. Hermione attempted her Alohomora spell, but to no avail. What shall we do? Ron inquired. Have you not noticed that the small flying creatures above us are indeed the key to opening this door? Upon closer inspection, it is evident that these little beings are winged keys. Augustus surveyed every corner of the room, while Ron and Hermione gazed upward at the swarm of fluttering keys. However, there were hundreds of keys in sight. Ron meticulously examined the door's lock. We must seek an antique, possibly silver key, shaped like a door handle. Harry, Ron, and Hermione then seized nearby broomsticks and plunged into the dense cluster of keys, diligently searching for the key to the door. Augustus activated the Eye of Insight, conducting a thorough scan of the entire pile of keys. In a fleeting moment, he discerned a large silver key concealed among the others, its wings drooping as if it had been roughly thrust into the keyhole by someone. The silver wand pointed towards the key adorned with sky-blue feathers, and a wizard's hand directed a spell. The somewhat listless key was instantly grasped by an invisible hand in midair. After struggling in vain, the key was handed over to Augustus, clearly accustomed to such rude treatment. Harry, Ron, and Hermione dismounted their broomsticks and gathered beside Augustus. This must be the one, Harry ventured uncertainly. We'll find out by trying, Augustus replied, inserting the key into the lock. With a forceful twist, it clicked open. But the key immediately took flight once more, appearing rather weary after being seized twice in quick succession. Are you ready? Augustus inquired, gripping the doorknob and looking at Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who nodded in agreement. He then pushed the door open. The second chamber was enveloped in darkness, rendering everything invisible. However, as they stepped inside, the room was suddenly illuminated, revealing a shocking scene. They found themselves beside a colossal chessboard, facing towering black pieces that loomed taller than them, seemingly carved from obsidian. Opposite them stood a row of white pieces. Harry, Ron, and Hermione trembled at the faceless visages of the towering white pawns. What do we do now? Harry whispered. Isn't it obvious? Ron replied. We have to play chess to reach the other side of the room. They noticed a door behind the white pieces. How do we play? Hermione asked anxiously. I believe we must act as the pieces, Ron suggested. I don't think it needs to be that complicated. We can just walk past. Augustus remarked with a hint of amusement in his eyes. These animated constructs were indeed well-crafted, though merely intimidating on the surface. Compared to the dreadful mechanisms in the wizard's towers of alternate realms, these chess pieces appeared almost endearing. The silver wand directed itself towards the ceiling, and a massive, dark cloud began to form above. As the cloud swelled, it enveloped the entire room, and enormous hailstones began to fall, crashing onto the chessboard and scattering ice crystals in every direction. Frost connected and spread across the surface, covering the entire board and its pieces. In mere moments, the room transformed into a world of crystalline ice pillars. Ron, Harry, and Hermione gazed in stunned silence at the icy realm before them, at a loss for words to express their current feelings. In this frosty domain, all language seemed woefully inadequate. Well, this certainly makes it easier, Ron said, rubbing his eyes vigorously, as if to prove this was not a mere illusion. Hermione mechanically nodded, for the first time not disputing Ron's words. Let us move on. Who knows what else awaits us ahead? Augustus beckoned, leading the way across the mirror-like, ice-covered floor towards the exit. What do you think is next? Harry asked, hastening to catch up with Augustus. We've navigated Sprout S puzzle, which must have been Professor Flitwick's enchantment on the keys. The chess pieces must have been brought to life. Now we only have Quirrell's magic and Snape's left. Augustus replied as they approached another door. Shall we? Harry asked softly. Let us go in, Augustus urged, and as Harry opened the door, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses, forcing them to cover their noses with their garments. Tears streamed from their eyes as they peered through the haze to see a colossal troll, larger than the one they had previously encountered, lying motionless on the ground, unconscious, with a gruesome, bloody lump on its head. Fantastic. We won't have to fight this troll, Harry whispered. They cautiously stepped over the troll's massive legs. Hurry, I can barely breathe, Ron urged as he opened the next door, bracing themselves for whatever lay beyond. To their surprise, there was nothing frightful, only a table adorned with 7 uniquely shaped bottles. Each bottle contained a liquid of enticing hues, as if imbued with boundless magical power, each color exuding a mesmerizing allure. Snape's magic, Harry remarked. What should we do? As the 4 crossed the threshold, flames erupted behind them, sealing the entrance. This fire was unusual. It was purple. Simultaneously, black flames leapt up at the door leading forward, trapping them in between. Look, Hermione exclaimed, grabbing a scroll of parchment beside the bottles. Augustus stood behind her, reading along. Danger is imminent. Safety is behind. 2 of us can assist you. Drink them. 1 will lead you forward, the other will take you back. 2 contain the potion of nettles. The 3 are lethal. Waiting in line. Choose wisely, unless you wish to be delayed indefinitely. We offer 4 clues to aid your choice. First, no matter how cunningly the poisons hide, they all stand to the left of the potion of nettles. Second, the contents of the bottles at both ends are ineffective if you wish to advance. Third, the sizes of the bottles vary. Neither the giant nor the dwarf harbors death. Fourth, the second from the left and the second from the right, though differing in appearance, taste the same. Interesting. This likely relates to Muggle logic puzzles, Augustus mused with intrigue. Hermione sighed deeply, and to Harry's astonishment, she wore a smile. He himself could not muster any mirth. Yes, Hermione stated, this is not magic. It is logical reasoning, a riddle. Many of the greatest wizards lack even the slightest ability for logical deduction and are thus forever trapped here. Clearly, Miss Granger excels in this regard. If so, I leave this challenge to you, Augustus remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Hermione, who was meticulously studying the clues. Just give me a minute. I should be able to decipher this riddle in a minute, Hermione said, rereading the parchment several times. She paced before the row of bottles, muttering to herself while gesturing toward various vials. Finally, she clapped her hands in delight. I've got it. This smallest bottle will help us pass through the black flames to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Harry looked at the unassuming little bottle. It's only enough for 1 person to drink, he noted, barely a sip. Which bottle will allow you to pass through the purple flames and return? Augustus asked, turning to Hermione. She pointed to the round bottle on the far right. Here's the plan. Hermione and Ron, drink from the bottle that will allow you to return. Pass through the purple flames and wait in the dormitory for our signal. I will drink the one that allows me to proceed and will pass through the black flames with Harry. Augustus pondered momentarily before revealing his plan to the trio. Hermione and Ron nodded in agreement. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, Harry and Augustus would undoubtedly remain safe in each other's company. Do take care. Ron and I shall return, Hermione said, casting a reluctant glance at the two. She then seized the round bottle on her right and took a hearty swig, shivering as the liquid coursed through her. Ron accepted the bottle from Hermione's grasp and drank deeply, wishing them luck and urging them to proceed with caution. Hurry along. With that, they turned and traversed the violet flames. Harry inhaled deeply, grasping the smallest vial. He turned to face the black flames. Here I come, he declared, and in one swift motion, drained the contents of the diminutive bottle. It felt as though ice had seeped into his very being. He set the bottle down and stepped forward, summoning his courage as he felt the black flames caress his form, yet he sensed nothing. In that fleeting moment, all he could perceive was the engulfing darkness of the fire, and with determination, he successfully emerged on the other side, entering the final chamber. Augustus cloaked himself in a veil of invisibility, gradually fading into the air, before boldly traversing the black flames. These flames caressed Augustus's dark robe like obedient pets. As he stepped into the room, Augustus cast a glance around, discovering that the figure standing at the center was neither Snape nor Voldemort, but rather Quirrell. You. Harry gasped in astonishment, struggling to catch his breath. Quirrell chuckled, his face no longer twitching. It is I, he said calmly. I was just pondering whether I would encounter you here, Potter. So it was indeed you behind all of this. Naturally, who would suspect the stuttering, feeble Quirrell to be the mastermind behind the theft of the Philosopher's Stone? Your performance was so convincing that even Dumbledore was deceived. Harry adjusted his glasses and replied flatly. Of course. The timid Quirrell, portrayed as a vulnerable figure deserving of protection, evoked sympathy from all. Who could ever imagine that he was the one seeking to steal the Philosopher's Stone? It is indeed amusing. The truth is often more brutal than reality itself. Beneath the surface lies an astonishing truth, and after playing the role of a pitiful weakling for so long, Quirrell felt a profound sense of accomplishment in this moment of revelation. Quirrell snapped his fingers, and in an instant, several ropes appeared out of nowhere, binding Harry tightly. You meddle too much. I cannot allow you to live, Potter. On Halloween night, as you wandered through the school, I knew you had seen me inspecting the mechanisms of the Philosopher's Stone. Did you unleash that troll? Of course. I have a particular method for dealing with trolls, which you surely witnessed when I taught that creature in the adjoining room a lesson. Unfortunately, while everyone was frantically searching for the troll, Snape, who had already grown suspicious of me, rushed to the 4th floor to intervene. My troll did not manage to kill you, and even the 3-headed dog failed to sever Snape's leg. Now, wait here quietly, Potter. I need to examine this intriguing mirror closely. It was only then that Harry noticed what stood behind Quirrell, the mirror of Ariste. This mirror is the key to finding the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell murmured, tracing the frame with his fingers. Only Dumbledore could possess such an object, but he is currently in London. By the time he returns, I will have long departed. The mirror of Ariste, concealed nearby, caught Augustus's attention, and a glimmer of inscrutable meaning appeared in his eyes. He had not anticipated encountering such an artifact in this world. This mirror, representing the culmination of all dreams, served as a nexus of the collective unconscious. If wielded wisely, it could become a catastrophic existence surpassing even Pandora's box. Quite intriguing. It seemed that this journey alongside Harry and his companions bore substantial fruit. Quirrell turned away from the mirror, greedily gazing into its depths. I see the Philosopher's Stone. I am about to present it to my master. But where is it hidden? Harry struggled desperately against the ropes binding him, growing increasingly ensnared. He had to divert Quirrell's focus from the mirror. I truly do not understand. Is the Philosopher's Stone concealed within the mirror? Should I shatter it? After several failed attempts at exploration, Quirrell grew impatient, tapping the surface of the mirror. What is the nature of this mirror? What function does it serve? Help me, master. Harry listened in horror as a voice responded, seemingly emanating from Quirrell himself. Use the boy, use the boy. Quirrell turned toward Harry. Very well, Potter, come here. A flicker of surprise crossed Augustus's typically serene visage. The voice seemed reminiscent of that individual encountered in the Forbidden Forest. This revelation could potentially elucidate the complex and variegated aura surrounding that person, if his conjecture was not amiss. With a swift clap of his hands, the ropes binding Harry loosened autonomously. Harry gradually rose to his feet. Come here, Quirrell reiterated. Gaze into the mirror and recount what you observe. Harry approached him, grappling with a thought. I must deceive him at all costs. I must first peer into the mirror, then fabricate a web of falsehoods to ensnare him. He resolved to proceed accordingly. Quirrell leaned in closely behind him, and Harry detected an unusual scent emanating, seemingly from the scarf draped around Quirrell's neck. He shut his eyes and positioned himself before the enchanted mirror, then opened them once more. He beheld his reflection, initially pale and anxious, yet moments later, a smile graced his lips. The Harry in the mirror reached into his pocket, retrieving a vibrant crimson stone, and after a fleeting blink, he returned the stone to his pocket. At that instant, Harry felt a heavy object genuinely tumble into his own pocket. It was utterly astonishing that he had thus acquired the Philosopher's Stone. Augustus gazed intently at the pocket of Harry, and under the influence of the Eye of Insight, an object radiating immense magical power slipped into Harry's pocket. It appeared that everything had been meticulously orchestrated by Dumbledore, even though he did not accompany Harry and his companions. It was certain that Harry would ultimately secure the Philosopher's Stone. For them, this was not merely an adventurous trial but also a splendid test. One cannot deny the extent of Dumbledore's efforts on behalf of Harry. "What do you see?" Quirrell inquired impatiently. Summoning his courage, Harry stammered. "I saw myself shaking hands with Dumbledore. I claimed victory for Gryffindor in the House Cup. He is lying. He is lying, Potter. Come back here and tell me the truth. What did you just see?" Quirrell's shrill voice demanded. "Let me speak to him face to face," he insisted. "My master." "You have not yet regained your strength." "I still possess enough power," Quirrell retorted. Harry longed to scream but found himself utterly voiceless. Where Quirrell's head should have been, a face appeared, one so grotesque and terrifying that Harry had never encountered anything like it before. The face was chalky pale, with eyes glowing a fiery red and nostrils that resembled the elongated slits of a serpent. "Harry Potter," it whispered. A fleeting expression of regret flickered across Augustus's face, confirming that his conjecture was indeed correct. The present-day Voldemort was merely a parasitic entity, subsisting on the blood of unicorns while enduring a curse. A grotesque existence for one who was once a legend. Such a humble state of being is, in fact, more intolerable than death itself. Harry wished to retreat, yet his legs felt as though they were rendered immobile. "Look at what I have become," the face lamented, reduced to mere shadows and vapors. "Only by sharing a corporeal form with others can I possess a semblance of physicality. Nevertheless, there are always individuals willing to permit me entry into their hearts and minds. In the past few weeks, the unicorn's blood has restored some of my strength. That day in the forest, you witnessed Quirrell imbibing my blood. Once I obtain the elixir of life, I shall recreate a body of my own. So why not surrender the Philosopher's Stone from your pocket to me?" He was aware. Suddenly, Harry's legs regained their sensation, and he staggered backward. "Do not be foolish," the face hissed menacingly. "It is in your best interest to preserve your life and ally with me, or you shall meet the same fate as your parents. In their final moments, they begged for mercy from me." "That is a lie," Harry shouted vehemently. Quirrell advanced upon him, enabling Voldemort to maintain his gaze. Now, a malevolent grin spread across the wicked face. "How touching," he rasped. "I have always admired courage. Yes, my child, your parents were quite brave. I struck first, killing your father, who fought valiantly against me, refusing to yield. Your mother need not have died. She sacrificed herself to protect you. Now, hand over the Philosopher's Stone, lest your mother's death be in vain." "Never." Harry struggled, preparing to flee toward the dark door behind him. "This ends here. Now, it is time to resume our unfinished magical discourse." Dispelled from invisibility, Augustus's tall figure gradually materialized in the room. A wave of searing heat mingled with an icy breath enveloping the entire space. "Is it you?" Voldemort inquired, a flicker of surprise igniting in his crimson eyes. "I find it difficult to comprehend why a Slytherin would show such concern for a Gryffindor. What a pity for your magical prowess to have been squandered, ultimately reduced to being Dumbledore's lackey." Augustus smiled nonchalantly, regardless of whether he was regarded as another's tool, as long as he followed his heart and adhered to his feelings. Every decision made would inevitably lead him step by step to the path of magic, a foundation of freedom and spontaneity, requiring no excessive contemplation. "This is the path I aspire to." "Marvelous." A faint smile graced Voldemort's lips as he applauded. At such a young age, to have already discerned one's path is truly astonishing. Not to mention the innate talent for magic. A fundamental criterion for becoming a legend is to forge a route never traversed by others. In you, I already perceive the shadow of future legend. As a former senior of Slytherin, I extend my early wishes for you to soon embark upon the legendary path. In Augustus's silver-hued pupils, a flicker of appreciation passed. Before him stood a legendary figure from yesteryears, whose breadth of spirit and magnanimity surpassed that of ordinary mortals. Merely as an adversary, he had already eclipsed the majority of legendary mages in this otherworldly realm. "Let us commence," I hope this time we can indulge ourselves fully. Augustus withdrew his silver wand, and the air within the chamber, previously tranquil, began to clash violently, alternating between warmth and chill. Whirlwinds surged with abandon, and crystalline sparks of ice emerged in the atmosphere. Dots of pure white and fiery crimson flickered intermittently around Augustus, casting a dim and luminous glow. An oppressive aura gradually enveloped the entire room. The impending battle was on the brink of eruption. Today is the Double Ninth Festival, and I shall be out with my family. Wishing everyone a joyous holiday. I will pause my updates for a day. Voldemort drew forth his wand, recalling their last duel where he had struck first. As a gesture of courtesy, you may take the initiative this time. A smile flickered in his scarlet eyes as he spoke to Augustus with a gentlemanly demeanor. Augustus's lips curled into a subtle smile as his silver wand pointed skyward, conjuring a swarm of fiery red crows that filled the air. The dense mass of crows, ablaze with scorching flames, inundated the cramped room with waves of heat, occupying a significant portion of the space above. As Augustus directed his wand towards Voldemort, the crows flapped their ember-sparked wings, screeching as they surged toward him. Voldemort remained unperturbed, raising his wand towards the heavens, erecting formidable barriers. Invisible walls of air materialized, obstructing the fiery crow's flight. They collided with these barriers, creating bursts of warm winds. With a flick of his wand, Augustus commanded the fiery crows to halt abruptly, their beaks agape as they faced Voldemort. In the next moment, pure, searing flames erupted from their mouths, surging from every angle like an unstoppable force. Voldemort observed the flames converging from all directions with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. He pointed his wand toward a vacant spot on the ground, and the emerald-green serpent that had vanished upon its last appearance re-emerged within the room. The serpent seemed invigorated by its return, emitting a satisfied hiss as it lifted its head to gaze at the flames above, unleashing torrents of dark, icy energy from its maw. The dark energy clashed with the flames, producing bursts of annihilating energy that rained down upon the floor, eroding it into countless circular pits of varying sizes. Augustus waved his wand, and the fiery crows in the sky vanished into thin air. In their place, a pure white sea eagle materialized, soaring gracefully. The eagle emitted a proud cry, its amber eyes reflecting the image of a massive emerald serpent coiled below. As if sensing its prey, it spread its mighty wings and darted towards the serpent with breathtaking speed. The serpent, with its golden eyes flickering with disdain, raised its head and hissed a menacing warning. In an instant, beams of golden light shot from the serpent's eyes towards the approaching sea eagle. The eagle deftly maneuvered through the air, effortlessly evading the onslaught of golden rays, which pierced the atmosphere and struck the ceiling, transforming the wooden surface into a frigid, marble-like gray stone. As the eagle approached the serpent, it extended its sharp talons and let out a fierce cry, launching an attack with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The serpent, caught slightly off guard, suffered several deep gashes from the eagle's claws, frost emanating from the wounds. The serpent groaned in pain, a flicker of anger igniting in its golden gaze, and with a powerful swish of its massive tail, it struck at the eagle. The eagle was unable to evade the attack, and the serpent's dark green tail struck it, sending it tumbling through the air and leaving a pure white scar on its wing. With a sharp cry, the eagle began to flap its wings vigorously. As the frequency of its wing beats increased, a swirling hurricane began to form in midair, infused with a pale frost. A chilling gust of wind coalesced, rapidly advancing towards the coiled emerald serpent below. Unperturbed, the serpent lifted its head and opened its jaws wide, confronting the approaching frosty vortex. A torrent of black flames erupted from its mouth, meeting the swirling winds in a fierce clash. The flames, propelled by the gale, grew exponentially, quickly expanding from a small flicker into a towering inferno that engulfed half the room. The encroaching black fire extinguished the storm and surged towards the sea eagle, which desperately sought an escape from the fiery embrace. However, the expanse of the flames proved insurmountable. After several futile attempts to break free, the eagle emitted a desperate cry, succumbing to the encroaching black fire, which consumed it in midair. Once the storm and the eagle were extinguished, the sentient black fire turned its attention towards Augustus, swiftly converging upon him, enveloping the space around him in a shroud of darkness. Augustus nodded slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The interplay of fire, wind, and mountains, harnessing the inherent contradictions of their attributes to achieve strategic perfection, indicated that his adversary possessed considerable experience in elemental manipulation and adaptability in the face of danger. Just as he was preparing to dispel the overwhelming black flames before him, A sudden cry of a phoenix resonated through the room. Harry was instantly engulfed by a brilliant light, which swiftly dissolved the encroaching darkness like ice meeting fire. The last image imprinted in his mind was that of an elderly man with a white beard, his silhouette towering amidst the radiant glow, reminiscent of a deity stepping into the mortal realm. Subsequently, he succumbed to a profound darkness, plummeting downwards, a golden object shimmering above him. It was a snitch. He yearned to grasp it, but his arms felt too heavy to lift. Blinking rapidly, he realized that it was not a snitch at all, but rather a pair of spectacles. How peculiar. He blinked again, and gradually, the smiling visage of Albus Dumbledore materialized before him, flanked by the serene presence of Augustus. "Good afternoon, Harry," Dumbledore greeted. Harry stared at him in bewilderment before suddenly recollecting. "Sir, the Philosopher's stone. It was Quirrell. He obtained the stone. Please, do not be overly agitated, dear child," Dumbledore reassured. "What you speak of is outdated. The stone has already been transferred to a secure location." Harry swallowed hard. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was in a hospital. He lay upon a bed adorned with pristine linen, while a table beside him was piled high, resembling a small mountain, as though half a candy store had been relocated there. "These are gifts from your friends and admirers," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Everything that transpired between you and Professor Quirrell in the dungeons is a complete secret, yet secrets have a way of spreading, and thus the entire student body is undoubtedly aware. To my knowledge, your friends Fred and George Weasley even intended to gift you a toilet seat. They surely aimed to amuse you, but Madame Pomfrey deemed it unsanitary and confiscated it. How long have I been here? 3 days. If Mr. Ron Weasley and Miss Granger knew you had awakened, they would feel immense relief. They have been terribly worried. But sir, the Philosopher's stone, it seems nothing can distract you from that concern. Very well, let us discuss the stone. Professor Quirrell was unable to seize it from you. Mr. Augustus performed admirably before my arrival, successfully safeguarding the stone, and upon my arrival, Voldemort fled. However, I must say, you managed quite well on your own." Relief washed over Harry as he regarded Dumbledore and Augustus, a sense of inexplicable calm flickering in his eyes before he again sank into darkness. The final feast of the term arrived amidst the harshness of winter, the grand hall filled to capacity. It was adorned in the Slytherin colors of green and silver, celebrating their 7th consecutive victory of the House Cup. A massive banner depicting the Slytherin serpent hung on the wall behind the head table. As Augustus entered, the Slytherin table buzzed with excitement. This semester's House Cup had come rather easily due to Augustus's contributions. Moments later, Dumbledore arrived, and the chatter gradually subsided. "Another year has passed," Dumbledore exclaimed joyfully. "Before we indulge in these delectable dishes, I must trouble you all to listen to an old man's cliches. What a splendid year it has been. Surely, your minds are richer than before, with an entire summer ahead to digest all that you have learned, making room for new knowledge. Now, to commence the House Cup awarding ceremony, here are the scores. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 312 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. Ravenclaw, for 126 points. Slytherin, for 172 points. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy banging his goblet against the table. "Indeed, well done," Dumbledore acknowledged, "but recent events must also be factored in." The hall fell into a hush, the Slytherin smiles dimming. Dumbledore cleared his throat. "I have a few more points to award. Let me see. The first, Miss Hermione Granger, who calmly reasoned through the flames. I award Gryffindor 50 points. Hermione buried her face in her arms. Harry suspected she might be crying quietly. The surrounding Gryffindors erupted in joy. The second, Harry Potter, Dumbledore announced. The hall fell into an extraordinary silence. He displayed remarkable bravery and exceptional courage. Thus, I award Gryffindor 60 points. The noise became deafening. Those who were hoarse from cheering were also calculating the scores in their minds, realizing that Gryffindor now matched Slytherin's total of 472 points. They were on the brink of claiming the House Cup. If only Dumbledore would award Harry one more point. Dumbledore raised a hand, and the hall gradually quieted again. Courage comes in many forms, Dumbledore smiled. To confront an enemy requires extraordinary bravery, and to stand firm before friends also demands great courage. Therefore, I award Mr. Neville Longbottom 10 points. If anyone had been standing outside the hall at that moment, they would have thought an explosion had occurred. Cheers from the Gryffindor table surged like waves. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood, vociferously applauding, while Neville stood astonished, his face drained of color, overwhelmed by a throng of celebrators. He had never earned a point for Gryffindor before. Amidst the jubilation, Harry nudged Ron with his elbow and pointed at Malfoy. Malfoy appeared more bewildered and terrified than if he had just been hit with a full body bind curse. Just as the Gryffindors reveled in their triumph, Dumbledore raised his hand once more, and the hall fell silent. Yes, we still have one final assessment. Mr. Augustus, who, with extraordinary magical prowess, dispelled Professor Sprout's devil's snare and Professor McGonagall's transfiguration chess, ultimately safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone. For this, Slytherin receives 100 points. The hall fell silent for a few seconds before the Slytherin students erupted in a cheer that nearly shattered the starry ceiling. Malfoy stood, banging his utensils against the table. If anyone in Slytherin remained composed, it was only Augustus, whose eyes sparkled with mirth, evoking a sense of nostalgia for the vibrant days of student life. The following day, exam results were announced in the Great Hall, and Augustus undoubtedly ranked first in his year, achieving full marks in every subject except astronomy, where he had a minor blemish. Surprisingly, Neville, Crabbe, and Goyle also managed to scrape through their exams. Harry and Malfoy's scores were tied, an absurd coincidence that left Malfoy, who had eagerly awaited Harry's misfortune, feeling an odd sense of incredulity. Malfoy's potion score had significantly compensated for his losses in Transfiguration. Harry's potions class was undeniably subpar, drawing disapproving glances. Fortunately, Professor Sprout, who taught herbology, held a fondness for him, and his herbology scores compensated for his dismal performance in potions. It seemed as if, all at once, their wardrobes were emptied, their belongings packed into suitcases. And Neville's toad was discovered hiding in the corner of the washroom. Notices were distributed to every student, warning them against the use of magic during the holiday. I had always hoped they would forget to send this to us, Fred Weasley lamented. Hagrid was entrusted with leading them to the fleet of boats that would ferry them across the lake. Now, they found themselves aboard the Hogwarts Express. Inside the carriage, Augustus gazed quietly out at the fleeting Muggle towns, while Lillian continued her mischievous teasing of the secret relationship between Malfoy and Neville. Malfoy blushed crimson, muttering under his breath, while Crabbe and Goyle, oblivious to their leader's embarrassment, remained fixated on their food, incessantly munching on Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. As the train slowly approached its destination, it finally came to a halt at Platform 9 of King's Cross Station. Lillian and Malfoy followed Augustus as they disembarked, where they were greeted by Augustus's eagerly waiting parents. Aurora Clovey approached their group with a smile. "Who is this?" Aurora inquired with a hint of curiosity, pointing to the tall Lillian beside Augustus. "Hello, Andy, Uncle. I'm Lillian Elixia, a classmate of Augustus." Lillian introduced herself succinctly. "Ah, the only daughter of the Elixia family. You must come visit us during the holidays." Aurora quickly extended an invitation, clearly unwilling to miss such a tantalizing opportunity for gossip. Lillian shyly nodded, indicating her willingness to accept the invitation should the opportunity arise. After exchanging pleasantries with Malfoy's parents, Lucius and Narcissa, Aurora led Augustus to their private carriage. The warm sunlight dancing upon the mahogany wood of the carriage as it gradually ascended, soaring into the clouds towards their estate. Inside the expansive estate, warm sunlight flooded the bedroom as Augustus reclined at his desk, perusing the daily morning newspaper delivered by the house elves. Connolly Fudge's plump cheeks beamed with an official smile through the pages, while Morton Shoes, head of the Muggle office, informed the gathered reporters about his recent efforts regarding several incidents of Muggle attacks. Cliston, responsible for overseeing Muggle architectural regulations, bore the weight of responsibility for a recent bridge collapse involving Muggles. Compared to the bustling atmosphere of the Ministry of Magic, Augustus found himself in a state of leisure during this lengthy summer, primarily engaging in reading books and newspapers, addressing the loopholes in the magical tree system, and conducting various foundational experiments on magic in this world. As the start of the school year approached, Augustus reluctantly set aside his numerous tasks in preparation for the arrival of his second academic year. "Augustus, are you there?" Aurora's voice called from outside the room. "What is it? Is there something you need?" Augustus responded, opening the door. "Darling, a letter from school has arrived." Augustus took the yellow parchment envelope, adorned with green lettering. Upon opening it, he discovered instructions to board the Hogwarts Express from King's Cross Station on September 1st, along with a list of new books required for the year. Second-year students were to read Standard Spells, Level 2, Gilderoy Lockhart's Break with the Banshee, Gilderoy Lockhart's Gaddying with Ghouls, Gilderoy Lockhart's Vacationing with Werewolves, Gilderoy Lockhart's Traveling with Trolls. Gilderoy Lockhart's Vampires in the Mist, Gilderoy Lockhart's Wandering with Werewolves, and Gilderoy Lockhart's A Year with the Yeti. Who is this Gilderoy Lockhart? I had no prior knowledge of such a figure. Augustus frowned, pondering the sheer number of books about this individual. Gilderoy Lockhart was a recently renowned wizard, reputed for overcoming challenges that many wizards found insurmountable, making his name resound in the realm of powerful wizards, with a considerable following of adoring witches. However, I must admit, I am not particularly intrigued by him, Aurora explained, her eyes twinkling with amusement. So, this individual must possess extraordinary abilities, Augustus nodded, choosing not to inquire further. Shall we head to Diagon Alley today to procure our books and magical supplies for the term? Indeed, your father is already waiting for us in the estate courtyard, Aurora confirmed before turning to lead Augustus away from the bedroom and down the corridor towards the front of the estate. Clovey, dressed simply, was seated on a bench in the courtyard, and upon seeing Augustus and Aurora approach, he stood to greet them. Augustus, the school year is about to commence. Your performance last semester was commendable, and I hope you continue to excel this term. Do not worry too much about family matters. Your mother and I will always be your staunchest supporters, Clovey smiled warmly. Augustus nodded, recognizing the significance of familial bonds, even after his past lives. The trio climbed aboard the grand carriage parked in front of the estate, and amidst a gentle breeze, they set off towards the sun-drenched streets of London. Upon reaching the entrance to Diagon Alley, the carriage descended slowly, and as Augustus stepped out, he was met by the harsh rays of the sun, which beat down upon the earth, causing the surrounding air to shimmer with heat. The Augustus family approached the Lehan bookstore, only to find that they were not alone in their intentions. To their astonishment, a considerable throng had gathered outside, all eager to gain entry. A large banner was unfurled above them, announcing, Gilderoy Lockhart book signing and autograph sale today from 12:30 to 4:30. We can meet him in person. A witch exclaimed, almost all the books on the list are authored by him. The majority of the crowd appeared to be elderly witches. A weary-looking wizard stood at the entrance, urging, ladies, please, quiet down. Do not push. Watch the books. The serpentine queue snaked from the entrance to the rear of the bookstore, where Lockhart was seated, signing books. Gradually, they caught sight of Gilderoy Lockhart, who sat behind a table, surrounded by oversized photographs of himself, each image winking at the crowd and flashing brilliant white smiles. The real Lockhart donned a robe of a blue hue akin to forget-me-nots, perfectly complementing his azure eyes. A pointed wizard hat was playfully askew atop his curly hair. An irritable, short man brandished a large black camera, darting around to capture the moment. With each blinding flash, clouds of purple smoke erupted from the camera. Is this really Lockhart? Augustus found it hard to believe. Through the lens of Augustus's perceptive gaze, he discerned that this individual's magical reserves were woefully meager, perhaps even less than many adult wizards. It was perplexing how he had become such a celebrated figure, leaving Augustus to wonder just how much of his autobiography could be deemed credible. Not far off, Augustus noticed Harry and Ron waiting in another long line. Move aside. The short man barked at Ron as he stepped back to find a better angle. This is for the Daily Prophet. Remarkable, Ron replied, rubbing his foot where the man had stepped on it. Lockhart overheard this and lifted his gaze, first spotting Ron and then Harry. He stared at Harry for a moment before leaping up and exclaiming, "Isn't this Harry Potter?" The crowd parted, murmuring excitedly. Lockhart rushed forward, seizing Harry's arm and pulling him to the forefront, prompting a wave of applause. Harry felt a flush of heat on his face as Lockhart clasped his hand, directing the photographer to capture the moment. The short man frantically clicked the shutter, clouds of thick smoke billowing toward the Weasley family. Augustus found the scene before him somewhat amusing. It was evident that Lockhart was a master of showmanship, and although his abilities were rather feeble, it did not prevent him from becoming a sensational star under the media spotlight. However, Augustus was puzzled. Dumbledore should not be easily swayed by such superficiality. No matter how dazzling Lockhart appeared in public, to a legendary wizard, these illusions could be easily dismantled. Why then did the school require students to purchase so many books authored by this individual? Perhaps there was a deeper significance that eluded him. Augustus shook his head, lost in contemplation. Augustus stood not far from the leaky cauldron, observing Harry and Lockhart, who were surrounded by an adoring crowd of book enthusiasts. "You smile beautifully, Harry," Lockhart proclaimed. Displaying his own gleaming smile, "We could grace the front page together." When he finally released Harry's hand, Harry's fingers felt numb. He yearned to escape back to the Weasley family, Yet Lockhart's arm remained draped over his shoulder, firmly anchoring him in place. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lockhart announced loudly, waving his hand to quiet the crowd. "What an extraordinary moment this is. I wish to take advantage of this splendid occasion to reveal a little secret that I have kept under wraps for some time. Young Harry, upon entering the leaky cauldron today, merely intended to purchase my autobiography. I am delighted to present him with a complimentary copy right here and now." Applause erupted once more. But unbeknownst to him, Lockhart continued, giving Harry a playful shake that caused his glasses to slip down to the tip of his nose. "He will soon receive something far more valuable than my humble work. Indeed, he and his classmates will be graced by the presence of a genuine, magical me. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense joy and pride that I announce that this September, I shall take on the role of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Augustus was genuinely shocked by the news. How could someone with such meager magical prowess be appointed as the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts? What was Dumbledore thinking? Was it truly impossible to find a suitable candidate for this position? "Ah, Mr. Augustus, I didn't expect to see you here," a voice called from behind him. Augustus turned to see Malfoy and his father, Lucius, approaching his family. "Lucius, are you here to buy books for your son?" Clovey inquired with a smile. "Indeed. Can you believe how many books on Lockhart we have to purchase this term? I wonder if Dumbledore has lost his mind, allowing that pompous Gilderoy to teach Defense Against the Dark Arts to Draco and the others. In my opinion, this man possesses no real talent beyond showmanship," Lucius complained, awkwardly clutching a tattered book. "Who knows? Dumbledore must have his reasons. Perhaps we simply fail to grasp them," Clovey replied, clearly unimpressed by Lockhart. Dismissing the topic with a wave of his hand. "Look who it is, the illustrious Harry Potter. You must enjoy this attention, Potter," Malfoy exclaimed, his face lighting up with the usual mocking grin as though he had discovered a new world. The famous Harry Potter, even entering a bookstore, turns into headline news. "Don't be absurd. He doesn't want that," Ginny retorted, speaking up for the first time in front of Harry, glaring at Malfoy. "Potter, you found yourself a girlfriend," Malfoy drawled with exaggerated emphasis. Ginny's face flushed, and Ron and Hermione squeezed through, each carrying a stack of Lockhart's books. "Oh, it's you," Ron said, looking at Malfoy as if he had just spotted something vile on his shoe. "You must be quite surprised to see Harry here, right? Even more surprising is seeing you in the shop, Weasley," Malfoy shot back. "I suppose your parents will be starving next month to afford those." Ron's face turned crimson as he hurled the books into his cauldron, ready to charge at Malfoy. Harry and Hermione clutched his shirt from behind. Ron, Mr. Weasley, accompanied by Fred and George, pushed through. "What are you doing? This place is mad. Let us get out of here." "Ah, Arthur Weasley," Malfoy sneered, resting a hand on Draco's shoulder, his face bearing the same mocking expression as his son. "Lucius," Mr. Weasley replied coldly. "I hear you've been quite busy, brother. So many inspections. I assume they're compensating you for the overtime?" Malfoy remarked, reaching into Ginny's cauldron and producing a battered beginner's guide to transfiguration from amidst the shiny new Lockhart volumes. Clovey, caught between Lucius and Arthur, was at a loss for words. The two men seemed like sworn enemies, and trouble was bound to ensue at their every encounter. Goodness, if there is no decent pay to be had, what is the benefit of being a disgrace among wizards? Mr. Weasley's face flushed deeper than Ron's and Ginny's. "Our definitions of disgrace among wizards differ vastly, Malfoy," he stated firmly. "Of course," Malfoy replied, his light-colored eyes shifting to the Granger couple, who watched them anxiously. "Look at the company you keep, Weasley. I thought your family had sunk to the lowest depths." With a loud crash, Ginny's cauldron flew from her grasp. Mr. Weasley lunged at Mr. Malfoy, colliding with a bookshelf, sending dozens of thick spell books tumbling down upon them. "Get him, Dad," Fred and George shouted. "Stop it, Arthur, don't," Mrs. Weasley screamed. The crowd recoiled in panic, knocking over more shelves. "Please, gentlemen, calm down," the shopkeeper pleaded. But then a booming voice drowned out all others. "Step aside, gentlemen, step aside." Augustus gazed at the two brawling men, shaking his head in exasperation. Their antics, reminiscent of petulant children, were on full display for the onlookers in the street. Drawing his wand, he pointed it between the two, and an invisible barrier instantaneously separated them. With a flick of his wrist, they appeared to be drawn back by an unseen force. "Here, dear girl, take your book. It is the finest gift your father can bestow upon you." Lucius, his face contorted with anger, hurled the book at Ginny, gesturing to Draco before storming out of the shop. Augustus's gaze inadvertently swept across the book. a shadow of gravity crossing his features. It appeared that the tome harbored some troubling secrets, clearly not an ordinary volume. It seemed to be imbued with a formidable magical essence, evidently linked to dark sorcery. The Granger couple trembled in fear, while Mrs. Weasley seethed with rage, setting a poor example for the children, engaging in public altercations. What would Gilderoy Lockhart think? He would undoubtedly revel in the chaos, Fred remarked. Did you not hear him inquire whether the brawl could be included in the report? He suggested it would create quite a sensation. Having procured all the necessary books, Augustus proceeded to acquire the remaining magical supplies for the term, then made his way towards the entrance of Diagon Alley. Boarding the grand carriage that had been waiting for some time, as it soared into the dusky golden light, it whisked him toward the estate. The summer had seemingly passed rather swiftly, and while everyone was still immersed in the joyous moments of the holiday, the second academic year arrived with little fanfare. Augustus, I regret to inform you that your mother and I have a soiree to attend today, and we cannot escort you to the station. You will need to board the carriage by yourself. It will take you directly to King's Cross, Clovey explained while enjoying his breakfast in the estate's dining room. Not to worry, I can manage on my own, Augustus replied with a nod, lifting a cup of red tea to his lips. After breakfast, Clovey escorted Augustus to the carriage stop, and as Augustus boarded under Clovey's watchful eye, the carriage began to ascend and accelerate, quickly vanishing above the Julius estate. At King's Cross Station, the carriage came to a gentle halt, and Augustus disembarked into a bustling crowd. The afternoon sun poured down generously upon the station, where travelers laden with luggage meandered about. Mr. Augustus, over here. Harry waved to him, and Augustus turned toward the station, noticing Harry and Ron gesturing anxiously from their spot. Augustus furrowed his brow as he approached Harry, accompanied by the Sea Eagle and their luggage. What are you two up to? The train is set to depart in just a minute, and you have yet to enter the station. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Harry's eyes. For some unknown reason, we can't access the platform. It appears to be enchanted, rendered immovable. Surely, you must have a solution, don't you? Augustus gazed curiously at the center of platforms 9 and 10. Under the scrutiny of his inquisitive eye, he discerned that a stone wall spell had indeed been cast, completely sealing the area. Drawing forth his silver wand, he swiftly attempted to dispel the enchantment. To his astonishment, the crimson light struck the target with no response whatsoever. What could this mean? Had the caster reached a level of prowess sufficient to disregard the effects of a 5th-level spell? Pondering this, Augustus cast a spell of magical analysis, and the feedback he received illuminated the situation. The magic in question did not belong to this system, rendering his dispelling efforts futile. In other words, it was not a human-initiated incantation. With this revelation, a solution presented itself. Destruction was the answer. A beam of searing red laser shot forth, swiftly slicing through the stone wall under its intense heat. Having accomplished this, Augustus turned to his companions, Harry and Ron, signaling for them to enter first. However, the two hesitated, their expressions tinged with perplexity. What is the matter? If we don't hurry, the train will depart, Augustus inquired, bemused. It's too late now. At this hour, the train has already started, Harry replied, a sense of resignation evident in his eyes as he shrugged. Augustus glanced at his watch, a frown creasing his forehead. It seemed that every encounter with those two invariably led to mischief. Harry, Ron exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. The car. What's wrong? We can fly to Hogwarts. But I think we're trapped, right? We must return to school, mustn't we? In truly urgent situations, young wizards can resort to magic. ISNT at Article 19 or something that states. Harry's panic swiftly morphed into excitement. Can you drive? No problem at all, Ron replied, turning to Augustus. Let us hurry. If we make haste, we can catch up with the Hogwarts Express. They hurried through the curious crowd, exiting the station to the side road where the old Ford Anglia awaited them. Ron tapped his wand a few times, opening the spacious trunk. They loaded their bags inside and took their seats. Let us see if anyone's watching us, Ron said, casting a furtive glance. He flicked his wand again, starting the car. Harry leaned out the window. Vehicles rumbled down the road, yet their street lay desolate. No one. Ron pressed a small silver button on the dashboard. The car vanished. And so did they. Harry felt the vibrations of the seat, heard the roar of the engine, felt his hands resting on his knees, his glasses perched on his nose. And he could see everything. Yet, he was left with only his eyes, hovering a few feet above a littered street filled with parked cars. Take off. Ron's voice urged from his right. The ground and the grim buildings fell away, soon disappearing from sight. The car ascended higher, and moments later, the entirety of London unfolded beneath them, shrouded in mist and glimmering faintly. Suddenly, with a pop, the car, Harry, and Ron reappeared. Oh dear, Ron nudged the invisibility switch. This button is faulty. Let me check. Augustus muttered a quick repair spell, and the switch instantly resumed its function. They all banged the button together. The car vanished, only to shimmer back into view shortly after. Buckle up, Ron shouted, slamming on the accelerator as they plunged into the low, fluffy clouds, everything dimming and blurring around them. Now what? Harry inquired, the clouds pressing in on him, making him squint. We need to spot the train to know which way to go, Augustus directed Ron. Who was at the wheel? We should descend. They dropped down below the clouds, twisting their bodies to squint at the ground below. There, Harry shouted, pointing ahead. The Hogwarts Express raced beneath them like a red serpent. True north, Ron confirmed with the compass on the dashboard. Good, we just need to check every half hour. Hold on. The car shot back into the clouds. A minute later, they burst into dazzling sunlight. It was a different realm. The wheels skimmed over the soft sea of clouds, illuminated by the bright daylight, the sky a brilliant azure, stretching endlessly. Now we just have to watch out for airplanes, Ron remarked. They felt as though they had entered a mythical dream. Harry mused that this was undoubtedly the finest way to travel, sitting in a sunlit car, weaving through swirling, towering clouds, with a bag of toffees nestled beneath the dashboard, all while imagining the envious expressions on Fred and George's faces as they miraculously descended from the sky and landed smoothly on the great lawn before Hogwarts Castle. Occasionally, clouds drifted past Augustus's robes, the scorching sunlight streaming through the car's sunroof, bathing Augustus's golden hair in a kaleidoscope of colors. Shimmering through the folds of his black robes, the interplay of light and clouds resembled a rehearsed ballet in the sky. They continued their journey north, periodically checking the train's direction, each descent revealing a new spectacle. London soon faded into the distance, replaced by smooth green fields, then vast purple marshes. Quaint villages where the churches resembled child-sized toys, followed by a bustling metropolis, countless vehicles resembling a swarm of colorful ants. However, after several hours, Harry had to concede that some of the thrill was waning. The toffees left them parched, with no water in sight. Both he and Ron had shed their robes. But Harry's shirt clung damply to the back of the seat, his glasses perpetually sliding down his nose. He had lost interest in the fantastical shapes of the clouds, longing instead for the train miles below, where a plump which pushed a cart selling chilled pumpkin juice. It must not be far now, Augustus remarked, surveying the ant-like houses below. The sun began its descent beneath the clouds, tinting the sea of clouds in shades of pink. Shall we take another look at the train? He turned to Ron. The train still wound beneath them, snaking around a snow-capped mountain. Below the clouds, the twilight deepened significantly. Ron pressed the accelerator, rising once more. But the engine began to whine. Perhaps it's just tired, Ron suggested. It's never been this far before. As darkness enveloped them, the whimpering grew louder, and they both pretended not to notice. Stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Harry donned his robes, trying to ignore the windshield wipers flailing helplessly, as if protesting their plight. Augustus drew forth his silver wand and cast a spell of restoration upon the aged automobile. In an instant, most of the overburdened components, worn from their toil, were rejuvenated, and the vehicle regained a semblance of vitality. Not far ahead, Ron, seemingly addressing the car rather than Harry, declared that they were close. He anxiously patted the dashboard. After a brief interval, they soared beneath the clouds, squinting into the darkness in search of a familiar terrestrial landmark. There, Harry exclaimed, startling both Ron and Hedwig. Right ahead, against the darkened horizon, perched high upon the cliffs across the lake, stood the silhouette of Hogwarts Castle, with its turrets and towers reaching into the night sky. In Augustus's gaze, the majestic Hogwarts Castle drew ever closer, seemingly on the verge of a successful arrival, though one could only hope that no further mishaps would occur beforehand. Regrettably, the car began to tremble and gradually decelerate. Help, please, Ron implored gently, shaking the steering wheel with a sense of urgency. We're almost there. Help, please. The engine sputtered, releasing puffs of steam from beneath the hood. As they soared above the lake, Harry instinctively gripped the edge of his seat. The car shook violently. A fleeting glance out the window revealed a calm, obsidian expanse of water, smooth as glass, a mile below. Ron's knuckles turned white as he clutched the steering wheel. The car lurched again. Help, please, Ron murmured. They flew over the lake. The castle was just ahead. Ron pressed down on the accelerator. A clattering sound echoed, followed by a sharp crack. as the engine finally sputtered to a halt. "Oh no," Ron uttered in the ensuing silence. The front of the car tilted downward, and they began to plummet, accelerating rapidly towards the castle's towering walls. Augustus rose from his seat and cast a spell towards the rapidly plummeting car ahead, which began to descend as if cushioned by invisible layers of softness in the air, gradually slowing its fall. The vehicle traced a wide arc, skimming past the wall, soaring over the dark greenhouse and vegetable patch, continuing its descent above the black lawn beyond. Ron relinquished the steering wheel, hastily extracting his wand from his back pocket. "Stop! Stop!" he shouted, striking the dashboard and windshield, but they continued to fall swiftly, the ground rushing up to meet them. "Watch out for that tree," Harry yelled, lunging for the steering wheel, but it was too late. A tremendous crash echoed as metal collided with wood. They crashed into the thick trunk of a tree and landed heavily on the ground. Steam billowed from the crumpled hood. Hedwig screeched in terror. Harry's head struck the windshield, forming a lump the size of a golf ball. Ron despaired softly beside him. "Are you all right?" Harry turned to see a disheveled Augustus and a pallid Ron. "My wand," Ron said, his voice trembling. "Look at my wand." It was nearly broken in two, the tip drooping, barely held together by a few splinters. Just as Harry was about to reassure him that it could be repaired at school, something slammed into the side of the car. The force was akin to that of a charging bull, knocking him toward Ron, and then the roof was struck with equal ferocity. "What was that?" Ron gasped, staring at the windshield. Harry turned just in time to see a branch as thick as a python smash against the glass. The very tree they had collided with was attacking them. Its trunk bent like a bow, its gnarled branches striking the car wherever they could reach. "Ah!" Ron cried as another twisted branch dented his door, and countless smaller branches rained down upon them like a hailstorm, causing the windshield to tremble violently. A branch as thick as a battering ram pounded against the roof, threatening to cave it in. "Stay seated," Augustus commanded, raising his silver wand and turning to Ron and Harry, then pointing at the enormous willow tree. Sparks of electricity danced around the wand's tip. It appeared as if some invisible force enveloped the willow, and in an instant, deep blue lightning formed in the air, intertwining around the massive tree. Countless forked bolts surged forth, lashing the willow, which emitted a mournful sound, revealing charred patches on its trunk. Before long, the tree ceased its thrashing, falling into complete silence. Harry and Ron stared at the scene before them, dazed. "Is it dead?" Harry asked vacantly. "Who knows? Perhaps," Augustus replied in a similarly uninspired tone. "How pitiful," Ron remarked as he gazed at the wilted willow, shivering at the thought of the immense lightning in the sky moments before. "Let us go. The sorting ceremony may not yet be finished. We might still make it for dinner." Wiping his polished silver wand, Augustus reminded Ron and Harry. The three of them exited the vehicle and made their way toward the castle. "Can you believe such terrible luck?" Ron lamented, cradling his pet rat Scabbers. "Out of all those trees, we had to hit the one that attacks." "Enough chatter. Let us hurry inside before the sorting begins," Augustus waved his hand, grasping his suitcase and beginning to drag it up the grassy slope toward the grand oak doors. "I suspect the feast has already commenced." Harry dropped his suitcase at the foot of the steps and quietly approached a bright window to peek inside. "Hey, you guys, come look. They're sorting." Countless candles floated in midair, illuminating 4 long tables filled with people, making the golden plates and goblets glisten. The ceiling sparkled with stars, enchanted to reflect the night sky outside. Over a sea of black pointed Hogwarts hats, Harry spotted the first years nervously lining up to enter the Great Hall. Ginny was among them, her distinctive Weasley red hair unmistakable. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall, with her glasses and hair tightly secured in a bun, placed the famous sorting hat on a stool before the new students. Each year, this patched and tattered old hat sorted newcomers into Hogwarts' 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. A boy with amber eyes and a slight limp was called to the front to don the sorting hat. Harry's gaze shifted to Professor Dumbledore, seated at the staff table, his silver beard and crescent moon glasses glinting in the candlelight. A few seats away, he noticed Gilderoy Lockhart, adorned in a flowing aquamarine robe. At the head of the table, the burly Hagrid raised his cup, drinking heartily. "Wait," Harry whispered to Augustus. "There's an empty seat at the staff table. Where's Snape? Perhaps he's ill," Ron suggested hopefully. "Or maybe he's left," Harry speculated, since he didn't get the defense against the dark arts position again. "Stop speculating. We should go in now." "Everything will be over if we delay," Augustus remarked, bemused by the 2 boys' fanciful thoughts, their youthful imaginations at play. Perhaps a cold voice spoke from behind them. "He is waiting to hear why you didn't take the school bus." Harry turned to find Severus Snape standing before them, his black robes billowing in the cool breeze. He was gaunt, his skin sallow, with a hooked nose and greasy black hair cascading over his shoulders. The smile on his face conveyed to Harry that their situation was dire. Augustus helplessly lifted his suitcase, realizing there was no way to avoid alarming the professor as he made his way inside. Well, I suppose I must count myself unfortunate, he thought. Follow me, Snape instructed. Harry and Ron dared not meet his gaze, trailing behind Snape as they ascended the steps and entered the vast, echoing hall illuminated by torches. The aroma of food wafted from the great hall, but Snape led them away from the warmth and light down a narrow stone staircase into the underground classroom. Enter, he commanded, opening a door into the chilly corridor and gesturing for them to step inside. They trembled as they entered Snape's office. The walls were dim, adorned with shelves brimming with large glass jars filled with various repulsive substances, the names of which Harry had no desire to learn at that moment. The fireplace was empty and dark. Snape closed the door and turned to face the three of them. What have you done to the car? Snape asked coldly. Ron was at a loss for words. Once again, Harry felt as though Snape could see right through him. However, the mystery soon unraveled as Snape unfurled the day's edition of the Daily Prophet. You were seen, he said mercilessly, showing them the headline. Fort Anglia can fly, Muggles astonished. He read aloud. 2 Muggles in London are convinced they saw an old car flying past the post office building. At noon in Norfolk, Mrs. Hetty Bellis was hanging out laundry. Mr. Angus Fleet of the Pibbles Augustus was taken aback by Snape's unexpected leniency. Such a significant matter was resolved with merely a check. Turning away from the basement, Augustus made his way toward the Slytherin common room. Descending the ever-changing staircases suspended in midair, he navigated several of these whimsical escalators before arriving at the stone wall of the Slytherin common room. Without inquiring about the password from Snape, Augustus stood quietly before the stone barrier for a moment. It appeared this was the only way. He produced his silver wand and aimed it at himself, unleashing a beam of white light. Before the naked eye, it seemed as though Augustus's entire form was dissolving into the air. In just a fleeting moment, his body began to turn transparent, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding atmosphere if one did not observe closely. He effortlessly passed through the stone wall, gradually becoming visible in midair. At that moment, the Slytherin common room was bustling with activity. The previous year's prefects, save for the now 7th-year Gollin and another female prefect, had nearly all gathered. This year, the selection of the new prefect was overseen by a tall and handsome 6th-year prefect with flowing flaxen hair. Hey, Augustus, over here. Among the prefects, Lillian spotted Augustus, who had just entered, and waved at him. Augustus nodded and made his way through the crowd. You finally arrived. What happened? You didn't attend the feast. And we've all been quite worried about you, Lillian exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight as Augustus approached, while the other prefects turned their attention toward him. Some issues arose along the way, and I couldn't board the Hogwarts train, Augustus explained briefly. You didn't take the train? How did you arrive then? Malfoy inquired, stepping closer with a puzzled expression. By fortunate chance, Ron's father's car was parked nearby, and we drove here in the end. It was truly a dreadful journey. Augustus waved his hand dismissively. What? You drove? Why didn't you bring me along? If only I had been with you then. A petite prefect with fiery red hair and a feisty demeanor interjected. Augustus recognized her. She was the only daughter of one of Hogwarts' board members. From the esteemed Criss family, named Hessa Criss. Augustus appeared to regard this journey as anything but pleasurable, subtly shaking his head before casting his gaze towards the newly established dueling arena. As he anticipated, standing proudly within the circle was none other than Loki Adams, the sole occupant of the arena. This young man had swiftly dispatched 3 freshmen in succession, each duel concluding in less than 20 seconds. It must be said he possessed considerable prowess. Malfoy, too, glanced at Loki within the arena, a flicker of envy crossing his features as he introduced him to Augustus. Is there truly no one else? If attaining the position of this year's Slytherin Prefect is so effortless, it is rather dull. Summon your courage. If you lack even this modicum of bravery, you are unworthy to call yourself a Slytherin. Loki's amber eyes glinted with disdain as they roamed over the assembled newcomers. Despite the sharpness of Loki's taunts, the freshmen remained largely unresponsive, having witnessed the rapid defeats of the first 3. It was exceedingly difficult for them to muster the courage to venture forth and face humiliation. Suddenly, Loki's gaze fell upon Augustus, who stood outside the dueling circle, and a spark of excitement ignited within his eyes. Mr. Augustus, is it truly you? Might you impart some wisdom upon me? Ever since that encounter, I have yearned for a direct confrontation with you. Should you manage to best me, I vow in the name of my family to follow you unwaveringly. I am eager to witness the true splendor of magic, yet before that, I implore you for a thrilling duel. Loki's voice brimmed with fervor, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Augustus. Augustus was momentarily taken aback. The boy's fervent desire for magic was indeed astonishing. If he were to rectify his shortcomings, he could certainly blossom into a remarkable talent. After a brief contemplation, Augustus acquiesced, and the sixth-year prefect overseeing the duel showed no intention of intervening, allowing Augustus to descend from the arena. This was intriguing. A first-year daredevil had the audacity to challenge Augustus, and one could only hope he could endure even a minute against him. Hessa Chris's gaze flickered with anticipation as she observed Augustus exiting the arena, a smile gracing her features. She vividly recalled the crimson that had filled the sky last year. How amusing. Lord Augustus was certainly not a match for this boy. He was merely courting disaster. Unlike others, Malfoy, having witnessed Augustus's battle with that individual, no longer gauged Augustus's prowess against that of a student. They were not even in the same league of combat. Loki might be in for disappointment, as he likely would not compel Augustus to exert much of his true strength. As Augustus stepped into the dueling circle, Loki's expression turned grave. He drew his wand and pointed it at Augustus. A blunder erupted. A massive black serpent surged forth from Loki's wand, hissing as it lunged toward Augustus. In an instant, the Slytherin common room was engulfed in a foul whirlwind stirred by the dark serpent, leaving most of the first years paralyzed in fear, their bodies cold and immobile. The mere presence of the serpent stripped away the courage of many first years to continue the fight. Oh, this boy can wield such magic? It seems Loki indeed possesses some degree of skill. A flicker of surprise crossed Hessa's pale blue eyes. The incantation, typically requiring a third year's proficiency, was unexpectedly conjured by a mere first year. With a smile gracing his lips, Augustus gazed upon the serpentine figure soaring towards him. A fiery red arrow materialized before his silver wand, engulfed in blazing flames. In an instant, it hurtled towards the massive black serpent gliding through the air. The creature attempted to evade the incoming projectile, but the speed of the flame-imbued arrow was too swift. In the next heartbeat, it struck true, piercing the serpent's vulnerable spot. After a brief struggle, the colossal being vanished from sight. To Augustus's surprise, the threat had been dispatched with such ease. Loki, seemingly taken aback, exhaled deeply, preparing to cast the next incantation, one he had meticulously prepared for an extended period. Should this spell fail, he was ready to abandon his efforts altogether. Shadowless Blade. With the utterance of this incantation, a wave of transparent energy rippled through the air, sending a sharp gust of wind hurtling towards Augustus. What? A flicker of astonishment crossed Hessa's usually placid visage. She had not anticipated that Loki could successfully wield such a spell, one that many upperclassmen struggled to master fully. Most students refrained from attempting it, knowing that a single misstep could result in injury not only to their intended target, but to the caster themselves. Observing Loki's adeptness with the incantation, it was clear that he had mastered its intricacies. Once fully controlled, this spell could serve as an undeniable trump card in any duel. In Augustus's silver pupils, the depths remained tranquil as the wind tousled his golden locks. The shadowless spell, an imperceptible curse, approached him stealthily. The wind blades formed by this spell were nearly upon him, yet Augustus maintained his composure, raising his silver wand with a single hand. He summoned twinkling starlight that swirled around the wand, coalescing into a radiant hexagram. This hexagram, aglow with silver luminescence, shielded Augustus from harm. As the wind blades collided with the hexagram in midair, the brilliance of the starlight absorbed them entirely, creating not even a ripple. Loki's expression shifted slightly, taken aback that the shadowless spell could be so effortlessly negated. Such damage rivaled that of an unforgivable curse, yet it was thwarted by this unknown incantation. The other heads of the hidden houses remained unfazed, seemingly accustomed to Augustus's incessant display of enigmatic spells. The origins of these incantations were unfathomable. Even the Julius family could not possibly possess such a plethora of rare spells, thus appending the entire magical community's understanding of spellcraft. I concede. As per our agreement, I shall follow you henceforth, Mr. Augustus. I look forward to your guidance, Loki declared, revealing no hesitation in his decision to align with Augustus. The glimmer of delight on Loki's face and the envious gazes from those around him made it evident who had gained the upper hand. Clearly, aligning oneself with such a formidable individual, endowed with numerous mysterious spells, promised immeasurable benefits from both familial and personal perspectives. I hope you will honor your word and rectify your shortcomings. Should you continue to wield magic as a means to inflict harm upon others, I shall not hesitate to impose strict penalties, Augustus remarked with a nod, offering counsel to Loki. With the duel concluded, under the organization of the sixth-year heads, Loki was successfully appointed the head of the first-year hidden house. The following day in the Hogwarts Great Hall, beneath a magically enchanted ceiling reflecting the overcast gray of the day, the long tables of the four houses were laid with bowls of porridge, platters of pickled herring, towering heaps of bread, and dishes of eggs and salted meat. As Augustus commenced his meal of porridge, a sudden commotion erupted above him. Hundreds of owls swooped into the hall, circling gracefully and scattering letters and parcels among the conversing crowd. A plump package landed squarely on Neville's head, promptly followed by a large, grayish bundle plummeting into Hermione's cauldron. Instantly, milk and feathers splattered onto their attire. Augustus gazed across the long table of Gryffindor. "Errol," Ron exclaimed, pulling the damp owl from the fray. Errol lay sprawled upon the table, his legs dangling in the air, a sodden red envelope clutched in his beak. "Oh no," Ron cried out in despair. "It's fine, he's still alive," Hermione reassured, gently prodding Errol with her fingertips. "Not that," Ron pointed at the red envelope. To Harry, it appeared quite ordinary, yet Ron and Neville seemed to regard it as if it might explode. "What's wrong?" Harry inquired. "My mum sent me a howler," Ron replied weakly. "You'd better open it, Ron," Neville urged timidly. "Not opening it is worse." "My grandma sent me one once, and I ignored it," he inhaled sharply. "It was terrifying." "Huh. I never imagined the Weasley family could be so amusing, sending howlers," Draco Malfoy sneered. "It might have something to do with the car you drove yesterday, I must admit." "I bear some responsibility," Augustus remarked coolly. Observing their terrified expressions, Harry glanced again at the red envelope. "What is a howler?" he asked. But Ron's focus remained solely on the letter, its corners beginning to emit wisps of smoke. "Open it quickly," Neville urged. "Only a few minutes." Ron extended a trembling hand, carefully extracting the letter from Errol's beak and tearing it open. Neville plugged his ears, and Harry immediately understood why. Initially, he thought it had exploded. A deafening roar filled the hall, shaking dust from the ceiling. "Stole a car. If they expel you, I won't be surprised. Just imagine how your father and I felt when we discovered the car was missing." It was Mrs. Weasley's voice, amplified 100-fold. Rattling the plates and spoons on the table, the echo reverberating off the stone walls. The entire hall turned to see who had received the howler. Ron shrunk in his chair, revealing only his crimson forehead. "Last night I received a letter from Dumbledore. Your father nearly died of shame. After all we've done to raise you, to think you would do such a thing, you and Harry nearly lost your lives." Harry listened intently, waiting for his name to surface. He endeavored to ignore the jarring sound that assaulted his eardrums. "It's infuriating. Your father will face scrutiny at work. All because of you. If you continue to misbehave, we'll bring you home immediately." The shouting ceased, leaving a lingering buzz in their ears. The red envelope, having fallen from Ron's grasp, ignited, curling into ashes. Harry and Ron sat in stunned silence, as if washed ashore by a tidal wave. A few students chuckled, and conversation gradually resumed. "Well, I must say, the Weasley family's parenting methods are indeed questionable. This approach has inflicted considerable harm on Ron. Such brutality is excessive." Augustus formed a new opinion regarding the Weasley family for the first time. "Who knows, perhaps Ron's thick skin renders him unaffected," Malfoy muttered through a mouthful of meat pie. "Draco, finish chewing before you speak. It's basic noble etiquette." "I wonder where you learned your dining manners," Lillian remarked disdainfully at Malfoy, as if confronting a giant disguised in human skin. Malfoy blushed furiously. He often instructed Crabbe and Goyle on dining etiquette, yet today he found himself schooled, a bitter irony. And frustratingly, Goyle laughed along, revealing his two prominent front teeth. Regardless, this incident brought Harry and Ron into the limelight. Perhaps this escapade was a well-conceived plan to elevate the notoriety of the boy who lived. Indeed, it appeared they had succeeded, as nearly the entire school was aware of the two boys who drove to Hogwarts. Changing the subject was clearly Malfoy's forte. "You're mistaken, it's 3. Augustus replied with a hint of amusement, observing the next moment of Malfoy's profound embarrassment. After all, a dash of adventurous car rides could be rather delightful. Outside Hogwarts Castle, rain began to fall, the dense raindrops cascading from the heavens, forming a curtain of precipitation that filled the cloud-covered sky. After lunch, Augustus, Malfoy, and Lillian traversed the castle toward the greenhouse, where a variety of magical plants were cultivated. The afternoon was reserved for Professor Sprout's herbology class. As they approached the greenhouse, they noticed other students gathered outside, awaiting Professor Sprout. As the trio joined the throng, they spotted Professor Sprout striding purposefully from the lawn, accompanied by Gilderoy Lockhart. Professor Sprout's arms were adorned with numerous bandages. Professor Sprout was a stout witch, her flowing hair topped with a patched hat, her robes perpetually stained with soil. This witch held a particular fondness for Augustus, and he often earned extra points in her class. "Oh, hello." Lockhart beamed at the students. "I just demonstrated to Professor Sprout how to treat a venomous tentacula, but I wouldn't want you to think I'm more skilled in herbology than she is. I merely encountered a few of these peculiar plants during my travels. Today we will be in the third greenhouse," Professor Sprout declared, her demeanor noticeably irritable, a stark contrast to her usual cheerful disposition. The students murmured with interest. They had only visited the first greenhouse, and the plants in the third were rumored to be more fascinating and perilous. Professor Sprout retrieved a large key from her belt and unlocked the door. Outside, the gentle rain continued to fall, connecting earth and sky, resembling a scattered galaxy cascading down. Upon entering the greenhouse, Augustus inhaled the scent of damp earth and fertilizer, mingled with the fragrant aroma of blossoms. The flowers were as large as umbrellas, dangling from the ceiling. Professor Sprout stood behind a bench in the center of the greenhouse, where she had laid out 20 sets of colorful earmuffs. "Today, we will repot mandrakes. Now, who can tell me the properties of a mandrake?" Professor Sprout's gaze fell directly upon Augustus, who smiled sheepishly and raised his hand. Mandrake, also known as mandragora, is a potent restorative, used to revert those who have been transfigured or cursed back to their original state. "Excellent. Slytherin earns 10 points. Professor Sprout nodded. Mandrake is a crucial component in many antidotes. However, it is also quite dangerous. Who can tell me why? Sitting beside Augustus, Lillian raised her hand, while Malfoy raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Hearing a mandrake's cry can be fatal, Lillian answered, then cast a haughty glance at Augustus. Absolutely correct. Slytherin earns another 10 points. Professor Sprout affirmed. Now, observe, our mandrakes here are still quite young. She indicated a row of deep-bottomed pots. The students leaned in closer, eager to get a better look. Approximately 100 seedlings, green with purple hues, were arranged in neat rows. Malfoy muttered dismissively, "There's nothing special about them. They're not as dangerous as Lillian claims." "Everyone, take a set of earmuffs," Professor Sprout remarked. As everyone clamored, no one desired to possess a pair of pink, fuzzy earmuffs. "When I instruct you to don the earmuffs, ensure that they completely cover your ears," Professor Sprout stated. "When it is safe to remove them, I shall signal with 2 thumbs up." With that, everyone obediently adorned the earmuffs, and instantly, it felt as though they were severed from the world, as all external sounds vanished. Professor Sprout herself donned a pair of pink, fuzzy earmuffs, rolled up her sleeves, and firmly grasped a tuft of grass, exerting considerable effort to uproot it. What emerged from the soil was not merely grass roots, but an exceedingly unattractive infant, with leaves sprouting from its head. Its skin was a pale green, speckled with spots. The little creature was evidently screeching at the top of its lungs. Professor Sprout retrieved a large flower pot from beneath the table, stuffed the mandrake doll inside, and covered it with damp, dark compost, leaving only the tufted leaves exposed. She brushed the dirt from her hands, raised her 2 thumbs in approval, and then removed her earmuffs. The students followed suit, surprised to discover such an unsightly plant. Tonight's dinner appeared to be in jeopardy. "You should be grateful. More repulsive plants lie ahead. This is merely child's play," Lillian insisted, clearly unwilling to forego the opportunity to chastise Malfoy. "Our mandrake is still just a seedling. Their cries won't be lethal," Professor Sprout calmly reminded everyone, as though she had merely watered a begonia moments ago. "However, they can render you unconscious for several hours. And I doubt any of you wish to miss the first day of school, so it is imperative that you wear your earmuffs at all times. When it is time to tidy up, I will find a way to catch your attention." The 4 of them were cautious of the toxic tendrils lurking among the many pots and bags of compost. She struck a deep red plant with sharp thorns, causing it to retract its tendrils, which had quietly crept toward her shoulder. Augustus Malfoy and a boy named Antonio Class formed a group. "I am Antonio Class." And with a hint of shyness, I greeted Augustus and his companions. "Mr. Augustus, I have long wished to make your acquaintance, and of course, Miss Lillian. You two have always been the paragon of our cohort of Slytherin students, and I have admired you from afar for quite some time." Augustus nodded amiably. "Hello. We are all in the same class. No need for such formalities. Just relax a bit," Lillian smiled. Antonio still felt somewhat shy and remained slightly reserved. Malfoy, somewhat distracted, fiddled with the plants, clearly lost in thought, his mind drifting into the cosmic depths. They don their ear protectors once more, needing to concentrate on the mandrakes. Observing Professor Sprout earlier had made it seem effortless, yet it was far from that. The mandrakes resisted being uprooted from the soil, yet seemed equally unwilling to return. They writhed their bodies, flailing their legs, swinging their tiny fists, gritting their teeth in frustration. By the end of the class, raindrops continued to fall outside the window. Augustus, Malfoy, and Lillian stepped into the rain, the gentle droplets landing on Augustus's dark robe and golden hair as a soft breeze stirred the air, carrying the fresh scent of earth. Outside Hogwarts Castle, in the afternoon, the sound of rain persisted as Augustus, Malfoy, and Lillian prepared to attend their defense against the dark arts class. After finishing their meal, they walked into the shadowy courtyard. Not far away, Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood chatting, with Harry accompanied by a first-year boy. As they approached, the sound of their conversation reached Augustus and his companion's ears. "Hello, Harry. I'm Colin Creevey," he said breathlessly, timidly stepping forward. "I'm also in Gryffindor. Do you think I could take a picture with you?" He raised his camera with hopeful anticipation. "A picture?" Harry asked in confusion. "This way I can prove I met you," Colin fervently replied, moving a few steps closer. "I know everything about you. Everyone tells me how you escaped the Dark Lord's clutches, how he vanished, and so on. You still have that lightning-shaped scar on your forehead." His gaze searched Harry's hairline. "A boy from my dorm said that if I use the right developing potion, the people in the picture will move." Colin took a deep breath, trembling with excitement. "Isn't this amazing? Before receiving the letter from Hogwarts, I had no idea those strange things I could do were magic. My dad delivers milk, and he can't believe it either. So, I want to take a bunch of pictures to send to him. If I could get one of you." He gazed at Harry imploringly. "Maybe I could stand next to you and have your friend help press the button? And could you sign it? Signed photos? You're giving out signed photos, Potter?" Draco Malfoy's sharp voice echoed through the courtyard. Harry turned to find Augustus, Lillian, and Malfoy listening intently to their conversation. And instantly, Harry's face flushed like a ripe apple. "Everyone line up. Potter is giving out signed photos." Malfoy shouted at the crowd. "I'm not," Harry said angrily, clenching his fists. "Shut up, Malfoy. You're just jealous." "Jealous?" Malfoy retorted. "Jealous of what? I certainly don't want an ugly scar on my forehead. Thank you very much. I don't believe that being cut open makes you special." "Eat slugs, Malfoy," Ron said angrily. "Careful, Weasley," Malfoy mocked. "You wouldn't want to get into trouble, or your mother will have to come fetch you." He feigned a high-pitched tone. "If you don't behave," the group of fifth-year Slytherins nearby erupted in laughter. "Weasley wants a signed photo, Potter," Malfoy said with a smug grin. "It's worth more than his house." Ron drew his wand. "What? The cowardly Weasley dares to draw his wand and fight like a man? How amusing. I doubt you could last 10 seconds against me." A dangerous glint shone in Malfoy's eyes. "Enough, Draco, that's enough. We need to go to class." Lillian interjected just as Gilderoy Lockhart suddenly strode toward them, his emerald robes billowing behind him. "Who was giving out signed photos?" Harry opened his mouth to explain. But Lockhart threw an arm around his shoulder, cheerfully exclaiming, "No need to ask. Here we are again, Harry." Harry felt humiliated, trapped beside Lockhart, as he saw Malfoy smugly retreat into the crowd. "Come on, Mr. Creevey," Lockhart beamed at Colin. "A duo photo is the best deal. We'll both sign it for you." Colin fumbled as he lifted his camera, capturing the moment amid the ringing of the afternoon class bell. "Let us go." "Hurry to class," Lockhart called to the crowd, leading Harry toward the castle. Harry still found himself tightly wedged under Lockhart's arm, wishing desperately for a clever escape charm. Augustus shook his head. It was indeed a tragedy for Harry to be targeted by such a person. Turning away, Malfoy and Lillian followed Augustus as they exited the scene, making their way to the classroom. Once all the students were seated, Lockhart cleared his throat loudly to silence the chatter. He reached for Malfoy's book, Gaddying with Ghouls, holding it aloft to display the cover featuring his own winking photograph. He pointed at his image. Winking again, Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Wizards, and 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly, though I don't like to brag about it. I'm not the one who banishes banshees with mere smiles." He paused, anticipating laughter, which elicited only a few faint smiles. "I see you all have purchased my complete works. Excellent. Today we shall begin with a little quiz. Fear not, it is merely to gauge your reading comprehension," he announced. After distributing the papers, he returned to the podium. "You have 30 minutes. Begin now." Harry glanced at the paper, reading aloud. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What do you consider to be Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement thus far? And so forth, spanning 3 full pages. With the final question reading, 54. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday? What would be his ideal birthday gift? Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the papers and began to peruse them in front of the entire class. Good heavens, who cares what his favorite color is? What relevance do his aspirations have to us? Will knowing these trivialities enhance our theoretical knowledge or dueling skills? Malfoy wore an expression of disbelief as he examined the returned quiz papers. Indeed, this is the most absurd test I have ever encountered. I have never seen a teacher so brazen as to use their own interests as examination material. Has Dumbledore lost his wits? How could he appoint such an unreliable instructor? Who knows what other bizarre traits he possesses? Lillian voiced her complaints, seemingly aligning with Malfoy for the first time. Yet, Augustus, while equally disliking this person's demeanor, did not let it hinder his deeper contemplation. He simply lacked sufficient information to form a comprehensive view. Let us do what we can, he thought, to be honest. I know nothing of this man's background. Augustus frowned as he examined the quiz. For this farcical assessment, he too had to raise the white flag. Despite having perused the man's works, how could he, who aspired to construct a comprehensive magical framework, expend energy memorizing such nonsensical details? Consequently, it was almost inevitable that Augustus submitted a blank paper. TSK, hardly anyone remembers that my favorite color is lilac. I mentioned it during my year with the Yule Ball Yeti. A few classmates should reread chapter 12 of my book, where I clearly state that my ideal birthday gift is for all magical and non-magical folk to coexist harmoniously. However, I would not refuse a large bottle of Ogden's Old Fire whiskey. He winked mischievously at them. It was surprising that this ridiculous teacher's birthday wish aligned with Dumbledore's vision of harmony between muggles and wizards. Could this be the reason Dumbledore chose him? To contribute to the construction of a peaceful society between muggles and wizards? Augustus pondered with a hint of malice. Now, returning to the matter at hand. He bent down and retrieved a large, covered cage from behind the podium, placing it on the table. Now, be cautious. My task is to teach you how to defend against the most wicked things known to the wizarding world. You will face the most terrifying creatures in this classroom. But remember, as long as I am here, you shall not come to harm. I only ask that you remain calm. Malfoy instinctively peeked out from behind a stack of books to get a proper look at the cage. Lockhart placed a hand on the cover, and Lillian's smile faded, while Antonio shrank back. I must insist that you do not scream, Lockhart said in a lowered voice, as that would provoke them. The entire class held their breath as Lockhart lifted the cover. Indeed, he proclaimed theatrically, a freshly captured Cornish pixie. Antonio could not suppress a snicker. And even Lockhart could not have expected that to be a scream of terror. What? He smiled at Antonio. Well, they aren't particularly dangerous, are they? Antonio laughed so hard he could scarcely breathe. Don't be so certain, Lockhart retorted, shaking a finger at him in irritation. They could be as mischievous as pesky little imps. These pixies were a shade of teal, about 8 inches tall, with pointed faces and high-pitched, shrill voices, resembling a cacophony of squabbling parakeets. As soon as the cover was removed, they erupted into chaos, flitting about like rockets. 2 of them seized Pansy's ears and hoisted her up, while several others darted out the window, shattering glass in the back row of the classroom. The remaining pixies wreaked havoc within the room, more destructive than a rampaging rhinoceros. They grabbed ink bottles and splattered the entire class, tore books and papers to shreds, ripped down posters from the walls, upended the wastebasket, and hurled bags and textbooks out of the broken window. Within minutes, half the class had taken refuge beneath their desks. While Neville swung from the cha, Augustus extended his silver wand and pointed it towards the sky, conjuring a myriad of luminous eagles from its tip. The flock radiated a pure white light as they soared majestically across the heavens. They scattered in pursuit of the erratically flitting pixies, swooping down upon them like predators. The keen-eyed light eagles darted through the air with remarkable speed, their sharp claws gripping the struggling pixies tightly. In no time, the pixies were captured and confined within a cage, restoring tranquility to the classroom as the last of them was secured. Lockhart exhaled deeply, his hair standing on end like a bird's nest, and 2 scratches marring his face. Yet astonishingly, he maintained an air of arrogance as if the entire spectacle were his accomplishment. He cleared his throat, remarking, "Well done, Augustus. It is the mark of a true gentleman to allow others the opportunity to shine. Had I intervened, this farce would have been swiftly resolved. Nevertheless, I granted Augustus the chance to demonstrate his capabilities, embodying the spirit you all ought to learn from." Sensing the bewildered expressions of the students, he paused. All right. Class is dismissed for today. I expect you to write a paper on the habits and attack patterns of the terrifying pixies we encountered. If you ever encounter such fearsome creatures again, you shall not be caught off guard as you were today. With a sweeping glance at the students, Lockhart held his head high and exited the classroom. Can you imagine that our wizarding world harbors such a disgrace? Lillian seethed, her face contorted with anger, her lips curling disdainfully. I must write a letter to my father. Hogwarts has become a place where anyone can teach. If he can be a professor, I believe it is not beyond the realm of possibility for me to become the headmaster. Malfoy yawned languidly while several nearby Slytherin students exchanged odd glances before drifting away. The competency of this teacher is indeed questionable. If it weren't for his meager reservoir of magic, I might suspect he was a mere charlatan. These pixies pose no challenge to even the most ordinary adult wizard. His performance today was certainly lackluster, and considering the encounters detailed in his autobiography, they're evidently implausible. Augustus concluded this absurdity about their instructor, sharing a knowing glance with Malfoy and Lillian, both of whom nodded in agreement. That man is still scheming for a comeback. Augustus pondered, recalling the ominous aura surrounding the notebook Lucius had given Ginny. In these turbulent times, what did Dumbledore's decision to appoint him as the defense against the dark arts teacher signify? Outside the corridor, the sky began to turn a weary yellow as the sunset bathed the horizon in a crimson hue, painting the world with a desolate palette. In the grand hall of Hogwarts, Augustus dined leisurely beside the chattering Malfoy and the displeased Lillian, who was expressing her irritation over Malfoy's incessant prattle about the various Quidditch teams. Enough already, Malfoy. Just say what you mean directly. Stop meandering around. Honestly, what a fuss for a grown man. Lillian slammed her cutlery on the table, expressing her frustration at Malfoy's roundabout speech. Well, Malfoy stammered, a hint of redness creeping onto his cheeks. I've been selected as the Seeker for Slytherin. This afternoon is my first training session. Will you come to watch? His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Oh, you were chosen as the Seeker? That is quite an achievement for someone your age, Augustus replied. Though he held no particular interest in Quidditch, he still offered his congratulations. He remained curious as to why Malfoy had been selected. Who would have thought, Malfoy? You finally made it. Surely, your rival and companion Harry will regard you differently now, Lillian teased with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Humph. Just wait and see. In the next match between Slytherin and Gryffindor, I will prove who the true Seeker is, Malfoy declared, brimming with determination. We'll see, but I must admit, I'm not optimistic about your chances. Have you forgotten the crystal ball incident? You were utterly defeated in front of Harry. I truly wonder where you draw your confidence from, Lillian retorted, skepticism etched on her face. Instantly, Malfoy's pale complexion flushed with indignation as he waved dismissively. That was merely a mistake. Just a mistake. In the actual match, Harry will be no match for me. Just wait and see. After taking a moment to compose himself, he suddenly asked, will you be coming to watch my training this afternoon? It is my first session. Augustus contemplated for a moment before acquiescing. I shall attend your practice this afternoon as I have no other engagements. Upon hearing Augustus's agreement, Lillian, without further reflection, concurred as well. Malfoy, witnessing the accord between the two, left the dining table with an air of triumphant satisfaction. In the afternoon, Augustus and Lillian followed the Slytherin players into the Quidditch pitch, only to be met with the unexpected sight of Gryffindor students already engaged in their training. The Gryffindor team, upon spotting the incoming Slytherins from above, descended swiftly. Flint, which shouted at the captain of Slytherin, "This is our designated practice time. We specifically rose early for this. Kindly vacate the premises." Marcus Flint, even more imposing than Wood, responded with a cunning grin reminiscent of a troll. "There is ample space here, Wood." Aaliyah, Angelina, and Katie approached, drawn by the commotion. The Slytherin team, devoid of female members, stood shoulder to shoulder, casting identical disdainful glances at their Gryffindor counterparts. "But I have reserved the pitch," Wood insisted vehemently. "I have indeed reserved it." "Oh," Flint retorted, "but I possess a signed note from Professor Snape. Herein lies the authorization from Professor Severus Snape, permitting the Slytherin team to practice on the Quidditch pitch today, training their new Seeker." "You have acquired a new Seeker?" Wood's interest piqued. "Where?" From behind the six towering players emerged a smaller boy, a pale, pointed face adorned with a smug smile. It was none other than Draco Malfoy. "Are you not the son of Lucius Malfoy?" Fred inquired with disdain. "How amusing that you mentioned Draco's father." The entire Slytherin team chuckled, their arrogance palpable. "Then do witness the generous gift he has bestowed upon the Slytherin team." In unison, the 7 players raised their brooms, revealing 7 brand new, gleaming Nimbus 2001 brooms. their golden inscriptions shimmering in the morning sunlight. The latest model, just released last month, Flint remarked casually, brushing a speck of dust off his broom. I assure you, it far surpasses the Nimbus 2000 series in speed. As for those antiquated shooting stars, he cast a malicious glance at Fred and George, who each clutched a shooting star 5. You may as well sweep the floor with them. Augustus helplessly gazed at the two groups before him. If mediation failed, it would surely lead to yet another clash between the two academies. It was peculiar. Every time he was with Malfoy, such dramatic encounters seemed to unfold. Was it possible that Malfoy was fated to bring about discord? As long as he was present, conflict was inevitable. Mr. Augustus, you are the head of Slytherin House. Could you possibly intervene and mediate? We arrived at this venue first, pleaded Harry Potter. Do not incite further discord, Harry. This matter is solely between our two teams. Malfoy replied with a sly glint in his eye. Ron and Hermione approached from the field, curious about the commotion. What is going on? Ron inquired of Harry. Why aren't you playing? What is he doing here? Ron exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Malfoy clad in Slytherin Quidditch team attire. I am the new seeker for Slytherin, Weasley, Malfoy declared proudly. Everyone was just admiring the brooms my father purchased for our team. Ron stood in stunned silence before the 7 exquisite brooms. Quite impressive, isn't it? Malfoy said amiably. However, perhaps the Gryffindor team could procure some gold to buy a few new brooms as well. You could auction off those clean sweep 7s. I'm sure the museum would make a generous offer for them. The Slytherin players erupted in raucous laughter. At least none of the Gryffindor players needed to pay to join the team, Hermione retorted sharply. They earned their places purely on merit. Malfoy's expression darkened momentarily. No one asked for your input, you filthy little mudblood, he spat venomously. Harry instantly recognized that Malfoy had crossed a line, as it provoked an explosive reaction. Flint had to rush in front of Draco to prevent Fred and George from pouncing on him. How dare you? Shouted Aaliyah. Ron reached for his wand from within his robes, shouting, You will pay for that, Malfoy. He furiously pointed at him. Augustus gently touched his forehead. Realizing that the script indeed unfolded as expected, Ron's intellect remained a pressing conundrum after the recent broomstick incident where his wand had been damaged. He now dared to cast spells, leaving Augustus to resolve the matter himself. The Slytherin team members were in fits of laughter. Flint was doubled over, unable to stand upright. Propped up by his new broomstick, Malfoy was on all fours, pounding the ground with his fists. The Gryffindor players gathered around Ron, who was continually expelling glistening snot. It seemed no one was inclined to assist him. We should take him to Hagrid. It's the nearest place, Harry suggested to Hermione, who bravely nodded in agreement. The two of them grasped Ron's arms and hoisted him upright. I'll accompany you. I bear some responsibility for Ron's damaged wand. Once we reach Hagrid's hut, I'll see if I can help him expel everything completely, Augustus remarked to Harry. Harry nodded, and the four of them made their way toward Hagrid's abode. What's wrong? Harry? What's the matter? Is he ill? But you can cure him, can't you? Colin came bounding over, skipping alongside them as they exited the pitch. Ron's body heaved violently, and more snot fell onto his chest. Oh, Colin exclaimed with great interest, raising his camera. Can you hold him still, Harry? Go away, Colin. Harry snapped irritably. The four soon reached the edge of the forest. Almost there, Ron, Hermione encouraged, as the hut of the gamekeeper appeared in the distance. You'll be all right soon. Just a bit further they approached within 20 paces of Hagrid's hut, when the door suddenly swung open, revealing not Hagrid, but Gilderoy Lockhart, donned in the lightest lavender robe imaginable. Quick, hide, Harry whispered, pulling Augustus behind the nearest bush. Hermione and Ron followed suit, albeit reluctantly. If you learn it. It's quite simple. Lockhart called out loudly to Hagrid. If you need any assistance, don't hesitate to seek me out. You know where to find me. I'll send you a signed copy of my book. I'm surprised you don't already have one. I'll bring it over tonight. All right, goodbye. He strode away towards the castle. Augustus furrowed his brow, pondering the purpose of Lockhart's visit. Could it be that he sought to cultivate his followers? With Hagrid's simplicity, it was indeed plausible that he could be drawn into Lockhart's adoration. The defense against the dark arts instructor hardly appeared to be a man of restraint. It was not until Lockhart had vanished from sight that the four emerged from the thicket, hastening to knock upon Hagrid's door. Hagrid promptly appeared, his countenance aflame with anger. But upon recognizing them, his expression transformed into one of delight. He had been murmuring about when they would come to see him, and upon their entrance, he remarked that he had momentarily thought Professor Lockhart had returned. Ah, Augustus has come as well. Welcome, welcome. Augustus nodded as the four of them entered the small cottage. A large bed occupied one corner of the room, while a cheerful fire crackled on the opposite side. Harry helped Ron settle into a chair. Hagrid, could you fetch a larger basin? Augustus scanned the room and addressed Hagrid, who promptly retrieved a large copper basin and placed it before Ron. With a flick of his wand, Augustus cast a spell to induce vomiting on Ron, who leaned over the basin and began to expel a stream of slugs. Once he had finished, Augustus cast a restorative charm on Ron, who exhaled deeply, finally ceasing his retching. Thank you, Mr. Augustus, for rescuing me once again, Ron said gratefully, wiping his nose. It's nothing. By the way, your wand was damaged by the Whomping Willow, and I bear some responsibility. Had I acted sooner, your wand might have remained intact, Augustus remarked, clearly still troubled by the incident. Hagrid busied himself preparing tea, while his enormous dog Fong drooled on Harry. What brings you here, Hagrid? Harry inquired, scratching Fong behind the ears. Teaching me how to prevent water demons from entering wells, Hagrid replied indignantly, removing a half-plucked rooster from the remarkably clean table to make space for the teapot. As if I didn't notice him boasting about how he banished a banshee. If even one of his claims is true, I'll eat the teapot. Harry was astonished by Hagrid's critique of Hogwarts faculty. Hermione chimed in, her voice slightly elevated. I think you're being a bit unfair. Professor Dumbledore clearly believes he is the most suitable candidate, indeed, the only candidate. Hagrid served them a plate of treacle fudge, adding, I mean the only one. Finding a defense against the dark arts teacher is quite difficult. Few are willing to take the position as it is deemed unlucky. None have lasted long, Hagrid continued. Tell me, Hagrid, he turned to Ron, who did he want to curse? Malfoy insulted Hermione with something undoubtedly vile, as everyone was furious. Ron said hoarsely, peeking over the table. He called her a mudblood. What does mudblood mean? Hagrid inquired, genuinely perplexed. Augustus glanced at Hagrid and explained. It is a derogatory term for those of Muggle descent, individuals whose parents possess no magical abilities. Some wizards, like the Malfoys, believe themselves superior due to their so-called pure blood. Hagrid paused, choosing his words carefully. In truth, the rest of us know this is irrelevant. Take Neville Longbottom, he is pure-blooded. Yet he can't even brew a potion correctly. Ron interjected with a hint of malice. Not to mention, the spells Hermione can't cast have yet to be invented. Hagrid added proudly, causing Hermione's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Thus, it is indeed an unkind term. To my knowledge, Voldemort was not a pure-blood wizard. Yet how many purebloods can rival his power? It proves that a wizard's strength is not determined by their lineage. Hermione, do not take it to heart. Augustus said softly. At the mention of Voldemort, both Ron and Hagrid shuddered involuntarily. To lighten the mood, Hagrid suddenly said to Harry, I need to settle a score with you. I heard you've been giving out signed photos. Why didn't I get one? Harry, incensed, struggled to unstick his mouth. I haven't given out signed photos. He protested vehemently, only to catch Hagrid chuckling. I was joking, Hagrid said kindly, giving Harry a hearty pat on the back that sent his face crashing onto the table. As the weather began to cool, a gust of wind rattled the door of Hagrid's cottage, creating a crisp sound. Augustus gazed out the window, where the light and shadows danced against the backdrop of the forbidden forest, appearing ever more vast and remote. Harry noticed Hagrid's pink umbrella leaning against the back wall of the cottage. He had long suspected that this seemingly ordinary umbrella concealed Hagrid's old wand, as he was unable to perform magic after being expelled from Hogwarts in his third year, a mystery Harry had never quite unraveled. Whenever the topic arose, Hagrid would clear his throat loudly and feign deafness until the conversation shifted. Is it the enlargement charm? Hermione asked skeptically, though intrigued. Oh, you did quite well. Your little sister said the same. Hagrid nodded at Ron. I saw her just yesterday. Hagrid glanced at Harry, his beard quivering. She mentioned she was just wandering about, perhaps hoping to encounter someone at my place. He winked at Harry. I dare say she wouldn't refuse a signed photo. Oh, stop it, Harry exclaimed anxiously. Ron burst into laughter. It's getting late, Hagrid. It's nearly noon, and we must return for lunch, Augustus reminded Harry and the others. Yes. We've only had a bit of treacle fudge. There is hardly anything left in our stomachs. We must be off, Hagrid. Harry nodded at him. And the four turned to leave the cottage. Do come again. You are always welcome here. Hagrid waved them off and returned to tending to his pumpkins. As the four walked toward the castle, they had barely stepped into the cool entrance hall when a voice rang out. You're back, Potter, Weasley. Professor McGonagall approached them with a stern expression. You two will be staying behind tonight. What for, Professor? Ron asked, nervously stifling a burp. You will assist Mr. Filch in polishing the silver in the trophy room, Professor McGonagall instructed. No magic allowed. Weasley must do it all by hand. Ron gasped. Filch was universally loathed by the students. Potter, you will help Professor Lockhart respond to his admirers, McGonagall added. No, can I just polish the trophies too? Harry pleaded in despair. Certainly not, McGonagall raised an eyebrow. Professor Lockhart specifically requested you. Remember, 8 o'clock sharp. Dejected, Harry and Ron trudged into the Great Hall. With Hermione trailing behind, her expression seemingly suggesting, you have indeed broken the rules. Augustus approached the Slytherin table, where Malfoy was boastfully regaling his 2 lackeys with tales of how he had transformed Ron into a slug. Mr. Augustus, you have returned. Ron is all right, I hope? Malfoy quickly rose to offer Augustus a seat beside him upon noticing his arrival. He's fine, Augustus replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at the mashed potatoes on the table. Oh, when did you start caring about Weasley, Malfoy? Is it true that adversity breeds familiarity? You must have developed some unspoken affection for him. Lillian, having appeared out of nowhere, teased Malfoy as if it were second nature to her. Nonsense. Caring for one's classmates has always been a noble virtue of Slytherin. I am merely upholding it. Malfoy retorted disdainfully, a sanctimonious expression adorning his face. Well then, as a Slytherin, you truly deserve better. I believe you should consider transferring to Hufflepuff, where your talents would be more appreciated, Lillian said with a mischievous grin. Recognizing he could not best Lillian in their verbal sparrings, Malfoy chose to bury himself in his meal, focusing all his efforts on combating the mashed potatoes and roast chicken. Indeed. I concur that Hufflepuff would be the most suitable place for Draco, came a rebellious voice from nearby. Malfoy looked up to find Loki striding toward them. I wondered who it was, our esteemed head boy. What a surprise to see you take time out of your busy schedule to grace us with your presence, Malfoy exclaimed, feigning disbelief and shock. Mr. Augustus, I happen to have no classes this afternoon. Might you offer me some guidance? Loki completely disregarded Malfoy, directing his attention solely at Augustus. Feeling as though he had been struck in the air, a faint flush crept across Malfoy's face as he muttered, I want to go too, Mr. Augustus. You cannot play favorites. And I. Such a splendid opportunity cannot exclude me, Lillian chimed in, her expression one of entitlement. Augustus glanced at the trio and nodded. Since you 3 are so eager, let us convene every week at this time, in the afternoon, in the Slytherin Common Room. I shall take you to a dedicated venue where I will devote time to instruct you. However, let me make this clear, if anyone decides to withdraw midway, do not expect to rejoin. Loki appeared taken aback by the addition of 2 companions, casting a haughty glance at them. I hope you are not the one to drop out halfway. However, given your usual tendencies, I find that quite dubious. With that, he turned and departed from the dining table. Humph, the arrogance. I would like to see who falters. A flicker of anger flashed in Lillian's eyes. Do not concern yourself with him. He looks down on us. How could a genius hold us mere mortals in esteem? Malfoy languidly wiped his mouth, speaking disdainfully. After the meal, Augustus returned to his dormitory. On the windowsill, a pure white sea eagle seemed to have caught some small prey and was feasting. Augustus approached the window, gently stroking its feathers as the eagle emitted a series of contented chirps. It had been a long time since he had taught anyone. In his previous life, he had assumed the role of headmaster at a young age, making the act of teaching a distant memory. He held considerable confidence in the 3 individuals he was to instruct that afternoon. Loki, a prodigious youth, had already mastered numerous spells that many adult wizards had not. Possessing a vast reservoir of magical energy and, most importantly, the keen intellect essential for a wizard, an ability to assess situations and make split-second judgments in battle. In the alternate realm of his past life, such a gifted individual would have undoubtedly reached the threshold of a pseudo-legendary status. As for Malfoy and Lillian, both were talented individuals with a profound understanding of magic and an acute perception of spells. Of course, if one were to consider the theoretical inheritance of magic, Lillian's aptitude surpassed Malfoy's by a margin, thanks to the inherent meticulousness of women. However, in actual magical confrontations, Malfoy's innate combat prowess afforded him a distinct advantage. Augustus, who had always valued talent, held high hopes for these 3, wishing they would present him with unexpected surprises during their forthcoming training. In the afternoon, Augustus emerged from his dormitory to find Loki and the others waiting in the Slytherin Common Room. Mr. Augustus, you have arrived. Where shall we conduct our magical training? After a year at Hogwarts, I have yet to discover a suitable training venue, Malfoy inquired as he approached Augustus. I have stumbled upon a room that is perfectly suited for our magical training. One must commend the ingenious design of Hogwarts. One can find hidden wonders in the most unexpected places, Augustus replied nonchalantly. Such a place exists? How exciting! Lillian exclaimed with a smile. Let us proceed. Time is of the essence. Augustus surveyed the four and turned, leading them out of the Slytherin common room, traversing the grand floating staircase toward their destination. At 1:30, the four emerged from the common room, navigating the densely populated floating staircases until they reached the 7th floor. They followed the corridor deeper inside. Before them stood a blank wall, opposite a painting of the mad Babbity-Rabbity attempting to teach a troll ballet. "This is the spot," Augustus announced, signaling their arrival. "But there is nothing here," Malfoy remarked, examining the blank wall and the painting with confusion. "Foolishness. In the wizarding world, what appears to be nothing is precisely the greatest flaw. Consider Diagon Alley and the platform 9 3/4. I cannot fathom how a pureblood wizard can be so naive." Loki smirked, his lips curling disdainfully. "Indeed, you are the only one with such insight. Genius, do not condescend to us ordinary folk. It is only natural for us commoners to overlook the vast flaw you perceive," Malfoy retorted, an awkward expression crossing his face. It appeared that Loki had already discerned the truth. The entrance was concealed within this wall. By merely facing it and concentrating on what they desired, the room would manifest itself autonomously. Augustus nodded, turning to face the wall. The troll and its eager ballet instructor paused to observe them. In the next moment, a brilliantly polished door materialized upon the wall. Malfoy gazed at it nervously. Augustus extended his hand, turned the brass handle, and pushed the door open. Inside lay a spacious chamber illuminated by torches, resembling the dungeons below the 8th floor. Wooden bookshelves lined the walls. There were no chairs, only several large silk cushions strewn across the floor. At one end of the room stood a shelf filled with curious artifacts, including a scrying mirror and a large revealing mirror. "This is an excellent place for practicing the stunning spell," Malfoy remarked, poking at the cushions with his foot, his expression peculiar. "Look at these books," Lillian exclaimed, her fingers gliding over the spines. "A compendium of common curses and their counter-curses, a guide to self-defense against dark magic." She turned to Augustus, her face aglow with excitement. This is indeed a splendid location, even through Loki's discerning eyes. He could not help but acknowledge the suitability of this room for their training. "Mr. Augustus, what are those?" Malfoy inquired, pointing at the scrying and revealing mirrors. "Dark magic detectors," Augustus explained as he approached them. "Essentially, they react when dark wizards or enemies draw near. However, we cannot rely solely on them, as sometimes they can be deceived." He gazed into the revealing mirror, observing shadows moving within, though he could not discern their identities. He turned back to the group. "All right, let us commence our training. Before we begin, we shall conduct a small test to determine which type of magic you are best suited to learn." Augustus clapped his hands, beckoning them closer. "Attributes? Is there a distinction in types of magic?" Loki inquired, surprise evident in his tone. "Indeed, the magic and theoretical knowledge I am about to impart to you is an entirely unfamiliar magical system, distinct from the magic of this world, a newly developed magical realm that will open a window for you to glimpse a world of magic hitherto unknown," Augustus elaborated. The three exchanged solemn glances. A new magical system? A world of magic they had never encountered? They sensed that their fates were about to be irrevocably altered by this decision. Inserting his silver wand into the ground, a vast wave of magical energy surged forth, causing his robes to billow. The three struggled to open their eyes as 14 massive stone tablets formed a flawless circle on the ground, inscribed with bizarre, eclectic spells adorned with rugged muses' runes, all presenting a profound black hue. At the center lay a black void, from which magical energy erupted in a visible state between gas and liquid, dividing into 14 streams that flowed into the tablets. To Loki's astonishment, the 14 streams did not distribute evenly among the tablets. Rather, they burst forth from the nexus, deconstructing into 14 distinct forms of energy. Thus, the astonishing ability to choose, which has never been encountered in any official or authoritative literature from any realm, is akin to that of a surgeon who typically operates on the surface but now manifests as a terrifying figure capable of wielding a scalpel at the very soul level. These 14 stone tablets each embody a distinct magical energy attribute. Your task is to place your hands upon the central source of magic, which will ascertain your magical attributes. Augustus nodded, beckoning them to step forward for their assessment. Loki was the first to enter the magic circle, placing his hand upon the source of magical energy. A force emanated from his palm, channeling an unknown energy through his body and into the core. In the next moment, as the magical energy flowed, one of the stone tablets gleamed with light, revealing a crystalline shimmer and a significant frost upon its surface. "Ice attribute," Augustus succinctly elucidated. And Loki nodded in acknowledgement before stepping out of the magic array. Subsequently, Lillian approached. As her palm connected with the magical source, a tablet inexplicably ignited, engulfed in roaring flames. Fire attribute, Augustus waved his hand in satisfaction, pleased that these two individuals had claimed the two magical systems that would elevate him to legendary status. Malfoy's result was the wind attribute, a rare magical system, yet its agility is unparalleled among the various attributes. Having completed the tests, Augustus regarded the three awaiting his words with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Their attribute systems were all perfectly aligned, avoiding any awkwardness of possessing no attribute or an obscure one. These 14 stone tablets represent 14 different magical attributes, which, when examined closely, include wood, fire, earth, water, metal, wind, lightning, light, darkness, ice, necromancy, summoning, arcane, and illusion. 14 major factions. The attributes of the three of you are all mainstream, typically requiring one to primarily focus on attributes that align with their own constitution in the early stages, before eventually branching into other magical attributes at a certain level. With so many factions, it seems impossible to master them all to a profound level, Malfoy remarked, puzzled. One's energy is limited, making it unfeasible to advance all at once to an advanced state. However, mastering the fundamentals does not consume much time. A true mage should embody a spirit of erudition, and drawing parallels is a fundamental principle, Augustus replied nonchalantly. Among these factions, as their names suggest, I can roughly comprehend their functions. Yet, why have I never heard of any wizard from these factions throughout history? Such an expansive magical system could not have formed overnight. It must have undergone prolonged accumulation. Logically, if such a magical system existed, our ancient families should have documented it. Loki posed a pivotal question. Indeed, I have never encountered these magical factions either. This fundamentally disrupts the existing magical framework. If this were to become public knowledge, we might be treated as mere test subjects. Lillian shivered inexplicably. The origins of these magical factions are, to put it specifically, a secret. The anticipation of the three had been thoroughly piqued, and the sudden twist nearly drove Loki to exasperation. All right, the QA session concludes here. What follows is the main course. The earlier tests were merely to ascertain your basic attributes. Whether you can master the intricacies of your respective systems and reach a level of exceptional proficiency depends on your future talents and perseverance. The mentor opens the door, but the cultivation lies within you. I will impart to you the methods of entry and the techniques of your faction spells, but the specifics of your development rest solely on your own efforts. Augustus surveyed the three before him, who could be considered the first disciples of this era. In his previous life, he had 8 disciples, the weakest of whom had already attained the status of a grand mage. What must we do to be considered initiated? Loki inquired meaningfully. The first lesson I will teach you is the most fundamental practice of a mage, meditation. Meditation allows you to perceive the magical web and the magical elements in the surrounding air, facilitating communication with the magical elements that correspond to your attributes, thereby forming your unique magical strings. This constitutes your initiation. Depending on your talents and elemental affinity, the time required to form these magical strings will vary, and that depends solely on you. As Augustus spoke, he shared his written methods of meditation and how to form magical strings with the three for their review. What purpose do magical strings serve? Malfoy inquired succinctly. For a mage, magical strings serve as a bridge connecting you to the elements of heaven and earth. A mage's mental power influences various elements through the magical strings, allowing for the casting of spells as needed. The length of the magical strings is a measure of how many elements you can communicate with and influence. In the early stages, the length of a mage's magical strings can even determine the potency of their spells. Augustus's eyes carried a hint of mirth. The magical strings, as a measure for fledgling mages, have always loomed like the sword of Damocles over all mages. All three were astute individuals, and after examining the theoretical framework regarding meditation and the formation of magical strings, they began their inaugural attempts at meditation. Augustus stood quietly, observing the three individuals before him, eagerly anticipating the outcome of their first meditation. As time gradually passed, Loki was the first to open his eyes, followed closely by Lillian and Malfoy. I perceived the omnipresent elements of the universe. It was truly astonishing. However, it is unfortunate that the absence of magical strings had no bearing on their experience. Those pure white elements must be ice. Evoking a sense of familiarity, Loki exclaimed, clearly exhilarated by his initial foray into the realm of elements. The vibrant hues of existence and the infinite flow of elements left him in a state of ethereal wonder. Indeed, the fiery red elements resembled the twinkling stars in the sky, imparting an exceptionally warm and luminous sensation. Lillian nodded in agreement, relishing the extraordinary feeling akin to that of an observer in a world in motion. Did you all succeed in your meditation? How unfortunate. Could it be that my talent truly falls short? Malfoy lamented. Disappointment etched across his face as he slapped his forehead, realizing his first meditation had ended in failure. Fear not. It is rare for one to succeed on their first attempt. Do not dwell on it too much. With your aptitude, you should achieve success next time. Perhaps you have yet to grasp the essence of meditation. Review the key points I've outlined, and you should encounter no further issues. Augustus assured him with a comforting smile. Next came the formation of magical strings. Let me observe closely. The creation of magical strings is crucial and must not be flawed. Loki muttered to himself with a serious expression. He picked up the guidelines for forming magical strings pinned by Augustus and began to study them meticulously, word by word. Lillian, not to be outdone, also took up the document to delve into her studies, leaving Malfoy to re-examine the meditation principles. The room fell silent once more as Augustus gazed at the trio engrossed in their studies, feeling a profound sense of admiration. These three were among the first to engage with his magical system, potentially becoming pivotal figures in the magic framework of this world. The collision of two magical systems had sown a seed today, the outcome of which, who would merge with whom or even be consumed, remained shrouded in uncertainty. He pondered how his actions today might be depicted in vivid strokes a millennium hence, like the flutter of a butterfly's wings that could incite a tempest sweeping across the world. As October arrived, following their weekly training sessions in September, Loki, Lillian, and Malfoy each successfully formed their magical strings, concurrently mastering 3 or 4 first-level spells corresponding to their individual attributes. Hogwarts Castle experienced a sudden drop in temperature, with damp, chilly air permeating the grounds and infiltrating the castle. A cold swept through the staff and students, leaving Madame Pomfrey in a flurry of activity. Her revitalizing potions had immediate effects. However, those who consumed them found their ears emitting smoke for several hours. Rain fell in torrents, drumming against the castle windows, and the deluge persisted for days. The lake swelled, and the flower beds turned into muddy streams, while Hagrid's pumpkins expanded to the size of garden sheds. In the Hogwarts library, Augustus reclined in a plush chair, engrossed in a compendium of dragon language spells. The dragon language magic of this world was intriguing. Through the lens of incantations in dragon tongue, one could glean the rhythmic patterns inherent in the magical system's phonetics. Outside, the rain continued to pour. The sky dark as ink, yet indoors, the atmosphere was bright and cheerful. The flickering firelight illuminated countless soft armchairs where individuals sat reading, conversing, or completing their homework. Fred and George Weasley, the mischievous twin brothers, were experimenting with the effects of feeding a fire lizard some strenuous smoke. Fred had rescued a vibrant orange lizard from their Care of Magical Creatures class, and it now lay languidly on a table, emitting faint embers. Surrounded by a circle of curious onlookers, suddenly the fire lizard leaped into the air, spinning wildly around the room, releasing a shower of sparks accompanied by loud pops. Percy, hoarse from shouting, sternly reprimanded Fred and George. The lizard expelled beautiful orange stars from its mouth, a spectacular sight, before it darted into the hearth, trailing a series of explosive sounds behind it. Augustus shook his head with a smile, continuing to peruse the scroll in his hands. Mr. Augustus, are you also in the library? A voice called from behind. Augustus looked up to find Harry standing a short distance away, covered in mud and looking somewhat embarrassed. How did you get like this? Why not change into something cleaner? Augustus inquired, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes, wondering if such attire was a deliberate choice for the evening as Halloween festivities. I just returned from the Quidditch training grounds, and I didn't have time to change before Filch caught me. After finally escaping, nearly headless Nick stopped me and invited me to his death day party. So, I've had no time to change, Harry explained succinctly, adjusting his glasses. A death day party? Is it entirely composed of ghosts? How intriguing. I would love to join you. Augustus exclaimed suddenly, his interest piqued. Let us meet in the Great Hall at 7 o'clock. I'll find Ron and Hermione. They should also be quite interested in this ghostly gathering. Harry nodded in agreement and turned to leave the library. At 7 o'clock, Augustus, Harry, Ron, and Hermione convened in the Great Hall, making their way through the entrance that led to the bustling hall. It was adorned with lights and flickering candles, and tables were laden with golden platters, tempting in their allure, yet they proceeded towards the dungeon classroom. The corridor leading to nearly headless Nick's party was already illuminated by candles, but the ambience was far from pleasant. The small, dark candles emitted a ghostly blue light, casting an eerie glow on their vibrant faces. With each step, the temperature dropped. Harry shivered, pulling his clothes closer around him. At that moment, he heard a sound akin to 1,000 fingernails scraping across a giant blackboard. "Is that what you call music?" Ron whispered. "You can't expect a ghost's sense of hearing to be like that of a living person," Augustus replied with a slight smile. Turning a corner, they spotted nearly headless Nick standing at a doorway, draped in a black velvet curtain. "My dear friends," he said mournfully, "welcome, welcome. I am so pleased you could come." He removed his feathered hat and bowed, inviting them inside. The sight before them was truly astonishing. The dungeon classroom was filled with hundreds of milky, translucent figures, most of whom floated about the crowded dance floor. Waltzing to the haunting and trembling sounds produced by 30 musical saws, the band seated on a stage draped in black cloth. A chandelier above them burned 1,000 candles, emitting a midnight blue glow. Their breaths formed puffs of mist in the chilly air, reminiscent of stepping into a refrigerated chamber. "Shall we explore a bit?" Harry suggested, hoping to warm his feet. "Be careful not to pass through anyone's body," Ron cautioned nervously. They slowly walked along the edge of the dance floor, passing a group of melancholic nuns, a ragged man in chains, and a plump friar. A cheerful Hufflepuff ghost was engaging in conversation with a knight who had an arrow protruding from his forehead. Harry also spotted the Bloody Baron, as he had anticipated. The Baron, a gaunt figure with hollow eyes, was smeared with silver blood, and other ghosts were creating a large space for him. "Oh dear," Hermione suddenly stopped. "Turn around quickly. I don't want to speak with Moaning Myrtle." "Who?" Augustus asked as they hurried back the way they came. "She's in the girls' bathroom," Hermione replied. "That bathroom has had issues all year, because she constantly throws tantrums and splashes water everywhere. I try to avoid it whenever possible. It's terrifying when she shrieks at you while you're using the toilet." "Such a ghost sounds rather amusing," Augustus remarked lightly, touching his forehead thoughtfully. "Look, food," Ron exclaimed. At the far end of the dungeon classroom stood a long table, draped in black velvet. They eagerly approached, but halted in horror, for the stench was unbearable. Large chunks of decaying meat were placed on beautiful silver platters, charred cakes piled high on massive trays. There were also numerous meat pies infested with maggots and a cheese covered in green mold. At the center of the table stood a massive, gravestone-shaped gray cake, inscribed with a tar-like icing. "Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, died October 31st, 1492. Harry stared in disbelief. At that moment, a plump ghost approached the table, squatting down and passing directly through it, his mouth agape as he floated past a foul-smelling salmon. "If you can go right through it, can you taste it?" Harry asked him. "Pretty much," the ghost replied sadly before drifting away. "I suspect they allow the food to rot to enhance the flavor," Hermione commented knowledgeably, pinching her nose as she leaned closer to inspect the putrid meat pies. Countless ghosts hovered in the air, their colorful, translucent forms drifting about, creating a scene akin to a complex stage play. Augustus's tall figure cast a long shadow in the pale light. The ghosts began to dance the can-can, their twisted forms swaying in the air, while Ron stared wide-eyed at the jubilant spirits flitting about like birds. Suddenly, a diminutive ghost emerged from beneath the table, hovering in front of them. "Hello, Peeves," Harry said cautiously. Peeves was a mischievous poltergeist, unlike the other spirits around them, who were pale and transparent. On the contrary, he wore a vibrant orange party hat and a spinning bow tie, grinning mischievously with a broad face. Augustus wore a smile, joyfully greeting Peeves. "Happy holidays, Peeves." Upon hearing the voice, Peeves turned and, upon recognizing Augustus, was taken aback. "You, what brings you here?" "I thought I'd drop by to see how delightful this soiree is." "It's been ages, Peeves," Augustus replied, still exuding a cheerful demeanor. Peeves cautiously hovered behind Hermione. "Care for a treat?" His eyes gleamed mischievously as he presented her with a bowl of moldy peanuts. "No, thank you," Hermione replied. "I overheard your conversation regarding poor Moaning Myrtle," Peeves chimed in, his eyes twinkling. "Discussing poor Myrtle? How impolite." He glanced at Augustus before darting to a corner far from him, taking a deep breath before bellowing. "Hey, Myrtle." "Oh no, Peeves, don't tell her what I said. She'll be terribly upset," Hermione urged in a hushed tone. "I was merely jesting. I don't mind her at all." "Hello, Myrtle." A short, plump ghost floated in, her face the most melancholic Harry had ever seen, obscured partially by her straight, long hair and thick, pearl-colored glasses. "What?" she asked, her expression taut. "Hello, Myrtle." Hermione greeted with a feigned cheerfulness. "It's lovely to see you outside the restroom." Myrtle sniffed. "Miss Granger was just discussing you." Peeves whispered slyly in her ear. I was saying how lovely you look tonight. Hermione shot Peeves a fierce glare. Myrtle regarded Hermione with suspicion. You're mocking me, she said, tears swiftly cascading from her translucent eyes. Not at all. Myrtle, you are the most enchanting ghost I have ever encountered. Truly lovely and gracious. I believe Peeves must have misinterpreted Hermione's words. Augustus interjected with a soothing tone, causing Peeves to shiver inexplicably. Really? Am I truly that charming? Myrtle asked, glancing at her ethereal form, twirling in her long gown, a blush rising to her cheeks. Though I know it's unlikely, I'm still very grateful. Watching the scene unfold with a mixture of envy and annoyance, Peeves rolled his eyes before erupting. Fat Myrtle. Ugly Myrtle. Poor, weeping, miserable Myrtle. Augustus brandished his silver wand, sending a jet of dark light toward Peeves. Instantly, Peeves' voice became a strangled, raspy shout, his face contorted in fear as he flew away. Oh dear, Hermione lamented. Myrtle suddenly burst into sobs, turning to flee from the underground classroom. Nearly headless Nick floated through the crowd. Having fun? Quite well. The ghosts are rather friendly, Augustus nodded. The turnout is quite satisfactory, nearly headless Nick proclaimed proudly. The weeping widow traveled all the way from Kent. My speaking time is approaching. I should remind the band. Unexpectedly, the band ceased playing. Silence enveloped the underground classroom as everyone turned in excitement. A hunting horn sounded. Oh no, nearly headless Nick groaned. Suddenly, 12 ghostly horses burst from the walls, each bearing a headless rider. The attendees erupted in applause. Harry clapped as well, but quickly halted upon seeing Nick's expression. Headless horsemen? They certainly made quite an impression, Augustus mused. The 12 ghostly steeds halted at the center of the dance floor, rearing up on their hind legs and kicking their hooves. The foremost rider, a large ghost with a bushy beard, held his head tucked under his arm, blowing a horn. He leapt from his mount, raising his head high to survey the crowd, eliciting hearty laughter. Striding toward nearly headless Nick, he casually attempted to reattach his head. Nick, he bellowed, how are you? Still got your head attached? He erupted into a raucous laugh, clapping Nick on the shoulder. Welcome, Patrick, Nick replied stiffly. The headless Patrick spotted Augustus, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, feigning surprise as he leapt high, only for his head to tumble off. The crowd roared with laughter. Very amusing, Nick said, his face stern. Forget Nick. Patrick's head shouted from the floor, still miffed about not being allowed to join the hunting party. But look at this fellow. And with a meaningful glance at Nick, Harry hastily added, Nick is quite the fright. And oh, Nick is clearly a most hospitable ghost. Huh. I suspect he told you to say that. Patrick's head proclaimed. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall now commence my address. Nearly headless Nick announced loudly, striding toward the podium. Standing beneath a cold blue spotlight. My dearly departed lords and ladies, it is with profound sorrow that I... The remainder of his speech was drowned out as Patrick's head and the headless hunting party engaged in a game of head hockey, drawing the audience's attention away. Nick futilely attempted to regain the crowd's attention, but Patrick's head soared past him amidst cheers, forcing him to concede defeat. Augustus observed the reveling specters with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Indeed, the phantoms of this world were rather intriguing. They lived openly within the school, possessing their own social circles and activities, and most amusingly, they seemed to regard themselves as anything but outcasts, coexisting harmoniously with humans. As the night descended, the temperature in the room plummeted, and I could no longer endure it. Ron muttered, his teeth chattering. At that moment, the band began to play once more, and the spirits floated back to the dance floor. Let us depart, Augustus concurred. They moved toward the door, nodding and smiling at every gaze that fell upon them. In a minute, they hurried down the dimly lit corridor adorned with flickering black candles. The pudding must still be uneaten, Ron said hopefully, leading the way up the steps toward the entrance hall. Traversing the narrow passage, Harry suddenly halted, staggering to a stop as he grasped the stone wall. Intently listening while scanning his surroundings, squinting in search of something in the dimly lit corridor. Harry, what is the matter? Augustus inquired, glancing around to confirm there was nothing amiss before regarding Harry with curiosity. Listen, Harry urged, his voice urgent, as Ron and Hermione froze, staring at him. Seeing Harry's certainty, Augustus drew out his silver wand to enhance his hearing, holding his breath as a disjointed series of hisses filled his ears. There was indeed a sound, seemingly emanating from the ceiling. Could it be a ghost? Yet, the noise was merely a meaningless growl. Augustus nodded, observing Harry as he continued to search. It is a human voice, I am certain. It speaks of killing. It is time. Harry hastily explained, while Augustus listened in puzzlement. but the sound remained a cacophony of incoherent shrieks. The sound grew fainter. Harry was convinced it was moving upward. "This way," he shouted, dashing up the stairs and into the entrance hall. The echoes of laughter from the Halloween feast in the great hall drowned out any other noise. Harry sprinted up the marble staircase, with Augustus, Ron, and Hermione trailing closely behind. If we are hearing the same voice, though the content differs for some reason, its source should be one more floor up. "Follow me," Augustus indicated, having confirmed they were indeed hearing the same voice as Harry. The four of them raced up the staircase, Augustus straining to continue listening amidst the weight of his footsteps. They dashed through the third floor, with Ron and Hermione panting behind, until they turned a corner into the final empty corridor. "Mr. Augustus, Harry, what is happening?" Ron asked, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I can't hear anything," Hermione suddenly gasped, pointing down the corridor. "Look!" On the wall before them, something shimmered. They approached cautiously, squinting in the darkness to discern the details. Between two windows, a foot off the ground, some words were scrawled, glinting in the light of the burning torches. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." "What is that hanging below?" Ron asked, his voice trembling. They cautiously drew closer, and Harry nearly slipped. There was a large puddle on the floor. Ron and Hermione grabbed him as they edged nearer to the inscription, their eyes fixed on the dark shape below. All three discerned what it was simultaneously, recoiling in fright and splashing water. It was Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat. Hanging by her tail from the torch bracket, her body rigid as a board, her eyes wide open and staring blankly. They stood frozen for several seconds, before Ron finally said, "We should leave here quickly." "Shouldn't we try to save Harry?" Hermione suggested hesitantly. "It appears she has been petrified. If that is the case, we might still have a chance to revive her." Augustus wore a complex expression as he gazed at the petrified cat. "Listen to me," Ron urged. "We do not want to be discovered here." However, it was too late. A low murmur, akin to distant thunder, signaled that the feast had just concluded. From both ends of the corridor came the sound of hundreds of feet ascending the stairs, accompanied by the cheerful chatter of students sated with food. Soon, students began to jostle and crowd into the passageway. When those at the front spotted the cat dangling, the lively clamor abruptly ceased. Augustus, Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood alone in the corridor as the students fell silent, pressing forward to witness the grim scene. In the ensuing stillness, a voice rang out. "Enemies of the air, beware. You're next, mudblood." It was Draco Malfoy, who had pushed to the front of the crowd, his cold eyes alight with malice. His normally pale face flushed crimson. He gazed at the motionless cat, a cruel smile spreading across his features. "What has happened? What is going on?" Filch, undoubtedly drawn by Malfoy's shout, squeezed through the crowd. Upon seeing Mrs. Norris, he staggered back, panic-stricken, clutching his face. My cat! My cat! What has happened to Mrs. Norris?" he screamed. His bulging eyes then fell upon Harry. You killed my cat. You killed her. I will kill you." "Filch, be careful. Accusing a student without evidence is a serious matter," Augustus said coolly. "He must have killed my cat. He knows I am." "I am." Filch suddenly burst into tears, and the onlooking students regarded Harry with a mixture of horror and pity, as if he were a villain of the darkest sort. Dumbledore arrived on the scene, followed by several other teachers. In the blink of an eye, he passed by Harry, Ron, and Hermione, gently lowering Mrs. Norris from the torch bracket. "Come with me, Filch. And you three, Mr. Augustus, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger." Lockhart hurried forward. "My office is the closest. The headmaster is just upstairs." "Thank you, Gilderoy," Dumbledore replied. The silent crowd parted to allow them passage. Lockhart was abuzz with excitement, following Dumbledore eagerly. Professors McGonagall and Snape trailed behind. Before departing, Augustus cast a final glance at the wall where Mrs. Norris had been found and at the puddle still uncleaned on the floor, a contemplative expression crossing his face. The scene resembled a massive magnet, drawing in and reconfiguring every clue around it, a critical thread barely discernible amidst the dense fog of mystery. As they entered Lockhart's dim office, a commotion erupted on the wall. Harry saw several photographs of Lockhart hastily ducking out of sight, their hair still adorned with curlers. At that moment, the real Lockhart lit the candles on the desk and stepped back. Dumbledore placed Mrs. Norris gently on the polished surface, beginning a thorough examination. Augustus cast a glance around the room, as Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged anxious glances before taking their seats on a few chairs that lay beyond the reach of candlelight. Observing intently, Dumbledore's elongated, hooked nose nearly brushed against the fur of Madame Loris. Through his crescent-shaped spectacles, he scrutinized it meticulously, his slender fingers prodding and poking with delicate precision. Professor McGonagall bent low, her face almost touching the cat, squinting closely to examine it. Snape stood behind them, half his figure cloaked in shadow, exuding an ominous presence. His expression was peculiarly distorted, as if he were exerting great effort to suppress a laugh. Lockhart meandered around them, incessantly devising strategies. It must be a curse that has brought about its demise, likely a transfiguration torturing spell. I have witnessed others wield this incantation on multiple occasions. It is truly unfortunate that I was not present then, for I happen to know the counterspell that could have saved it, Lockhart boasted triumphantly to those surrounding him. A glimmer of amusement flickered across Augustus's face. Lockhart was indeed a rather intriguing individual. At this moment, he could nonchalantly utter a plethora of utterly superfluous words without so much as a blush or a tremor of his heart. One must concede that he possesses a certain talent in this regard. I recall a remarkably similar incident that transpired in Ouagadougou, Lockhart continued, recounting a series of assault events meticulously documented in my autobiography. At that time, I provided the local populace with an array of protective charms, which swiftly resolved the predicament. Meanwhile, Dumbledore murmured some peculiar incantations and tapped Lady Loris with his wand, yet there was no response. Lady Loris remained rigidly reclined, resembling a specimen freshly prepared for display. Augustus attentively listened to Dumbledore mumbling seemingly meaningless syllables, perhaps ancient runes, an effective means for curing curses or defending against soul attacks. However, it was evident that the cat before him was not within the realm of his healing expertise. At last, Dumbledore straightened up. "It is not dead, Filch," he said softly. Lockhart was counting how many murder attempts he had thwarted when he suddenly paused. "Not dead," Filch stammered, peering through his fingers at Mrs. Norris. "Then why is it completely rigid, as if frozen?" Finally realizing, Augustus nodded subtly, recognizing the legendary wizard's meticulous approach to events. Having taken so long to arrive at a conclusion amidst numerous speculations, "It has been petrified," Dumbledore stated. "I believed so too," Lockhart interjected. "But how it came to be, I do not know." "Ask him," Filch shrieked, turning his tear-streaked face towards Harry. "A second-year student could not have accomplished this." Dumbledore asserted firmly, "It requires the most profound dark magic." He did it. Filch spat, his plump, sagging face turning a deep crimson. "You saw the words he wrote on the wall. He discovered it in my office. He knows I am—" Filch's face contorted in horror. "He knows I am a squib." "Filch, even if Harry were aware of your status, there would be no necessity for him to specifically target your cat. If he truly possessed such power, he could have petrified you without the need for a gruesome scheme merely for a cat," Dumbledore reasoned. "Moreover, as I mentioned, a second-year student lacks the capability to wield such advanced dark magic." Augustus shook his head and calmly voiced his opinion. "Mr. Augustus is quite correct. Harry cannot be the perpetrator." A glimmer passed over Dumbledore's glasses, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "May I interject, Headmaster?" Snape said from the shadows. And an ominous feeling intensified within Harry. He believed that whatever Snape had to say would not bode well for him. "Perhaps Potter and his friends simply should not have been in that location at that time," Snape remarked, his lips twisting into a sneer, as if he held grave suspicions. "But we certainly face a series of uncertainties. Why did they venture to the upper corridor? Why did they not attend the Halloween feast?" Harry, Ron, and Hermione hurriedly explained that they had gone to attend the memorial party. "Hundreds of ghosts were there. They can attest to our presence. But what of afterwards? Why not attend the feast?" Snape questioned, his dark eyes glinting in the candlelight. "Why go to the upper corridor?" Ron and Hermione both turned to Harry. "Because—" Harry's heart raced. "Because we were tired and wanted to go to bed early," he said. Snape's unpleasant smile widened. "My opinion, Headmaster, is that Potter has not been entirely truthful," he stated. "We may need to revoke some of his privileges until he fully discloses the events. Personally, I believe it would be best to remove him from the Gryffindor Quidditch team until his attitude improves." "Honestly, Severus," Professor McGonagall retorted sharply, "I see no reason to deny the boy the opportunity to play. The cat was not struck on the head by a broom, and there is no evidence suggesting Potter has committed any wrongdoing. It was him. It must have been him." Filch, standing amongst the teachers, suddenly had an epiphany. Pointing accusingly at Augustus, "He must have done it. Harry is his accomplice. I have heard the rumors of the Chamber of Secrets with his position and power in Slytherin. He could very well be the heir of the chamber, and it is clear he possesses the ability to petrify my cat." Augustus, far from being angered, chuckled. Do you truly believe that an heir of the House of Julius would find any intrigue in Salazar Slytherin's chamber? In terms of history, this school does not possess the ancient legacy of the Julius lineage. Even disregarding my family heritage, I have no interest in any form of inheritance. A flicker of apprehension crossed Filch's eyes as he realized that challenging this individual might have been a misstep, regardless of his talents within the school. The vastness of Augustus's family was not something a mere caretaker could easily disparage. We can revive her, Filch, Dumbledore said patiently. Mrs. Sprout has recently procured some mandrake. Once they mature, I possess a potion that can bring Mrs. Loris back to life. I shall brew it, Lockhart interjected. I have concocted it at least 100 times. I can brew the mandrake resurrection potion in my sleep. Forgive me, Snape retorted coldly, but I am the potions master at this school. An awkward silence ensued. You may leave now, Dumbledore instructed Augustus, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The four exited the office in single file, closing the last door behind them, as light faded away. The dim corridor lights flickered, and Augustus wore a somewhat complex expression. A gust of wind swept through, causing his robes to billow and his golden hair to become disheveled. It was yet another tumultuous autumn, Augustus mused silently. For several consecutive days, students spoke of nothing else but the attack on Mrs. Loris. Filch's behavior ensured that the incident remained ever present in their minds. He often paced the site of the attack, seemingly anticipating the return of the assailant. Armed with a bottle of skullduggery universal stain remover, he scrubbed the words on the wall, but to no avail. Those words continued to gleam brightly upon the stone surface. When not patrolling the crime scene, Filch lurked in the shadows of the corridors, his eyes red and glaring, suddenly pouncing upon unsuspecting students, concocting excuses to detain them, citing their loud breathing or their playful laughter as justification. Can you believe it? Those foolish Gryffindors actually think Harry is the heir to the chamber and that he attacked Mrs. Loris. It is utterly laughable, Malfoy exclaimed loudly in the Great Hall. Oh, are you aware of the rumors surrounding the chamber? Lillian inquired, evidently intrigued by the matter. I don't know much, but the chamber is associated with Salazar Slytherin. So his heir cannot possibly be a Gryffindor, Malfoy concluded dismissively, waving his hand. One cannot be so definitive. Anything is possible. How do you know what criteria he uses for choosing an heir? To my mind, Harry could very well be the heir of the chamber. Lillian retorted with a tone of frustration. Malfoy's face flushed instantly, and he began to mumble incoherently. The heir of the chamber should not be Harry. I have a bit more understanding of this history. Malfoy is correct. An heir would never select a Gryffindor, Augustus interjected, defending Malfoy. Malfoy nodded in gratitude. I told you. Harry could never be the heir. The true heir must be someone else, undoubtedly a pure Slytherin. Oh, are you speaking of me? Loki remarked. Having dined at the second-year table frequently since studying magic with Augustus. When it comes to pure bloods, who here can claim otherwise? There is no need for you to flaunt it, Malfoy scoffed, disdain evident in his tone as his utensils clattered. Oh, is that so? By the measure of your family history, the Malfoy family stands little chance. Without a historical foundation, you cannot hope to achieve prominence. Let alone be the heir of the chamber, Loki replied, a glimmer of scorn evident in his amber eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Enough of this argument. One's family does not define them. Whether it be Voldemort or Dumbledore, neither had illustrious lineages backing them. How many from prominent families can rival their current accomplishments? Hence, a hero's lineage is of no consequence. It is best to forget your surnames and not be swayed by their past glories. Time will reveal all. Only by shedding these superficial trappings can one advance further along the path of magic, which embodies truth. Augustus's calm words doused the trio with a cold reality, silencing them instantly. In the afternoon, the class bell rang. The group made their way to History of Magic, the most tedious course on their schedule. Among all their instructors, only Professor Binns, who taught this subject, was a ghost. The most thrilling aspect of his class was when he passed through the blackboard into the classroom. He was exceedingly old, his skin wrinkled, and many claimed he was unaware of his own death when he was alive. One day, he stood to teach and inadvertently left his body behind in a comfortable armchair by the fireplace in the staff room. Since then, his daily activities had remained unchanged. Augustus, unlike others, possesses a profound interest in this seemingly tedious subject, allowing him to gain a deep understanding of the history of a magical civilization from its nascent stages to its flourishing development, regardless of who imparts it. This narrative is undeniably significant. Professor Binns is monotonously elucidating the International Wizarding Conference of 1289 when he suddenly lifts his gaze, appearing quite astonished. You are Lillian. Are you not, Professor? She inquires, her voice resonant and clear. Might you enlighten us regarding the Chamber of Secrets? Well, Professor Binns replies slowly, yes. I suppose you could say that. He gazes intently at Lillian, as if he has never truly scrutinized a student before. However, the legend you refer to is an exceedingly sensational, even ludicrous tale. Although Augustus possessed a profound understanding of the history surrounding the Chamber of Secrets, this did not deter him from considering the professor's interpretation of this narrative from a different perspective. At that moment, every student in the class was utterly captivated, hanging on every word spoken by Professor Binns. With his aged vision somewhat clouded, he observed that each face was attentively turned toward him. The unusually intense interest displayed by the students left Professor Binns feeling rather flustered. Ah, very well, he began slowly. Let me ponder. The chamber. You all must be aware that Hogwarts School was established over 1,000 years ago, though the exact date remains uncertain. The founders were the 4 greatest witches and wizards of that era. The 4 houses are named after them: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. Together, they constructed this castle, hidden from the prying eyes of Muggles, for in those times, the common folk feared magic, and witches and wizards faced considerable persecution. Professor Binns paused, scanning the classroom with his indistinct gaze before continuing. In the initial years, the founders worked harmoniously together, seeking out young individuals who exhibited signs of magical potential, bringing them to the castle for proper education. However, over time, rifts began to form among them. The divide between Slytherin and the others grew increasingly pronounced. Slytherin advocated for a more selective admission process at Hogwarts, believing that magical education should be restricted to those from pure-blood families. He was unwilling to accept the children of Muggle-borns, deeming them unreliable. Eventually, a fierce argument erupted between Slytherin and Gryffindor over this matter, leading Slytherin to depart from the school. Professor Binns took another pause, pursing his lips like a wrinkled old tortoise. Reliable historical sources inform us of these events, he stated. Yet these stark truths have been overshadowed by the peculiar legends surrounding the chamber. According to the tale, Slytherin constructed a secret room within the castle, unbeknownst to the other founders. It is said that Slytherin sealed the chamber, ensuring that it could not be opened until his true heir arrived at the school. Only that heir could unlock the chamber, unleashing the terrifying entity within, tasked with purging the school of all those deemed unworthy of studying magic. As the story concluded, a profound silence enveloped the classroom, not the usual drowsy stillness characteristic of Professor Binns' lectures. Each student remained fixated on him, yearning for him to continue, the atmosphere tinged with unease. While Professor Binns appeared slightly irked, Augustus chuckled softly, finding no discrepancy between his knowledge and the history of the secret chamber. In truth, regardless of who the successor might be, it held little significance for him. The legacy of a legendary mage bore no weight for a sorcerer who had barely stepped into the realm of divinity in his previous life. One step into the divine realm, one step into the cosmos. Even if Salazar were to be resurrected, it would merely add another contemporary legend to the world. In this life, his pursuit was ultimately that elusive and unattainable true divine realm. Everything else was naught but fleeting illusions, ephemeral as a mirage. On a Saturday morning, Augustus arose early, traversing the chilly Slytherin common room and strolling through the wooded glade outside the castle. The morning fog was dense, obscuring visibility beyond 5 meters, while vibrant green leaves adorned the branches beside him, glistening with transparent dewdrops. A light drizzle mingled with the thick mist, creating a unique ambience. Venturing out at such an early hour, he found the air quite pleasant, and he often enjoyed morning walks here. Not far away, a strikingly attractive girl approached him, her tall stature giving her an air of confidence. Ah, who are you? A flicker of curiosity danced in Augustus's silver eyes. He did not recall ever having seen this girl before. In his memory, he could usually recognize anyone he had encountered at least once. Mr. Augustus, you may not know me, but I am Autumn Zhang, the seeker for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. I have long admired your reputation as the head of Slytherin House and the Mobile Library. We Ravenclaws have always held scholars in high esteem. And your renown even reaches us, she replied, a hint of admiration in her voice. Autumn Zhang? A lovely name. You must be of Chinese descent, Augustus observed closely, deducing her heritage from her pronunciation and name. Yes, Mr. Augustus, do you know about China? Autumn seemed taken aback that Augustus could discern her origins. Please, just call me Augustus. We are classmates after all, and it feels more convenient. My knowledge of China is limited, but its history is indeed fascinating, ancient and mysterious. This eastern country is filled with captivating aspects, and as a Chinese person, you must feel a sense of pride for your homeland, Augustus nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Of course, Autumn replied, her pride evident as she spoke of her country as one of the 4 ancient civilizations. China boasts unparalleled advantages in culture and many other aspects. If you ever visit China, I would be delighted to be your guide and showcase the charm of my homeland. I shall certainly consider it, Augustus responded with a smile, feeling a fondness for the enthusiastic girl. It's getting late. I must return. This afternoon, as head of house, I need to attend the Quidditch match against Gryffindor, he informed Autumn, preparing to head back to school. Oh, then it's settled. If you ever have the opportunity to visit China, you must seek me out. I would be honored to guide you, Autumn reiterated, her sincerity apparent. Absolutely, Augustus replied, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes as he turned away from the edge of the forbidden forest. As 11 o'clock approached, students and faculty began making their way to the Quidditch pitch. The weather was humid and oppressive, with distant thunder rumbling in the sky. As a second-year head of house, Augustus organized the seating for his classmates in a methodical manner alongside Lillian. As Gryffindor emerged to head towards the pitch, they were met with a cacophony of cheers. The crowd, primarily composed of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff supporters, rallied for Slytherin's defeat, though the jeers and boos from Slytherin supporters could also be heard amidst the clamor. Madam Hooch, the Quidditch referee, instructed Flint and Wood to shake hands, their eyes locked in a fierce glare as they gripped each other's hands tightly. On my whistle, Madam Hooch announced, 3, 2, 1. The crowd erupted, sending the 14 players soaring into the leaden sky. Harry soared higher than all the other players, squinting to scan his surroundings for the elusive golden snitch. Are you all right, Scarhead? Malfoy called out, darting beneath Harry like an arrow, seemingly flaunting the speed of his broom. Harry did not have time to respond. At that moment, a heavy black bludger hurtled towards him. He narrowly dodged it, feeling the rush of air as it passed by, ruffling his hair. That was close, Harry, George shouted, hurtling past him with his bat, ready to send the bludger toward a Slytherin player. Harry watched as George struck the bludger forcefully towards Adrian Pusey, only for it to unexpectedly change direction and head straight back towards Harry. Quickly, Harry dropped lower to evade it, while George swung again, this time sending the bludger toward Malfoy. However, the bludger, like a returning boomerang, veered back towards Harry's head. In an instant, Harry accelerated, darting towards the opposite end of the pitch, the bludger hot on his heels. What was happening? Fred Weasley was waiting at the far end for the bludger. Harry ducked just in time as Fred swung with all his might, sending the bludger soaring away. Now that's more like it, Fred cheered. Yet, he was mistaken. The bludger seemed magnetically drawn to Harry, pursuing him once more, forcing Harry to speed away desperately. The rain began to fall heavily. Harry felt large droplets splattering against his face and glasses. He remained oblivious to the events unfolding on the pitch until he heard the commentator, Lee Jordan, announce, Slytherin leads, 60-0. Augustus gazed perplexedly at the rampaging quaffle in the sky, which seemed to have set its sights on Harry. A secondary detection spell cast upon the quaffle revealed information that did not correspond to any known magical categories. In essence, it was not part of Augustus's current repertoire of magic. To enhance his magical framework, Augustus had long since integrated spells from 2 distinct magical systems into his web of enchantments. If this were indeed a spell from one of those systems, the detection spell should have yielded a response. Unable to locate the caster, Augustus refrained from intervening with the quaffle, for he was merely an observer. Any interference that prevented the quaffle from striking Harry would constitute a breach of protocol, necessitating a complete restart of the match. He could only expedite the search for the spellcaster, and under the influence of immense magical energy, his probing eye began a broad reconnaissance. In that agonizing moment, Harry hung suspended in midair, hesitant to accelerate towards Malfoy for fear that he might look up and spot the golden snitch. Alas, his pause lingered too long. The quaffle finally struck him, crashing fiercely into his elbow, and Harry felt an excruciating jolt as if his arm had been severed. A burning pain coursed through him, leaving him somewhat disoriented as he slid sideways on the rain-soaked broomstick, one knee still clinging to the broom while his right hand dangled lifelessly at his side. Augustus abandoned the pursuit of the spellcaster, for this individual was well concealed amidst the multitude of students and teachers, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, there were no significant mishaps. Harry had merely sustained a broken arm, which could be remedied with a few incantations. As Augustus made his way towards the center of the arena, he caught a glimpse of Lockhart standing beside Harry and, inexplicably, felt a sudden chill. He noticed a row of gleaming teeth. Oh no, not you, he moaned, uncertain of what he was expressing. Lockhart loudly reassured the anxious Gryffindor students gathered around. "Do not worry, Harry. I am about to mend your arm." "No," Harry exclaimed. "Let it be as it is. Thank you." He attempted to sit up, but the pain in his arm was excruciating. He heard the familiar click of a camera nearby. "I do not wish to have such photographs taken, Colin," he said emphatically. "Lie still, Harry," Lockhart comforted him. "It is merely a simple spell, one I have performed countless times." Augustus stood aside, observing with a detached gaze, with the teacher intervening. It was evident that he need not take further action. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling sensation upon witnessing Lockhart's gleaming teeth and disconcerting smile. "Why can't I go directly to the hospital?" Harry gritted his teeth and uttered through clenched jaws. He truly ought to seek medical attention. "You were phenomenal, Harry," Wood exclaimed, despite his own injuries, unable to suppress the smile that graced his muddy face. "That grab was absolutely extraordinary. I've never seen you perform so brilliantly." Harry peered through the myriad of legs surrounding him and spotted the Weasley twins, Fred and George, struggling to confine the wild bludger into its box. The bludger continued to thrash violently. "Step back," Lockhart commanded, rolling up the sleeves of his emerald green attire. "No, don't," Harry weakly protested. But Lockhart had already begun to twirl his wand. In a mere second, he directed the wand toward Harry's arm. An odd, deeply uncomfortable sensation surged like lightning from Harry's shoulder to his fingertips, as if his arm were being drained of life. He dared not look, shutting his eyes and turning his face away. However, as those around him gasped in shock and Colin Creevey resumed his frenzied photography, Harry realized that his greatest fear had materialized. His arm no longer pained him, but it felt as though it had transformed into something entirely unrecognizable. Augustus tapped his forehead. And indeed, his intuition was correct. Entrusting Lockhart to cast a spell for Harry's healing was nothing short of a farce. From now on, he would rather put his faith in Filch than expect Lockhart to provide any meaningful assistance. Harry stood up, feeling his body oddly lean to one side. He took a deep breath and glanced down at his right side. The sight nearly caused him to faint once more. Extending from his sleeve was a thick, flesh-colored rubber glove. He attempted to move his fingers, but there was no response. Lockhart had failed to set Harry's bones properly. He had removed them entirely. "You ought to go to the hospital." What began as a minor injury now seems to require several vials of bone-mending potion for a proper recovery. Augustus regarded Harry with a look of regret, pondering that had he acted sooner, the situation might not have escalated. Ultimately, it was Lockhart who played a pivotal role in this debacle. Leaning on Ron for support, Harry limped away from the scene, while Lockhart, oblivious to the peculiar gazes of those around him, boasted, "At least Harry's arm doesn't hurt anymore. I merely alleviated his pain before sending him to the hospital. After all, if the pain had been too severe, he might not have made it in time. Now, if anyone wishes to learn my pain relief spell, feel free to visit my office for a discussion." The surrounding students shivered at this, hastily departing in small groups. Lockhart shrugged helplessly at their rapid exit before turning to leave the Quidditch pitch himself. In the afternoon, in the room of requirement, Augustus stood before Loki and the others. "You have now mastered a sufficient number of first-level spells. It is time for practical application. As a wizard, having a solid grasp of foundational knowledge is merely superficial. True understanding and creativity can only be found in real combat, allowing you to discover a rhythm that suits you. Pair off and begin your practice. Starting with Malfoy and Loki." Augustus warned, "Last time, I spared you, but this time, I shall not show mercy." Loki stood casually at one end of the dueling arena, a hint of a smile gracing his defiant features. "Who can't talk big? Just be careful not to trip over your own tongue. I eagerly anticipate our duel. It will serve as a validation of all I have learned these past days. I hope you are not merely superficial, as I wish to engage fully." Malfoy dismissed Loki's bravado with a fierce retort. "Begin." Augustus gestured for them to commence the duel. Loki calmly cast a basic ice armor spell upon himself, which had a chance to mitigate damage from hostile spells, though it could not absorb all harm and would dissipate once its limit was exceeded. Malfoy, in turn, cast Wind's Grace upon himself and swiftly unleashed a first-level spell, Windblade, the transparent gust slicing through the air with unstoppable speed toward Loki. Unfazed, Loki waved his wand and murmured an incantation, summoning a spear of ice that formed in midair. The ice spear met the Windblade, severing it before continuing its trajectory toward Malfoy. The remnants of the wind blade struck Loki's ice armor without causing a ripple, being absorbed entirely. Malfoy, wary of the ice spear, relied on the speed of wind's grace to deftly evade it, the spear embedding itself harmlessly in the ground. He began to utilize the advantages of wind's grace, maneuvering around the arena, and in a blind spot, he cast another spell. This time, Loki did not dodge. Becoming ensnared by Malfoy's wind shackles, slender ropes of air swirling around him, Loki tested a few offensive spells but found himself unable to break free. The next incantation was decisive. A glimmer of excitement crossed Malfoy's face as he conjured an ethereal longbow formed of void, the luminous arrow shimmering bright. With the atmosphere as my bow and radiance as my arrow, bear the weight of my will. Drawing the bowstring, the arrow shot forth with an imperceptible speed toward Loki, who was rendered immobile, an easy target for such a swift spell. Lillian watched in astonishment, wondering if Malfoy might actually win. In the realm of meditation and study, it had taken Malfoy 2 attempts to succeed, and he had fallen behind a day in constructing the magical bowstring. Yet here he was, excelling in practical combat. Was it possible that wind-based spells were inherently suited for battle? At that moment, Loki found himself trapped, the luminous arrow arcing toward him, poised to determine the outcome of the duel. Augustus's silver eyes shimmered with a hint of light as he observed the unfolding crisis. Just as the arrow was about to strike, Loki remained unperturbed. He raised his wand, and an unusual incantation, Kinmice, escaped his lips. A massive surge of magical energy erupted, summoning a frost storm that shattered the wind shackles effortlessly. Loki stepped out from the confines, the wind arrow grazing his left arm as it passed by. Malfoy found himself encapsulated in a freezing gale that swept across the dueling arena, rendering him immobile. Despite his speed advantage, he was powerless against such an expansive range of magic. Have you truly mastered a second-level spell? Ice Ring? Malfoy exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. In less than a month, Loki had gained control over second-level magic, unaware of the arduous journey to attain such mastery. Malfoy could hardly fathom that Loki could wield such power. Fortuitously, just days ago, Loki had transcended from the stage of a magical apprentice to a full-fledged wizard. Hence his demeanor reflected no pride, only a humble acknowledgement of Malfoy. Enough, I concede. Battling a wizard at your level is akin to seeking punishment, Malfoy muttered, waving his hand dismissively as he turned to exit the arena. Loki, your progress is commendable, but remember, do not prioritize speed of training above all else. Strength is indeed crucial, yet one's realm must grow alongside it. A wizard's insight and mindset are paramount, followed by their magical prowess. Do not lose sight of this balance, Augustus remarked, unperturbed by Loki's rapid advancement. In other realms, prodigies like him were plentiful. True rarity lay in those who could leap over that threshold and soar to greatness. Next came the duel between Malfoy and Lillian, which concluded without suspense. As Malfoy fell to Lillian, now a mid-level magic apprentice. Given that fire magic, known for its offensive capabilities, posed a significant challenge for Malfoy, his defeat was inevitable. However, he seemed unable to accept losing to Lillian. His expression darkened as they exited the room of requirement. On Monday morning, news spread throughout the school that Colin Creevey had been attacked and lay in the hospital like a lifeless body. Instantly, rumors proliferated, sowing seeds of suspicion among the students. First-year students huddled together in tight clusters, fearful that venturing out alone might lead to danger. During this period, they exchanged talismans, protective charms, and other means of safeguarding themselves in secret. This practice quickly gained popularity, with Neville Longbottom acquiring a pungent onion, a sharp amethyst, and a rotting newt's tail. As a result, the other boys from Gryffindor reassured him that he was, in fact, not in any peril. Being of pure blood, he was immune to attack. They first targeted Filch, with Nasine remarking that his round face was filled with terror, and everyone knew he was practically a mute. The potions class was conducted in a vast subterranean chamber. The session on Thursday afternoon commenced as usual, with 20 cauldrons positioned between wooden desks, alongside copper scales and jars filled with various ingredients. Snape prowled about amidst a haze of smoke, harshly criticizing the work of the Gryffindor students, while the Slytherin pupils snickered maliciously at the side. Draco Malfoy, Snape's favored pupil, incessantly rolled his fish-like eyes at Ron and Harry. Ron and Harry were acutely aware that retaliating in kind would result in immediate detention, leaving them no opportunity to protest their innocence. Harry's swelling potion was overly diluted, his thoughts consumed by matters of greater importance. He awaited Hermione's signal, barely registering when Snape paused to mock his watery concoction. Snape turned to seek out Neville to bully, and Hermione met Harry's gaze with a nod. Harry swiftly crouched behind his cauldron, retrieving a string of Fred Weasley's wizard wheezes from his pocket, and deftly tapped it with his wand. The fireworks began to hiss and spit sparks. Realizing he had but a few fleeting seconds, he straightened up, aimed, and hurled the fireworks. They landed precisely in Goyle's cauldron. Augustus cast a puzzled glance at Harry, wondering about the situation. How could one dare to instigate trouble during Snape's lesson? Were they perhaps scheming something else to divert Snape's attention? It was hard to imagine that Harry, with his character, would act as recklessly as the Weasley twins. Even with their audacity, they would not dare to misbehave in Snape's class. Suddenly, Goyle's potion erupted, splattering its contents all over the classmates. Amidst the onslaught of the viscous brew, everyone screamed in alarm. Malfoy found himself drenched, his nose swelling like a balloon. Goyle, with his hands over his eyes, stumbled about blindly, his eyes swollen to the size of lunch plates. Snape desperately tried to restore order, seeking to understand the cause of the chaos. In the midst of this turmoil, Harry noticed Hermione quietly slipping out of the classroom. Augustus also took note of Hermione's departure. It seemed that this trio was embarking on yet another grand adventure. With a resigned sigh, Augustus pressed his forehead and began to assist Malfoy. A secondary healing charm was cast upon him, and the burns on Malfoy's face and head instantly diminished significantly. Malfoy nodded gratefully at Augustus, then viciously scanned the surroundings as if seeking out the mastermind behind this incident. Silence! Silence! Snape bellowed, all students splashed by the potion. Come forth to receive the anti-swelling solution. Until I ascertain who is responsible, Harry stifled a laugh as half the class jostled toward Snape's desk. Some with arms swollen like clubs, unable to lift them, others with mouths so swollen they could hardly utter a word. At that moment, Harry noticed Hermione sneaking back into the underground classroom, her clothing protruding in a peculiar manner. Once everyone had consumed the antidote, and the various swell, Augustus beamed as he observed the trio hastily departing. Surprisingly, Snape did not probe further, which could be deemed fortunate for them. Adventure and fervor are oftentimes inseparable companions. One could only wonder what peculiar clandestine operation awaited this time. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the inaugural Duel Club was set to commence. Augustus, Malfoy, Lillian, and Loki arrived at the hall, where the lengthy dining table had vanished, replaced by a gilded stage that emerged along one wall, illuminated by hundreds of floating candles. The ceiling once again transformed into a velvety abyss, and nearly all the students of the school had assembled, jostling together, each wielding their wand with faces alight with excitement. Uncertain of who would instruct them, they squeezed into the chattering throng. Lillian gathered her long hair and remarked, I heard from someone that Flitwick was a dueling champion in his youth. Perhaps he will be our instructor. No sooner had she spoken than Gilderoy Lockhart ascended the stage, resplendent in a crimson robe. Beside him stood none other than Snape, clad in his customary black attire. Lockhart waved his hand to silence the crowd and boisterously called out, Gather round, gather round. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear my voice? Splendid. Professor Dumbledore has graciously permitted me to establish this humble duel club to thoroughly train you, ensuring that should you ever find yourselves in need of self-defense, you may employ the very techniques I have utilized countless times. For further details, do refer to my published works. Allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape, Lockhart continued, flashing a broad smile. He possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding dueling and has generously agreed to assist me with a brief demonstration before our lessons commence. Fear not, my dear young ones. I assure you that after our demonstration, I shall return your potion's professor to you in one piece. There is no need for concern. A glimmer of amusement flickered across Augustus's face. Recently, a popular saying had emerged within the school, if you don't seek trouble, trouble won't find you. This seemed particularly apt for Lockhart, provided he survived this so-called demonstration. Lockhart and Snape turned to face each other and bowed. At the very least, Lockhart performed an elaborate bow with his hands, while Snape merely shook his head in evident impatience. They then raised their wands before their chests like arrows. As you can see, we hold our wands in the standard dueling position, Lockhart announced to the silent crowd. On the count of 3, we will cast our first spell. Of course, neither of us intends to take the other's life. I wouldn't bet on that, Harry whispered, baring his teeth at Snape. 1, 2, 3. Both wizards abruptly lifted their wands over their shoulders. Snape shouted, Disarm. Suddenly, a blinding red light shot forth, and Lockhart staggered, losing his balance. He was propelled backward off the stage, crashing against the wall before sliding down to the floor in a heap. Malfoy and several other Slytherin students erupted in applause and cheers. Hermione jumped up and down on tiptoe. Do you think he's all right? She gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. Who cares? Harry and Ron exclaimed simultaneously. Lockhart managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. his hat having fallen off and his wavy hair standing on end. "Well, everyone saw that," he declared, wobbling back onto the stage. "That was a disarming spell. As you can see, I have lost my wand." "Thank you, Miss Brown." "Yes, Professor Snape, show them that move." "What a brilliant idea. But don't take offense. It was quite clear what you intended to do just now. If I wished to stop you, it would require no effort at all. I believe. For the sake of their education, we should allow them to see." Snape's expression darkened with menace. Lockhart seemed to notice and quickly interjected, "The demonstration ends here. Next, Professor Snape and I will each select a distinguished duelist from our school to engage in a student duel." To prevent Snape from naming someone first, Lockhart hastily continued, "Cedric Diggory, come up here and represent my side. Now, Mr. Snape, you may designate the other participant." A look of self-satisfaction spread across Lockhart's face, as if he held great confidence in his choice, while the Slytherin students erupted in a chorus of boos. Snape regarded the smug Lockhart with disdain, a slight sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. "Augustus, step forward. Demonstrate the essence of student dueling for Mr. Lockhart." When Snape announced Augustus's name, the Slytherin students fell momentarily silent before bursting into jubilant cheers. Harry and a few Ravenclaw students joined in the applause, seemingly taken aback by the popularity of Augustus. Lockhart's face paled slightly, and he nervously gestured for Cedric to approach. He then waved his wand, performing several gestures, as if imparting some techniques to Cedric. Cedric nodded with a wry smile, wearing an expression of indifference, seemingly unimpressed by Lockhart's tutelage. After his instruction, Lockhart inexplicably gained a bit of confidence. "All right. Do it as I showed you, and you'll be just fine. Go forth. Victory is within your grasp." As they both stepped into the dueling circle, Augustus stood silently, gazing intently at his opponent. Cedric felt a bead of sweat form in his palm. He had never faced Augustus before, yet as a prominent figure in the school, he had certainly heard the countless rumors surrounding him. The legendary duel with the headmaster had become the stuff of legend, and Augustus's contributions during last year's defense of the Philosopher's Stone indicated that he was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. If he wasn't careful, Cedric feared he might not last long against Augustus. With a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind, Cedric decisively took the initiative, regardless of the circumstances. The duel must proceed without hesitation. "Leg-locking curse," Cedric called out, selecting a controlling spell without hesitation. If Augustus could be immobilized, the duel might then unfold according to Cedric's rhythm. A blue beam of light, leaving a trail in its wake, sped toward Augustus. A flicker of amusement danced in Augustus's eyes. With a focus on control and a secondary emphasis on attack, his opponent's strategy was indeed commendable. Augustus waved his wand, conjuring a wall of swirling winds that materialized before him. The tumultuous currents within the wind wall were intricate and chaotic, lifting Augustus's golden locks as his robe billowed dramatically. The blue light shot forth from Cedric, only to be effortlessly annihilated within the confines of the wind barrier. The students below erupted in astonishment. This was their first encounter with silent casting, and the enigmatic spell left many upperclassmen, including Cedric, in a state of bewilderment. A flicker of admiration crossed Snape's eyes. Such prowess at such a tender age was indeed enviable, making Cedric seem somewhat outmatched as his adversary. The wind wall technique, a fourth-tier spell, brought a smirk to Malfoy's lips. Perhaps he would soon master this incantation himself. Observing the surrounding gazes of confusion and envy, Malfoy felt an odd sense of superiority wash over him. He understood that his life's trajectory had irrevocably shifted upon encountering Augustus. All he needed to do now was closely follow in Augustus's footsteps, gradually pursuing the elusive truths of magic, regardless of the thorns that lined the path. As long as he trailed Augustus, he would ultimately glimpse the final destination. On one side stood the howling azure wind wall, while on the other, a visibly tense Cedric contemplated his next move. Although he was unfamiliar with the spell, he could easily infer its defensive properties. To counteract its effects, he would need to resort to a few familiar incantations. He was confident that even the most profound defensive spells could only absorb a finite amount of damage. Thus, after Cedric unleashed 2 shattering spells along with 3 others that fragmented violently, the wind wall's efficacy was disrupted. Seizing the opportunity, as Augustus appeared momentarily dazed, Cedric decisively cast a spell often deemed a finishing move in duels. A vivid red light surged from Cedric's wand, hurtling directly towards Augustus. "Augustus!" Lillian cried out anxiously from below. Augustus's demeanor seemed peculiar. He appeared detached from the duel, lost in thought, as he stared at the oncoming crimson beam. Many spectators felt a chill of apprehension for him. As if roused by Lillian's voice, Augustus looked on with indifference at the approaching light. With a deft flick of his wand, flames erupted from beneath him. Following a resounding explosion, Augustus's form gradually vanished from sight, reappearing 10 meters away. As the disoriented spell struck the ground in an empty space, the gathered students erupted into a clamor, all well aware that the use of apparition was forbidden at Hogwarts, leaving them puzzled by the spectacle before them. Snape, seemingly privy to some insider knowledge, recalled that Augustus had employed a similar spell during the previous hidden championship battle. Hence his lack of surprise, though he remained perplexed about the origins of such magic. The Blazing Flash spell, a 5th-tier fire magic, utilized the explosive force of flames to create space for instantaneous movement. Lillian had long harbored resentment towards this spell, as she had yet to reach the age required for apparition. Using this magic instead was a fortuitous alternative, especially since it could be freely cast within the school grounds, making it an essential tool for any occasion. In the realm of dueling, the ability to teleport freely rendered the situation nearly insurmountable. How could one strike when the magic could not reach its target? Furthermore, one had to remain vigilant against sudden, lethal assaults from unexpected angles. It was as if the competition began at a disadvantage. Others were starting from a point 3/4 down the track while he remained at the starting line, contemplating how to surpass them. Cedric gazed helplessly at his opponent, now only hoping that Augustus's mastery of such advanced magic might deplete his magical reserves. Augustus lifted his head. Realizing that there was little point in continuing, he resolved to conclude this contest. After several rounds of engagement, he recognized that the individual before him was indeed a promising talent. From his combat awareness to his mastery of rhythm and control, he exhibited remarkable prowess. Furthermore, when confronted with an unknown and formidable magic, he did not hesitate excessively. Instead, he attempted to approach the situation from alternative angles in his spellcasting, which were all commendable attributes. Were he in another realm, he would undoubtedly possess the potential to attain the esteemed rank of a magus. Augustus extended his silver wand, tilting it skyward as a dense cloud gathered ominously. The air resonated with the rumble of thunder, the oppressive sound rendering the entire hall somewhat constricted. The students gazed up in trepidation, speculating about the fate that awaited Cedric. A thick forked lightning bolt descended from the clouds, and a flicker of fear flashed in Cedric's eyes as he endeavored to suppress his emotions, fortified by his armor and the barriers surrounding him. With a flourish of his wand, Augustus conjured a series of ice spikes that ascended from the upper left, while on the opposite side of the sky, numerous colossal fireballs danced menacingly. The expanse above the hall was saturated with fireballs, ice spikes, and lightning. The intertwining red, white, and blue hues in the air were poised to orchestrate a grand symphony. In the next moment, Cedric was to confront aerial assaults from 3 directions. As lightning and flames surged simultaneously, and the ice spikes soared against the backdrop of the sky. At that instant, Cedric had forgotten he was within the confines of the school's hall. The magnificent spectacle before him felt as though he were transported to an ancient battlefield, where the soaring spells instilled a sense of dread. Such beauty revealed the astonishing ease with which magic could manifest. This stage seemed insufficient to accommodate the grandeur of the impending waltz, and Cedric felt unworthy of it. Loki, entranced, murmured to himself. Most of the students below appeared dazed, with only a few possessing some semblance of rationality, utterly captivated by the breathtaking display. This was no longer merely magic. It had evolved into a lavish aerial feast steeped in artistry. Even Severus Snape, typically composed, exhibited a hint of distortion in his expression. His emotions were decidedly complex. Reflecting on the situation, he pondered whether, if he were Cedric, he would have any chance of escape against such formidable magic. He was reluctant to seek an answer, fearing the outcome might be one he did not wish to confront. I concede. Without a trace of hesitation, Cedric besieged Augustus. At this juncture, the matter transcended victory or defeat. Lingering any longer could lead to a life-or-death scenario. It was merely a duel, and he was not yet prepared to sacrifice himself for the sake of magical pursuits. Augustus nodded, his wand sweeping through the air, causing the magnificent scene in the sky to dissipate as if it had never happened, leaving no trace behind, prompting a lingering doubt about whether it had all been but an ephemeral illusion. At that moment, Lockhart appeared somewhat dazed, seemingly struggling to extricate himself from the spectacle that had just unfolded. After a considerable pause, his eyes gradually regained a semblance of vitality. Admit defeat? Very well. I hereby declare Augustus the victor of this duel. He uttered this with a dejected glance at Snape, harboring a hint of resentment over having lost to him twice. Snape remained impassive, seemingly indifferent to Lockhart's gaze. Mr. Augustus has presented us with a feast of magic. Now, I shall move among you, pairing you into groups of 2, with the hope that you will exhibit a unique flair in your duels. The students below remained somewhat dazed, as if still entrapped in the aftermath of the recent events. Offering little reaction to Snape's words, they navigated through the crowd, forming pairs. Lockhart assigned Neville and Justin Finch-Fletchley as a duo, but Snape first approached Harry and Ron. The dream team should be broken up, he remarked mockingly. Weasley, you may partner with Finnegan. As Harry instinctively leaned toward Hermione, Snape continued, I do not share that sentiment. Miss Granger, you shall pair with Miss Millicent. Malfoy wore a dazed smile, still somewhat entranced by the preceding events, yet upon realizing that Harry would be his opponent, a peculiar grin crept across his face. Oh, the savior himself. I hope you endure a while longer in my presence, Malfoy smirked, his lips curving dangerously. In the grand hall of Hogwarts Castle, beneath a dazzling ceiling of stars, the young duelists commenced their contests. Though Augustus might have deemed these duels childish and absurd, it did not deter the students from investing their utmost energy and seriousness into the competition. Augustus observed this fervent gathering of youths, momentarily lost in thought. Lillian faced Pansy, a fellow classmate, and decided to show mercy, engaging in a few rounds of back-and-forth exchanges. Eventually, a colossal fireball materialized in the sky, hurtling toward Pansy, who watched in astonishment as it approached. Though the effects of various protective spells mitigated its impact, it still ignited Pansy's skirt. Snape, passing by, extinguished the flames with a flick of his wand, his gaze flickering with confusion towards Lillian. She feigned composure, moving into the throng of those who had completed their duels. Loki faced an unfamiliar first-year student, displaying such disinterest that he opted not to employ ice spells. Instead, he swiftly disarmed his opponent before petrifying him, concluding the match seamlessly, leaving the first-year student no time to comprehend his defeat. Malfoy stood confidently before his longtime rival, having been sharpened by Augustus's teachings and frequent skirmishes with Loki. He was no longer the novice he once was. In the face of his opponent, he naturally found a sense of calm, an essential principle for any duelist. Without tranquility, one could hardly hope to unleash their full potential in the heat of battle. Harry, evidently intent on victory, initiated the duel as Malfoy remained motionless, pointing his wand and exclaiming, Ricta Sempra. Malfoy effortlessly cast a charm of wind elegance, evading the incoming silver light by a narrow margin. Frustrated, Harry pouted. Unaware that Malfoy merely sought to achieve his aim with minimal effort, the near miss being a mere faade, Harry raised his wand again, unleashing a bone-breaking curse directed at Malfoy, who continued to evade with ease, his wind elegance enhancing his speed beyond Harry's spells. Out of tricks, Scarhead? Then it's my turn, Malfoy sneered, his wand aimed as a pale blue wind began to swirl around him. Intoning an incantation, he conjured a towering column of wind that reached for the heavens, ensnaring countless objects in its vortex. Under Malfoy's command, the wind column surged toward Harry. The surrounding students were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the wind column, instinctively halting their duels to witness the chaos it wrought. The colossal blue whirlwind approached Harry with astonishing speed, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with fear as he struggled to call out his surrender. Malfoy, seemingly oblivious, continued to direct the wind column towards Harry with unabated enthusiasm. How intriguing! Malfoy has already mastered such a spell at his level, Loki mused, arms crossed, a hint of amusement glimmering in his amber eyes. Lillian, too, was taken aback by Malfoy's incantation, brushing her forehead, while a peculiar smile danced at the corners of her lips. Augustus raised his silver wand, and with a gentle flick, the column of wind seemed to be absorbed, swiftly diminishing until it transformed into a mere whisper of breeze that returned to the world. He had conceded defeat. There was no need to pursue aggression further, Augustus remarked with a hint of indifference. Indeed, Mr. Augustus, Malfoy said, bowing slightly towards Augustus before turning to Harry. Consider yourself fortunate this time with Mr. Augustus's assistance. Next time, do not surrender so readily. I have yet to fully indulge myself. Harry, filled with humiliation, clenched his teeth and retreated in silence. Snape observed the unfolding situation with some surprise, glancing at Malfoy and Lillian before regarding Augustus with a contemplative expression. Enough, everyone. Halt for a moment, Snape suddenly interjected, his voice resonating throughout the hall. At that moment, a greenish mist began to swirl above the gathering. Neville and Justin lay sprawled on the floor, breathless. Ron was apologizing profusely to a pale-faced Seamus for the havoc wrought by his broken wand. While Hermione and Millicent were still in the fray, Millicent gripping Hermione's head, prompting soft cries of distress from her, their wands forgotten on the ground. Harry rushed forward to pull Millicent away, a challenging task given her larger stature. Oh dear, Lockhart exclaimed, flitting about the crowd as he surveyed the aftermath of the duel. You, stand up. Ernie, be cautious. Miss Fawcett, apply pressure. The bleeding will cease shortly. Butte, I believe it is best I teach you how to counter hostile spells. Lockhart, appearing flustered, stood at the center of the hall, casting a furtive glance at Snape, whose cold, glinting eyes prompted him to avert his gaze immediately. Now then, let us have another pair step forward. Longbottom and Finnegan, how about you? Lockhart suggested. That is a most unwise proposal, Professor Lockhart, Snape replied, gliding across the stage with the grace of a sinister bat. Longbottom could wreak havoc even with the simplest of spells. We might have to package Finnegan's remains in a matchbox and send him off to the hospital wing. Neville's round, pink face flushed even deeper. And what of Malfoy and Potter? Snape sneered. Excellent, Lockhart declared, gesturing for Harry and Malfoy to step into the center of the hall, as the crowd parted to create space for them. Very well, Harry, Lockhart instructed. When Draco points his wand at you, do this. Having just endured a previous defeat, Harry was eager to seize this chance under his teacher's guidance. Nervously, he looked up at Lockhart and asked, Professor, could you demonstrate that counterspell once more? Lockhart raised his wand and waved it about in an attempt to conjure intricate patterns, only to inadvertently drop it to the ground. Snape snickered derisively from the side, while Lockhart hastily retrieved his wand, exclaiming, Oh dear. My wand seems to be a bit overzealous. Augustus helplessly observed Harry and Lockhart on the stage. Today seemed to be a day of misfortune for Harry. First forced to concede to a spell he had taught Malfoy, and now about to become a victim in the duel between Lockhart and Snape. Regrettably, the legendary Lockhart's so-called method to counter dark curses was nothing but sheer nonsense. It appeared that Lockhart might be Harry's nemesis. All right, Potter, just follow what I demonstrated earlier, and you shall win this duel. Lockhart cheerfully patted Harry on the shoulder, seemingly brimming with confidence in the advice he had just imparted. What? The method is to drop the wand? Yet Lockhart paid no heed to his words. 1, 2, begin, he proclaimed. Malfoy swiftly raised his wand and bellowed, Serpensortia. The tip of his wand erupted in a burst. Harry watched in terror as a long black serpent suddenly sprang forth, landing heavily on the floor between them. Rearing its head, ready to attack, the crowd screamed, hastily retreating to clear a space. Oh, Draco clearly hasn't mastered that spell. The snake he summoned is merely a fade. If I were to duel him, I would have no less than 5 ways to banish that menacing serpent, Loki remarked nonchalantly, standing in front of Augustus, observing the frightened Harry. Do not move, Potter, Snape drawled lazily, evidently relishing in Harry's frozen stance as he stared down the furious snake. I'll handle this. Let me. Lockhart interjected, brandishing his wand threateningly at the serpent. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the serpent not only failed to vanish but leaped over a meter high before crashing back to the ground. It was furiously hissing, its forked tongue flicking as it advanced towards Justin Finch-Fletchley, then rearing its head to reveal its venomous fangs, poised to strike. Lillian stifled a laugh. Mr. Lockhart is indeed a brave wizard, consistently delivering unexpected results. If one were to assess Hogwarts' finest purveyor of surprises, Lockhart would undoubtedly be the top choice. Harry could not comprehend why he acted as he did. He was not even aware of his decision to do so. All he knew was that his legs moved forward autonomously, as if on roller skates, and then he foolishly shouted at the snake, "Let him go." A miracle occurred, unbelievably. The serpent collapsed onto the floor, docile as a thick, black garden hose, its eyes fixated on Harry. Gradually, Harry felt his fear dissipate. He knew the snake would no longer attack anyone, though he could not articulate how he knew. He looked up at Justin, smiling broadly. He expected to see relief, confusion, or gratitude on Justin's face, but never anger or terror. What do you think you're playing at? Justin shouted, turning and bolting out of the hall before Harry could respond. Parseltongue? Augustus's expression turned slightly grave. He had not anticipated that Harry would be a Parselmouth. To Augustus's knowledge, in modern times, apart from Salazar and a few of his bloodline, there was only one other Parselmouth, Voldemort. Now, Harry showcasing such a trait could have immeasurable implications for him. However, it was certain that this gift was largely regarded as an embodiment of evil, not well received by many. In truth, conversing with animals was not something to be disparaged. It was primarily Voldemort's prolonged dark reign, coupled with his own status as a Parselmouth, that had inadvertently tainted this gift with malevolence. In another realm, most druids could communicate with animals. Druids were champions of nature and a notably peace-loving race. Therefore, it is evident that the gift itself bears no inherent good or evil. Imposing one's moral standards upon such gifts is undeniably foolish and ignorant. Snape stepped forward, waved his wand, and the serpent transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing. Snape regarded Harry with an unexpectedly shrewd gaze, one that Harry found displeasing. He also vaguely sensed the ominous whispers circulating among the crowd. Malfoy returned to Augustus's side, wearing a serious expression as if he had uncovered a dark truth. I never imagined Harry would be a Parselmouth. I've caught him out now. Let us see how he continues to pose as the savior in front of everyone. I'm eager to witness the expressions of those wizards who have heralded him as a stalwart of righteousness upon learning he is a Parselmouth. You underestimate those purists. Since they wish to mold Harry into a hero, they will find countless reasons to support him, regardless of any missteps, as long as he does not cross the line. Being a Parselmouth is merely a trivial matter. It will not hinder their crusade for justice, silencing all dissent, such as politics. They need Harry as their emblem, Loki replied, his eyes glinting with a mixture of disdain and complexity as he watched Harry walking away in the distance. What you assert is indeed practical in the Muggle world. Yet you forget the nature of this realm. In the land of magic, power derives from oneself. Both Dumbledore and Voldemort profoundly understood this, enabling them to rise above the ministry of magic, determining the fates of countless lives. Loki, remember, in the magical world, politics is merely a subordinate. Our strength comes from within. The path of magic extends as far as you choose to tread. Augustus perceived the struggle in Loki's eyes. He understood that had he not crossed paths with him, with his intellect, ambition, and family support, this child might have become a formidable figure in political circles. Thriving within the ministry of magic, lauded by those aspiring for advancement, ultimately losing himself in his pursuit of magical truth, akin to Cornelius Fudge. However, since Loki had chosen to follow him on the path of seeking magical truth, it was imperative to remind him where true strength as a wizard originates. Ultimately, the choice lay in his hands. He believed that with Loki's wisdom, he would discern what truly mattered to him. Navigating the path of magic is indeed fraught with challenges. The scenery and thorns along the way can lead one to question their initial intentions. Those who can steadfastly journey to the end are exceedingly rare. The road is endless. Having chosen to pursue the truth of magic, one must walk until they can no longer proceed, even if it leads to death. To hear the way is to die content. On this unending road, the presence of a few companions may not seem so solitary. The recent Duel Club had a significant impact throughout the school, especially Augustus's 3 mixed spells, which left an indelible impression on many, significantly altering the perception of Augustus among Hogwarts students. Previously, in their eyes, Augustus was the teacher's pet, knowledgeable and gentle, seldom refusing any inquiries. He was a quintessential exemplary student. However, since the duel that filled the sky with a tricolor spectacle, a formidable and enigmatic phenomenon that instilled fear in many, Augustus has seemingly become a symbol of mystery and strength in the eyes of most students. His age has further cloaked him in a layer of legend. At such a tender age, he has already become unmatched, and the prospects of his future remain unfathomable. Interestingly, Augustus's recent display of power has ignited hope in many regarding the confrontation with that creature from the Chamber of Secrets. A peculiar belief has taken root. As long as one remains near Augustus, they might evade the wrath of the fabled heir of the chamber or its monstrous guardian. Consequently, whether in class, during meals, or in the library, common room, and even on the castle's lawn, countless students have stealthily followed him at a distance of more than 10 meters, except for the majority of Gryffindor students who, being courageous lions, are unafraid of challenges. Regrettably, Justin and the nearly headless Nick both fell victim to an attack, which transformed the already tense atmosphere into one of genuine panic. Strangely, it was Nick's harrowing experience that instilled the most fear. What kind of entity could inflict harm upon a ghost? Students exchanged anxious queries. What terrifying force could possibly harm one who is already deceased? Eagerly, students rushed to reserve their seats on the Hogwarts Express, hoping to return home for Christmas. As the dawn of Christmas arrived, the air was frigid and the ground blanketed in snow. Augustus rose from his dormitory, where a heap of gifts lay in the corner of his bed. This year, significantly more than last, and most of the gift givers were mere names to him. First, there was a Christmas figurine from Harry that performed a jig whenever one approached within 5 meters. Beyond that distance, it wilted into lifelessness. Loki gifted him a wooden bird capable of recording spoken words, delivering messages to any specified destination with precise playback of pre-recorded sounds, akin to a rudimentary mobile transmitter equipped with GPS navigation. Malfoy and Hermione each presented him with a book, one on the origins and regulations of the Fiendfire curse, and the other chronicling the history of house elf evolution, both quintessentially reflective of their characters. Naturally, Augustus was particularly interested in the tome regarding Fiendfire. He knew it to be a troublesome piece of dark magic that, if mismanaged, could lead to dire consequences for the user. History was replete with tales of those consumed by its wrath, affirming that careless use could yield ruinous results. Nevertheless, its potency was indisputable. Lillian gifted him a white scarf, practical in the biting cold. Surprisingly, Xiaozhang also presented a gift, an exquisitely crafted wooden talisman, seemingly bestowed upon Augustus in light of the recent stir caused by the chamber. With the multitude of gifts, Augustus chose not to unwrap each one in detail. Upon exiting his dormitory and entering the Slytherin common room, he discovered Malfoy and his two cohorts engaged in discussion. As Augustus approached, Malfoy quickly rose from his seat. "Good afternoon, Mr. Augustus. Did you not dine in the Great Hall?" Malfoy appeared somewhat stiff, despite having spent considerable time with Augustus. An inexplicable reverence lingered. "No. I wasn't very hungry at noon. I truly appreciate the gift you sent. The book on Fiendfire is quite timely. I was just about to head to the library to research that spell," Augustus replied, waving his hand with a smile. Malfoy, momentarily taken aback, nodded appreciatively. "I'm glad you like it. I suspected it would suit your taste." Crabbe and Goyle exchanged bemused smiles beside him. "What are you grinning at? Show some respect to Mr. Augustus. You two are becoming increasingly impolite," Malfoy scolded, turning to glare at his companions. "Good day, Mr. Augustus," they stammered awkwardly, stepping forward to greet him. "There's no need for such formality," Augustus replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, he fixated on the two, puzzled. Their magical signatures seemed rather peculiar. Activating his investigative gaze, he discerned fleeting images of Harry and Ron within Crabbe and Goyle. Augustus sighed, rubbing his forehead, and took a seat. Seeing Augustus settling in, Malfoy, pleased, joined Crabbe and Goyle. "So, where were we?" Goyle inquired, turning to Malfoy. Malfoy cast him a surprised glance, as if he had not anticipated Goyle to speak up in Augustus's presence. After observing Augustus's lack of reaction, Malfoy relaxed. "You know I have no idea, Goyle. How many times must I tell you? My father refuses to divulge the specifics of the last time the chamber was opened. Of course, that was 50 years ago, long before he was born, yet he claims to know everything. He insists that all of this is classified. If I learn too much, I'll appear suspicious. But one thing I do know, a mudblood perished the last time it was opened. So, I dare say another mudblood will die this time. It's merely a matter of when. I hope it's Granger." He relished the idea. Crabbe clenched his fists, while Goyle shot him a warning glance before asking, "Do you know if the person who opened the chamber last time was ever caught?" "Oh, whoever it was. They were expelled," Malfoy replied. "They're probably still in Azkaban." "Azkaban?" Goyle queried, puzzled. "The wizarding prison," Augustus succinctly explained. Then, Augustus continued. "If you wish to learn about the chamber, I suggest you delve into a segment of Hogwarts history that recounts the origins of Salazar. It may provide some assistance. Moreover, consider what Salazar's most renowned talent was, as it could offer you further clues." Goyle awkwardly chuckled. "We're just slightly interested, Mr. Augustus. No need to go into great detail." Suddenly, Crabbe exclaimed in alarm, witnessing his hair turning red and his nose elongating. "Their time is up," Augustus observed. Ron was reverting to his true self, and Harry recognized from Ron's suddenly terrified expression that he too was returning to his original form. Both bolted upright. "I'm off to get some medicine for my stomachache," Ron mumbled. Without further ado, they dashed out of the Slytherin common room. "Honestly, what's up with those two today?" Malfoy murmured in confusion. "Perhaps it's just their age," came the retort. Augustus observed the departing figures of the two individuals, his gaze imbued with a sense of intrigue. The training continued with fervor, and after a period of intense effort, Loki had successfully met the criteria to ascend to the rank of a level 3 mage, while Malfoy and Lillian had also entered the ranks of official wizards, significantly enhancing their capacity for knowledge. Augustus found himself compelled to dedicate considerable time to guiding them. The trio's sparring sessions primarily involved Loki overpowering his opponents, yet this form of training proved to be of little benefit to him. As a result, Augustus occasionally suppressed his own abilities to provide Loki with the necessary pressure. In the request room, during a duel, Loki gasped for breath, staring at the expressionless Augustus. He could not comprehend why, despite the theoretical advantage of ice magic over fire magic, Augustus, having lowered his own level to match Loki's starting point, still managed to leave Loki in such a disheveled state. Each of Augustus's strikes seemed meticulously calculated, consistently depleting Loki's defensive capabilities without wasting a shred of his own magical energy. In the sky, another fireball ascended. Upon reflection, Augustus had unleashed 2 fireballs thus far. The first was enhanced with an explosion charm just as it was about to strike Loki, catching him off guard and forcing him to expend a basic ice armor spell. The interruption from the explosion charm left Loki unable to switch to alternative magical defenses. The second fireball was accompanied by a level 2 magic living bomb. And just as Loki believed he could counter the fireball with an ice storm and even threaten Augustus, the invisible living bomb struck Loki unexpectedly. Had it not been for the instantaneous casting of the ice ring spell, which allowed him to evade the direct impact of the fireball, he would have been eliminated by the second attack. Now facing the third fireball, Loki's taut nerves began to blur, and he felt a wave of nausea at the sight of the fireball. The combination of the 2 magics was far from a simple arithmetic sum. Augustus's strikes were imaginative and erratic, employing several lower-tier spells with pinpoint accuracy, leaving Loki no respite. As the third fireball took flight, Loki disregarded the massive orb swirling above, keeping his amber eyes fixed on Augustus, wary of his hidden maneuvers. Regrettably, Augustus's secondary preparation was not aimed at him. With a flick of his wand, a flame whip flickered into existence at the tip. As the fireball approached Loki at a critical velocity, the level 2 magic flame whip lashed out, striking the fireball with a fierce wave of heat, propelling the already sluggish fireball towards Loki with lightning speed. In an instant, it collided with his basic ice armor, the force generated by its speed easily sending Loki out of the arena. "You have lost," Augustus stated calmly. Loki's expression was complex. Throughout their encounters, he felt akin to a marionette, manipulated effortlessly by Augustus's strings. The spells Augustus wielded were all fire magic, which should have been countered by ice magic. This defeat left Loki in a daze, devoid of excuses for self-comfort. It was a clear demonstration of superiority. Previously, he might have attributed Augustus's prowess to his innate vast reservoir of magical energy and the foresight from his new system of magic, but now Augustus had matched their levels, and his spells were merely simple level 3 magic skills. In this moment, Loki could only submit entirely to Augustus's exquisite skills. He had to concede that Augustus had far surpassed him on the path of magic. Lillian's eyes sparkled with excitement. The recent duel had profoundly impacted her. The seamless combinations of spells, the powerful understanding of fire magic, and the precise timing of each strike all embodied a style she had long aspired to achieve. Augustus's flawless execution of fire magic at a lower level revealed to her a realm previously unseen, illuminating a clear goal for her to pursue. She believed that one day, as long as she continued to follow closely in Augustus's footsteps, she too would reach such heights, and perhaps that day would not be far off. Malfoy wore a smirk as he watched Loki's disarray, relishing the sight. Since Augustus had begun to instruct Loki, Malfoy had eagerly awaited the spectacle. Although Loki had initially reached the level 3 mage status first, a blow to Malfoy's pride, he and Lillian had only recently ascended to official wizards. Now, witnessing the once arrogant Loki in such a subdued and silent state brought Malfoy immense satisfaction, akin to the joy of savoring a refreshing drink on a scorching summer's day. You have just ascended to your respective realms, and your foundations are not yet stable. You must remain humble and cautious, avoiding hasty actions. The art of magic lies in comprehension. Every spell must be executed with the intent of achieving maximum results with minimal energy expenditure. Thus, it is imperative not to underestimate any spell, for even the smallest incantation holds its significance. As a magician, one must strive to unleash the full potential of every spell through sound judgment. Mastery of every incantation, wielded with confidence and skill, is the essence of true magical control. Augustus remarked, his eyes shimmering with an elusive light. As the sun began to cast a faint glow over Hogwarts once more, the atmosphere within the castle grew optimistic. Since the incidents involving Justin and nearly headless Nick, no further attacks had occurred. Madame Pomfrey joyfully reported that the mandrakes had become increasingly temperamental and reticent, indicating their rapid departure from their juvenile stage. Once their blemishes heal, we can replant them, she assured one afternoon, speaking gently to Filch. Soon enough, we shall harvest them and brew potions. Your Mrs. Lorelei will return shortly. Gilderoy Lockhart seemed to believe he was the reason for the cessation of these attacks. One day, while Slytherin students queued for Transfiguration class, Augustus overheard him speaking to Professor McGonagall. I don't believe we will face any more trouble, Minerva, he declared, knowingly tapping his nose and winking. I am certain that the Chamber of Secrets will never be opened again. Those criminals must realize that I will eventually catch them. It's merely a matter of time. It would be wise for them to cease their activities before I begin to deal with them. You know, the school could use a morale boost. Let's erase the memories of last semester's events. I cannot elaborate now, but I am confident. He tapped his nose again and strode away. The mystery of the Chamber of Secrets loomed like a vast black hole, drawing the attention of many. Now that attacks had ceased, conversations grew bolder. Augustus listened silently to the surrounding discourse, remaining indifferent and unresponsive. On the morning of February 14th, during breakfast, everyone soon discovered Lockhart's method of boosting morale. The walls were adorned with large, radiant pink flowers, and even worse, heart-shaped confetti rained down incessantly from the pale blue ceiling. Augustus traversed through the hall and approached the Slytherin table, perplexed. He turned to Malfoy, whose visage was marred by disdain, and questioned him. Malfoy, evidently nauseated, gestured towards the staff table, clearly unwilling to engage in conversation. Gilderoy Lockhart, adorned in a vibrant pink robe that matched the decor, waved his hands to hush the crowd. The teachers seated across from him wore stern expressions. Augustus could see a muscle twitching in Professor McGonagall's cheek. Snape's demeanor suggested that he had just been forced to consume a strong alcoholic beverage. "Happy Valentine's Day, everyone," Lockhart proclaimed exuberantly. "So far, 46 individuals have bestowed cards upon me, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to them. Yes, I took the liberty of arranging a little surprise for everyone. And there's more to come." With a clap of his hands, he strode through several doors leading to the entrance hall, followed by 12 gloomy dwarfs. Unlike ordinary dwarfs, these were adorned with golden wings and carried harps. "My friendly cherubs, delivering Valentine cards," Lockhart declared cheerfully. "They will be roaming the school today, handing out cards to you all. And the fun doesn't stop there. I trust my colleagues will eagerly participate. Why not invite Professor Snape to teach you how to brew a love potion, if you're interested? Professor Flitwick is more skilled in enchanting magic than any wizard I have ever encountered. What a crafty old dog he is." Professor Flitwick buried his face in his hands. Snape's expression indicated that anyone daring to inquire about love potion preparation would likely be forced to ingest poison. The school was now filled with card-carrying dwarfs. Each student who received a card wore a joyful expression, eagerly scanning their surroundings before retreating to a secluded corner to read in detail. Augustus found it somewhat exasperating that he appeared to be the recipient of the most cards. The dwarfs frequently approached him, rudely thrusting cards into his hands. He estimated he had received nearly 70 or 80 exquisite cards, while Loki, beside him, seemed to bask in his glow, accumulating around 20 or 30 cards. "Mr. Augustus, here is a laudatory poem for you, accompanied by music," the dwarf announced, aggressively plucking the strings of his harp. Passers-by halted, captivated by the spectacle. As it became evident that the penchant for revelry transcended national boundaries, Augustus coldly regarded the dwarf before him. After receiving so many cards, his patience was wearing thin, and the idea of listening to a musical message was utterly absurd. "I have no time for your message. Please step aside," Augustus replied coolly. The dwarf, undeterred, reached out to grasp Augustus's flowing black robe. Loki's amber eyes flickered with a dangerous signal as he swiftly drew his wand, unleashing a beam of icy blue light that immobilized the dwarf in place. "Consider this a warning. Should you move again, your luck will not hold," Loki said. His expression frosty, an aura of chill enveloping the area, causing many students to scatter. Augustus shook his head, preparing to depart. The school had become a chaotic mess under Lockhart's influence, rendering it unbearable. "Loki," a voice called from a distance. Augustus and Loki turned to see Percy striding towards them, his demeanor haughty. "You are not permitted to cast spells in the corridors. I will report this, you know that." "Oh, the illustrious head boy of the Weasley family dares to meddle in my affairs? Are you unaware that the majority of the school regulations were established by the Adams and Julius families? Do you truly believe you possess the authority to impose these rules upon me?" "How laughable," Loki scoffed, showing blatant disregard for Percy. "Regardless, casting spells in the corridors is indeed inappropriate. If you persist, I will ensure that Dumbledore does not show you any favoritism because of your family. Just wait and see," Percy retorted, inching closer and noticing with trepidation that Augustus was with Loki. He cast a fearful glance at Augustus, lamenting his misfortune. Realizing that with Augustus's current influence at the school, he dared not interfere too much in Augustus's affairs. Yet, as a head boy, he felt compelled to maintain his stance. "Head boy Percy, we acknowledge our wrongdoing. It shall not happen again." "How does that sound?" Augustus spoke in a gentle tone. Percy, somewhat taken aback, nodded. Since Augustus had spoken, he decided to let it slide this time. Loki, let us hope they're one Tibia next time, he added. Loki's expression shifted slightly. He scoffed but was about to speak when Augustus gestured for him to remain silent. Thus, they took their leave. Augustus nodded at Percy, and the two turned to depart. Percy watched the pair with a smile, musing that this was the demeanor befitting heirs of noble families. Loki's demeanor paled in comparison to Augustus's. If he could forge connections with the Julius family, it might greatly benefit his future advancement. Augustus, why did you not let me speak? That Percy is so arrogant. Clearly dismissing us. In terms of strength or family, why should we fear him? Such a person ought to be made aware of his place, otherwise it would undermine our family's prestige, Loki complained to Augustus, feeling frustrated. Had it not been for Augustus, he might have taken the opportunity to teach Percy a lesson. Confident that in a true contest, Percy would be no match for him. Loki, you place too much importance on familial honor, which may ultimately become a shackle, confining you to a particular realm. If your vision were broader, you would recognize that it is sometimes unnecessary to stoop to the level of someone like Percy. Excessive scheming and expending energy on family affairs will ultimately hinder your magical prowess. Progress is akin to rowing against the current. If you do not advance, you will regress. I hope you can discern your true purpose and not be misled by frivolous matters, but rather focus on your inner self and understand your own soul. The second Quidditch match was upon them once more. Augustus, accompanied by Lillian and Loki, arrived at the venue, where Lillian and Augustus began to orderly arrange the students for seating. The players approached the field amidst thunderous cheers. Oliver would soar into the air, warming up around the goalposts. Madam Hooch released the balls. The Slytherin team, clad in deep green, huddled together, discussing tactics in the final moments. Just as Harry was about to mount his broomstick, Professor McGonagall dashed across the field, wielding a massive purple microphone. The match is cancelled, she announced through the microphone. Addressing the crowded outdoor stands, discontented boos and shouts erupted from the crowd. Oliver would appear dejected as he descended to the ground, remaining on his broom while sprinting towards Professor McGonagall. But Professor, he exclaimed, we must play the House Cup. Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall ignored him. Continuing to address the crowd through the microphone, all students must return to the common room, where the house heads will provide you with further information. Please leave promptly. She then lowered the microphone and gestured for Harry to approach. Porter, I believe it would be best for you to accompany me, Augustus remarked. As they witnessed yet another incident of aggression, Liliana and Augustus made their way off the field, intending to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the event. Professor McGonagall, has something transpired? Augustus inquired as he approached her. If you wish to uncover the truth, do follow me. There may be some familiar classmates involved, she responded with a nod. The trio then followed McGonagall back to the school, ascending the marble staircase. However, this time, they were not directed to any office. You may find it rather shocking. McGonagall said in an unexpectedly gentle tone as they drew near the hospital. Yet again, there has been an attack. A dual assault. Augustus wore a look of confusion as Professor McGonagall pushed open the door, and the three of them stepped inside. Madame Pomfrey was leaning over a fifth-year student with long, curly hair. Augustus noticed the student's badge. He was a sixth-year Ravenclaw. Turning around, he saw Hermione lying motionless on the bed beside her, her eyes wide and vacant. To his dismay, it appeared that the Golden Trio had also fallen victim to an attack. They were found near the library, Professor McGonagall stated. I suppose none of you can explain this? She lifted a small round mirror from the floor beside them. I will escort you back to the Great Hall. She said solemnly, in any case, I need to address the students. All students must return to their common rooms by 6 o'clock in the evening. No student is permitted to leave the dormitory after this time. A teacher will escort each class, and no student may use the bathroom without a teacher present. All Quidditch practices and matches are postponed. No activities will take place in the evening. In the Great Hall, numerous students listened in silence to Professor McGonagall's words, while the staff table remained equally quiet. She rolled up the parchment she had just read and, with a somewhat choked voice, added, in truth, I hardly need to say this. I have rarely felt such anguish. The school is likely to close unless the perpetrators behind these attacks are captured. I urge anyone who believes they know something to step forward. After delivering her message, she hurriedly left the hall, prompting the Gryffindor students to begin chattering excitedly. 2 Gryffindors had already fallen victim, not to mention 1 Gryffindor ghost, along with 1 Ravenclaw and 1 Hufflepuff. Lee Jordan, a friend of the Weasley twins, began counting on his fingers, asking if any teachers had noticed that all the Slytherins were unharmed. Isn't it obvious that these incidents are all stemming from the Slytherins? The heir of Slytherin, the monster of Slytherin. Why don't we just expel all the Slytherins? He exclaimed, as the audience nodded in agreement, some even applauding softly. Percy Weasley, seated next to Lee, appeared unusually hesitant to voice his opinion for the first time in his life. His face was pale, clearly frightened. Percy is terrified. George whispered to a nearby classmate. That Ravenclaw girl, Penelope Clearwater, is a prefect. Percy probably thought the monster wouldn't dare attack a prefect. I never expected there would be 2 incidents in quick succession. My father wrote to tell me that the school is about to change headmasters. He intends to leverage the board's power to oust Dumbledore, and once he is gone, the new headmaster will be a nightmare for those of us from Muggle families. Malfoy boasted. The board has always been controlled by the Julius family. If your father's proposal does not pass through the Augustus family, it is mere talk. So until a decision is reached, do not speculate recklessly, Rocky dismissed Malfoy as remarks. Though the Malfoy family was sizable, they paled in comparison to the ancient families like theirs. Even Lillian's family wielded far greater influence than the Malfoys. Why should we change headmasters? Dumbledore has become a spiritual leader among the students. If there were to be a change, I would be the first to oppose it, Lillian stated solemnly. I believe Mr. Augustus will stand with us. Dumbledore suppresses purebloods and protects those Muggleborns, which makes him our adversary. Lillian, I truly wonder how you can oppose this, Malfoy scoffed. Studying Augustus's expression. Whether or not we change headmasters is not for us to decide. Do not dwell too much on this matter. I am confident that the outcome will soon be revealed. Until then, all speculation is mere folly. Instead of aimlessly guessing, focus on enhancing your own strength. Although no Slytherin student has yet been attacked, do not let your guard down, lest you become the next victim. Augustus's stance on the headmaster's potential change was ambiguous, leaving Malfoy uncertain of Augustus's true thoughts and forced to relent. Even in summer, the atmosphere at Hogwarts remained chill. The inhabitants of the castle were mostly cautious and anxious, fearful of becoming victims themselves. In this tense environment, the shadow of the Chamber of Secrets loomed like a dark cloud over the entire castle. I went to Zangiji for a trip. It may take a few days. If I can access the internet there, I will update as much as possible. Please forgive me. Dear readers, I am back. Updates will resume as normal. Time flew by, and a week passed with rumors about the Chamber of Secrets intensifying. Every student at Hogwarts was on edge, uncertain if they would be the next victim, especially those not from pureblood families. In this school, where attacks were frequent, they treaded carefully, moving in groups to and from classes. To this day, there were still no clues regarding the chamber, and the teachers spoke of it in hushed tones, as if such attacks had never occurred. The school is on the brink of closure. If it weren't for the fact that no Slytherin has been attacked thus far, I would petition my father to transfer me. I've heard that the school in Germany is quite good, though they are rather zealous in their study of dark arts. In the Great Hall, most students wore expressions of gloom, while Malfoy remained nonchalant and carefree. Oh, you wish to transfer? That would be splendid. I too believe you are wasting your talents at Hogwarts. You should indeed go to that so-called dark arts school. It would surely be your paradise, Rocky sneered casually. Enough with the mockery of Malfoy. With so many attacks occurring in the school, I truly wish to uncover who the real mastermind is. This person is remarkably elusive. Even Dumbledore cannot contend with them. Although they have never harmed a Slytherin student, given this perpetrator's twisted psyche, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that they might suddenly target a Slytherin. Perhaps the next victim could be one of us. For now, we must remain vigilant. Mr. Augustus has taught us that this is our greatest asset. I believe that unless this villain is overwhelmingly powerful, we are capable of defending ourselves, Lillian said, resting her chin in her hand, her expression melancholic as the attacks weighed heavily on her mind. Augustus wore a grave expression, for the clues he possessed regarding the Chamber of Secrets were scant. He only knew that it was the heir of Slytherin who wielded the power to petrify. Crucially, at each scene of petrification, no significant evidence had ever been left behind. It was as if a vengeful specter executed its deeds and vanished without a trace, leaving no remnants of its existence. If only he could grasp a few pivotal details. Mr. Augustus, we have something to discuss with you, Harry and Ron said, hurrying towards him with anxious expressions. Oh, very well, let us speak outside, Augustus replied, nodding as he led them to a secluded corner outside the Great Hall. Before Hermione was petrified, she mentioned that she had discovered crucial evidence, which is why she disregarded our warnings and ventured alone to the library to conduct research. Now that she is petrified, we can no longer obtain any information from her. However, Hagrid possesses insights regarding the heir of the chamber, and we would like to request your company to Hagrid's hut tonight. This is our last lead, and with your presence, I believe that even if the heir were to appear, we would be safe. We implore you, Harry earnestly beseeched Augustus. Augustus pondered for a moment. Indeed, this was the final clue. It seemed necessary to visit Hagrid's hut that night. He quickly decided to join Harry and Ron in their venture to Hagrid's abode, arranging a time and place before bidding farewell. At 11 o'clock that evening, Augustus met with Harry and Ron in the foyer, and the trio stealthily ventured toward the Forbidden Forest. Augustus cast an invisibility charm upon himself, while Harry and Ron donned the invisibility cloak, slipping past the guards and making their way outside the school grounds. Teachers, prefects, and ghosts were patrolling the corridors in pairs, scanning for any irregularities. The invisibility cloak did not prevent them from making noise, and at one particularly perilous moment, Ron stumbled, mere steps away from Snape, who was on watch. Fortunately, Snape sneezed just as Ron let out a curse. When they finally reached the oak door and cautiously opened it, they sighed in relief. It was a starry night, and they hurried toward the illuminated window of Hagrid's dwelling. Upon reaching his door, they removed their cloaks, and Augustus lifted his invisibility charm. Moments after knocking, Hagrid abruptly swung the door open, brandishing a bow and arrows aimed at them, with Fong, the giant dog, barking loudly behind him. "Oh, it's you," he said, lowering his weapon while glaring at them. "What are you two doing here?" As they stepped inside, Harry pointed at the bow and arrows. "It's nothing, nothing," Hagrid mumbled, seemingly flustered. "I thought, never mind. Sit down. I'll make some tea." He appeared quite unsettled, spilling water from the kettle, nearly extinguishing the fire, and then clumsily knocking over the teapot with his large hands. "Are you all right, Hagrid? Have you heard about Hermione?" Augustus inquired. "Oh yes, I've heard," Hagrid answered, his voice thick with emotion. He was nervously glancing out the window. He poured 2 large cups of boiling water for them, forgetting to add tea bags, and was about to place a thick slice of fruitcake on a plate when a loud knock echoed through the room. Hagrid discarded the fruitcake, and Harry exchanged a glance with Augustus before quickly donning the invisibility cloak with Ron. Augustus cast his invisibility charm, and the 3 of them vanished from sight. Seeing they had hidden away, Hagrid grasped his bow and yanked the door open once more. "Good evening, Hagrid," came a serious voice. It was Dumbledore, followed by a rather peculiar-looking man. This stranger was short and stout, sporting disheveled gray hair and an anxious expression. His attire was an odd assortment: a pinstriped suit, a bright red tie, a long black cloak, and purple-pointed boots. Under his arm, he clutched a dark green top hat. "That's my dad's boss," Ron gasped. "Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic." Harry elbowed Ron to silence him. Hagrid's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He sank into a chair, glancing between Dumbledore and Cornelius Fudge. At this moment, the appearance of the Minister of Magic carried significant implications. Augustus felt a chill run down his spine. Was the situation dire enough to warrant intervention from the Ministry? If so, Dumbledore's position might be compromised. Even the intervention of the Julius family would be insufficient to quell the unrest. It seemed events were spiraling into chaos. If the true culprit was not apprehended swiftly, the school would be plunged into its most perilous crisis since its inception. Augustus stroked his chin, his silver pupils shimmering with intensity. Under the starlit sky, the Forbidden Forest appeared increasingly tranquil and profound, with only Hagrid's hut, illuminated in stark contrast, breaking the serene darkness. Inside, Hagrid, drenched in sweat, gazed at Cornelius Fudge, casting furtive, pleading glances toward Dumbledore. Unbeknownst to them, Augustus, Harry, and Ron stood invisibly in the corner, silently observing the unfolding dialogue. "This is dreadful, Hagrid," Fudge remarked in a brisk, urgent tone. "It's absolutely terrible. We had no choice but to come. For attacks have occurred on Muggles. It's outrageous. The Ministry must take action." "I haven't done anything," Hagrid pleaded, looking earnestly at Dumbledore. "You know I haven't, Professor Dumbledore, sir." "I trust Hagrid completely, Cornelius," Dumbledore replied, furrowing his brow. "But you see," Albus, Fudge said, rather awkwardly, "Hagrid's past record is not in his favor. The Ministry is compelled to take certain measures and has already contacted the Board of Governors." "But Cornelius, I must tell you, taking Hagrid away would be utterly futile," Dumbledore asserted, a fierce light igniting within his blue eyes, one that Augustus had never witnessed before. "Taking Hagrid away? Why would we detain him at this time? Does he have something to do with the Chamber of Secrets?" Augustus wondered, perplexed. It seemed implausible. Hagrid was hardly capable of committing such a multitude of petrifying offenses. Or was there a deeper connection to the true instigator, leading them to believe capturing Hagrid would unveil the perpetrator? Everything felt shrouded in mystery, and the minister's personal visit to arrest Hagrid left Augustus utterly confounded. "Consider it from my perspective, Fudge," he said, fiddling with his top hat. "I am under immense pressure. Something must be done. If it turns out Hagrid is innocent, he will return without a word. But I must take him with me. Am I not obliged to fulfill my duties? Take me away?" Hagrid trembled, his voice quavering. "Where to? This is all happening so quickly." Fudge replied, avoiding Hagrid's gaze. "It isn't a punishment, merely a precaution. If another suspect is apprehended, you'll be released and duly apologized to. Not Azkaban, I hope?" Hagrid's voice was hoarse and low. "Azkaban." Augustus felt a flicker of shock. This was utterly absurd. Were they truly taking Hagrid there? If so, what difference was there from a direct conviction? It was well known that only the most unforgivable and heinous criminals were sent to that place. The presence of Dementors was no trifling matter for any prisoner. It was a nightmarish fate, the epicenter of negativity in the wizarding world, the closest one could come to hell. Augustus quietly observed Hagrid and the others in deep contemplation. At this moment, Hagrid was drenched in sweat, his eyes reflecting terror and unease. Augustus noticed that he was gazing at Dumbledore with an almost pleading look, while Dumbledore's eyes were filled with resignation, seemingly unable to alter the decision at hand. Augustus shook his head. The institutions of this world were overwhelmingly powerful, forcing even a legendary wizard to submit. Such ultimate forces were meant to transcend any organization, yet now they could not even protect one of their own. A heavy knock resounded at the door. Dumbledore approached to open it. This time, it was Harry who received an elbow to the ribs, letting out an audible gasp. "Mr. Lucius Malfoy strode into Hagrid's hut, enveloped in a long black travel cloak, his face adorned with a cold, self-satisfied smile. Fawn began to bark furiously. "You have arrived, Fudge," he said with evident pleasure. "Very good, very good. What brings you here? Get out. Leave my house." Hagrid retorted angrily. "My dear friend, believe me, I am not pleased to enter what you dare call a house," Lucius Malfoy scoffed, surveying the small, shabby room. "I merely came to see the school. I was informed that the headmaster was here." Another uninvited guest, Augustus thought, as the evening grew increasingly tumultuous with unwelcome arrivals at Hogwarts during this troublesome season. "Things are dire," Mr. Malfoy languidly declared, pulling out a long parchment. "The board believes it is time for you to step down. This is the decree of dismissal. Except for the Julius family, the other 10 board members have all signed. The Julius family holds 5 votes of veto, but alas, they are powerless to rescue your position." Headmaster. It appeared that the worst had indeed come to pass. Dumbledore had been dismissed, even though he had communicated with the family beforehand. He had not adequately prepared and was outmaneuvered by Lucius, resulting in his removal from the headmaster's position. Sometimes, the magical world under such an institutional framework was indeed helpless. Regardless of one's immense power, one must yield to politics. This was a significant flaw of the world. Had Dumbledore possessed such strength in another realm, which empire would not have revered him? How could such a situation arise? "If the board wishes for me to leave, Lucius, I shall, of course, vacate my position." Fudge stammered. "No," Hagrid roared. Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes remained fixed on Lucius's cold gray ones. However, Dumbledore spoke slowly and clearly, ensuring that everyone present could comprehend his every word. "I will only truly depart from this school when all present here have betrayed me. You will find that at Hogwarts. Those who seek help always receive it." In that instant, Harry was almost certain that Dumbledore's gaze flicked towards the corner where he and Ron were concealed. "How commendable," Malfoy remarked, bowing slightly. "We shall all miss your uniquely personal approach to matters, Albus. I only hope your successor can thoroughly prevent any further fatalities." Malfoy strode toward the door. Opening it, he bowed to escort Dumbledore out. Fudge fiddled with his top hat, waiting for Hagrid to step forward, but Hagrid stood still, taking a deep breath and cautiously stating, "If anyone seeks something, they need only follow the spiders to find the right path. That is all I shall say." "Spiders? Is that a literal riddle, or must we truly follow spiders to seek clues?" Augustus pondered, slowly revealing himself, as Harry and Ron emerged from under the invisibility cloak. The events of the evening had indeed been tumultuous, with Hagrid nearly taken to Azkaban followed by Dumbledore's dismissal. Now, it was imperative to grasp the significance of the spiders, as it might be the only means to rescue both the school and the headmaster. For Augustus, this year's school life had been exceedingly pleasant. Thus, whether for personal or moral reasons, he, as the heir of the chamber, must ensure that the entity responsible was brought to justice. Summer quietly enveloped the grounds surrounding the castle. The sky and lake transformed into a pale blue suffused with purple hues. and the greenhouses bloomed with flowers as large as cabbages. With Dumbledore's departure, the school felt as though it had lost its anchor, and fear spread to every corner, making the sunlight warming the castle's outer walls seem unable to penetrate the window panes. Every face within the school appeared anxious, and each burst of laughter in the corridors sounded jarring and odd, swiftly stifled. I have always said that Dumbledore would eventually leave. He was indeed the worst headmaster in the school's history. Now you see, I was right. If he does not depart, the mudbloods will be systematically eliminated. And Professor McGonagall will not last long, even as acting headmistress, Malfoy remarked, unabashedly jesting during potions class. Your father certainly has a knack for timing, exploiting this critical moment to drag Dumbledore down without our prior preparation. At this juncture, removing Dumbledore paves the way for the heir of the chamber to act with impunity. It is like opening a door wide for him. Lillian's eyes flickered with a faint anger at the Malfoy family's actions, which she could not condone. Malfoy coughed awkwardly and turned to Augustus, realizing that their family's actions had indeed been hasty. Before several ancient families could react, they had pulled Dumbledore down. Had they delayed, the situation would have been far more complicated. As the sole heir of his family, he found himself in a rather precarious position. Actually, I have never fully agreed with this course of action. I simply cannot oppose my father's wishes. In truth, Headmaster Dumbledore is quite remarkable, he admitted reluctantly. Lillian's light blue eyes glinted with a hint of mockery. Your words do not reflect that sentiment. You should feel proud that your father managed to outmaneuver us families and accomplish such a significant feat independently, having long been constrained by our families. The Malfoy family now takes the lead in this endeavor, undoubtedly enhancing its reputation in the magical world. Augustus remained expressionless, and after a few glances, Malfoy lowered his head, refraining from further comment. Snape strode briskly past Harry, offering no remarks on Hermione's vacant seat in Cauldron. Sir, Pansy exclaimed, why don't you apply for the position of headmaster? Malfoy quickly cast a few wary glances at Augustus before shooting a fierce glare at Pansy. Oh dear, Pansy, Snape replied, though he could not suppress a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Professor Dumbledore has merely been temporarily suspended by the board. I dare say he will soon return to our midst. Indeed, Pansy chimed in, her foolish grin betraying her lack of understanding of Malfoy's intentions. Sir, if you applied for this position, I bet my father would cast his vote for you. I shall tell my father that you are the finest teacher here. Snape strode with confidence around the underground classroom, a self-satisfied smile adorning his face, while Seamus Finnegan pretended to retch into his cauldron, fortunate not to have noticed. Dumbledore's departure is only temporary. Given his prestige and connections in the wizarding world, your father's sudden attack will likely have little effect. It won't be long before he returns, Augustus remarked as he tended to his cauldron. Upon hearing this, Malfoy quickly assumed a servile demeanor. I think you were correct. Who is Dumbledore but the greatest white wizard of all time? My father must surely have miscalculated. Dumbledore will likely be back soon. Pansy, sitting beside Malfoy, wore a bewildered expression, puzzled by his swift change of heart, especially since it was instigated by his father. Lillian, observing Malfoy, could not help but stifle a laugh. Malfoy, feeling awkward, scratched the back of his head and resumed chopping ingredients. After class, Professor Snape escorted the students to their defense against the dark arts lesson. Lockhart bounced into the classroom, eliciting astonished stares from the students. Every other teacher in the school appeared more serious than usual, yet Lockhart seemed relaxed and cheerful. All right. He beamed at the room. Why does everyone look so glum? The students exchanged irritated glances, but remained silent. Haven't you noticed? Lockhart continued, slowing his pace as if the students were somewhat dim-witted. The danger has passed. The criminal has been apprehended. Who says so? Vincent retorted angrily. For the Slytherin students found this blabbering defense against the dark arts teacher to be utterly unreliable. My dear young man, if the Minister of Magic didn't have absolute certainty of Hagrid's guilt, he wouldn't have taken him away, Lockhart said, his tone reminiscent of someone explaining that 1 + 1 = 2. I beg to differ, given Hagrid's abilities. It is impossible for him to have orchestrated such a multitude of incidents, Lillian scoffed, though many of the female students were quite fond of Lockhart. She remained unimpressed by him. I am confident that I know more about the truth of Hagrid's arrest than you do, Miss Lillian, Lockhart declared with an air of self-importance. Augustus was bemused, pondering the source of this individual's unwarranted confidence, so resolute in believing it was Hagrid. He envied the simplicity of such a mind, which spared one from the burden of excessive contemplation. With a faint scoff, Lillian chuckled softly, choosing not to engage further. Throughout the lesson, Augustus found himself oblivious to Gilderoy Lockhart's discourse, his thoughts consumed by the clues Hagrid had provided. What connection could there possibly be between the spider and the Chamber of Secrets? The phrase "follow the spider" lingered in his mind. Was it a riddle? Or simply a directive to be taken at face value? As the throng of students exited the classroom, Augustus spotted Harry and Ron waiting by the door. He approached them, and Harry stepped forward as well. "Mr. Augustus, shall we proceed tonight? Let's first attempt the approach of following the spider, and if that fails, we can devise other strategies." Harry's palms were slightly clammy. Uncertainty loomed over whether Augustus would join their venture. "Are you both certain you wish to pursue this? Be aware that this undertaking may prove perilous, and I cannot guarantee your safety," Augustus inquired with a measured tone. "Given that Hermione has already been attacked as her friends, we cannot stand idly by. Now that we have a lead regarding the spider, we will exhaust every effort to investigate," Harry asserted, his eyes reflecting an inexplicable determination. While Ron stood resolutely beside him, displaying no hesitation whatsoever, Augustus observed them and nodded. "In that case, let us convene at the entrance of the Great Hall this evening, hoping that our endeavor will yield fruitful results." The weather gradually warmed, and the intense sunlight filtered through the window panes, casting a dazzling halo around Augustus. Harry smiled and nodded in agreement. The figure before him seemed unchanged, reminiscent of the white-clad youth encountered on the train, gradually merging with the silhouette illuminated by the golden sunlight. As night descended, Augustus traversed the Slytherin common room, passing several floating staircases until he reached the entrance of the Great Hall. Under the influence of the Eye of Inquiry, Harry and Ron, cloaked in invisibility, were observing from a corner. "Are you ready?" a voice whispered in Harry's ear. He glanced around, and Augustus's form gradually materialized from the air. Harry removed the invisibility cloak, revealing himself alongside Ron in the open space. "Everything is nearly set. We shall depart now," Augustus signaled to Harry, and the group vanished from sight. Making their way outside the school, navigating through the castle posed its challenges as they had to evade the professors at all costs. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance hall. Slipping behind the two oak doors and squeezing through the crack, striving to avoid any creaking sounds, before emerging into the moonlit expanse. "Which way do we go?" Ron suddenly remarked as they strode across the darkened grass. "Perhaps once we reach the forest, we won't find anything to track. Those spiders may not even be there." "I understand they appeared to move in that direction, but since Hagrid advised us to follow the spiders, let us take his words literally and seek out the spiders, then follow them to see if this clue lies hidden within their lair," Augustus suggested without hesitation. Harry and Ron nodded, and the trio resumed their search for the spider's trail. Harry drew his wand and muttered, "Lumos." A slender beam of light emanated from the tip of his wand, just sufficient for them to observe any shadows of spiders along the path. "Good idea," Ron remarked. "I wish my wand could shine as well, but you know, if I mishandle it, it might explode." Harry patted Ron on the shoulder and pointed to the grass below. Two solitary spiders hurriedly fled from the wand's illumination, darting into the shadows of the trees. "All right." Ron sighed, seemingly resigned to the worst fate. "I am ready. Let us proceed." Augustus and his companions closely pursued the spiders, venturing into the forbidden forest. Guided by the faint glow of Harry's wand, they followed the incessantly scuttling arachnids along the winding path. After approximately 20 minutes of silence, each remained attuned to the sounds of snapping branches and rustling leaves, keen to discern any other noises. Gradually, the trees grew denser, obscuring the stars that once twinkled above. In the midst of the vast, impenetrable darkness, Harry's wand emitted a solitary glimmer, at which point they noticed that their spider guides had strayed from the path. Augustus came to a halt as the spiders shifted their course beyond the reach of the faint illumination, plunging into an abyss of impenetrable darkness. The last time they ventured deep into the forbidden forest was during their encounter with Voldemort. They had never penetrated so far into the heart of the woods before. Hagrid had warned them against straying from the narrow path, yet at this moment, he was likely seated in a cell in Azkaban, far removed from their plight. And he had indeed advised them to follow the spiders. Cloaked in invisibility, Harry quietly pondered their next move, uncertain whether to pursue further. To continue would mean straying from the path of safety, venturing into an unknown realm fraught with potential peril. Augustus pondered for a moment before addressing Harry and his companion. Indeed, venturing deeper into the forbidden forest may present unforeseen dangers. I have resolved to proceed further. Will you accompany me? Be advised that I may not be able to ensure your safety amid such perils. With determination, Ron declared without hesitation, since we have come this far, we cannot turn back now. Let us continue onward. Augustus nodded, and thus they followed the shadow of the spider as it darted into the thicket. Their pace had now slowed significantly, hindered by the multitude of roots and stumps that obstructed their path, nearly invisible in the dim light. They were compelled to halt on numerous occasions, with Harry crouching down to seek traces of the spider illuminated by the light of his wand. It appeared they had been traversing for at least half an hour, their garments frequently snagged by the low-hanging branches and thorny vines. After a while, they discerned that the ground seemed to slope downward, despite the trees remaining as dense as before. Augustus suddenly halted, manifesting from the air, raising his hand to signal Ron and Harry to cease their movements. Harry emerged from beneath the invisibility cloak, following Augustus's solemn gaze towards a distant expanse of impenetrable darkness, where nothing could be discerned. "What?" Ron exclaimed, peering into the abyss while gripping Harry's elbow tightly. "There is something moving over there," Harry panted. "Listen. It sounds like a large creature." They listened intently. Just off to their right, the massive entity was forging a path through the underbrush, snapping countless branches in its wake. At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the darkness beside them, blindingly bright, causing both to raise their hands to shield their eyes. Fong, growling in terror, attempted to flee but became ensnared by a tangle of thorns, barking even louder in distress. "Harry!" Ron shouted, his voice slightly choked with relief. "Harry, it's our car." "What? Come on. It's been here all along," Ron exclaimed joyfully, circling the vehicle. "Look at it. The forest has wilded it." The car's wings were battered, caked in mud. Clearly, it had adapted to roaming the woods alone. Fong appeared utterly disinterested in it, sticking closely to Harry's side, trembling with anxiety. Harry's breathing gradually steadied as he tucked his wand back into his robe. "We thought it was going to attack us," Ron chuckled, leaning against the car and giving it a pat. "I never knew where it had gone." Augustus helplessly tapped his forehead, realizing that the gravity of the situation extended far beyond merely a vehicle. He raised his wand, and a blinding sphere of light ascended into the sky, illuminating a significant portion of the clearing within the woods. At last, Harry and Ron discerned another entity lurking in the shadows. Ron remained utterly still, his gaze fixed intently on a point behind Harry, 10 feet above the ground. His complexion was ashen, a vivid testament to his terror. Harry turned around, his heart racing as he beheld the scene before him. He saw the creature that had ensnared him, moving with 6 long, bizarrely formed legs, thick with coarse hair, while 2 additional legs clamped tightly around him, crowned by a pair of glistening, menacing pincers. Before Augustus could raise his wand, a resounding clatter echoed, and Harry suddenly felt a long, furry object seize him around the waist, leaving him suspended face down in midair. He struggled in sheer terror, and at that moment, he saw Ron's legs also lifted off the ground. The creature, a monstrous spider, proceeded to capture Augustus without any resistance from him, much to Harry and Ron's bewilderment. The spider swiftly climbed deeper into the forbidden forest with its 3 captives. The dark, enigmatic depths of the forest loomed like a welcoming host, greeting the trio's reckless intrusion. With Augustus and the others in its clutches, the giant spider charged through the underbrush, barreling towards a specific destination, scattering various creatures that dared not confront such a colossal being. Time became an abstraction, and eventually, the darkness seemed to recede slightly, revealing a ground littered with countless spiders. The trees in the hollow had been cleared away, and the stars illuminated the most terrifying sight Harry had ever encountered. Spiders, each the size of a horse, with 8 eyes and 8 legs, dark and hairy, resembling grotesque giants. The enormous spider that had seized Augustus and the others descended a steep slope, heading towards a misty, hemispherical web at the center of the hollow, surrounded by its companions. Upon seeing what it had captured, they excitedly waved their large pincers, filling the air with a cacophony of clattering sounds. The spider released its grip, and Harry and Ron tumbled to the ground, while Augustus landed safely on the clearing. It was evident that they had entered a spider's lair. Was this the scenario Hagrid had anticipated? Following the smaller spiders, had they finally reached the depths of the Forbidden Forest giant spider nest? They had succeeded in arriving, but what lay ahead? Would they negotiate with these spiders for clues regarding the Chamber of Secrets? Augustus had allowed himself to be captured to uncover the secrets hidden within the spider's abode. What is this? It clattered, its pincers moving rapidly. "People," the spider that had captured Harry remarked. "Is it Hagrid?" Aragog inquired, moving closer, its 8 milky eyes gazing vacantly. "They're strangers," the spider that had brought Augustus announced with a clatter. "Kill them," Aragog irritably commanded. "I was sleeping. We are friends of Hagrid," Harry shouted, his heart racing as if to leap from his chest. The hollow was filled with the sound of clattering pincers as Aragog hesitated. "We came here inspired by Hagrid. He sent us to follow the spiders into the Forbidden Forest, clearly to find you." Augustus observed the giant spider with keen interest, Such a species was indeed rare in this world. Hagrid never sends anyone to our hollow, it said slowly. Hagrid is in trouble, Augustus explained succinctly, detailing their reason for following Hagrid's lead. Trouble? The ancient spider echoed. Harry sensed a hint of concern amidst the clattering. Why would he send you? Our school has been in turmoil. Many students have been petrified. The ministry believes Hagrid released something that has been attacking students, and he has been taken to Azkaban. Augustus surveyed their precarious situation and spoke calmly. Aragog angrily waved its pincers, the sound resonating with the throng of spiders in the hollow. It resembled applause, albeit one that filled Harry with dread. But that was many years ago, Aragog said, its voice laced with irritation. I remember it well. It was because of that incident that they expelled him from school. They believed I was the monster residing in their so-called Chamber of Secrets. They thought Hagrid had opened the chamber and released me. Oh, so the monster in the chamber is not you? Augustus remarked, gazing thoughtfully at the giant spider. Aragog retorted, its pincers clattering furiously. I was not born in the castle. I hail from a distant land. Before I hatched, a traveler gifted me to Hagrid. He was just a child then, but he cared for me, hiding me in a cupboard in the castle and feeding me crumbs from the dining table. Hagrid is my dear friend. He is a good man. When people discovered me and sought to hold me responsible for a girl's death, he protected me. Since then, I have resided in this forest, and Hagrid has often come to visit. He even found me a wife, Mosag. Look how our family has flourished, all thanks to Hagrid. So the monster in the chamber is someone else? Since Hagrid sent us to find you, you must know what lies within the chamber. Augustus spoke with a hint of amusement, realizing the old spider had been unjustly labeled a scapegoat for the creature's deeds. Forced to hide in the depths of the forbidden forest, living in constant fear. The creature in the castle, Aragog said, is an ancient being that we spiders fear most. I remember well when I sensed that beast roaming the school, I pleaded with Hagrid to let me leave. A foe of spiders? Many creatures could pose a threat to spiders, and mere speculation would not reveal the truth. It seemed imperative to extract information from the ancient spider. What is the ancient creature you fear? Describe it in detail, Augustus commanded, impatient to cease the tiresome banter with the spider. We will not speak, Aragog declared vehemently. We will not utter its name. I did not even reveal the name of that dreadful creature to Hagrid, despite his numerous inquiries. Spiders began to converge from all directions, and Aragog appeared reluctant to continue speaking. It slowly retreated to its hemispherical web, while its spider companions inched closer to Harry and Ron. Harry tugged on Augustus's sleeve and shouted at Aragog, if that's the case, we shall take our leave. At the same time, he heard the rustling of leaves behind him. Leave? Aragog said languidly. I think not. But my offspring obey my command and will not harm Hagrid. Yet, fresh human flesh is presented to us. I cannot prevent them from indulging. Farewell, friends of Hagrid. Interesting? So the spider intended to leverage its numerical advantage against them. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Augustus's silver pupils, and a perfect smile graced his lips. It had been a while since he experienced the sensation of being surrounded. When was the last time? Perhaps during that amusing Imperial War. In the dark forbidden forest, surrounded by a multitude of spiders, most the size of horses. The oppressive swarm closed in. Ron struggled to breathe, gasping for air while vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Harry is now drenched in sweat. This predicament has rendered his mind a blank, leaving him utterly at a loss as to how to break free. Augustus drew forth his silver wand, gazing at Aragog in the distance with a tone of indifference. Since Hagrid has sent us to seek you out, it implies a favorable relationship between you. Are you truly certain that you wish for your progeny to come and meet their demise? Aragog paused momentarily, seemingly perplexed by Augustus's implication. With a flourish of his two forelimbs, he emitted a strange, eerie laughter. Fear not, for my offspring shall treat their prey with utmost gentleness. You shall undoubtedly feel no pain. Naturally, since you have been sent by Hagrid, I extend to you a special consideration. Augustus smiled wryly, realizing the difficulty of communicating with animals. Thus, he resolved to fight. With a flourish of his wand, clusters of fireballs ascended into the air, launching in a 360-degree assault with lethal precision. Countless spiders were struck by the fireballs, disintegrating into clouds of ash before they could comprehend their fate. For the spider horde, this was merely a fraction of their number, as the majority surged forth towards Augustus and his companions. Walls of fire materialized around Augustus, flames roaring fiercely. Numerous spiders charged into the infernos, only to be swiftly encircled and incinerated by the blazing barriers. The fifth-level magical fire prison, originally intended to ensnare foes, now served as an excellent defense against the overwhelming onslaught. The arachnid army hesitated, observing the fiery ramparts that surrounded them, and most spiders wisely came to a halt. Augustus paid little heed to their movements. With a mere flick of his wand, a legion of fire elementals emerged from thin air. These ancient flame spirits, ablaze with heat, charged aggressively towards the advancing spiders. The elementals radiated unbearable heat, incinerating any spider that ventured too close. Each elemental rampaged through the spider horde like an unstoppable herd of rampaging elephants, wreaking havoc and devastation. Aragog, seemingly taken aback by the tenacity of the human before him, quickly realized that his spider army was being decimated within mere moments. If this continued, it would not be long before his forces suffered catastrophic losses. He emitted a peculiar, high-pitched screech, causing the entire horde to freeze. In the next instant, the spiders began to extrude resilient strands of silk from their mandibles. While most of these threads were incinerated upon nearing the fire elementals, a select few proved remarkably heat-resistant, ensnaring the rampaging elementals in their grasp. Augustus chuckled lightly. It appeared that the old spider before him was not lacking in wit. Suddenly, a hexagram materialized beneath Augustus's feet, lifting him gently from the earth. A shimmering radiance emanated from the hexagram, casting a soft, pearlescent glow. Augustus murmured incantations, his wand gracefully sweeping through the air, disrupting the very rhythm of the forbidden forest. The hearts of all creatures present seemed to miss a beat, halting their rhythmic thumping. Centered around Augustus, vast expanses of white began to saturate the ground, while the winds in the air were rendered still, as if time had regressed to the Ice Age. The sky, trees, and grass were all cloaked in layers of frost. All the spiders in the vicinity, including Aragog, slowly became encrusted with ice. And even the surrounding walls of fire and the infernal creature within the clearing were transformed into blocks of deep blue ice. The entire glade had thus morphed into a realm of glacial beauty. Augustus smiled wryly, realizing that with his current strength, casting this 8th-level ice magic, ice enveloping the world, was still somewhat beyond his capability. This spell approached the realm of forbidden incantations. Even a mage would require the combined efforts of 5 to effectively unleash such a powerful spell. Harry and Ron remained in a state of bewilderment. Had the army of spiders truly been vanquished so easily? Could the frost in the world be wrought by human hands? To them, the scene before their eyes bordered on the miraculous. Only Augustus understood the nature of true miracles, the kind that emanated an oppressive force akin to a prison, an omnipresent, eternal existence. Well, I believe it is time to inquire with our elderly spider friend, he remarked, casting a smile at Harry and Ron as the trio approached Aragog. At that moment, Aragog resembled a colossal white ice sphere, standing silently to one side, exuding an aura of chilling coldness. Augustus stepped forward, his wand directed at the spider, and the frost gradually receded, halting once it had diminished to the midpoint of Aragog's body. The giant spider's eyes began to whirl. I ask. You answer. What is the creature of the Chamber of Secrets? Augustus's expression turned grave, his tone laced with an icy edge. We will not speak, even in death. We shall never reveal the identity of that creature. Aragog nervously rolled his eyes, seemingly unfazed by the threat in Augustus's voice. Death? Augustus smiled faintly. Sometimes. Death is not the most terrifying fate. Would you like to know why? Aragog fell silent, clearly indifferent to Augustus's words. To him, this young man, despite his formidable power, had lived but a fleeting moment. Could he truly compel them to divulge the name of that terrifying entity? He believed that no matter the circumstances, the name of that monster would not escape his lips, lest it invite endless calamity. Augustus helplessly rubbed his forehead, realizing that these spiders truly would not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to that particular spell. For a legendary mage like him, such obscure and sinister incantations would never cross his mind unless in dire circumstances. He aimed his wand at the spider, and a wisp of dark flame gradually emerged from its tip. Aragog disdainfully regarded this feeble black fire, his eyes filled with blatant scorn. Did he truly believe this insignificant display could compel him? Such naivety was laughable. The flames lazily drifted towards the spider, slowly seeping into its being. Initially, Aragog observed Augustus with a mocking gaze, but soon a horrifying shriek erupted from the spider's mouth, a profound agony etched into its very core. It was terrified to discover that the flickering black flames could indeed scorch its soul. Frozen in place, it wailed in torment. The pain of its soul being burned was beyond the endurance of any creature. I beg you, let me go. It's the basilisk, the basilisk. Aragog weakly cried out, gasping between shrieks. Basilisk. Augustus's golden hair was lifted by the wind, his pupils shimmering with crystalline light. If it was a basilisk, Everything could be elucidated. However, the pressing issue at hand was the location of this creature within the castle, and why every attack had been executed silently, leaving no trace. Could it be that this basilisk also possessed the ability to become invisible? Such a notion seemed implausible. Augustus observed the slowly panting Aragog, deep in contemplation. So it was a basilisk. No wonder I could hear voices during each attack. It must be related to my ability to speak Parseltongue, Harry realized with sudden clarity. Indeed. I should have recognized it sooner after discovering your Parseltongue that day. You could hear others speaking, and when I heard the hissing, it all connects. I should have deduced it was the basilisk. Regrettably, it was only upon finding this spider that I uncovered the final truth. Had we identified this creature's true identity earlier, we could have taken preventive measures, preventing the subsequent attacks and the capture of Hagrid, as well as Dumbledore's dismissal. A look of self-reproach filled Augustus's eyes. With his experience, he should have detected this clue much earlier. The truth often lies hidden within the minutiae, and his oversight had led to the grave consequences they now faced. Now that the truth was revealed, it was not too late. As long as they returned to find the basilisk and eliminate it, tranquility could once again reign. Let us go. Upon returning to the castle, we must keep the news of the basilisk under wraps to avoid causing panic. Time is of the essence. Our foremost priority is to locate the basilisk's lair. Augustus stated with a nod. Thus, the three prepared to leave the forbidden forest. Wait, I have already divulged the answer to you. What shall my descendants and I do? Aragog called out in a panic as they turned to depart. Augustus waved his hand dismissively, stating that after a day, the effects of your freeze would naturally dissipate. This serves as a lesson, one I hope you will remember. The trio made their way towards the forbidden forest path when a rumble echoed nearby. Ron, filled with delight, discovered that the car they had encountered earlier had once again found them. They boarded the vehicle, which adeptly navigated through the dense trees of the forbidden forest, gradually making its way back to the school. I have heard whispers of the basilisk, yet something seems amiss. It is said that the basilisk's gaze possesses lethal magic. Whoever meets its eyes is doomed to perish. However, among those who faced the attack, not a single soul succumbed. How can that be? Sitting in the car, Ron wore a puzzled expression. This detail is indeed critical. We can hypothesize that none of the individuals directly gazed into the basilisk's eyes. Colin saw it through his camera. The basilisk scorched the film within, yet Colin was merely petrified. And Justin must have glimpsed the basilisk through the nearly headless Nick. Nick was indeed ensnared by the basilisk stare, but he could not possibly meet his demise a second time. When Hermione and that Ravenclaw girl were discovered, there was a mirror at hand. She had cautioned everyone to first check around the corner with the mirror. Just as that girl produced the mirror, she encountered the oncoming basilisk. Augustus stroked his chin, pondering. But what of Mrs. Norris, the first victim? Harry questioned, deep in thought. Do you not recall the scene with Mrs. Norris? There was a puddle of water present. Being a cat, she is quite small, and the basilisk struck from above. Therefore, she must have seen the reflection of the basilisk's eyes in the water below. Augustus chuckled softly, elaborating. Ron and Harry nodded in agreement. It was evident that all the victims had glimpsed the basilisk's eyes from various angles, leading to their petrification. One must admit, this indeed counts as a stroke of luck. As long as one survives, there remains hope. The car gradually approached the castle, coming to a halt beside Hagrid's hut. The three disembarked, the headlights flickering momentarily before the vehicle roared back into the forbidden forest. It seemed this car had found its designated stop. Augustus watched the departing vehicle with a smile. Indeed, if that is the case, we can only wish it well. With a hint of reluctance in his eyes, Ron waved goodbye to the car, which emitted a few honks in response. Now that the true mastermind behind the Chamber of Secrets has been revealed, it only remains to uncover its hiding place. As the three conversed, they made their way back to the castle. The following day in Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall entered the room and, within 10 minutes, announced that examinations would take place on June 1st, a mere week from today. Examinations? Draco Malfoy exclaimed in horror. Must we endure exams? Draco, you are overreacting. For you, exams are but a trifling matter. There is no need for such alarm, Lillian teased with a smile. Malfoy's grades were not particularly poor, yet when compared to Augustus, Loki, and Lillian, they could only be described as dismal. The students in the class began to chatter animatedly, filling the room with a flurry of voices, which only served to deepen Professor McGonagall's frown and darken her expression. Professor Dumbledore's directive was to maintain the school's normal operations as much as possible. She stated that this meant assessing how much knowledge you had truly acquired this year. A flicker of surprise crossed Augustus's eyes. It seemed that Dumbledore was still remotely managing the school. Indeed, a legendary wizard cannot be dismissed at will, even when no longer in office. Augustus believed that many affairs of the school still required Dumbledore's intervention. With only 3 days left until their first examination, Professor McGonagall announced some news during breakfast. "I have good news to share," she declared, yet rather than silence, the hall erupted into a cacophony. "Dumbledore is returning," a few exclaimed joyfully. "You've captured the heir of Slytherin," a girl from the Ravenclaw table shrieked. "The Quidditch matches are resuming," Witch shouted excitedly. Once the clamor subsided, Professor McGonagall continued. "Professor Sprout has informed me that the mandrakes are finally ready for harvest. Tonight, we shall revive those who have been petrified. I need not remind you that one among them may reveal to us who or what attacked them. I sincerely hope that this dreadful year concludes with the capture of the perpetrator. Thus, the basilisk would be cornered, unable to stir any further unrest. Regardless of its hiding place, the issue of the basilisk appeared to be nearing resolution, and tranquility would soon return. The golden rays of sunlight streaming through the window clung to Augustus's dark robes, casting a soft halo that rendered him somewhat languid. After dreaming for 13 years, who would awaken first? Now that the mandrakes had fully matured, it was merely a matter of days before the victims could be revived. Through their accounts, the location of the basilisk's lair should be discernible. Once identified, the faculty could unite their strength and confront the creature directly. Victory seemed imminent. The campus would soon revert to its former calm, and all would return to normalcy. This was a straightforward strategy, no matter the machinations of the figure behind the scenes. They could stir no tempest. Lockhart had often assured them that the danger had passed, yet reality soon proved him wrong. Now, he was more adamant than ever that there was no need to escort students safely through the corridors. His hair, usually sleek, appeared disheveled, suggesting he had spent the night patrolling the 5th floor, hardly catching any sleep. "Remember my words," he beckoned as they turned a corner. "Those poor petrified individuals will surely awaken to declare, Hagrid is the culprit." Frankly, I was astonished that Professor McGonagall deemed it necessary to implement such extensive safety measures. "Mr. Lockhart, your hair is quite curly," Lillian and Augustus teased as they passed him. "Oh, really?" Lockhart exclaimed, hastily feeling his now tousled curls, before adding indignantly, "Our duties as educators are already plentiful. Professor McGonagall is being overly cautious, requiring me to escort students." "Indeed," Malfoy drawled lazily, "you've already labored enough. Since we are merely a corridor away from our destination, you might as well stop here." "Very well, Draco, let it be so," Lockhart conceded. "I really ought to prepare for my next class." With that, he hurried away. "What preparation?" Malfoy scoffed at his retreating figure. "He might as well go curl his hair." Speaking of which, according to Mr. Augustus, the creature in the Chamber of Secrets was a basilisk. But who was the heir? Without an heir, the chamber would not open. And only the heir could command the basilisk. This individual was likely a student of Slytherin, yet they remained elusive. Lockhart walked on, pondering. If it is indeed a student of Slytherin, their intellect must be formidable, capable of executing such a series of attacks, especially under Dumbledore's watchful eye, an extraordinary feat. Lillian crossed her arms anxiously. Despite being at the final juncture, an inexplicable worry lingered within her, a sense that this person would not relent. As for Lockhart's assertion that Hagrid was the culprit, any rational individual would recognize it as a mere jest. Regardless, once the petrified individuals awaken, the truth will emerge, and clarity will prevail. Even if the mastermind behind all of this is exceptionally cunning, they cannot evade justice. From the very first attack, their fate was sealed. They were destined to be the loser. Augustus lamented, "This individual has indeed plotted meticulously, yet having chosen the path of evil, they will ultimately meet their demise." "Mr. Augustus spoke wisely. Though they might be a student within Slytherin, opposing us would surely lead to their downfall." Malfoy wore a smug expression, as if the perpetrator was about to be subdued. As an ancient Chinese proverb suggests, "Those who follow me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish." Ah, quite impressive. Even the uneducated Draco can sometimes exhibit such erudition, employing ancient Chinese wisdom, Lockhart remarked, his disdain unmasked. "You are merely envious. You should educate yourself further. Chinese culture is profound and intricate, not something you can dismiss," Malfoy retorted firmly. "My apologies, but I have little time. I have been preoccupied with constructing magical strings and am nearing the threshold of becoming a level 5 mage. It won't be long before I am officially promoted," Lockhart said with a faint smile. Malfoy gaped in astonishment, glancing first at Augustus and then at Lockhart, awkwardly grinning. as his current status as a level 2 mage, soon to be elevated to level 3, felt rather insignificant in comparison. Well then, Lockhart, you have concealed your talents well. While Malfoy and I are merely level 2 mages, you are on the verge of reaching level 5. It is truly disheartening. Must you not wait for us? Lillian exclaimed in frustration, struggling to comprehend how Lockhart advanced so quickly in his studies. Was this merely the advantage of innate talent? It must be said that Lockhart was indeed a prodigy in the realm of magical practice. Augustus smiled with satisfaction at Loki's rapid progress, acknowledging it as a most commendable achievement. However, he emphasized the importance of remaining humble and grounded, for a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. One must always remain practical and avoid lofty aspirations. This was a lesson the students must remember. Loki nodded humbly, devoid of any arrogance. The more he practiced, the more he recognized the vastness of this magical system. This path might very well be one that could take a lifetime to traverse. And his pride had long been ground down, hidden deep within. Suddenly, the corridor resonated with Professor McGonagall's voice, amplified by magic. All students promptly returned to their respective house dormitories, and all teachers made their way to the staff lounge. Immediate action was required. It seemed trouble had arisen. You all return to the common room first. I shall return shortly after I ascertain the situation, Augustus instructed the three in front of him, sending them back while he ventured to investigate the pressing matter. Mr. Augustus, may I accompany you? With my current abilities, I believe I can assist you in some capacity. Please, take me with you, Loki implored Augustus, a hint of urgency in his voice. In truth, the three of them envied Harry and Ron, two individuals they deemed less capable, yet who had shared so many experiences and faced numerous dangers alongside Augustus. Loki's fervent training was partly driven by a desire to share the burdens of Augustus rather than remain a mere observer, passively listening to their tales. As for Malfoy and Lillian, they too felt similarly, believing themselves too weak to contribute meaningfully to Augustus's endeavors, thus never voicing any such ambitions. However, Loki's bold proposal stirred something within them. They merely wished to play a small role in Augustus's journey, and that alone would suffice for their contentment. A flicker of surprise crossed Augustus's eyes, seemingly caught off guard by Loki's unexpected request. A barely perceptible smile crept onto his face as he nodded. Very well, Loki. You shall accompany me. Loki, taken aback by Augustus's acquiescence, eagerly followed in his wake. As the two figures gradually receded from view, the ever-boisterous Malfoy revealed an inexplicable glimmer in his gaze. Lillian bit her lip, grasped Malfoy's collar, and with a slightly awkward smile, urged, "Let us return. It is time to train." Loki and Augustus traversed the school corridors, arriving at the staff lounge, where Harry and Ron anxiously surveyed their surroundings near a teacher's wardrobe. Upon spotting Augustus, they rushed forward. Time is of the essence. The teachers will be here shortly. Did you bring the invisibility cloak? Augustus inquired, his gaze fixed on Harry. I didn't have time to retrieve it. It happened so suddenly, Harry replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Then you too, stand over here, Augustus commanded, drawing forth his silver wand. With a flick, he cast a spell of collective invisibility, enveloping the space around him in a delicate blue veil, causing the four to gradually vanish from sight. Positioned in a corner, they observed the unfolding scene as the door to the staff lounge swung open with a heavy thud, allowing a procession of teachers to enter, some appearing bewildered, others seemingly distraught. Shortly after, Professor McGonagall arrived, announcing gravely, another incident has occurred. Addressing the silent teachers in the room, a student has been taken by a beast, directly into the Chamber of Secrets. Professor Flitwick emitted a sharp gasp, while Professor Sprout instinctively covered her mouth with her hands. Snape, gripping the back of a chair tightly, inquired, how can you be certain? The heir of Slytherin, Professor McGonagall, her complexion drained of color, continued, has left another message. Beneath the previous inscription, she revealed a new line that read, her remains shall forever linger in the chamber. Flitwick could no longer contain his tears. Who was it? Madame Hooch, her knees buckling, sank into a chair. It was Ginny Weasley, Professor McGonagall solemnly declared. Augustus felt the heavy thud as Ron fell to the ground. Loki glanced at Ron with a hint of pity. It was indeed a lamentable situation for Ron's sister to find herself in such peril. Augustus gazed at the teachers in the room, their brows furrowed and expressions grave. At this juncture, it was utterly alarming that yet another attack had occurred. This time, however, it was unlike any previous incident. The victim had been taken directly into the hidden chamber. Was this heir making a final desperate stand before their demise? Or had they descended into a malevolence so profound as to drag another down with them? Regardless, it seemed imperative to personally venture into the chamber. The door to the faculty lounge was once again forcefully flung open. In a moment of whimsy, Harry fancied it was surely Dumbledore returning. Instead, it was Lockhart, wearing an inexplicable grin. "I apologize. I dozed off. Did I miss something?" he queried, seemingly oblivious to the resentful glances directed at him by the other teachers. Snape stepped forward. "The problem solver has arrived," he declared. "It is indeed this man. Lockhart, a girl has been taken by a monster and brought into the chamber. Your moment of glory has finally arrived." Lockhart's complexion drained of color. "Indeed, Gitteroy," Professor Sprout interjected. "Did you not assert last night that you were fully aware of the entrance to the chamber?" I, Lockhart stammered. "Did you not claim to have certainty regarding the nature of the beast within?" Professor Flitwick chimed in. Augustus gazed at the flustered Lockhart with a faint smile, sensing that the time for retribution had arrived. Lockhart, who had always been so certain that Hagrid was the culprit, was now facing the consequences of his actions. The teachers would undoubtedly not let him off the hook. "Let us proceed and discuss this matter outside," Augustus suggested, gesturing to the three others. The four of them silently exited the staff lounge. In the corridor, they gradually revealed themselves. Ron trailed behind dejectedly, while Harry continuously offered words of comfort, albeit to little avail. With Ginny now taken into the Chamber of Secrets, their foremost priority was to discover the entrance to the chamber and venture inside. For there remained a glimmer of hope for a rescue. Should they delay too long, it was feared that Ginny might truly meet her demise within those ominous walls. The quest for the entrance to the chamber was indeed a matter worthy of exploration, and it was imperative to locate it as swiftly as possible. Augustus remarked in a tone devoid of enthusiasm. "If it is the entrance to the chamber, then Harry and I should have already deduced its location," he continued. Upon hearing Augustus's analysis, a flicker of hope ignited in Ron's eyes. With Augustus at their side, they could directly enter the chamber, confront the heir and the basilisk, and rescue Ginny. Augustus possessed the strength to rival that dark presence. Ron believed that even if the basilisk and the heir were formidable, they would not stand a chance against Augustus. Indeed, based on our conjectures, the entrance to the chamber should lie within Moaning Myrtle's restroom, Harry asserted confidently. That basilisk must have been lurking within the pipes, which is why I heard its voice prior to the petrification of Moaning Myrtle decades ago. This leads us to believe that the entrance is indeed in Myrtle's domain. He adjusted his glasses before continuing. Now that we are aware of the entrance, we must set off swiftly to rescue Ginny before the heir can act. Loki nodded in agreement, resolutely stating, "Yes, time is of the essence. We must depart immediately to effect a timely rescue. Every second counts." With this decisive command, Augustus led the four towards Moaning Myrtle's restroom. They descended the nearest staircase, traversing the dimly lit corridor adorned with faintly glowing inscriptions until they reached the entrance of Moaning Myrtle's restroom. Harry's heart lifted at the sight of the trembling figure of Moaning Myrtle, who was perched atop the tank of the closest toilet. "Oh, it's you," she exclaimed upon spotting Augustus, her eyes sparkling momentarily before shifting to the three companions trailing behind him, her expression morphing into one of curiosity. "What do you intend to do?" Augustus stroked his chin. "May I pose a question to you?" he inquired. "What question?" Myrtus gazed at Augustus with a hint of surprise. "What strange occurrences transpired before your demise?" A glimmer of light flickered in Augustus's silver pupils. Myrtus's demeanor transformed dramatically, revealing that no one had ever posed such an honorific question to her. "In my final moments, I heard a boy outside speaking in an unusual tongue, prompting me to open the door and scold him to retreat to his own restroom," she recounted, puffing out her chest with a sense of self-importance, her face radiant. "Then, I perished. Just before my death, I glimpsed a pair of ominously large yellow eyes. It felt as though my entire being was ensnared, and then I drifted away." She gazed at Augustus, her expression lost in reverie. Upon hearing this, Augustus grasped the crux of the matter and directly inquired, "Where did you discover those eyes?" "About there," Myrtilla replied, vaguely gesturing towards the pool of water before her. Loki hurriedly approached, observing that the pool appeared quite ordinary. They meticulously examined it inside and out, even inspecting the water pipes beneath. Then, Harry spotted it, a small serpent etched on the side of a brass faucet. "Harry, speak a few words in Parseltongue to this faucet," Loki suggested, glancing at the tiny snake. "Open," he commanded, his voice producing an odd hissing sound. Instantly, the faucet erupted with a dazzling white light and began to whirl rapidly. The pool then started to shift, and they watched as it gradually vanished from sight, revealing a remarkably thick pipe large enough for a person to enter. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets must be here. Let us proceed. I hope the chamber's owner is gracious, lest we intrude, Augustus remarked with a faint smile, stepping forward, followed closely by Loki, then Harry and Ron. The four of them entering to meet an endless darkness ahead. In the coming days, I must begin searching for an internship and attend to my thesis, leaving little time for updates. Thus, I shall pause for a few days to reorganize my outline, aiming to present more refined articles for everyone's appreciation. Please forgive the temporary hiatus. The four ventured deeper into the darkness, the surface of the pipe exceedingly slick, making balance a daunting challenge. Numerous smaller pipes branched off in various directions, yet none matched the girth of this one. Their pipe twisted and turned, descending steeply. Loki sensed they had slid deep beneath the school, a chilling atmosphere enveloping them, a cool breeze rising from below. We must be several miles underground. It is quite peculiar that the chamber is located in such a remote area, Augustus observed, gazing into the dark expanse ahead. Indeed. From the location of the Slytherin common room, it is evident that he possessed an unusual affinity for the underground. The chamber's profound depth elucidates this. Loki replied with a slight smile, exhibiting no particular reverence for Slytherin's founder. We have likely reached beneath the lake, Ron remarked, squinting at the surrounding dim, sticky walls. As they pressed forward, light vanished entirely. Loki drew his wand, murmuring, Lumos. A ghostly blue light flickered, illuminating their shadows against the walls of the passageway. They continued onward. The path growing increasingly convoluted, and the remains of small animals began to appear, mostly mice, along with some bizarre bones of indeterminate origin. Wait, what is that ahead? Loki suddenly halted, keenly observing a shadowy figure not far away. The others paused, spotting the outline of a massive creature coiled on the opposite side of the tunnel. Utterly still. There is no need for alarm. It is merely the shed skin of a basilisk, Augustus reassured, smiling faintly. His keen eyesight now extended a mile, allowing him to discern minute details even in darkness. For a wizard, vision is an essential asset. Mastering it ensures invincibility. Though Augustus's words eased Harry and his companions somewhat, the immense shadow still instilled a sense of trepidation. Loki, wand in hand, cautiously advanced, the light revealing a vast serpent's skin, vibrantly green and unmistakably that of a venomous snake, coiled upon the tunnel floor, hollow within. Clearly, the creature that had recently shed this skin measured at least 20 feet in length. Goodness, Ron sighed weakly. Is this the length of the basilisk? Harry gazed in astonishment. Could they truly rescue Ginny against such a formidable beast? It is not so fearsome. I had expected the legendary basilisk to be far more terrifying. Judging by its skin alone, it appears to be merely an unusually large python, Loki remarked, slightly disappointed. For a creature that has existed for millennia, it should not be underestimated. Such evolved serpents surely possess myriad survival skills, Augustus cautioned Loki, though the basilisk's true power remains unknown. Underestimating an ancient being is a grave error. Even the lion exerts full effort when hunting a mere rabbit, let alone a creature that has endured for 1,000 years. Loki nodded in acknowledgement as they passed the enormous serpent's skin, the tunnel twisting and turning further. Finally, they carefully rounded another bend and discovered a solid wall standing before them, adorned with two interwoven serpents, their eyes inlaid with large, gleaming emeralds. It is your turn to shine, Harry. Loki gestured for him to step forward. Harry surmised what was required of him, clearing his throat. He noticed the emerald eyes seemed to glimmer in response. Open, he hissed in a low, hoarse voice. The two serpents parted, and the stone wall split down the middle, slowly sliding apart to reveal the passage beyond. They collected themselves and stepped cautiously through the parted stones. They found themselves on one side of a long, dimly lit chamber. Many stone columns, intricately carved with entwined serpents, soared to support the ceiling, which faded into the darkness above, casting elongated, eerie shadows throughout the room, suffused with a mysterious green glow. This architectural style undoubtedly aligned with the chamber's design. It appeared they had reached their destination. These columns are quite intriguing. Have you noticed? Their arrangement subtly suggests a magical incantation, Augustus observed, scanning the scattered columns with interest, stroking his chin. This is indeed characteristic of Slytherin. I recall reading in a book that Slytherin's architectural style is consistently singular, all designs conforming to Salazar's construction principles. Loki concurred, pondering as the room's arrangement bore a striking resemblance to that of the Slytherin common room. The four continued along the columns, Harry's heart pounding as he advanced slowly, wondering if the basilisk lurked in the dark recesses behind a column. Where was Ginny? With each careful step, echoes reverberated in the shadowy walls. He squinted, prepared to shut his eyes at the slightest disturbance, feeling as though the empty eye sockets of the stone serpents were perpetually following him. More than once, he thought he sensed movement, anxiety tightening his stomach. He glanced at Augustus ahead. The blue glow from Loki S1 cast an imposing silhouette of Augustus, providing Harry with some solace. With Augustus present, even the legendary basilisk seemed less daunting. Harry had always harbored a blind trust in Augustus. They pressed onward together, and as they reached the last pair of columns, a statue, matching the height of the room itself, loomed against the dark wall behind it. Harry had to tilt his head back significantly to behold the immense visage above, an aged, simian face adorned with a sparse, lengthy beard that nearly grazed the hem of the stone-carved wizard's robe. Two large, grayish feet rested upon the smooth floor of the room. Is this truly the statue of Salazar? The reality is far less impressive than the legend. It is indeed surprising that our founder of Slytherin would appear in such a manner, and one cannot help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Loki observed the grand statue before him with a sense of amusement. Augustus fell silent, evidently taken aback by the remarkable presence of Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House. It is essential to never underestimate any wizard who has attained legendary status. However, it was unexpected that Salazar Slytherin, renowned for his pure-blood aristocracy, would present himself in such a manner. While it is often said that one should not judge by appearances, Salazar's visage could indeed be succinctly described in 4 words: quite unseemly. The statue of Salazar Slytherin stood majestically at the center of a circle of stone columns, each encircled by several menacing serpents. Augustus and his companions observed the statue from a distance, their expressions varying in response to its imposing presence. Suddenly, Harry's gaze was drawn to a vivid crimson object at the statue's base. He cautiously drew his wand and stepped forward, only to find a small figure clad in a black robe. Ginny. Ginny, Harry whispered urgently, hurrying to her side and kneeling by her. Please, don't die. I beg you. Do not leave us. He cast aside his wand and grasped her shoulders, gently turning her over. Her face was as cold as marble, devoid of color. Yet her eyes remained closed, indicating she had not been petrified. Augustus stepped forward, and Ron quickly knelt beside Ginny, his eyes filled with urgency. Ginny, please wake up. He implored desperately, shaking her gently. Ginny's head hung limply, devoid of life. It has been a long time since so many guests visited the Chamber of Secrets. Welcome. A voice echoed from behind them. Augustus, slightly astonished, realized that an unfamiliar figure had appeared without any prior indication, eluding the probing gaze entirely. A tall boy with black hair leaned against the nearest stone pillar, observing them intently. His outline was indistinct, as if viewed through a misty window. Yet there was no doubt about his identity. Tom Riddle? Riddle nodded, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Harry's face. Do not bother trying to wake her. She will not awaken. What do you mean? What has happened to her? Ron questioned angrily, confronting the peculiar figure before him. She is still alive, Riddle replied, but not for long. Your form is peculiar. Are you a ghost? Yet, ghosts should not appear in such a manner. Fascinating, truly intriguing. A mysterious light flickered in Augustus's silver pupils as a stream of faint data flowed into his mind. Riddle paused momentarily, gazing at Augustus's ever-rotating pupils, feeling disoriented. As if everything within him had been laid bare under the sun, a sensation that unnervingly stirred his composure. It is a memory. Riddle managed to suppress his strange emotions and maintained an air of calm confidence. It has been preserved in a diary for 50 years. He gestured towards the large toe of the statue, where lay the diary discovered by Harry in the Weeping Myrtle's lavatory. The power of memory? Existing in such a manner is indeed remarkable, even in my homeland. Only those who have traversed certain paths are worthy of wielding such power. It seems your true form possesses extraordinary strength. A faint smile curved Augustus's lips. Indeed, I have read of similar methods to extract memories and breathe life into them. Though such practices have been strictly forbidden by the Ministry, as they often involve potent dark magic, rendering them not a path of righteousness. Loki's amber eyes sparkled with delight. Akin to discovering a new world, the legends documented in books had manifested into reality, an undeniably wondrous feeling. You are students of Slytherin, are you not? It appears that the current Slytherin students are quite exceptional, possessing such vast knowledge at this tender age. Riddle smiled slightly, his eyes drawn to the serpent crest on their robes, seemingly intrigued by Augustus and Loki. Let us postpone discussions about the diary and his existence for later. Our immediate priority is to get Ginny out of here. Have you forgotten there is still a basilisk within? Though its whereabouts are unknown, it could arrive at any moment. Everyone, please lend a hand. Harry anxiously glanced at them while attempting to lift Ginny. Ron steadied her on one side, as they both broke into a sweat. Finally managing to hoist Ginny off the ground, Harry bent down to retrieve his wand, only to discover it was missing. "Have you seen it?" he asked, looking up. Riddle continued to toy with Harry's wand between his long fingers, his expression a peculiar smile. "Thank you," Harry said, reaching for his wand. Riddle's lips curled into an odd grin as he continued to gaze at Harry, idly playing with the wand. Augustus's silver pupils ceased their rotation, and a mysterious smile suddenly grazed his visage as he stood quietly by, observing the unfolding events. "Listen to me," Harry urged anxiously, the weight of Ginny pressing upon his knees rendering him weak. "We must leave. If the basilisk comes, it will not come unless summoned," Riddle replied, unfazed. Harry gently lowered Ginny back to the floor, for he could no longer bear her weight. "What do you mean?" he inquired. "Hurry, hand me the wand. I might need it." Riddle's smile broadened. "You will not need it," he stated. Harry gazed at him in astonishment. "What do you mean, I won't?" "Harry, have you not realized that the individual before you, Tom Riddle, is not one of us? Setting aside the question of how he has suddenly materialized in this peculiar chamber, consider the manner of his appearance. Existing through memory, a technique steeped in various dark magics, is not something any virtuous wizard would employ." Loki's tone was nonchalant, rousing Harry from his confusion. "If I surmise correctly, you are the memory of Voldemort from 50 years ago. A most intriguing wordplay, Tom Riddle." Augustus raised his silver wand, and several fiery red letters representing his name appeared in the air. Harry and his companions watched in silence as a faint smile crept across Riddle's lips, rearranging them. The crimson letters intertwined and reordered themselves, coalescing into a resplendent declaration: "I am Voldemort." "Ah, splendid. Such a simple revelation to uncover my true identity." "Voldemort," Riddle intoned softly, "is my past, present, and future. In my veins flows the blood of Salazar, Slytherin himself, passed down through his daughter. Shall I retain that loathsome, ordinary muggle name? He forsook me before I was even born, merely because he discovered his wife was a witch. No, I have devised a new name for myself. I know that one day, when I become the greatest wizard in the world, sorcerers everywhere will tremble to utter this name." Augustus listened intently to Riddle's impassioned recounting, his silver eyes shimmering with a captivating brilliance. The majestic phoenix descended gracefully, perching itself upon Harry's shoulder, discarding the tattered sorting hat at its feet. Seemingly exasperated by the long-held, soiled object, the great bird ceased its melodious song, sitting quietly against Harry's cheek, its gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Riddle. "A phoenix?" Riddle appeared somewhat taken aback. "Fox." Harry greeted the phoenix with a smile, which proudly extended its talons upon Harry's shoulder. "What has it brought?" Loki observed with curiosity as the phoenix cast aside the worn item. "Can you not see? It is the sorting hat we utilize every semester." Augustus chuckled helplessly, confirming its identity. Tattered, wrinkled, and patched, it lay motionless at Harry's feet. "Ah, indeed, your assistant has arrived, a singing bird and a dilapidated sorting hat. It seems Dumbledore holds great faith in you, sending these items to cheer you on. Shall we have the Phoenix serenade and the sorting hat recite? Has he begun preparations for a post-war feast?" Riddle laughed arrogantly, his eyes filled with unabashed disdain. "You are fated to fail, with Mr. Augustus present. You cannot escape the clutches of defeat." Ron glared fiercely at Riddle, as if anticipating the moment Riddle would kneel before him as a vanquished foe. "Ah, it seems you have great confidence in your esteemed Augustus. The slaughter of geniuses and the suppression of the strong have always been my preference. You will ultimately understand that anyone before me is but an insect." Riddle smiled, clapping his hands, then turned, opening his mouth to emit a hissing sound. Yet Harry comprehended his words. "Speak to me, the greatest among the 4 founders of Slytherin at Hogwarts." Augustus stood quietly, gazing at the statue in the distance. As the colossal stone visage of Slytherin began to stir, its mouth opened wider and wider, ultimately forming a vast black void. Something writhed within the statue's maw, something slithering up from its depths with a rustling sound. "Now, Loki, take Harry and Ginny to the entrance of this chamber, immediately," Augustus commanded, his tone grave and imbued with an undeniable authority. Loki hesitated, observing Augustus's serious demeanor. Ultimately, he clenched his teeth, refraining from uttering a word, and guided Harry and Ron as they assisted Ginny in their hurried escape. Riddle drew his wand, his gaze fixed on the retreating Harry, an unusual look of urgency crossing his features. With swift determination, he cast a binding spell. The wand pointed towards Harry, and in an instant, a flash of blue light erupted. The silver wand of Augustus shimmered, conjuring a wall of fire that spanned the entirety of the room. This serpentine and elongated barrier effortlessly absorbed the incantations without causing a single ripple. "Now, your opponent is me," Augustus articulated slowly, his robes billowing as something substantial seemed to emerge from the hollow of the statue. Augustus closed his eyes, activating the Eye of Inquiry, revealing a panoramic view devoid of any blind spots. A colossal serpent, cloaked in darkness, surged towards him with a deafening roar. Its gaping maw, vast and cavernous, displayed fangs as large as ivory, dripping with pure black venom. With a silver wand pointed at the monstrous creature, a conical flame erupted from its tip, manifesting into a colossal hand engulfed in fire. This fiery appendage, imbued with overwhelming force, struck the serpent squarely on its flattened head, significantly diminishing its momentum. The immense body of the serpent twisted in midair before crashing violently onto the stone ground, countless scales reduced to charred remnants, exposing mottled patches of skin beneath. The first-level spell, the Burning Hand, unleashed by Augustus's tremendous magical energy, rivaled the potency of Loki's fourth-level spell, the Flame Burst. The giant serpent shook its head, raising its serpent-like visage, its golden pupils glinting with a chilling aura. In the next moment, it lunged once more at Augustus. Riddle emitted a strange hissing sound, and the serpent abruptly accelerated, charging directly at Augustus with relentless ferocity. A piercing yellow beam shot forth from Riddle's wand, illuminating the space before Augustus with a swirling windshield. The flickering yellow light shattered against the rotating barrier, while the serpent, shielded by Riddle's magic, closed the distance to within 10 meters of Augustus. Augustus's body rose, and a vast and intricate magical array materialized beneath his feet. His wand pointed to the ground, and in the next instant, a colossal sphere of light enveloped an area with a radius of 30 meters centered on Augustus. The sphere erupted silently, and the serpent creature let out a mournful wail, its golden eyes tightly shut, with crimson tears streaming from the corners. Numerous gaping wounds appeared across its body, and dark blood gushed forth onto the ground as the creature emitted anguished, rasping sounds. This was an 8th-level spell, Solar Flare. Within the sphere it created, all living beings succumbed to a state of blindness that was irreversible. Even those who ventured beyond its reach continued to suffer its effects. Simultaneously, it inflicted widespread damage, which could be halved through a successful check. Undead beings, particularly those that dread sunlight, would be annihilated by the intense radiance should they fail their check. Augustus opened his eyes, a flicker of amusement illuminating his silver gaze. The serpent creature's prowess resided largely in those very eyes. With their destruction, it could be said that victory was already half secured. The remaining task was merely to act with precision, for the outcome was essentially predetermined. Riddle's previously nonchalant demeanor shifted to one of gravity. He had not anticipated Augustus to be such a formidable opponent, effortlessly robbing the serpent of its most crucial weapon. Blinded, the serpent turned away, disoriented and uncertain of its next move, yet still perilous. Suddenly, the phoenix that had been accompanying Harry swooped in, fox swirling around its head, emitting peculiar melodies, occasionally pecking at the serpent's scaly snout, drawing forth dark blood that gushed from the creature's blinded eyes. Augustus seized the moment, directing his wand toward the basilisk. An ancient aura surged forth from the air, and suddenly, a tumultuous cloud of white-hot ash erupted in the direction of the serpent. Caught unawares, the basilisk found itself engulfed in this seething maelstrom. The oppressive heat permeated the atmosphere, and countless pillars of fire shot up from the ground. The basilisk's mournful cries echoed throughout the chamber as it struggled amidst the flames, its power waning gradually until it ceased its thrashing, ultimately reduced to ashes amidst the boiling inferno. The 8th-level spell, Incendiary Cloud, often employed as a lethal technique in critical moments, cleverly encapsulates the essence of entrapment. Once ensnared, escape becomes nearly impossible. With Augustus's current prowess, casting 4 8th-level spells at once was the utmost limit. Yet to vanquish this millennia-old basilisk so effortlessly was indeed a feat worthy of commendation. Foxes let out a triumphant cry, seemingly celebrating the demise of the serpent. After a millennium of existence, it was extinguished in an instant, reduced to mere ashes, a poignant reminder of the capriciousness of fate, where life and death are but fleeting moments. Riddle gazed vacantly at the ashes of the basilisk, a profound sadness flickering in his eyes. To him, the basilisk had been a steadfast companion throughout his formative years, a loyal partner in his journey of growth. Now, all that remained was a handful of humble ashes, evoking a sense of melancholic reflection. You have triumphed. As the victor, this journal and my memories are yours to dispose of as you see fit. I hope you can be decisive, even as a mere memory. I wish only to depart from this place in peace. Riddle smiled faintly, Although merely a fragment of memory, he still harbored many attachments to the world. However, having reached this juncture, he felt no rage or bitterness, only a serene acceptance of his fate. Voldemort's arrogance prevented him from indulging in futile struggles typical of the weak in their final moments. As a mark of respect for the legend and out of courtesy to a worthy adversary, I shall allow you to leave in peace. Augustus nodded, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his silver eyes. A person may be weak or ignorant, yet grace and integrity are forever deserving of respect. For humanity, the true test of character emerges in the face of mortality. The profound terror of life and death often reveals genuine courage at that moment. Riddle inclined his head slightly, closing his eyes as if to welcome the impending specter of death. With a graceful flick of his silver wand, a tendril of black flame leapt forth, enveloping Riddle's ethereal form. The dark flames consumed him like an all-devouring void, and gradually, his being dissolved into nothingness. A phoenix perched upon Augustus's shoulder, singing a mournful tune as if to bid him farewell. Augustus let out a soft sigh as he stepped forward to pick up the now lifeless diary, accompanied by Fawkes as he made his way towards the exit. "Mr. Augustus, are you all right?" Loki inquired anxiously as he spotted Augustus approaching with Fawkes at the entrance of the chamber. "It is over. Neither Riddle nor the Serpent of Slytherin shall trouble you again. You can rest easy now," Augustus proclaimed with a reassuring smile, conveying the good news to the gathered group. Harry and Ron exhaled in relief. Ron, wearing an expression of triumph, remarked, "I told you, with Mr. Augustus here, whether it be the Dark Lord himself or Riddle, defeat was inevitable." In Ron's eyes, Augustus had already attained a near-mythical status. The battle with the serpent was indeed perilous. Had it not been for Fawkes' assistance, I might not have vanquished it so effortlessly, Augustus said, a twinkle of humor in his eyes as he gently patted Fawkes, who proudly lifted his head and let out a few triumphant calls. "Now that our ordeal has concluded, let us hasten to bring Ginny out and share this joyous news with everyone," Harry said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked at Augustus, eager to leave this dreadful place behind. "Here, take this diary. How you choose to handle it is entirely up to you," Augustus said, handing the diary to Harry, who nodded in acceptance. At that moment, a faint groan emanated from the ground as Ginny began to stir, slowly sitting up. Her bewildered gaze fell upon the diary in Harry's hands, and she shuddered, gasping as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Oh, Harry, I wanted to tell you during breakfast, but I couldn't say it in front of Percy. It was me, Harry. But I swear I did not mean to. Riddle forced me, he controlled me. How did you defeat that monster? Where is Riddle?" "The last thing I remember is him emerging from the diary. It is all over now. Mr. Augustus has put an end to it. Rest assured, Ginny. There will be no more diaries or serpents," Harry comforted her gently. Ginny sobbed for a moment before rising to thank Augustus. He helped her to her feet and offered a moment of reassurance, and soon they were preparing to exit the chamber. "I'm going to be expelled," Ginny cried as Harry assisted her in standing, her tears flowing. "Since Bilious arrived, I have longed to attend Hogwarts, and now I must leave. What will my parents say?" As they approached the pipe, gazing into the darkened tunnel, Harry looked at Augustus in despair. "How do we ascend through the pipe?" Ron shook his head. Fawkes, the phoenix, swooped past Harry and began flapping his wings before him, his bright eyes shining vividly in the darkness. "You can grasp the phoenix's tail, one can pull the other up," Augustus explained, clearly understanding Fawkes' intent. "But there are 5 of us. Can Fawkes bear such weight?" Harry asked, puzzled. "You need only take Ginny and Ron with you. I will follow closely behind with Loki," Augustus clarified without elaboration. Harry nodded in comprehension, grasping Fawkes' unusually warm feathers, while Ron took hold of Ginny's hand and held onto the hem of Harry's robe. A cold draft swept through their hair, and as they reveled in the thrill of flight, their journey soon came to an end. The trio landed on the damp floor of Moaning Myrtle's lavatory, and in the next moment, Augustus and Loki landed nearby. Myrtle gazed at them wide-eyed. "You are still alive," she remarked, disappointment lacing her tone as she spoke to Augustus. "I apologize for disappointing you," Augustus replied with a resigned smile. Myrtle shyly lowered her gaze. "Oh, I was just thinking, if you had died, you could have shared this toilet with me." Her pale face turned a shade of silver. "Perhaps in a century, there will be a chance." Augustus waved his hand dismissively as they turned to leave the lavatory and stepped into the empty corridor. "It is truly unimaginable that we infiltrated the chamber and, alongside Mr. Augustus, vanquished the millennia-old serpent. Such an exhilarating experience. When I have descendants, I shall regale them with tales of my adventures," Ron mused, his eyes sparkling with dreams of glory. Even without having personally defeated the serpent, his narrative would undoubtedly include his footprints. That sufficed. Their heroic deeds would be sung by many, akin to valiant warriors who infiltrated a dark castle to rescue a princess. The mere thought of such an experience was exhilarating. Augustus wore a faint smile at the corners of his lips. The tales of youthful adventures are invariably replete with surprises, each moment deserving of eternal reflection. Time rushes by. And a century hence, should one possess such experiences, they would still merit everlasting remembrance. Augustus appeared at the entrance of the teacher's lounge. His black robe stained with traces of blood, and a profound silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. Ginny. It was Mrs. Weasley, who had been weeping by the hearth. She sprang to her feet, followed closely by Mr. Weasley, and together they enveloped their beloved daughter in a tight embrace. Augustus smiled gently, stepping aside to allow the family to savor this precious moment of reunion. Gazing beyond the Weasley family into the room, Professor Dumbledore stood with a warm smile, positioned before the mantelpiece, with Professor McGonagall beside him, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. Fawkes emitted a reluctant cry towards Augustus, lightly nudging his cheek with his head before soaring past his ear and landing gracefully on Dumbledore's shoulder. You saved her. You saved her. How did you accomplish this? Professor McGonagall inquired weakly. Mrs. Weasley released her hold on Ginny, and all eyes turned toward Augustus, who stood a short distance away. Augustus maintained a calm demeanor as he recounted the events that transpired since he, along with Harry and others, attended the ghostly ball. He began by describing the eerie sounds they encountered in the room, progressing to the clues they gleaned from Hagrid's hut, and their subsequent tracking of spiders into the Forbidden Forest. There, they confronted the arachnid leader, Aragog, Hagrid's former pet from his student days. From Aragog, they learned that the monster lurking in the Chamber of Secrets was a basilisk. Through their collective reasoning, they deduced that the basilisk had been using the plumbing to commit its crimes, which led them to connect with the victim from 50 years prior, Myrtle, ultimately unveiling the entrance to the chamber. The situation simplified thereafter. The group ventured into the chamber, where they encountered the boy Voldemort, who existed through a diary. Augustus then took matters into his own hands, vanquishing the basilisk and Riddle with the assistance of Fawkes, the Phoenix. His narration was exceedingly flat. The encounters with Aragog, the basilisk, and Riddle were brushed over as if these formidable beings were mere obstacles swiftly overcome, while the tale seemed straightforward. Anyone possessing even a modicum of intelligence would recognize the extreme peril involved. Those familiar with Harry and Ron understood the lethal threats they faced, suggesting that Augustus's apparent lack of risk in his narration was likely due to his extraordinary capabilities that turned danger into safety. Such prowess was beyond that of any ordinary adult. Even Aurors would struggle to contend with such perilous circumstances. Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles glimmered with an enigmatic light as he bestowed a warm smile upon Augustus upon the conclusion of his account. Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat entranced by Augustus's tale. Her hands tightly clasped, her expression complex. The Weasley couple approached Augustus with an air of formality, expressing their gratitude not only for Ginny but also for Ron, acknowledging that without Augustus's guidance, their sons would have faced dire consequences. To them, Augustus's youthful strength, combined with his family's vast influence, suggested a future in the wizarding world that could rival Dumbledore's. It was prudent to cultivate goodwill early, rather than wait until he had fully matured into his power. The prospect of Ron forging a bond with Augustus was particularly auspicious. I am most intrigued, Dumbledore gently inquired, by the method Voldemort employed to ensnare Ginny. As my sources indicate, he is currently hiding in the forest of Albania. What? Exclaimed Mrs. Weasley in astonishment. The mysterious one? Ensnared Ginny? But Ginny isn't. Ginny hasn't. Has she? The memory of young Voldemort lingered within that diary. He must have used a special method to imbue that memory with life. And it was clear that Ginny had fallen under its spell. Given Voldemort's talent for manipulation, Ginny's inexperience rendered her nearly defenseless. Augustus chuckled softly, succinctly explaining the diary's significance. Without it, none of these events would have unfolded. The Dark Lord relied on this memory to deceive, to open the chamber, and to control the basilisk. It could be stated that the diary was the origin of it all. However, after Augustus dispatched Riddle, the diary had lost all semblance of power. Loki cast a glance at the diary on the table, commenting lightly. Dumbledore took the diary from Harry, his gaze penetrating as it fell upon the blank, pristine pages. Remarkable, he murmured. Few are aware that Voldemort was once known as Tom Riddle. 50 years ago, I taught him at Hogwarts. After leaving school, he vanished, wandering far and wide, sinking deeper into the mire of dark magic, associating with the most nefarious figures of the wizarding world, undergoing perilous transformations, and ultimately re-emerging as Voldemort. Hardly anyone connects the name Voldemort with that bright, handsome head boy who once graced these halls. It is indeed a tragedy that such brilliance has strayed into darkness, veering ever further from the righteous path of magic. With his innate talent, had he not fallen into depravity, his accomplishments would have known no bounds. Augustus murmured regretfully, shaking his head, "Genius often breeds arrogance. And once a path is chosen, it becomes challenging to alter course. They seldom regret their choices as they journey further away." "But what of Ginny?" Mrs. Weasley interjected. "What connection does our Ginny have with him?" "His diary." Ginny sobbed. "I wrote in it for an entire year, and he wrote back to me constantly." "Ginny!" Mr. Weasley exclaimed, aghast. "Did I not teach you? Did I not warn you? Never trust anything that can think for itself, unless you can see where it keeps its brain. Why did you not show the diary to me or your mother? A suspicious object like that is clearly steeped in dark magic. If it were so easy to escape, it would not be Voldemort's diary." During his reign of terror over the wizarding world, even many adult wizards fell prey to his manipulation. How much more vulnerable was Ginny, given her age and experience? Thus, let us not place blame upon her. She is simply the youngest among many victims. Augustus succinctly defended Ginny. Dumbledore nodded. "Miss Weasley should be taken to the hospital wing immediately," he interjected firmly. "This has been a harrowing ordeal for her. The school will not impose any punishment." With matters concluded, Augustus bid farewell to the group, accompanied by Loki. Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and the Weasley couple exchanged complex glances with Augustus, watching as the two departed the room. In that moment, they could foresee the emergence of a brilliant star within the wizarding realm, rising with an inscrutable swiftness, akin to the Tom Riddle of yesteryears or Grindelwald of his time. Each of these figures heralded an era, perhaps even the advent of a new legend, poised to unveil the grand tapestry of the times once more. The entire school hall erupted into a sea of jubilation. As Augustus and Loki emerged, they were immediately surrounded by a throng of students. Hermione, in a flurry of words, congratulated them on uncovering the key to the chamber, while Colin from the first year seemed to have discovered another idol in Augustus, preparing to capture his likeness from various angles, only to be obstructed by Loki. Justin hurriedly approached from the Hufflepuff table, excitedly bowing to Augustus. Lillian and Malfoy, seated at the Slytherin table, beamed at Augustus, who was encircled by admirers. Everyone was clad in pajamas, celebrating throughout the night. It was not until Dumbledore and the other professors made their appearance in the hall that the students dispersed from around Augustus. First and foremost, I wish to announce that the monster of the chamber has been thoroughly eradicated through the efforts of Augustus and Harry along with their fellow students, Dumbledore proclaimed. Waving to the crowd, the hall echoed with cheers from the students, as the shadow that had loomed over the entire school was finally dispelled. The burdens weighing upon their hearts lifted at last. Therefore, we shall award Augustus 200 points, while Loki, Harry, and Ron shall each receive 100 points. Dumbledore continued, gesturing for the audience to quiet down before revealing the eagerly anticipated news regarding the House Cup. As soon as the words fell, a jubilant cheer erupted from the Slytherin table, with Malfoy clapping his hands in delight, as though he were among those credited with the points. The hourglass of the Slytherin House Cup surged significantly ahead, leaving the other three houses far behind. A sense of inexplicable gloom washed over Harry. It seemed that yet another year would pass without the House Cup for him. His association with Augustus was both a stroke of fortune and misfortune. While Augustus single-handedly bore the weight of the house's fate, his presence overshadowed Harry's own contributions. For the first time, even Snape's typically impassive visage betrayed a flicker of pride. With a student of Augustus's caliber, any teacher would feel fortunate, without a doubt. Augustus stood as the pinnacle of talent in all of Hogwarts. This was evident from their performances in the Dueling Club and in every class. Such a prodigy could never remain obscured in any institution, much like a solitary moon illuminating the night sky, rendering the stars around it invisible. It seemed that the decorations here required a change. Dumbledore smiled and gently clapped his hands, transforming the hall into a sea of green. The faculty congratulated Snape, whose calm demeanor concealed a glimmer of joy as he rose to acknowledge them. The Slytherin students erupted into cheers once again, their laughter echoing through the hall like a chorus of little serpents. A smile crept onto Augustus's face as well. Professor McGonagall stood from the staff table to announce that, in light of the recent events, the school had decided to cancel the exams. Hermione grimaced, her lips curling in disdain. Most students began to celebrate. The prospect of no exams this semester was indeed a tremendous surprise for them. Dumbledore raised his hand, signaling for silence as the hall quieted down. There was yet another matter to address. Regrettably, Professor Lockhart would not be returning next semester. The previously subdued students erupted into whistles and cheers, some teachers joining in the applause. Amidst all these exhilarating events, Harry found himself at a loss as to which was the most remarkable. Perhaps the only regret lingered around the elusive house cup. What a shame, Malfoy remarked, helping himself to a jam-filled donut. I find myself increasingly fond of Lockhart. Oh. It seems you finally reached the age of budding affections, Malfoy. Even if Lockhart is gone, you still have your chances. Be bold in your pursuits. Do not fear the petty gossip of society. Trust me, and you shall surely win the heart you desire, Lillian said, a slight smile gracing her lips. Her expression nonetheless serious. Please, spare me, Malfoy replied, suddenly feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. You're not a child anymore. You ought to consider lifelong commitments. Lockhart indeed seems quite suitable for you, Loki chimed in, nodding in agreement with Lillian's assessment. Malfoy looked to Augustus for help, who merely chuckled. You mustn't spin such wild tales. Relief washed over Malfoy, but before he could catch his breath, Augustus continued, wasn't he at always Neville? Malfoy's face froze in shock. He felt as though he could no longer believe in love. The remaining days of the summer term passed under a radiant sun. Hogwarts resumed its normalcy. With only a few minor changes, the defense against the dark arts class had been cancelled, and Lucius Malfoy was expelled from the school board. Seizing an opportunity amidst the unpreparedness of certain ancient families, he conspired with some board members to oust Dumbledore, undoubtedly ruffling many family interests. Consequently, he could no longer serve as a director. His expulsion signified the formidable influence of the Julius families within the magical community, serving as a reminder of the power held by these ancient houses. In the blink of an eye, they were to board the Hogwarts Express home. Augustus, Loki, Lillian, and Malfoy occupied a compartment. The unrestrained sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a warm glow upon Augustus's white robes, his golden hair shimmering with brilliance. His fair and handsome countenance remained serene as he sat, one hand holding a scroll while the other supported his chin, quietly reading. Mr. Augustus, in this final month, I have successfully advanced to a level 3 wizard. I've been pondering whether the magical strings retain their significance after one ascends to the so-called legendary status. According to the manual you provided, the spells a legend can cast seem far beyond the capabilities of any stage of magical strings, Lillian inquired, her gaze fixed on Augustus's pristine form, a flicker of intrigue lighting her eyes. Indeed, rather than a stage, legend is more accurately a realm. One can only be deemed legendary when they can truly integrate the elements of the universe as part of their being, wielding them with finesse rather than relying on the magical strings as a mere bridge of connection. For you, this step remains distant. Many spend their entire lives without approaching its periphery. Do not aspire too high. It is wise to remain grounded, Augustus explained softly, setting his scroll aside. The three nodded in a state of partial understanding. As the train sped along, the lush greenery outside gradually faded from view, and Augustus's luminous white form became an indelible memory etched in their minds. The train slowly approached Platform 9, coming to a complete stop. Students disembarked in waves, and the Scarlet Hogwarts Express sounded its horn twice. Once all students had exited, it blared its horn again as it departed the station. The platform was bustling with parents awaiting their children, the crowd a cacophony of various animals. The high cries of owls, the low croaks of toads, and the soft mews of cats filled the air. Among them, Augustus's shoulder bore a majestic sea eagle, its pure white feathers and golden eyes exuding an aura of danger. Students passing by with pets could not help but notice the eagle perched silently on Augustus's shoulder. Their eyes filled with envy as he and his companions navigated through the throng to the reception area. Augustus, over here. Aurora waved from within the crowd, her eyes easily spotting Augustus amidst the sea of students. The stark white of his robes stood out, a beacon of purity in the bustling scene. Augustus smiled faintly, leading the three forward. Clovis offered Augustus a brief embrace before turning to the trio behind him. Hello, Uncle, Aunt. Lillian greeted politely, her wine-red eyes sparkling with mirth. She had met Augustus's parents the previous semester, so they were not entirely unfamiliar to her. So, you must be Lillian and Malfoy. It seems you share a close bond with Augustus. And who might this be? Aurora's curiosity was piqued, especially regarding those associated with Augustus. She would not rest until she uncovered the truth. Hello, Aunt and Uncle, I am Loki Adams. Mr. Augustus is my senior. Loki introduced himself succinctly. You are the prodigy from the Adams family. You've grown so much. I take it you are also in Slytherin? Aurora nodded, seemingly already acquainted with Loki's name. Oh, I hardly deserve the title of genius. Compared to Senior Augustus, I fall woefully short, Loki replied with a wry smile, waving his hand dismissively. With his extraordinary talent. Having faced Voldemort twice and triumphed both times at merely second year, who would dare claim to be a genius before him? Moreover, in a sense, Augustus has already become my mentor. When has a disciple ever dared to boast of genius in front of their master? Ah, such humility. If only my Augustus were as modest as you, I would have much less to worry about, Aurora exclaimed, a look of feigned pity etched upon her face. Do not be deceived by his false modesty. He seldom acts this way. Apart from putting on a show before Mr. Augustus, he displays an arrogant demeanor before anyone else. Malfoy interjected, unable to contain himself as he ruthlessly exposed Loki's facade. Malfoy, have you taken leave of your senses today? Loki retorted, incensed. He had painstakingly crafted a compliant image before Augustus's family, only to have it shattered by this insolent fellow. Had he known, he would have taken greater care to undermine Malfoy's pride during their training sessions, preventing him from so brazenly tarnishing his reputation. Enough. Neither of you are saints, Lillian interjected, seizing the opportunity to offend both parties. Upon hearing her words, Malfoy and Loki paused, momentarily halting their dispute, directing their furious glares at Lillian. Hee. You are both quite amusing. With you around Augustus, his school life is bound to be anything but dull, Aurora remarked with a gentle smile. Clearly taking a liking to Lillian and her companions, Augustus smiled gently at the irate Malfoy and Loki, as well as the innocent-looking Lillian. Well, it is getting late. We shall take our leave now. Until next semester, everyone. Augustus waved his hand in farewell, preparing to bid them adieu. Malfoy and Loki nodded in acknowledgement, each taking their leave of Augustus, while Lillian, with a hint of reluctance, waved her hand and turned to depart as well. The Augustus family approached the station's carriage stop and boarded an antiquated, somber carriage. Amidst the bustling crowd, the carriage gradually accelerated, lifting off the ground and ascending into the sky, embracing the afternoon sun as it soared into the clouds. The exquisite emblem of the Julius family glimmered with radiant brilliance in the blinding sunlight. The insignia depicted a bouquet of blooming tulips entwined with cross swords, symbolizing the family's eternal resilience and indomitable spirit. After several hours of traversing the skies, the carriage began its descent, landing gracefully on the ground, where the imposing Julius family estate came into view. Awaiting their arrival, the house elves promptly took charge of Augustus's luggage, allowing him to stroll leisurely into the manor. The elaborately adorned flower bed swayed languidly in the sunlight, while gentle ripples danced upon the emerald lake, infusing the air with a refreshing aroma that momentarily distracted Augustus from the castle's familiar ambience. Upon reaching the heart of the garden, Augustus reclined in a rocking chair, extending his hand to summon an exquisite ancient manuscript that soared into his grasp. This tome chronicled the significant events in the wizarding world from its inception through its evolution to the present day. The legendary duel between Dumbledore and Grindelwald was recorded as a pivotal moment in history, marking the point at which dark magic was classified as forbidden within the British magical community. A mere duel had far-reaching consequences, leading to the decline of dark arts. Another monumental turning point was Harry Potter's defeat of the Dark Lord, which brought an end to a 30-year reign of darkness. Undoubtedly, Harry Potter's emergence heralded a new dawn for an entire generation. Further back in history lies the creation of Hogwarts by the four founders, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. This institution served as a magical beacon, illuminating the dark ages of the wizarding world. Thus, the legacy of magic was preserved and passed down through generations in the form of education, akin to the Renaissance in the Muggle world of the 15th century. Such an initiative ensured the continuity of magical knowledge, marking a revolutionary milestone in the realm of sorcery. Augustus became increasingly engrossed in the myriad magical reforms documented within the tome before him. The magical realm is replete with prodigious talents, individuals who, through their own efforts, have profoundly altered the cadence of their eras. As titans of their time, these trendsetters have taken upon themselves the great affairs of the world, crafting a narrative that resonates with their unique voices. The currents of history flow under their guidance, inevitably moving toward a predetermined direction, while those who dare to swim against the tide ultimately fade into obscurity. History, as it has been demonstrated, is forged by great figures, but also shaped by the populace. Even extraordinary talents, akin to Voldemort, who defy the overarching trends of history, find it exceedingly difficult to prevail. Upon reaching this point, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Augustus's silver eyes. He lifted his gaze to the vast sky, a faint smile inexplicably gracing his features. At that moment, the light of the heavens and the shadows of the clouds humbly danced around him, as if he could reach out and touch vistas unattainable to others. In the estate's library, Augustus diligently sifted through the remaining principles of active spell editing. The scale of the Julius Manor's library was indeed extraordinary. With Augustus's innate scholarly acumen, his reading speed approached a formidable pace, yet he had only skimmed the surface of this vast collection. Particularly in regard to the theoretical editing of spells, such volumes are scarce even in the Hogwarts library, whereas here, an entire system of extensive tomes awaited exploration. These texts, touching upon the fundamental principles of magic and the conditions necessary for crafting spells, are exceedingly rare in any realm. Should this pace persist, barring unforeseen circumstances, once he comprehensively unravels the theoretical conditions surrounding the fundamental editing of spells, he will be poised to lay the very foundation of the vast magical system of this world. The catalyst for the World Tree is on the cusp of reaching its most mature state, allowing for the successful commencement of the monumental endeavor to construct the World Tree model. Augustus gazed at the translucent sapling in his hands, a fleeting expression of satisfaction crossing his features. Absorb, transform, construct the model. This has become the principal task during his return to the manor for the academic year. Aside from the mundane necessities of dining and personal care, he remained perpetually immersed in the library. "My Lord Augustus, the lady requests your presence in the parlor." The house elf appeared suddenly beside the grand mahogany door of the library, respectfully conveying the message to the engrossed Augustus. He paused his work, furrowing his brow as he looked toward the door, where the house elf stood with a pitifully anxious demeanor, fearful of displeasing Augustus and incurring his ire. "Understood. You may leave for now. I shall join shortly." Although uncertain of the matter at hand, Augustus understood that if Aurora had not deemed it of significant importance, she would generally refrain from interrupting his pursuits. The house elf exhaled in relief, nodded, and swiftly departed. The book in his hand returned to its rightful place, and beneath the crystalline sapling, countless roots entwined and spiraled. Augustus gathered the luminous motes of light floating in the air, intertwining them within the twisting roots. With the enrichment of these light points, the roots beneath the sapling shimmered with even greater brilliance. Smiling softly, he grasped the pure, flawless sapling, which then vanished into thin air as he exited the library. Traversing the manor's corridor, now steeped in the hues of dusk, he entered the parlor where Aurora and Clovis were engaged in conversation. As Augustus stepped into the room, Clovis ceased his dialogue, beaming at him and gesturing for him to take a seat. "Augustus, it is that time again. The annual gathering of the nobility is upon us. It will be hosted at the Lucius family estate, a location chosen by your father in consultation with the other nobles. After recently removing Lucius from his position on the Hogwarts board, it is essential to offer him a gesture of goodwill. Last year, your attendance was vital as it was your inaugural participation, allowing you to establish your identity among the families. This year, however, is different. Most of the magical aristocracy is already acquainted with you, thus your presence is not obligatory." Aurora succinctly explained the situation to Augustus, awaiting his decision. Augustus paused momentarily, reflecting that after such a prolonged period of labor, a brief respite was indeed warranted. He acquiesced to the suggestion, and the trio prepared themselves before ascending into the carriage stationed before the estate. As the vehicle lifted gently into the twilight, it accelerated with grace. The Malfoy estate was not situated far, nestled within Wiltshire, England, and they arrived at their destination just as the sun began its descent, casting its final rays of light upon the horizon. Lucius Malfoy awaited them at the entrance of the manor, and as the carriage bearing the emblem of the Julius family touched down, he approached with purposeful strides. Clovery and his companions disembarked, and Lucius greeted each of them with a warm embrace. "Clovery, my old friend, you have finally arrived. Your family is the last to make an appearance. If you had delayed any longer, the festivities would have commenced without you." A glint of amusement danced in Lucius's gray-blue eyes as he beckoned the three into the manor. "My apologies for the tardiness. I shall atone with 3 cups shortly," Clovery chuckled nonchalantly. "That is your promise, and as the host, I shall take it upon myself to ensure you adhere to it," Lucius replied, surprised by Clovery's jovial spirit, promptly sealing any potential for retreat. The Malfoy estate was a stately, lordly residence, surrounded by meticulously designed gardens adorned with fountains and free-roaming white peacocks. The ornate wrought iron gates imparted an ethereal sensation to visitors as they passed through. Entering the foyer, they were greeted by a sitting room embellished with violet wallpaper and grand chandeliers, where opulent furnishings were arranged with precision, complemented by a marble fireplace and gilded mirrors. The expansive foyer was adorned with portraits, and the stone flooring was almost entirely cloaked by lavish carpets. Within the sitting room, clusters of pure-blood wizards gathered. And upon seeing Clevery welcomed by Lucius, both men and women drew near with eager anticipation. At last, Mr. Augustus, you have arrived. Augustus turned to find Malfoy, Lillian, and Loki already congregated in a corner. Lillian, anxious that Augustus might overlook them, waved fervently in greeting. Augustus briefly communicated with his parents before turning to approach the group. It has been a long time. How has your progress in cultivation been? He inquired casually as he drew near. The study of ice magic is indeed fascinating. Throughout this holiday, I have dedicated myself to it, and I have now reached the level of a 6th-tier magician. Give me another year. No. Perhaps just half a year, and I shall break through the confines of the magician realm and ascend to the stage of a grand magician, Loki replied, unabashedly, his amber eyes sparkling with vitality. Well, I have also reached the 3rd tier of magician, though it pales in comparison to Loki's prodigious talent. I truly have no choice in the matter. Aside from daily tasks, I have been diligently training during the holiday. Lillian gritted her teeth, casting a resentful glance at Loki. Was the disparity between them truly so stark? I have also put in considerable effort, yet I remain at the 2nd-tier magician stage. However, after this holiday, I should be able to break through to the 3rd tier. Malfoy shyly confessed this rather embarrassing news, suspiciously oblivious to any sense of shame. Augustus helplessly tapped his forehead, feeling a sense of despair regarding Malfoy's progress. Even in his previous life, he had never encountered a student with such a painfully slow advancement rate. Greetings. Is this Mr. Augustus? It is a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Soul Stewart, a golden-haired youth, surrounded by a throng of young admirers. Approached with a measured stride, his sea-blue eyes sparkled with intensity, emanating a powerful aura imbued with sharpness and vigor. This young man bore a strikingly handsome visage. Augustus beheld countless dazzling lightning bolts in the depths of his ocean-blue eyes. With dark golden hair and clad in a flowing black robe, Thor regarded Augustus and his companions with keen interest. The sole heir of the Stewart family, he awakened his lightning powers at the tender age of 4, distinguishing himself as one of the rare abilities in the wizarding world. Naturally gifted in wielding lightning, his magical prowess was equally formidable, making him a well-known figure among pure-blood aristocrats, with Loki likely being quite familiar with him. Noticing that Augustus appeared unacquainted with the individual, Lillian softly explained from the side. Ah, the young lad from the Stewart family. What brings you here? Aren't you usually treated like a precious gem, afraid of melting in the sun? When did you muster the courage to face strangers? Loki seemed utterly disinterested in Thor, his words dripping with blatant mockery. Mr. Augustus, my father and yours were close friends. In fact, our families have been intertwined for generations, Thor continued, completely disregarding Loki's remarks, addressing Augustus with the utmost courtesy. His face bore the quintessential smile of aristocracy, flawless to the extent that even the most fastidious etiquette instructor would find no fault. Elegance and politeness were words that suited Thor perfectly. Oh, so there's that connection. Greetings. Augustus nodded, his interest piqued by this so-called ability wielder. Seeing Augustus respond, Thor's smile broadened further. Haha, looks like you've hit a snag. He never had you in his sights from the start. Truly amusing, Malfoy jeered loudly, relishing the sight of someone so dismissive of Loki. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Loki's amber eyes. While there may be those who dared to disregard him, this pretentious hypocrite before him was certainly not one of them. I will be entering Hogwarts next year, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will undoubtedly be in Slytherin. I hope you will extend your kindness to me, Senior Augustus, as my father and yours were quite good friends during their school days. Thor continued to play the familial card, ignoring Loki entirely. From the looks of you, it seems you aspire to follow Mr. Augustus. Regrettably, Augustus has never surrounded himself with the weak. You might have miscalculated your hand with your abilities. You are utterly unworthy of standing before Lord Augustus. It would be wise to abandon such aspirations, Loki calmly articulated, effectively dismantling Thor's intentions with just a few words. Weakling? I have received numerous descriptions from outsiders, but I have never encountered the term weakling applied to me. Quite refreshing, indeed. Perhaps I can interpret it as you having grown accustomed to such a label affixed to you, thus projecting it onto others? Thor finally reacted to Loki's words, a smile dancing in his azure gaze as he articulated each word carefully. Ah, much like Malfoy, your tongue seems sharper than your wit. As a man, relying solely on verbal prowess is no different from being a salted fish, Loki scoffed, dismissing Thor's retort with disdain. Hey, we are in this together. Why must you bind me to this man at such a critical moment? Malfoy lamented, a look of abandonment upon his face. How intriguing. If you do not mind, Mr. Augustus, as a witness, let us engage in a duel. I am quite eager to witness your so-called true strength, considering your audacity in uttering such words. Thor's expression grew increasingly cold, a hint of electricity crackling in the air. I have longed to witness the legendary ability wielder who commands lightning. I hope you can provide me some amusement. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safe passage from my grasp. Loki smiled faintly, his gaze turning frigid. A slight chill enveloping the surroundings. Very well, both of you, step outside with me. It would be best to keep it restrained. Today is our annual gathering, after all. Augustus nodded, cautioning Loki and Thor. His curiosity regarding this so-called ability wielder was piqued. Perhaps their power structure represented a novel approach, which is why he did not intervene in this duel. The group exited the room, stepping onto the lush lawns of Malfoy Manor. Rest assured, I shall show mercy. Even if you lose, it shan't be too embarrassing. Thor maintained his polite demeanor, as if this impending duel were merely an amusing game. Cast aside that ghastly noble facade of yours. I hope your confidence can endure a bit longer. Otherwise, a swift defeat would only add to the amusement. Loki waved dismissively, eager to conclude the conflict. In the next moment, the duel commenced. Loki drew his wand, murmuring an incantation, and a pure white square ice shield materialized before him, reflecting like a pristine mirror, allowing Malfoy to glimpse his own reflection from the side. Thor smiled slightly, and suddenly, a blue lightning spear descended from the heavens, grasped firmly in his hand. With a flick, the ice-blue spear surged toward Loki, crashing into the ice shield with an ear-splitting roar, causing countless ice shards to cascade down, forcing Loki to stagger back several paces from the force of the impact. With his wand held aloft, snowflakes began to drift from the sky, forming numerous fist-sized ice spikes that glimmered dangerously. Thor narrowed his eyes slightly. In the next heartbeat, the ice spikes shot forth with lightning speed. With a flick of his fingers, a blue electric barrier manifested before him, countless ice spikes colliding against it, producing a thunderous crackle. Tricked you. Loki flashed a mysterious smile, chanting words as a swirling ice storm erupted across the lawn, its assault targeting the ground, leaving the electric barrier utterly ineffective against Thor's vulnerable flank. Frost surged from beneath Thor's feet, encasing his lower body from foot to knee in ice. Observing the immobile Thor, Loki displayed a victorious grin as a dark cloud formed above him, dense with ominous hailstones the size of rocks beginning to fall. In the next instant, Thor faced the imminent deluge of hailstones descending upon him. With a faint smile, Thor realized he had been cornered. It appeared Loki possessed genuine skill. However, the source of these frost spells puzzled him, as he had never encountered such magic in any of his studies. Could Loki be an ability wielder? An ice-based one? Yet, the spells he wielded were certainly conjured through his wand, leaving Thor perplexed. Is this where it ends? Augustus's silver eyes shimmered with an almost imperceptible glint. A natural-born wielder of lightning, if properly nurtured, could ascend to legendary status through lightning magic. It seemed his fortune was favorable, presenting yet another promising candidate worthy of cultivation. Regardless of his future achievements, should he come into contact with Augustus's legacy, another apostle would embark on the path of magical enlightenment. The night sky was tranquil, stars obscured, and the moon hung high, casting an eerie ambience over Malfoy Manor. The expressions of the onlooking youths varied. Those who had followed Thor held an inexplicable confidence in him. Yet they were evidently unprepared for how swiftly he found himself in peril, the tide of battle turning in an instant. In the duel arena, Thor's handsome visage bore a faint smile of resignation. A moment's oversight had allowed his opponent to seize the opportunity, leaving him with a sense of powerlessness that was truly distasteful. With great difficulty, both hands traced intricate gestures in the air, unleashing a myriad of electric sparks. A halo of blue, magnetic light enveloped Thor's form. To Loki's astonishment, Thor seemed to teleport, gradually vanishing from sight amidst the crackling electromagnetic lights, only to reappear on the opposite side of the duel arena. Such an exertion appeared to take a toll on Thor, as evidenced by his labored breaths, indicating that the recent electromagnetic displacement had significantly drained the caster's stamina. Well, how fortunate you are to possess such skills, yet I wager it has not come without great cost. This must surely be one of your trump cards, and to reveal it so soon in what should be merely a warm-up is rather disappointing. I hope your subsequent performance can inspire me to take you seriously, Loki remarked, a sly smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Enough of your prattle. Show me all your abilities. I shall meet them head-on. There is no need for such lengthy banter. Until the final moment, no one can claim victory. Thus, you speak too soon. Thor gasped for breath. a defiant smile gracing his face, his azure eyes ablaze with resolve and fighting spirit. You pitiful insect, with your cliché narrative. Do you truly believe that mere passion can alter fate? You shall be sorely disappointed. In this world, the strong remain strong, while the weak, no matter how fervently they struggle, are but insignificant creatures. For one as feeble as you, defeat is an inescapable destiny. From the very beginning, you were bound to this fate. Loki's expression turned icy, his tone laced with chilling disdain. How laughable. What is this so-called fate? Our paths are forged by our own hands from the outset. Without struggle and effort, how can you claim that destiny is preordained? If you believe in a fate dictated by the heavens, allow me to shatter your so-called destiny, and let you comprehend that true fate is eternally governed by one's own strength. Thor's eyes shimmered with flickering electric light, countless sparks dancing around him. He pointed a single hand towards Loki, and the sky crackled with electricity, coalescing into a pure blue falcon that, adorned with an air of pride, surged towards Loki. Loki's gaze was filled with contempt as he deftly flicked his wand. Ice took form. A frozen blade transformed into a spear, conjuring arrows of ice from the void. A crystalline bow of glistening frost appeared in his hands, and with a swift motion, dozens of ice arrows solidified in the air, slicing through the vibrant night. Aiming for the azure falcon. The falcon, with the swiftness of the arrows, evaded most of the onslaught, but 4 or 5 of the ice projectiles struck its wings, the chilling force beginning to spread through its body. In an instant, the falcon lost its balance and descended to the ground, resembling a magnificent ice sculpture. Is this your proof? A mere display of trivial skill? Destiny has always been predetermined, akin to this falcon plummeting from the heavens. No matter your struggles, you cannot escape the binds of fate. Loki nonchalantly toyed with his wand, seemingly convinced of Thor's imminent defeat. The wand traced an intricate ripple through the air. My bond with the ice sprites is eternal. By the constraints of this pact, I summon the power of the ice and snow spirits. A portal of ice opened from the void, and dozens of ice sprites emerged as the temperature in the summer estate of Malfoy inexplicably plummeted, a thick layer of ice crystals forming upon the surrounding flora. As a 6th-level spell to summon snow spirits, Loki's strength would not be overly taxed. Yet the sheer number summoned would challenge his magical reserves. Now nearly depleted, even a basic spell like the Ice Ball would be difficult to cast. However, Loki was confident that the might of the ice sprites far surpassed Thor's current capabilities. Thor, witnessing the onslaught of the approaching sprites, managed a bitter smile. He pointed towards the sky, where a pure blue electric long sword manifested. Grasping the massive sword, he braced himself as the sprites launched their colossal icy fists towards him. Thor intercepted with his sword, the clash of ice and electricity erupting in a cacophony of thunder. Before he could fully prepare, more sprites surged forth, their icy fists raining down upon him. The frost-laden force overwhelmed Thor, sending him hurtling through the air to land upon the grass. Loki waved his hand, and the sprites halted in unison. How does it feel to be burdened by the frost's energy? Do you sense a feeling of helplessness? This is the power of fate, one that a weakling like you cannot resist. Your only path now is to concede. Otherwise, in the next round, I will not hold back. I have warned you not to prattle like a coward. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. Your excessive words are an embarrassment. Thor wiped the frozen blood from his lips, his eyes still filled with defiance as he slowly rose from the ground. Gripping the blue longsword firmly, he faced the horde of towering snow sprites, his smile unwavering. Seeking death, are we? Loki's amber eyes glinted with cold intensity as he waved his hand. The sprites surged towards Thor like a tidal wave. Thor's black robe was now encrusted with frost as he gripped the icy blue sword with both hands. A hint of a serene smile in his azure eyes. The corners of his mouth twisted into a grimace. It appeared that he was destined to fall here today. Rather than succumb to the nebulous notion of fate, he would prefer to fight valiantly. Even if it meant falling, he would do so standing like a true man. As the sprites were about to overwhelm him, a silver wand suddenly appeared, conjuring a void in the arena. An immense force of gravity pulled the sprites, disassembling and absorbing them, drawing them irreversibly into the black hole. In an instant, the duel arena fell into an eerie silence. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky, a curtain of rain cascading down, creating a strangely serene atmosphere, illuminated only by the cold, pure light of the moon surrounding Augustus. First, I wish you all a Merry Christmas. Additionally, I will be traveling with my girlfriend for a few days, returning on Sunday to continue updates, so I hope you all remain patient. By the way, is there anyone here familiar with the names Thor and Loki? As night deepened, the rain fell like threads connecting heaven and earth, drenching Augustus's golden hair. He extended his hand, letting the droplets flow through his fingers, a soft glow reflecting in his silver eyes. "Lord Augustus?" Loki inquired, his expression filled with confusion as to why the duel had been halted. "The duel ends here. Both of you have performed admirably. Moreover, Thor, once you enroll in the next academic year, you may seek me out for opportunities." Augustus nodded, turning to leave the arena. A flicker of joy lit Thor's face, while a flash of jealousy crossed Loki's features as he cast a complex glance at Thor before departing the duel arena. Following Augustus and Lillian into the chamber. "Mr. Augustus, are you preparing to accept Thor?" Lillian's dark red eyes shimmered with an enigmatic light. "Indeed. His talent and character are quite promising. He is undoubtedly an excellent candidate for mastering thunder magic. With his potential, he should quickly catch up to you seasoned initiates. So do not let your guard down," Augustus replied with a gentle smile. "Well, even if his talent is exceptional, I should reach the rank of third-level mage upon enrollment tomorrow. It won't be so simple for him to catch up." Malfoy gingerly touched his nose and spoke cautiously. Although I cannot stand that little brat, I must concede that, with his talent, surpassing you will be a mere trifle. If you do not intensify your training, you shall find yourself weeping in despair." Loki disdainfully curled his lips, responding coolly, "I say, we are companions who embarked on this journey together. Why do you persist in defending outsiders, completely disregarding the feelings of your senior?" Malfoy wore a woeful expression, his face reflecting utter misfortune. "It is indeed the truth. If this strikes a blow to your pride, I sincerely apologize," Loki chuckled, a teasing glimmer dancing in his amber eyes. "Very well. In order to preserve my senior's dignity, I shall devote myself to rigorous training upon my return. If I do not reach the 4th level before the school term begins, I shall." Malfoy hesitated, ultimately unable to muster the resolve to utter the concluding words. Augustus shook his head in resignation, feeling utterly helpless in the face of Malfoy's demeanor. The banquet continued to unfold with fervor. The wizards, adorned in their heavy masks, engaged in a cacophony of toasts and discourse, entangled in the very fabric of reality's interests. In truth, aside from their magic, how different were these noble wizards from the aristocrats among muggles? Their pursuits were driven by the same self-serving motives, bustling and jostling for gain. How many among them truly grasped the essence and path of magic? Time sped by, and soon the day of the new school term arrived. On this morning, Augustus awoke to a refreshing atmosphere. Opening the half-closed window to allow the fragrant aroma of earth from the estate to waft in, a pure white eagle owl alighted on the windowsill, meticulously preening its pristine feathers. The sultry summer was on the horizon, and the air was already imbued with a gentle warmth. Clad in a flowing white robe, Augustus bade his parents farewell and set off alone in a carriage to Diagon Alley to procure the books required for the semester. Upon entering the rear courtyard of the Leaky Cauldron, he produced his wand and tapped the 3rd brick from the left atop the rubbish bin, stepping back to witness the entrance to Diagon Alley swing open within the wall. Today, Diagon Alley bustled with heightened excitement, a throng of people swirling in a vibrant dance. The Quidditch specialty shop was teeming with customers, and on a newly erected pedestal, a broomstick with a sleek design captured the attention of many. Just released. A sample broom, a wizard with a square jaw informed his companion. "Isn't this the fastest broom in the world, Dad?" a boy exclaimed, his voice piercing as he swung from his father's arm. "The Irish national team just ordered 7 of these splendid brooms," the shopkeeper announced, proclaiming the product as a favorite for the World Cup. As a tall witch moved aside, Augustus caught sight of the description beside the broom. The firebolt represents the pinnacle of contemporary craftsmanship, its handle meticulously crafted from the wood of the yew tree. Elegantly streamlined and exquisitely designed. Treated with a diamond-hard polish, each broom is engraved with a handcrafted registration number. Every slender twig at the broom's tail has been carefully selected to achieve perfection in aerodynamics, rendering this product unparalleled in balance and precision. The firebolt accelerates to 150 miles per hour within 10 seconds and boasts an irresistible braking system. Price upon request. It was indeed amusing how a new broom could incite such fervor. One could not help but acknowledge the wizarding community's peculiar obsession with Quidditch. Augustus smiled quietly to himself. Approaching the bookstore, he was greeted by a large iron cage brimming with approximately 100 tomes deemed essential for the course on the protection of magical creatures. Which teacher possessed such creativity to classify these books as textbooks? It was truly a refreshing surprise. Upon entering the store, the manager hurried forward. "Hogwarts, is it?" he inquired unexpectedly. "Are you here to purchase new books?" Augustus nodded, casting a sympathetic glance at the bookstore attendant, who donned thick gloves and grasped a gnarled, robust staff, trembling as he approached the cage containing the creatures. After considerable effort, he finally managed to usher the magical beings before Augustus's gaze. Augustus received a new book, and as the inquisitive eye opened, the book broke free from its constraints. Lima, with a wide mouth, lunged at Augustus. He merely smiled and gently tapped the spine of the book, which moments before had been exceedingly fierce, now behaving as docile as a lamb. The manager stood in astonishment, gazing at the unusually obedient volume in Augustus's hands. "What other books do you require? May I inquire how you managed to pacify those wretched tomes? Goodness, I have already been bitten at least 5 times this morning." The bookseller, somewhat dazed, posed the question while completing the purchase of the remaining titles on the list. After sharing his method, Augustus stepped out of the bookstore into the afternoon sunlight. The sun blazed upon the earth, and the shimmering air hung like a mist. As he walked through the bustling diagonal alley, Augustus's tall figure cast a faint silhouette in the brilliant light. The sun generously poured its rays onto the ground. The school year had arrived. After bidding farewell to his parents with his belongings, prepared by his pet sprite, he rode alone in a carriage to the London station. Entering Platform 9, the Crimson train stood quietly on the platform. Augustus strolled into the carriage, searching for an empty compartment amid the throngs. "Mr. Augustus, there is a seat available here," he heard Hermione's distinctive voice as he passed by a compartment. Turning around, he discovered Harry, Ron, and Hermione gazing at him from the adjacent compartment. With a slight smile, he opened the door, placed his luggage on the rack, and settled into the window seat. With Hermione's beaming face beside him, "Mr. Augustus, how was your holiday? I just returned from a trip to France. The scenery was indeed enchanting, and the French were exceptionally warm and hospitable. Their culture and environment are quite remarkable." Hermione's long hair cascaded in gentle waves, appearing to have been particularly styled. "I spent most of my holiday at home, but from your description, it seems France is rather intriguing. If I get the chance, I might visit. By the way, Harry, I heard you inflated your aunt," Augustus asked with a twinkle in his eye, observing Harry's somewhat speechless expression. "Well, to be honest, if it weren't for her harsh words against my parents, I wouldn't have acted as I did. She was rather excessive, so I felt a slight reprimand was warranted. Fortunately, the Ministry of Magic was quite lenient and imposed no severe punishment," Harry replied, awkwardly adjusting his glasses. "By the way, who do you think that is?" Ron suddenly pointed to a figure huddled in the corner and exclaimed. Augustus's gaze drifted, only to discover a figure slumbering in the corner. Had it not been for Ron's inquiry, he might not have noticed at all. "Professor R. J. Lupin," Hermione whispered immediately. "How do you know that? Isn't it written on his trunk?" Hermione replied, gesturing towards the luggage rack above the man's head, where a weathered little trunk was bound with numerous ropes, meticulously tied. The name R. J. Lupin was emblazoned on one corner of the trunk, though the letters had begun to fade. "I wonder what he teaches?" Ron remarked, his brow furrowing at the unremarkable profile of Professor Lupin. It was evident that Hogwarts was currently missing only one position, that of defense against the dark arts. Augustus gazed at the sleeping professor and remarked casually, "I hope he is up to the task." Ron skeptically replied, as if casting a spell might render him unfit. "Does he really seem like it?" It was said that this particular subject was cursed, with no one able to hold the position for long. Hence, one might notice that each term a different instructor would take the helm. Hermione cryptically added, "But that is merely a rumor. Perhaps this professor could indeed be the exception." Augustus scrutinized the rather frail figure of Professor Lupin, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. "By the way, are you familiar with Hogsmeade?" Hermione inquired sharply. "The only place in Britain devoid of muggles? If all goes well, we should be able to visit it this year." Augustus smiled, clearly looking forward to it as well. "Yes, I think so," Ron nodded, "but that is not the reason I want to go. I just want to visit Honeydukes." "Honeydukes?" Augustus echoed, puzzled by the name. "Yes," Ron replied, a dreamy expression crossing his face. "They have everything, like pepper imps. When you eat them, your mouth smokes. And those gooey chocolate balls filled with strawberry cream and regular cream, plus the truly exquisite sugar quills that you can suck on in class, making it look like you're contemplating your next line. That does sound rather intriguing," Augustus conceded with a nod. "But Hogsmeade is quite an interesting place, isn't it?" Hermione pressed eagerly. "This book mentions that Little Inn was the headquarters during the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. And the Shrieking Shack is perhaps the most haunted house in all of Britain?" Ron chimed in. "Those enormous ice cream balls can make you float several inches off the ground while you're sucking on them." It was clear he had absorbed none of Hermione's words. The train slowed progressively, the sound of the wheels diminishing while the wind and rain outside grew louder. Harry, closest to the door, stood to investigate the corridor. Passengers in the adjacent compartments peered out curiously. Suddenly, the train jolted and came to a halt, the distant sound of thuds indicating luggage had fallen from the racks. Then, in an instant, all the lights extinguished, plunging them into complete darkness. Augustus's expression grew slightly grave, as it was evident that the incident was not due to natural causes but rather a deliberate act. Who could possibly have the audacity to intercept an entire Hogwarts train? Drawing forth his silver wand, he cast the first-level charm of Lumos, and a brilliant light instantly dispelled the darkness. A cold breath enveloped the carriage, and a thick frost formed on the windows, reflecting a crystalline arc in the incandescent glow. Professor Lupin seemed to finally regain consciousness, as a faint crackling sound filled the air. "Stay still," he instructed in his usual hoarse voice. He slowly rose to his feet, flames flickering in his outstretched hands. However, before he reached the carriage door, it creaked open slowly. Standing in the doorway was a towering figure cloaked in a dark mantle, its face entirely obscured by the hood. Harry's gaze fell downward, and what he beheld made his stomach churn. A hand emerged from the cloak, glowing faintly, gray, emaciated, and crusted, as if it belonged to something that had perished and decayed in water. In less than a second, the hand vanished back into the folds of the black cloak. Then, whatever lay beneath the hood inhaled deeply, slowly and quaveringly, as if attempting to draw in something other than air. A Dementor? Augustus's eyes reflected a look of disgust, and an icy shiver coursed through them all. The silver wand traced an inexplicable arc in the air, his robes billowing, as a six-pointed star formation materialized at his feet. A searing light erupted from the tip of the wand, illuminating the entire realm, leaving only a blinding white expanse before their eyes. As if a second sun had emerged from the darkness, its intense radiance banishing the shadows. In the confusion, only the hollow wails of the Dementors remained. The Patronus charm, an 8th-level light magic, at that moment, finally tore through the gentle facade of light magic, revealing its formidable power to expel darkness. Countless Dementors were driven away, and the train resumed its journey, the lights in the carriage flickering back on. Under the soft yellow glow, Lupin's gaze towards Augustus was filled with a myriad of emotions. "If I am not mistaken, you must be Augustus, the sole heir of the Julius family?" Lupin inquired, his expression laced with curiosity. "Yes, hello, Professor Lupin," Augustus replied courteously. "It appears the rumors were indeed true. To wield such powerful magic at such a young age is truly remarkable." Lupin smiled, his eyes brimming with admiration. "You flatter me," Augustus humbly responded. Harry opened his eyes as Ron and Hermione assisted him back to his seat. "Are you all right?" Ron asked anxiously. "I'm fine," Harry replied. "What just happened? Where did that creature go? Who was screaming?" "No one screamed," Ron said, glancing around the now brightly lit carriage. "What was that thing?" Harry asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. "A Dementor," Augustus replied nonchalantly. "Simply put, it is a guard of Azkaban. I wonder why it would appear on a school train." Professor Lupin crumpled the empty chocolate wrapper and tucked it into his pocket. "Eat," he urged. "It will do you good. I need to speak with the driver." "Excuse me." He walked past Harry, disappearing into the corridor. "Did you all feel that chill?" Hermione asked, slightly shivering. The cold presence continued to linger in the carriage. "An utterly dreadful sensation. I just feel like I can't be happy anymore," Ron muttered awkwardly, his face pale. "Dementors feed on human happiness, absorbing all positive energy from the air. So whenever they appear, the atmosphere becomes devoid of joy. These creatures exist solely to create a hellish existence," Augustus remarked, his expression one of distaste. "Even so, none of you fainted like I did you? Did anyone fall from their seats?" Harry inquired awkwardly. "No," Ron replied, casting a concerned glance at Harry, while Ginny trembled uncontrollably. Harry truly could not comprehend why he felt this way. He felt weak and shivery, as if just recovering from a severe illness, and began to feel embarrassed. Everyone else seemed fine. Why had he reacted so strongly? "Harry, your experiences differ from those of ordinary individuals. The Dementor's effect on you is undoubtedly much greater. So there is no need to feel embarrassed. For those with painful memories, Dementors are particularly drawn to them. If you still feel unwell, perhaps try some chocolate," Augustus suggested gently, casting a glance at Harry. Harry's complexion improved slightly as he gratefully accepted the chocolate from Professor Lupin. A warm sensation instantly spread throughout his body, a comforting flow reaching his fingertips and toes. "We'll arrive at Hogwarts in 10 minutes, Professor Lupin stated. "Are you feeling better, Harry?" Harry did not inquire how Lupin knew his name. "Yes," he murmured, feeling quite embarrassed. The train gradually approached the station, and in no time, it came to a halt before the towering Hogwarts castle. Augustus, Harry, Ron, and Hermione joined the throng of students disembarking, making their way along a rough, muddy path where at least 100 carriages awaited the remaining students. Augustus's silver-hued gaze fell upon the creature at the front of the carriage, piquing his curiosity as he activated his perceptive eye, an array of data flooding his mind instantaneously. Lillian waved to Augustus from within a carriage, and once they climbed aboard and shut the door, the carriage began to move of its own accord, lurching along the way. The interior bore a faint mustiness combined with the scent of straw. "Mr. Augustus, I heard that you expelled the Dementors from the train," someone remarked. Inside the carriage, Loki, Malfoy, and Lillian were already seated, the latter's eyes glimmering with an enigmatic expression. "It's merely a light magic spell. However, your fire spells would be remarkably effective against such creatures. Yet, your level is somewhat lacking to fully expel these Dementors. One would need at least a level 5 fire spell," Augustus acknowledged with a slight nod and a smile. "It is said that Harry fainted when the Dementors arrived. If true, how amusing. I wager he is the only one in the entire school to be so inept," Malfoy boasted, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained mockery. "If you had encountered what Harry did, you would have fared even worse. It is easy to speak when one is not in pain," Loki unexpectedly defended Harry, disdain evident in his amber gaze. "Ahem, do not compare me to that scarred fool," Malfoy replied, awkwardly clearing his throat and falling silent. As the carriage rolled onward, a pair of grand, ornate iron gates came into view, flanked by numerous stone pillars, with winged boars adorning the entrance. Augustus noted the presence of 2 tall, turbaned Dementors standing guard beside the gates. A chill seemed to envelop them as they approached, lingering until they passed through the entrance. The carriage accelerated up a lengthy sloped path, drawing nearer to the castle. Lillian leaned out the window, observing the many turrets and towers gradually approaching them. Finally, the carriage came to a swaying halt. As the 4 disembarked, another carriage arrived, from which Harry and his companions emerged. "Did you faint, Potter? Is what Longbottom said true?" Malfoy interjected, blocking Harry's path up the stone steps into the castle. A triumphant smirk plastered across his face, his pale eyes glinting maliciously. "Step aside, Malfoy." Ron gritted through clenched teeth. "Did you faint too, Weasley?" Malfoy taunted loudly. "That frightful old creature must have scared you as well, Weasley." "Enough, Malfoy. The performance is over. If we don't head in soon, we will miss the sorting ceremony," Loki languidly remarked to Malfoy, who shot him an irate glance before following Augustus into the Great Hall. The hall was already teeming with students, the starry ceiling casting a brilliant glow upon everyone. Following the Sorting Hat's lengthy introduction, the sorting ceremony commenced with great fervor. After a few students were sorted without incident, Professor McGonagall's serious voice rang out. Sol Stewart. A striking youth clad in black robes strode confidently to the front. The moment the hat touched him, it bellowed, "Slytherin." The Slytherin table erupted in cheers as Sol, smiling, made his way to join Augustus, who nodded at him, his silver eyes shimmering with brilliance. "Mr. Augustus, I look forward to your guidance in the days to come," Sol said, his sea blue eyes radiant with joy, the candlelight reflecting off his handsome features. "You possess remarkable talent. Given the opportunity, I could teach you some lightning spells," Augustus replied with a gentle smile and a nod. Sol appeared somewhat bewildered, about to speak when Dumbledore cleared his throat from the staff table, prompting the hall to gradually quiet down. "Welcome," Professor Dumbledore announced, the candlelight illuminating his beard. "Welcome to Hogwarts in the new academic year. I have a few words to share with you all, one of which is quite serious. I believe it is best to address this matter before you become too distracted by the feast." Dumbledore continued after clearing his throat. "You are likely aware that the Hogwarts Express has been searched. Currently, our school is to accommodate several Dementors from Azkaban, who have come to perform duties on behalf of the Ministry of Magic." "The Ministry's orders?" "So these Dementors are operating under directives. However, due to my recent disinterest in the news, I am unaware of what tasks they have been assigned," Augustus mused. "They are stationed at all entrances to the school." Dumbledore continued, "And during their stay, I must make it clear that no one is permitted to leave the school grounds without permission. Dementors should not be deceived by tricks or disguises, no, not even by an invisibility cloak." He added this last remark expressionlessly, causing Harry and Ron to exchange glances. Dementors inherently do not comprehend requests or excuses. Therefore, I warn each of you, do not give them any justification to harm you. I expect the prefects, along with the Slytherin heads, to ensure that no student encounters the Dementors. "What are the Dementors doing here?" Malfoy muttered under his breath, clearly displeased. Do you not know? Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban. The Dementors are here to capture him. Lillian stated with a serious expression. Oh? Sirius Black? Why would they come to Hogwarts to apprehend him? How peculiar, Malfoy questioned, his face a mask of confusion. If I am not mistaken, it likely pertains to Harry, as he was supposedly Harry's godfather before turning to Voldemort. During that incident, he killed Peter Pettigrew. His escape must be connected to Voldemort's intent to kill Harry. Hence the Dementor's presence at Hogwarts, Augustus elaborated. Indeed, Sirius's primary objective seems to be Harry, and Dumbledore, for Harry's safety, had no choice but to acquiesce to the Ministry's demands. Allowing these Dementors to enter, a regrettable necessity, Lillian nodded in agreement. Even so, Dumbledore should not have permitted these creatures to reside here. I find it difficult to harbor any fondness for Dementors. Is it truly necessary to fear a mere Sirius Black with so many teachers guarding us? It is absurd. Loki scoffed, clearly dismissive of the so-called Sirius Black. On a brighter note, Dumbledore continued, This year, I am pleased to welcome 2 new professors to our ranks. The first is Professor Lupin, who graciously agreed to fill the vacancy in the Defense Against the Dark Arts course. A smattering of applause arose, somewhat lukewarm, with only those who had shared a train compartment with him clapping earnestly, Harry among them. Professor Lupin, seated among the well-dressed faculty, appeared rather shabby. Oh, yet another who will sacrifice himself for the defense against the dark arts. How amusing, Loki muttered, a smirk on his face. From what my parents have informed me, Professor Lupin should possess some aptitude, having been selected after considerable scrutiny by Dumbledore, so do not be deceived by his appearance. Lillian harbored a certain fondness for the newly arrived professor. If her deductions were accurate, Professor Lupin must have been a contemporary of Harry's parents. Though the nature of their relationship remained uncertain, Augustus nodded in agreement. Indeed, during his youth, Professor Lupin was inseparable from Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, and Harry's father, James. Their camaraderie was quite strong. Sol appeared to possess deeper insights into the matter, succinctly summarizing the situation. So, doesn't that mean Harry will be in high spirits? Given Professor Lupin's connection to his father, he is likely to receive generous attention in defense against the dark arts class. Wouldn't that be an extreme favoritism towards his fellow classmates? Upon hearing this, Malfoy immediately grasped the implications, his expression shifting from sunny to overcast as he envisioned the grim future that awaited him. Look at Professor Snape, Loki suddenly exclaimed, as if having made a discovery, discreetly pointing towards Snape at the faculty table, prompting everyone to turn their gaze. The potions master, Snape, was fixated on Professor Lupin from across the staff table. It was common knowledge that Snape had long aspired to teach defense against the dark arts. Yet even Malfoy, who was well acquainted with Snape, was taken aback by the twisted expression on his gaunt, sallow face. The emotion he displayed transcended mere anger. It was a manifestation of loathing. Snape, during his youth, must have had a similar academic timeline as Harry's father, suggesting a long-standing enmity rooted in their student days that had persisted to the present. Sol seemed particularly knowledgeable about the past affairs of these educators, offering a calm explanation. It appears you possess quite an understanding of these scandals, Loki remarked with a hint of amusement in his tone. Sol cast a sidelong glance at Loki, but chose to remain silent. As the tepid applause for Professor Lupin faded, Dumbledore continued, I regret to inform you that our care of magical creatures instructor, Professor Kettleburn, retired at the end of last year to spend more time with his remaining mischief makers. However, I am pleased to announce that none other than Rubeus Hagrid will be filling this vacancy. He has agreed to take on teaching duties in addition to his role as keeper of keys and grounds. Ah, I knew it was that particular professor who crafted such fascinating teaching materials. The creatures of the magical realm truly broaden one's horizons, Augustus remarked, rubbing his forehead in exasperation as he observed Hagrid, who was beaming from the staff table. The stars shone like jewels in the deep sea, and the night sky over Hogwarts was particularly enchanting. The banquet concluded amidst a complex atmosphere. Most students were dissatisfied with the arrival of the Dementors. Yet their fear of Sirius Black led them to acquiesce to the actions of the school and the Ministry of Magic, deeming it a necessity during these extraordinary times. Upon returning to the cold, emerald green common room, Slytherin students commenced their customary selection process for the head of house. Notably, due to the graduation of the previous head, Augustus, who had excelled in the last Dueling Club, assumed the role of host for this year's selection. It remained uncertain whether Sol would become the new head. With his impressive magical reserves, he could easily handle these fledgling first years, even without resorting to his peculiar lightning-based abilities. Malfoy observed Sol, who appeared remarkably at ease, with a mix of envy and resentment. Indeed, Sol had not utilized any of his signature lightning abilities. With merely a few stunning and petrifying spells, he dispatched the first years, who were limited to basic spells, from the arena. After several rounds of simple contests, most of the newcomers were ready to concede, clearly outmatched by Sol. Quite the display of prowess. It seems our great hero has become rather carried away with his consecutive victories. Is bullying first years truly so fulfilling? Loki scoffed, clearly dismissive of Sol's demeanor. After using the fire-making spell to deter yet another first year, the arena was nearly devoid of challengers. Augustus surveyed the remaining students and nodded at Sol. Thus, today's selection for the head is concluded, with Sol being chosen. Before his words could fully settle, another figure stepped forward from the throng of newcomers. Among the first years, his golden, heavy-lidded eyes stood out, and his slightly youthful physique exuded an air of calm. This boy possessed a distinctly chiseled face, his features sharp and pronounced, with raven black hair cascading simply down his back. From his potent, yet subdued, aura, one could glean several of his qualities. Heimdall Busman, pleased to make your acquaintance. The boy named Heimdall entered the dueling arena, wearing a standard, charming smile that immediately engendered goodwill. How intriguing. The heir of the Busman family has arrived. This promises to be an exciting spectacle, Loki mused, a mischievous smile gracing his face. The Busman family was renowned for its heavenly armament, a unique form of ability that allowed its members to summon various weapons and armor. They were well known within the magical community and had served as a significant force during the fight against Voldemort. Many Aurors were far outclassed by them. It could be said that each member of this family possessed exceptional combat prowess. Seeing Augustus's puzzled expression, Malfoy offered a brief explanation. Sol's demeanor gradually shifted to one of seriousness, clearly aware of the Busman family's reputation. Instruction is not the appropriate term when it comes to combat. No one would dare claim to teach a member of the Busman family. Let us simply engage in a friendly exchange, he replied with a slight nod toward Heimdall. In the next moment, the duel commenced. Heimdall pointed his wand with a flick, casting Expelliarmus first, a flash of red light shooting forth to seize the initiative. Sol countered, his wand whirling to conjure a deep blue shield made of electromagnetic energy, which absorbed the impact of Heimdall's spell with a crackling sound. Right from the onset of the battle, Sol employed his unique abilities, clearly treating this duel with utmost seriousness. Underestimating an heir of the Busman family would undoubtedly be a foolish endeavor. The stakes have risen. Continually bullying first years is hardly a challenge, at last. We have a match worth witnessing, Loki remarked, observing Sol's serious expression. All petrified, Sol declared, casting a restriction spell that sent a pale yellow beam toward his opponent. Heimdall conjured a beautifully crafted round shield, its metallic sheen reflecting the light, which he deftly used to block the petrification curse. This was the manifestation of the heavenly armament. It was uncertain how adept Heimdall had become with this ability. If he had mastered it beyond 50%, Sol could find himself in peril. Malfoy's expression grew grave, revealing a hint of concern for Sol. A long, electric blue bow materialized in Sol's hand as he drew back the string, aiming carefully. An arrow, adorned with swirling blue patterns, shot forth in a graceful arc, leaving nearly imperceptible afterimages in its wake. Heimdall slightly curled his lip, raising his shield. However, he evidently miscalculated the explosive power of Sol's arrow. The electric bolt collided with the shield, generating a tremendous force that pushed Heimdall backward, threatening to send him out of the dueling circle. Could it be that this heir of the Busman family is so easily defeated? It is incomprehensible when the Busman family, renowned for their prowess in battle, produces such a lackluster member. Loki, ever unrestrained in his speech, clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with Heimdall's current state. Suddenly, a magnificent iron sword adorned with intricate patterns materialized in Heimdall's grasp. As the sword was thrust downward, a thunderous roar reverberated through the Slytherin common room. As if an earthquake had shaken the very foundations, Heimdall's form came to a halt at the edge of the dueling circle. The ability to summon a formidable sword speaks volumes about the significance of this duel. I hope your forthcoming performance will render it even more captivating. A gleam of mirth flickered in Heimdall's golden eyes, his expression taking on a fervent intensity. Accelerate, he murmured, and in an instant, a fleeting shadow darted past. Within a heartbeat, Heimdall, wielding the colossal sword, had moved behind Thor. The blade, icy and unyielding, descended with great force, but Thor's electric blue shield, swirling around him, intercepted the strike, producing a jarring sound as sparks erupted at the point of contact. The tremendous impact propelled Thor's body backward, prompting him to weave intricate gestures with his hands. In a flash of electromagnetic energy and a shower of sparks, Thor vanished from the arena, leaving Heimdall's sword to cleave through empty air, followed by another resounding explosion. Heimdall surveyed the vacuous dueling arena with a disdainful gaze. A mere parlor trick. And you think you can evade capture? How naive. In the next moment, his golden eyes radiated a blinding brilliance. With a slight smile, Heimdall declared, "I've got you." A shadow flitted by, and the massive sword came crashing down, revealing Thor's weary form within the dueling circle. Another explosive sound echoed, as Thor's electromagnetic shield visibly strained under the pressure, crackling with energy. Truly, a family born of combat. Even cloaking techniques could be detected. Thor had indeed met his match. Malfoy wore a smug expression, casting a furtive glance at Augustus, who was observing the unfolding drama. Great skill lies among the common folk. Underestimating newcomers always incurs a price. Now is the time for him to repay that debt, Loki remarked with a knowing smile. Thor conjured an ice blue spear, barely managing to withstand the onslaught of the giant sword. The spear and sword clashed multiple times within the dueling circle, and it was evident to all that Thor was significantly outmatched by Heimdall's swiftness. Look, they've resorted to hand-to-hand combat, as if they were muggles. Does this mean Slytherin's new head will lead with weaponry? Malfoy continued to unleash his scathing remarks, his slate blue eyes glinting with contempt. The tide of battle shifted. After fending off several of Heimdall's attacks, Thor launched a spear, which soared gracefully through the air before embedding itself outside the dueling circle with a resounding thud. Is he conceding? This is not like him, Loki murmured, his brow furrowed in confusion. As Thor traced a ripple in the air with one hand, Heimdall, seeking to capitalize on the moment and deliver a final blow, was suddenly ensnared by an array of ice blue threads that appeared above him, binding him like a rope. Before he could react, an immense gravitational force surged between the spear and the shimmering chains, yanking Heimdall right out of the arena. With this clever trick, Thor emerged victorious. "Thank you for the match," Thor said, his azure eyes sparkling with amusement as he acknowledged Heimdall outside the circle. "This was intriguing. It seems that the reputation truly reflects one's merit. My defeat was not by mere chance. I hope we may engage in further sparring in the future. Next time, the outcome may be quite different." Heimdall chuckled heartily, seemingly unconcerned with the title of head, his sole desire being the thrill of battle. "Indeed, should the opportunity arise, I would be honored to learn from you," Thor replied with a smile, clearly appreciating Heimdall's generous spirit. As the competition concluded, Thor was appointed as the male head of the current year. Augustus waited for a moment, and upon realizing no new students would challenge, simply announced the appointment. The subsequent selection battle for the girls was rather lackluster, with no standout contenders, and time passed swiftly, the night devoid of noteworthy events. The following morning, Augustus and Lillian Malfoy finished breakfast, and the trio set off towards the northern tower for their divination class, a subject Augustus found somewhat uninteresting. They arrived at an unusually peculiar classroom that resembled a cross between an attic and an antique tea house. At least 20 small round tables were crammed within this space, each surrounded by Indian-printed armchairs and plump cushions. Everything was illuminated by a dim scarlet glow. The curtains were drawn, and many lamps were adorned with deep red shades. The classroom exuded a stifling warmth, with a fireplace filled to the brim, a large copper kettle simmering above the flames, releasing a heavy, cloying aroma. The round walls were lined with shelves filled with dust-covered feathers, candle stubs, worn playing cards, countless silver crystal balls, and an array of teapots. Augustus and the other two entered the room, which was already filled with students engaged in hushed conversations. "Where is she?" Malfoy inquired. Suddenly, a soft, indistinct voice emerged from the shadows. "Welcome," it said. "It is truly delightful to finally see you in the tangible world." The tangible world, how intriguing. Augustus hoped this professor would impart some genuinely useful knowledge. Although first-year astrology fell under the realm of mysticism, Augustus had derived considerable value from it. He wondered if this divination class would prove similarly beneficial. Professor Trilani stepped into the light, revealing her emaciated frame. Her oversized glasses magnified her eyes dramatically. Draped in a sheer, shimmering shawl, she adorned herself with countless necklaces and beads, while bangles and rings embellished her arms and fingers. Trilani meticulously adjusted her shawl and continued. "You have chosen the course in divination, the most challenging of all magical arts. I must caution you from the outset. If you lack sight, there is little I can teach you. Books can only guide you so far. This sounded rather pretentious, reminiscent of the grandiose rhetoric employed by the past ecclesiastical authorities to deceive the masses. Too insincere, thought Augustus. Scrutinizing her with his silver pupils, Professor Trilani calmly persisted, "This year, we shall explore various fundamental methods of divination. The first semester will be devoted to interpreting tea leaves, while in the second semester, we will study palmistry. By the way, my dear," she suddenly addressed Pansy, "beware of the man with gray-blue eyes." Malfoy, seated behind Pansy, caught her glance and quickly shifted her chair back. "What utter nonsense! Completely irrational," Malfoy muttered indignantly, clearly displeased with Pansy's reaction. In the summer term, Trelawney continued, "We shall learn to read crystal balls if we have completed our study of flame omens. Unfortunately, a severe flu in February will necessitate a class cancellation. I will lose my voice, and one of us will depart from our midst forever around Easter." Upon uttering this statement, a tense silence enveloped the classroom, yet Trelawney seemed oblivious to it. "I wonder, my dear," she said to Lillian, who sat closest, "could you pass me that largest teapot?" Lillian nodded and handed it over. "Thank you, dear. By the way, the matter that frightens you will occur on Friday, October 16th. Lillian chuckled softly, exasperatedly rubbing her forehead. If her assumptions were correct, this professor was merely posturing. Genuine mysticism surely did not involve such malevolent predictions. It seemed their time in divination class would be wasted. Augustus subtly shook his head, glancing out at the warm, bright sunlight beyond the window, where the verdant landscape was splendid. In the hazy classroom, Trelawney's visage appeared blurred. Pansy remained wary of Malfoy, fearing that the boy with gray-blue eyes would pose a threat, while Augustus held no interest in these unfounded prophecies. "Now, I would like all of you to form two groups. Retrieve a teacup from the shelf and come to me. I will pour tea into your cups. Then, sit down and drink until only the tea leaves remain. Use your left hand to swirl the dregs 3 times, then invert the cup onto its saucer. Wait until the last drop of tea is drained, and then let your partner interpret the leaf shapes. You may refer to pages 5 and 6 of this book for guidance. I shall walk among you to assist and direct you. Oh, and my dear," she caught Klaus by the arm, pulling him up, "once you shatter your first teacup, could you select one from the blue-patterned cups? I have a fondness for that pink one." It was evident that as Klaus approached the shelf, the sound of breaking porcelain echoed. Trelawney hurried over with a dustpan and broom, saying, "Then, if you don't mind, take a blue one. Thank you." Goodness. This charlatan seems to possess a few tricks, utilizing such deceptive antics to garner the faith of the gullible, Malfoy muttered, visibly incensed by Trelawney's prediction regarding Pansy. Nevertheless, she is still a professor. It is prudent to show her some respect. Otherwise, provoking a deceitful professor like her could lead to dire consequences. Lillian remained remarkably composed, evidently unimpressed by Trelawney as well. "Ha! You fear the forces of evil, but I shall never bow to these despicable dark entities. As an aspiring modern youth, resisting these reactionaries is my lifelong goal. How could I possibly yield to her?" "Absurd," Malfoy proclaimed, adopting a morally righteous demeanor, leaving Augustus astonished as if he were seeing him anew. Relishing the admiration of those around him, Malfoy appeared as if he had tasted honey. "Have you all formed your groups? This next experiment is crucial, and I do not wish for any mistakes." Trelawney's penetrating gaze fell upon Malfoy, questioning him quizzically. "Ah, Professor, of course, we shall promptly divide into groups. As you commanded, we will meet your expectations with utmost speed." Malfoy's countenance shifted dramatically, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. The rapidity of his transformation was reminiscent of Chinese Sichuan opera, prompting Augustus to marvel at the rarity of such talent. Lillian and Augustus formed a pair, returning to their table, eager to finish the steaming tea. Following Professor Trelawney's instructions, they swirled the dregs, emptied their cups, and exchanged them. "So what is the next step?" Lillian asked, glancing at page 6 of the book, touching her forehead. "What do you see in my teacup? A few scattered tea leaves, perhaps?" Augustus pondered, stroking his chin, responding thoughtfully. "Broaden your perspective, dear. Allow your eyes to transcend the mundane." Trelawney called from the shadows. "Well, in that case, it resembles something akin to an airplane?" Augustus strained to discern the remnants in the cup. "Does that imply you are destined to become a pilot?" "Congratulations. And there is also something resembling the sun, suggesting you will find great satisfaction in this endeavor?" "Well, it seems I am fated to contribute to Britain's aerospace endeavors. Test flying for a bunch of muggles," Lillian replied, her wine-red eyes glimmering with mirth, feigning seriousness as she spoke, for Professor Trelawney was watching them intently from a distance. Now it was her turn. Lillian leaned over Augustus's teacup, her gaze scrutinizing. Oh, clearly, a robust wolf, indicating you will soon encounter a werewolf, and a large stick, signifying you will effortlessly defeat this werewolf. Truly fortunate, Lillian remarked, flipping through the pages while pretending to be serious. Lastly, there lies an object resembling a grape. Oh, a windfall. After you vanquished the werewolf, you were rewarded with a trove of gold. How splendid. Might you share a portion with me, considering it was I who foretold your triumph? Augustus endeavored to maintain an expression of indifference, yet the mirth in his eyes betrayed him. Professor Trilani swiftly turned to face him. Let me see, dear, she said. Her tone displeased as she approached Lillian and snatched the teacup from her hands. The room fell silent, all eyes fixed upon her. Professor Trilani glared at the cup, rotating it counterclockwise. A hawk. My dear, you have a mortal enemy. Mortal enemy is an intriguing phrase, Augustus replied nonchalantly, showing no normal reaction to the so-called enemy. A club. Miss Lillian discerned it correctly, though regrettably, her prediction is flawed. It signifies an attack. My dear, this is not a fortunate teacup. A skull. Danger lies ahead, my dear. The onlookers stared in astonishment at Professor Trilani, who turned the cup once more, gasping before she screamed. The professor sank into an empty armchair, her gleaming hand resting on her heart, her eyes tightly shut. My dear child? My poor, dear child? No? Perhaps it's better left unsaid? No? Do not inquire of me. Ah, esteemed professor. What has transpired? Malfoy inquired, his expression one of confusion. Ominous, my dear, ominous. Professor Trelawney cried out, while Augustus maintained his calm demeanor, though he felt a jolt of shock. The spectral hound that roams the graveyard. My dear child, this is an ill omen? The worst of omens? A portent of death? Well, that is indeed regrettable. Augustus nodded, his silver pupils reflecting resignation. Child, my poor child, this is the most dreadful phenomenon in prophecy. Professor Trelawney continued her lamentations. Such a terrifying occurrence appearing in my teacup is, in fact, a cause for gratitude. Augustus managed a faint smile as a slight curve tugged at his lips. The atmosphere in divination class became increasingly bizarre. Given Augustus's esteemed standing in Slytherin, Professor Trelawney's prediction of his impending death stirred the ire of many, prompting most students to abandon their textbooks on the desks, glaring at Trelawney, eager to witness how she would further justify her prophecy. My poor child, there is always a glimmer of hope. Divination does not irrevocably determine your fate. If you diligently study this course in the days to come and remain wary of the red-haired man, it may be possible to avert this frightful portent of death. Professor Trelawney appeared despondent, embodying a saintly demeanor of pity, rivaling even the clergy of the previous era. In that case, I must thank the professor for her guidance. Augustus felt little in the way of trepidation, even when faced with a death prediction as a soon-to-be legendary mage. He had brushed against death countless times in his past life, entangled in the intrigues and rivalries of many who wished for his demise. If he were to be frightened by an unfounded prediction of death, those who had long desired his end would surely rejoice. Today's class concludes, regrettably. One of you must inevitably depart from us. I hope that moment does not arrive too swiftly, Professor Trelawney declared, her eyes filled with sorrow. The classroom's atmosphere plummeted once more. It is no exaggeration to say that Augustus had become the spiritual leader of Slytherin, and the gravity of a prophecy foretelling his death cast a pall over many students, whose faces reflected anger and despair. The next lesson was Transfiguration, and the Slytherin students shuffled toward their teacher in small groups, the air thick with silence. Mr. Augustus, do you believe in this professor's prophecy? Lillian asked, gazing at him with concern, her red pupils revealing a complex array of emotions. Indeed, her so-called prophecy is, in my view, entirely trivial. Only a foolish girl like Pansy would place faith in her nonsense. Malfoy, still troubled by Trelawney's warning regarding Pansy, sought to undermine her once more. Well, there is truly no need to dwell on this death prophecy. I have no qualms regarding it. Such fear-based predictions of others' mortality are a common practice among many soothsayers. Familiarity breeds indifference, Augustus remarked casually, a smile dancing in his eyes. The atmosphere in Transfiguration class was particularly serene. Professor McGonagall instructed them on the art of animagish transformation. Before their eyes, she transformed into a tabby cat, the outline of glasses visible around her eyes. Honestly, what is the matter with you all today? Professor McGonagall asked, just as she reverted to her human form with a soft pop. It is rather disheartening that my transformation did not earn the applause of the entire class. This is a first. Pansy raised her hand. Professor, we just had divination class. where we interpreted tea leaves and— Ah, of course, Professor McGonagall interjected, suddenly furrowing her brow. There is no need to elaborate further, Miss Pansy. Tell me, which of you will die this year? All eyes turned to Augustus, who nodded resignedly. Understood, Professor McGonagall said, her small round eyes fixed upon him. Well then, Mr. Augustus, you should be aware that Sybil Trelawney has, since her arrival at the school, predicted the death of one student each year. To date, none have perished. Foreseeing death is her favored method of welcoming new classes. If I were not someone who refrains from speaking ill of colleagues— Professor McGonagall paused, her nostrils flaring. She continued with a more composed demeanor. Divination is among the least accurate subjects in magic. To be candid, I possess little patience for it. Very few can genuinely foresee the future, and Professor Trelawney. Professor McGonagall left the sentence unfinished, yet it was clear that the students understood, revealing knowing smiles upon their faces. After lunch, as they left the castle, the rain from the previous day had ceased, the sky a soft gray, and the grass beneath their feet was damp and yielding as they made their way to their first Care of Magical Creatures class. To be honest, the prospect of attending Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class felt even more unreliable than divination. Who could predict what terrifying creatures he would deem adorable? Just glancing at this peculiar book, my hopes for the course were already dashed. Lillian wore a disinterested expression, her face devoid of enthusiasm. Well, what dangerous creatures could that oaf possibly summon? Yet, this book is indeed quite fascinating. I devised countless methods over the summer to prevent it from damaging my other books. And after much effort, I finally managed to restrain it. If Hagrid does not provide an explanation today, I shall not let it go. Malfoy muttered maliciously, evidently preparing to confront Hagrid. Hagrid awaited his students by the door of his hut, clad in a coat of moleskin, with Fong, his boarhound, eagerly at his feet. Come on, hurry up, he called as the students approached. Today, I have something special in store for you. We are about to embark on an exciting lesson. Is everyone here? Good, follow me. Everyone, gather by the fence. He called out. That's it. Stand where you can see. Now, the first thing you need to do is open your books. How do we open them? Draco Malfoy said in his cool, elongated tone. Hagrid replied. How do we open the books? Malfoy repeated. He produced his book, which he had bound with a piece of string. Others also brought out their books. Some, like Harry, had secured theirs as well, while others placed their books in sturdy bags or clipped them together with large clips. Is there no one who can open this book? Hagrid said, looking rather disheartened. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Augustus, who held a quiet book that had not been tampered with. Hagrid, as if discovering a new continent, eagerly asked, Mr. Augustus, have you found a way to open it? Augustus wore an odd smile, nodding nonchalantly. Hagrid noticed that Augustus had discovered the secret. Clearly filled with newfound confidence, he demonstrated to the assembled students the necessity of organizing the books. Hagrid remarked, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Look. He took Hermione's book and tore off the tape binding it. The book seemed eager to bite, but as Hagrid's index finger glided down the spine, it trembled and then opened, lying quietly in his hand. Oh, how foolish we are. Malfoy sneered. We should have thought to sort these books. How do we not realize? Enough, Draco. We do not need a second Hagrid here, Lillian scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the smug Malfoy. Hagrid appeared disheartened. You're right, he said, seemingly flustered and at a loss for words. So, now that you all have your books, what you need now are magical creatures. Yes, I shall go fetch them. He stepped away from the students and ventured into the woods, soon disappearing from sight. My goodness, what is he up to? The group wondered. Just watch, that big oaf might bring out a werewolf. Such a perilous lesson. If I told my father, he would surely lose his temper. Malfoy exclaimed, relishing the chaos as Hagrid walked further away. Oh, Draco, haven't you weaned off your father yet? Your first instinct is always to call for him. I truly wonder how you got into Slytherin, Lillian remarked, shaking her head with a smile. Harry and the others chuckled inexplicably, while Malfoy's face turned crimson. Scarhead, what are you laughing at? Did the Dementors on the train frighten you into a stupor without giving you a memorable lesson? Perhaps Hagrid should bring a few Dementors over to give you a goodnight kiss. It might make you feel better. Malfoy threatened, glaring menacingly at Harry. Do not boast so shamelessly. I heard you were so frightened on the train that you hid in George and Fred's compartment and couldn't come out. Yet you still dare to speak? Harry retorted calmly, adjusting his glasses. Furious, Malfoy drew his wand, ready to cast a curse at Harry, when Hagrid suddenly returned. Malfoy reluctantly put his wand away, casting a few malevolent glances at Harry. Oh my goodness! Lavender Brown shrieked, pointing across the enclosure. 12 of the most peculiar creatures Harry had ever seen approached them at a brisk pace. They had the body, hind legs, and tail of a horse, but their forelegs, wings, and heads appeared to belong to eagles. Their beaks gleamed like steel, and their bright orange eyes shone vividly. The claws on their forelegs measured half a foot long, looking capable of inflicting serious harm. Each beast wore a thick feathered collar around its neck, attached to a long chain held in Hagrid's large hand as he jogged slowly behind them into the enclosure. "Over there," he bellowed, shaking the chains and calling the creatures to the fence where the students stood. As Hagrid approached and tethered them to the fence, everyone took a step back. "Griffins," Hagrid exclaimed joyfully, waving one hand at the creatures. "Aren't they magnificent?" Augustus held a certain fondness for these elegantly streamlined creatures. As his inquisitive gaze deepened, a myriad of data regarding them flooded his mind, and his silver pupils sparkled with intrigue. "The first vital piece of information you must grasp is that they are proud," Hagrid warned, and easily offended. "Never provoke a hippogriff, for it may lead to your greatest regret." Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, however, paid little heed, murmuring amongst themselves. A disquieting sensation coursed through Harry as he felt they were scheming to disrupt the lesson. "You must always wait for the hippogriff to make the first move," Hagrid continued, emphasizing the importance of courtesy. "Approach it, bow respectfully, and then wait. If it bows back, you may touch it. If it does not return the gesture, retreat swiftly, for its claws can inflict harm. Now, who will be first?" The Slytherin students all turned their gazes towards Augustus, who effortlessly completed every task assigned in class. His peers had become accustomed to his nonchalant approach, and whenever a teacher posed a challenge, they would invariably look to Augustus to rise to the occasion. "I shall go," Augustus declared, stepping forward with confidence, his eyes glimmering with interest as he regarded the hippogriff. "Well done," Hagrid exclaimed. "Now, let us see how you fare with the creature named Buckbeak." He unfastened a chain, gently leading Buckbeak away from its companions and removing its leather collar. All the students in the enclosure seemed to hold their breath in anticipation. Hagrid instructed quietly, "You must lock eyes with it and strive not to blink. If you do, the creature may not trust you." Augustus approached Buckbeak slowly, seemingly unfazed by Hagrid's counsel. As he neared the creature, Hagrid prompted, "Now bow." Augustus did not heed the warning. Instead, he advanced closer to Buckbeak, eliciting gasps of surprise from the onlooking students. Hagrid anxiously shouted for him to maintain distance and to bow. "Bow." The creature before them bore a striking resemblance to the griffins of a past life. Augustus possessed some experience in taming such fierce beings. Initially, it was essential to subdue them with one's own presence. Now, with a formidable aura emanating from his gaze, Augustus gradually conveyed his essence to Buckbeak. Buckbeak, initially filled with trepidation, surprisingly took several steps back. However, as Augustus's mental energy warmed, Buckbeak, perplexed, shook its head and cautiously approached Augustus, lowering its massive head in a bow, allowing Augustus to affectionately stroke its crown. Hagrid stood in astonishment, fully aware of the pride inherent in these winged horse-like creatures. The sight of Buckbeak bowing to a human was nothing short of miraculous. The surrounding Slytherin students erupted into enthusiastic cheers as a gentle breeze swept through, causing waves of vibrant green to ripple across the grass. Augustus gazed into Buckbeak's amber eyes, a warm smile illuminating his face. Augustus held a profound fondness for the creature known as Buckbeak, a majestic hippogriff. These griffin-like beings possessed an innate ferocity, and only through complete submission could one earn their respect. The entire class drew inspiration from Augustus and cautiously entered the enclosure. Hagrid unfastened the chains one by one, and soon the area was filled with students nervously bowing. Neville fled repeatedly from his beast, which seemed disinclined to lower its knee. Ron and Hermione bowed to a chestnut-colored creature, while Harry and Malfoy chose Buckbeak. After much effort and deference, Harry finally gained Buckbeak's acceptance. Notably, once one secures the friendship of these winged equines, the opportunity to ride and experience the exhilaration of flight becomes attainable. Following Harry's exit, Malfoy swaggered forward, and before long, he was bowing to Buckbeak. Malfoy was disdainfully patting its beak. "This is easy," he drawled, loud enough for Harry to hear. "If Potter can do it, I know it must be exceptionally simple. I wager you are not dangerous at all, are you?" He sneered at the beast. "You aren't a threat, you ugly beast." With a swift swipe of its steely gray talons, Malfoy let out a shriek. Hagrid quickly struggled to restrain the still agitated Buckbeak. Malfoy curled up on the grass, his robes stained with blood. "I'm going to die," he cried out, causing a panic among the others. "Look, it's going to kill me." Augustus walked over helplessly and cast a first-level healing spell, the white holy light staunching the continuous flow of blood from Malfoy's wounds. He beckoned Crabbe and Goyle to carry Malfoy to the Hogwarts infirmary, assessing that the situation was not dire. The subsequent care would be left to Madame Pomfrey. The students in the Care of Magical Creatures class were greatly astonished and followed closely behind. The Slytherin students were loudly discussing Hagrid. They should expel him immediately, Pansy Parkinson exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. It's Malfoy's fault. Dean Thomas retorted sharply. Indeed, this incident was initiated by Malfoy. Hagrid had warned him beforehand. So let this unfortunate boy take it as a lesson. Augustus waved his hand to the Slytherin students, signaling them to temper their remarks. The Slytherin cohort fell silent, and Harry and his friends cast grateful glances at Augustus. Truly, Malfoy's foolishness knew no bounds. He dared to provoke dangerous creatures, his sharp tongue seemingly indiscriminate, even mocking animals. Now, he would see the consequences of his words. Lillian's red eyes sparkled with amusement, evidently unconcerned about Malfoy's injuries. Yes, this flaw of his indeed required rectification. One must remember that calamity often stems from careless speech. With his knack for trouble, perhaps this injury was a blessing in disguise, teaching him that not all words can be uttered at will. Augustus, somewhat exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Malfoy was, in name, his disciple, and having such a sharp-tongued student was quite a challenge. In the room of requirement, Loki, Lillian, and Augustus were observing Thor's attribute assessment. While Thor's ability indeed displayed a strong affinity for lightning, its true nature could not be confirmed without further validation. In the realm of magical attributes, a minor miscalculation could lead to significant divergences. If his cultivation did not align with his innate attributes, his advancement could stagnate, forever barring him from the path of magic. Thor stepped confidently into the stone-constructed magic circle, where countless intricate runes flickered before him. Dark energy lines flowed into Thor's body, surging from the stone array, releasing a formidable wave of magical energy. Among the 14 stones, one ebony stone shimmered with countless lightning bolts, pure blue energy bursting forth in a dazzling display. It was indeed evident that his affinity was for lightning. Practitioners of this school were relatively rare, yet they possessed formidable combat abilities, often ranking among the top 3 in their level. Thor's fortunate alignment was indeed enviable. Augustus nodded, having confirmed Thor's magical system, and proceeded to offer a brief introduction. Even with impressive combat prowess at his level, as long as he maintained a complete dominance in terms of rank, he could not expect to engage in battle across multiple levels. Since he had a year's head start, Thor would forever remain behind. Loki, harboring an inexplicable confidence, dismissed Thor's lightning affinity with disdain. It's easy for you to speak without concern. For those of us without talent, our gifted junior, Thor might soon catch up. Alas, it's truly a matter of injustice. Lillian cast a pitying glance at Loki, her tone melancholic. Subsequently, Augustus elaborated on the theoretical knowledge of constructing magical strings and methods for meditating on the elements of the world. To Augustus's delight, during his first meditation, Thor perceived the omnipresent, radiant lightning elements in the world, indicating his remarkable mental prowess. Even in a foreign realm, few disciples could observe magical elements on their first attempt. With a heart full of anticipation for this new magical system, Thor felt as though a previously unexplored realm had unfolded before him, igniting an insatiable thirst for discovery. Undoubtedly, the might of this new magical system rendered his previous abilities insignificant, akin to that of a mere child. The strength of this comprehensive magical framework was beyond description. For Thor, his wisest decision in life may very well be to follow Lord Augustus. After imparting key points about constructing magical strings and casting spells, Augustus began to assess Loki and Lillian's progress. Notably, after a period of intense training, Loki had reached the 8th level magician stage, with the next goal being to break through to the grand magician level. Lillian had also attained the 4th level magician stage. For both, their journey had commenced together. Yet they now stood at a considerable gap, a testament to their innate gifts. The world of magic is indeed harsh. A single misstep can lead to vastly different outcomes. The path is infinite, and to achieve greatness, one must seize every moment. Time flew by, and during the following days, Thor advanced significantly, ascending from a magical apprentice to a first-level magician in just 1 week. This was largely aided by his lightning abilities, although not of the same system. Some techniques could still be adapted. Augustus was pleased with Thor's rapid progress, Even Loki took around 10 days to transition from apprentice to official magician. Malfoy did not reappear in class until Thursday morning, by which time the potions lesson for Slytherin and Gryffindor had already commenced. He staggered into the main castle, his right arm wrapped in bandages, suspended by a strap. "How are you, Draco?" Pansy Parkinson asked with a silly grin. "Does it hurt?" "It does," Malfoy replied, deliberately putting on a brave face. However, when Harry noticed Pansy looking away, he exchanged a wink with Crabbe and Goyle. Sit down," Professor Snape drawled lazily. Malfoy took a seat beside Augustus, while Lillian wore an amused smile. "Our great hero has returned, freshly returned from the battlefield. How do you feel? Would you care to share your battle insights with us commoners?" Coughing, Malfoy awkwardly covered his mouth and then declared with pride that such a trivial injury was nothing. "Even though my arm is nearly immobile, I still insisted on attending class, and Madame Pomfrey was so moved by my bravery that she granted me special permission. TSK. Quite commendable, though one would hardly guess your courage in everyday life. Even knights famed for their valor in the Muggle world would struggle to match you in this regard." Lillian feigned admiration, her eyes sparkling with insincerity. "Ah, of course. Fighting against the malevolent forces that delight in tormenting students is my duty, even with such a grievous injury. I shall not yield to his tyranny. My wounds only deepen my understanding of my mission." Malfoy, unabashed, began to recite his declaration in an elevated tone, his expression almost sanctimonious. "You can leave. I have long thought you shameless, but I never imagined your audacity would grow so thick-skinned after an injury." Lillian could no longer contain herself, exclaiming in anger, "Oomph, foolish humans." Malfoy, indeed thick-skinned, paid Lillian's mockery no heed. "Sir," Malfoy continued, "I need someone to help me cut the roots of these daisies, as my arm Weasley assist Malfoy with cutting the roots." Without lifting his head, Snape uttered, "Your arm is perfectly fine." Ron's face flushed crimson with indignation as he retorted furiously at Malfoy. Malfoy, seated across the table, responded with a feigned smile. "Weasley, did you not hear Professor Snape? Cut those roots." In a fit of anger, Ron seized a knife and dragged Malfoy's roots toward himself, clumsily slicing them, resulting in uneven pieces. Augustus gazed at Ron's unsightly roots, shaking his head slightly. With his understanding of Malfoy, Ron's actions would only lead to his own detriment. Truly, he was a charming boy. "As expected," Professor Malfoy drawled, "Weasley has reduced my roots to various shapes, sir." Snape approached their table, peering down from his hooked nose, then offered Ron a displeasing smile from beneath his long, greasy black hair. "Switch roots with Malfoy, Weasley." A despicable trick. Lillian, who had been watching the performance, could not help but mock. Malfoy was indeed a fitting Slytherin, his shamelessness ingrained to the core, beyond enumeration. Ron had just spent a quarter of an hour meticulously cutting his own roots to perfect uniformity. Now, Snape spoke in his most menacing tone. Ron pushed the beautifully cut roots across the table to Malfoy and picked up his knife again. "Also, sir, I need someone to peel the figs for me," Malfoy said, his voice laced with malicious laughter. "Potter, you can peel the figs for Malfoy," Snape said, casting a disdainful glance at Harry, a look he reserved solely for him. "Potter, take care with my figs. I do not wish for them to be mangled as before." "Exercise utmost caution," Malfoy ordered, adopting a godly demeanor. With a calm yet furious expression, Harry peeled the figs with the ferocity as if he were skinning Malfoy himself. Calm down. You too. Surely you do not know how that oaf is faring?" Malfoy spoke mysteriously, his tone dropping to a whisper. "What do you want?" Harry threw a peeled fig onto the table, exclaiming in anger, "Oh, do not be so agitated. You know my father has always been quite concerned about my life at Hogwarts. Having suffered such a grave injury, he is absolutely enraged, so, of course, we have not reached the point of sending Hagrid to Azkaban, but his position as a teacher is likely over," Malfoy remarked nonchalantly, as if discussing the crushing of a mere insect. "Enough, Malfoy, do not frighten Harry and the others. Your father has long since stepped down from his position. He has no authority to dismiss Hagrid." "Your boasting is rather excessive," Lillian retorted, unable to endure Malfoy's calm facade. "Ahem." Under Harry's puzzled gaze, Malfoy's face slowly turned crimson. "Do not look at me with such suspicion, Potter. Although my father has stepped down, given his connections on the board, dismissing Hagrid would take no time at all." Malfoy drawled, his tone languid. Harry's expression darkened. Indeed, with the power of the Malfoy family, how could a solitary individual like Hagrid resist? Merely avoiding Azkaban was already a stroke of fortune. In that moment, a peculiar hatred for the so-called magical world surged within Harry, along with an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. He could confront Voldemort, safeguard the Philosopher's Stone, brave the Chamber of Secrets, even after accomplishing so much he had never imagined. He found himself powerless over such a simple task as protecting Hagrid. Gazing at Malfoy's smug face, he felt as if a once pure and tender part of his heart had been shattered. In potions class, Augustus was engrossed in the process of creating a shrinking potion, which was rather straightforward. For someone with Augustus's remarkable memory, the entire streamlined process was etched in his mind as vividly as a simple ink wash painting, each step executed without a hint of error. In truth, the potion's course bore a striking resemblance to alchemy from his previous life. Albeit the alchemical process was more complicated and required careful attention to numerous intricate details, making true masters of alchemy a rarity even in another world. However, as a legendary mage, Augustus was acquainted with many highly esteemed alchemists. Not far from their seats, Neville found himself in trouble. In potions class, Neville often succumbed to mental breakdowns. It was his worst subject, and his extreme fear of Snape only exacerbated the situation tenfold. His potion, which should have manifested as a bright green acidic substance, had turned into orange. Longbottom, Snape remarked, scooping a spoonful out and letting it splatter back into the cauldron for all to see. Orange. Tell me, child, has something penetrated that thick skull of yours? Did you not hear me clearly state that only a drop of rat bile was required? Did I not make it abundantly clear that just a smidge of leech juice would suffice? How must I convey this for you to comprehend, Longbottom? TSK, dear Neville. Malfoy sneered. Your little beloved is suffering. As a true warrior, now is the perfect time to demonstrate your courage. Let us witness the depths of your affection. Lillian, embodying sympathy for the weak, turned to mock Malfoy brazenly. Foolish Longbottom, do not associate me with this imbecile. We are not of the same ilk. No. Why should I explain myself? It is utterly nonsensical. Malfoy initially protested vehemently, then abruptly realized he was digging himself into a deeper hole, resulting in an irate rejection. Neville's face flushed pink, trembling, on the verge of tears. Sir, Hermione interjected, if you permit, may I assist him in correcting it? I did not ask you to showcase your talents, Miss Granger, Snape replied coldly, causing Hermione's face to redden, mirroring Neville's. Longbottom, before class concludes today, we shall administer a few drops of this potion to your toad and observe what transpires. Perhaps this will motivate you to improve your potion-making skills. Hey, have you heard? The Daily Prophet has reported sightings of Sirius Black's escape, and the Ministry of Magic is investigating the witnesses, Malfoy remarked, first casting a glance at the bewildered Neville, then divulging the hottest topic of the moment. Oh, ISNT Sirius renowned for his elusive nature? How could he possibly be spotted this time? It is most likely mere rumor. Augustus was intrigued by the notion of Sirius having broken free from Azkaban. His curiosity piqued. His movements were indeed erratic and difficult to detect. However, this time being discovered is fortuitous, as I trust he will soon be recaptured by the Ministry. For such a villain who betrays friends for glory, Dementors would be their finest gift. Lillian clearly harbored a strong dislike for Sirius, sparing no harsh words. Betraying friends? What has he done? Harry, having overheard their discussion, approached with keen interest. Lillian cast a contemplative glance at Harry, remaining silent. But Malfoy's eyes glinted with malice. Fixed intently on Harry. Are you attempting to single-handedly capture Black, Potter? Yes, that is correct, Harry replied casually. Malfoy's thin lips curled into a contemptuous smirk. Of course, if it were me, he said quietly, I would have already taken action. I would not remain in school playing the good child. I would be out searching for him. What are you saying, Malfoy? Ron snapped. The taste of vengeance is bitter, Harry, rather than letting the flames of revenge consume you. It is wiser to plan and personally capture this tormentor, Sirius Black. Malfoy, bearing the demeanor of a seer, spoke with a triumphant air. What vengeance? I cannot fathom what you are saying. Are you unwell? Harry's face was etched with indignation and confusion. I knew you wouldn't risk your life for this matter. You hope to let the Dementors deal with him, don't you? If I were you, I would seek revenge myself. I would hunt him down. Malfoy's gray-blue eyes sparkled with a knowing glint. Enough, Malfoy, Lillian interjected sternly, chastising him for his words. Why should I pursue Sirius? What does this talk of revenge even mean? I cannot comprehend what you were saying. Harry, bewildered, cast a pleading glance towards Augustus. Harry, since you are oblivious to the reasons behind this, it may be for the best that you remain in the dark. Even if you were to understand, it would not benefit you, so it is wiser not to seek to unravel these connections, Augustus replied, his silver pupils reflecting calm assurance. Harry nodded, trusting Augustus's judgment. Since he advised against delving into the matter, he would heed that counsel. As the class was about to conclude, Snape approached Neville, who was cowering beside his cauldron. The others gathered around as Snape remarked, his dark eyes gleaming. Let us see what happens to Longbottom's toad. If he successfully concocts the shrinking solution, the toad will shrink to a tadpole. If he fails, and I have no doubt he will, the toad will succumb to poisoning. Gryffindor students looked on in fear, while Slytherin students watched with excitement. Snape held the toad, Trevor, in his left hand and carefully added a small spoonful of potion into Neville's concoction, which had turned green. He administered a few drops into Trevor's throat. After a moment of silence, Trevor began to gasp, and then, with a soft pop, transformed into a wriggling tadpole in Snape's palm. It seemed that Hermione had indeed aided Neville. Otherwise, given the potion's initial color, success would have been impossible. Such noble selflessness, reminiscent of youthful ideals, could only be witnessed during one's school years. One might ponder how Sirius, the very architect of Harry's family's suffering, would feel about such acts. Perhaps to him, the warmth of genuine emotion was merely a tool for exploitation. Such malevolence must be eradicated swiftly, thought Augustus, his silver eyes glinting with a hint of righteous fury. As the potions class concluded, the next session was the first defense against the dark arts class with Gryffindor. Augustus felt a flicker of anticipation for this new instructor. From the encounter on the train with the Dementors, it was evident that this teacher possessed genuine skill. The qualities displayed by humans in the face of peril are the true hallmarks of excellence. Upon entering Professor Lupin's classroom, they found him absent. They took their seats, retrieving their books, quills, and parchment. When Lupin finally entered, they were engaged in conversation. He smiled softly, placing his tattered briefcase on the desk. He appeared as ragged as before, yet somewhat healthier, likely due to having had a few solid meals. Good afternoon, he said. Please put your books away. Today will be a practical lesson. You will only need your wands. Malfoy wore his characteristic mocking smile, harboring no fondness for the seemingly shabby professor. Practical lessons sound intriguing, but I wonder if it will turn into another farce like last semester's encounter with Gilderoy Lockhart and the Pixies. Be quiet, Draco. If you refrain from speaking, no one will mistake you for a mute, Harry said, his eyes brimming with disdain. Having just disrupted Hagrid's class, the loathsome Slytherin's antics in Professor Lupin's class were intolerable. The great savior begins to propagate his beliefs once more. I wonder if this will garner you a new admirer. Let us hope this new professor is not swayed by your flowery words, Malfoy retorted, his gray-blue eyes gleaming with arrogance. Professor Lupin's temperament was commendably calm. He showed no reaction to Malfoy's jibe, patiently waiting for him to finish before continuing. Well, since everyone appears ready, shall we proceed? The class, though perplexed, felt a surge of interest and stood to follow Professor Lupin out of the classroom. He led them down an empty corridor, turning a corner. There, they first encountered the mischievous Peeves, who was floating upside down and stuffing gum into the nearest keyhole. Oh, the professor's first challenge has arisen. I hope he possesses some skill, lest Peeves ruin this so-called practical lesson, Malfoy thought eagerly, casting a hopeful glance at the floating poltergeist. As Professor Lupin approached within 2 feet of Peeves, the latter looked up and began to sing. Lupin is a fool, a foolish Lupin, a foolish, foolish Lupin. Peeves was typically rude and unruly, yet he often held a degree of respect for teachers. Everyone turned their gaze to the professor, curious to see how he would handle the situation. To their astonishment, he maintained a smile. If I were you, Peeves, I would remove that gum from the keyhole. Mr. Filch cannot retrieve his broomstick now. Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker, was known for his foul temper and had failed to become a proper wizard, always at odds with the students and Peeves alike. Nonetheless, Peeves disregarded Lupin's words and audibly blew a wet raspberry. Peeves, it's been a while. A voice suddenly rang out among the students. Peeves turned towards the sound, and a figure appeared that nearly sent him into a panic. Augustus, smiling, with a dangerous glint in his silver eyes. With a shriek, Peeves fled at lightning speed, glancing back over his shoulder in fear of Augustus's pursuit. The Slytherin students erupted in laughter, and even Lupin chuckled lightly. Malfoy cast a regretful glance in the direction Peeves had vanished, lamenting that Lupin had so easily passed the test. Thank you, Mr. Augustus, for helping me with that little nuisance, Professor Lupin said with a smile, stowing away his wand. Shall we continue? They proceeded down the corridor, stopping before the staff room. Please, go inside, Lupin said, opening the door and stepping back. The staff room was a long space filled with mismatched old chairs, occupied by only one teacher. Professor Snape sat in a low armchair, casting a quick glance around as the students entered. His eyes sparkled, and a sardonic smile lingered at the corners of his lips. Upon Professor Lupin's entrance, he closed the door behind him, at which point Snape remarked, "Do not close it, Lupin. It is perhaps better if I do not see." He rose and strode past the students, his black robe trailing behind him. Upon reaching the porch, he turned and said, "Lupin, perhaps no one has warned you, but Neville Longbottom is in this class. I advise you not to ask him to undertake any challenging tasks unless Miss Granger whispers directives into his ear. Thank you for your concern. I envision Neville as my assistant during the initial phase of this lesson, and I am confident he will perform admirably." Professor Lupin replied with a courteous smile, warmth evident in his gaze. Snape cast a cold glance at the crimson-faced Neville before departing the classroom, slamming the door behind him. "Ah, I suddenly realize I am beginning to take a liking to Professor Lupin. My anticipation for this practical class has notably increased." Lillian's red pupils glimmered with interest, her lips curving into a smile. "Humph, infatuated," Malfoy muttered, expressing dissatisfaction with Lillian's apparent allegiance to the opposing faction. "What did you say, Malfoy?" Lillian retorted, a peculiar smile gracing her face, her eyes signaling danger. Ahem, Malfoy suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. "I meant to say, the weather is rather pleasant today. Look at how warm the sunlight is outside, and how gentle the breeze is. Truly, one cannot deny the beauty of autumn." In his nervousness, he even managed to stammer an ungrammatical idiom. In the modest classroom, a conspicuous wardrobe stood out prominently. To Augustus, the magical fluctuations emanating from it were unmistakable. It seemed today's practical lesson would revolve around the magical creatures contained within it, although he remained uncertain of their nature. "Now, as I was saying," Professor Lupin instructed, gesturing for the entire class to approach the end of the lounge. There was nothing there but an old wardrobe, a repository for the teacher's surplus robes. Lupin positioned himself beside the wardrobe, which suddenly began to shake, banging against the wall. "Do not be alarmed," Professor Lupin said calmly, as several students jumped back in fright. "There is a boggart inside." Most felt that concern was indeed warranted. Neville glanced at Professor Lupin, his eyes filled with terror, while Seamus peeked fearfully at the now trembling wardrobe handle. "Ah, how poignant it is, a boggart concealed within a wardrobe. Let us hope it does not extend a welcoming embrace like Hagrid's hippogriff. I truly cannot endure another fright." Malfoy's eyes gleamed with malicious intent, and Harry sensed he was once again scheming to disrupt the lesson. "Boggarts thrive in darkness and confined spaces," Professor Lupin remarked expressionlessly, casting a sidelong glance at Malfoy before continuing, "Wardrobes, the spaces beneath beds, cupboards under sinks. I once encountered one hiding inside an ancient clock belonging to my ancestors. This particular one was moved in just yesterday afternoon. I sought permission from the headmaster, inquiring whether the faculty could refrain from disturbing it to afford my third-year students some practical experience. My first question is, what exactly is a boggart?" Hermione raised her hand, but Lupin looked at Augustus, who nodded and explained, "It is a magical creature that can detect your innermost fears and thus manifest the form of your greatest terror. In simpler terms, it is merely an amusing creature that delights in scaring people." "Excellent answer. I could not have articulated it better myself," Professor Lupin replied with a gentle smile. "However, there is one aspect that warrants correction. For many witches and wizards, a boggart embodies fear itself. When confronted alone, even many adult wizards may be overwhelmed by the fear it conjures. Without formidable willpower, a boggart may become synonymous with fear for you, rather than merely a curious creature. Nevertheless, we possess a significant advantage when confronting this boggart. Who can identify this advantage?" Lupin inquired, casting a meaningful glance around the room. Hermione raised her hand once more, and Lupin nodded. "Is it because of our numbers? A boggart, faced with so many people, would likely be uncertain of what form to take to frighten us all." "Well articulated, quite astute," Professor Lupin commended, and Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. "When dealing with a boggart, the best strategy is to have many people present. It becomes confused. What might it transform into? A headless corpse or a carnivorous slug? I once witnessed a boggart make such a blunder, attempting to frighten two individuals simultaneously. It morphed into a half-slug, which was hardly terrifying. The spell to repel a boggart is straightforward but requires willpower. You see, what truly drives a boggart away is laughter. All you must do is compel it to take on a form you find humorous. We shall practice the incantation without our wands first. Repeat after me. Ridiculous. Ridiculous." The entire class chimed in unison. "Good," Professor Lupin said. "Splendid. Next, we shall enter the practical phase. Neville, you shall demonstrate first. Feel free to dramatize your greatest fear. I assure you, it will yield unexpected results against the boggart. Professor Lupin cast an encouraging glance at Neville, who, visibly anxious, took a deep breath, nodded, and stepped forward. If Neville succeeds, this boggart may divert its attention to each one of you in turn, Professor Lupin stated. Now, I would like each of you to take a moment to contemplate what you fear most, and then imagine how you could compel it to transform into something comical. The room fell silent. For Augustus, he was quite curious to see what form the boggart would take before him. However, as a master of the mind-bending arts, the boggart would likely be at a loss before him, unless it automatically withdrew its defenses, allowing it to sense his subconscious. I will count to 3, Neville, Professor Lupin announced, pointing his wand at the wardrobe. 1, 2, 3, begin. The tip of the professor's wand emitted a burst of sparks that struck the wardrobe's handle. The door swung open, revealing a menacing Snape. With a hawk-like nose and an intimidating demeanor, glaring intently at Neville. Neville stumbled backward, his wand raised but speechless. Snape advanced menacingly, reaching into his ropes. Ridiculous. Neville squeaked. A cacophony erupted, reminiscent of a whip cracking. Snape stumbled, clad in a long, frilly gown adorned with lace, a high hat perched atop his head, featuring a moth-eaten old taxidermy, while he swung a massive crimson handbag. The classroom erupted in laughter. The boggart hesitated, momentarily bewildered, as Professor Lupin called out, Malfoy. Step forward. Malfoy, pale-faced, approached, casting a venomous glance at Lupin, believing Lupin had chosen him to go second purely out of spite. A crackle echoed as a roaring golden lion materialized before Malfoy, its fierce presence evident as it leisurely approached with predatory intent. The surrounding Slytherin students gasped, utterly astonished that a Slytherin could exhibit fear of a lion. Fear etched across Malfoy's face, unprecedented in its intensity. He raised his wand and hoarsely cried, Ridiculous. The enormous golden head of the lion suddenly transformed into that of a small rabbit, yet its formidable body remained, hesitating awkwardly in place. Malfoy let out a slight sigh of relief, casting a smug glance at Harry, who wore a contemplative expression. In truth, Harry found Malfoy's fear of the lion somewhat amusing. After all, the lion represented Gryffindor. Did Malfoy's fear of the lion subconsciously signify his perpetual dread of Gryffindor? Well done, Professor Lupin nodded slightly. Then called the next student, Lily-Anne. Lily-Anne took a deep breath and stepped forward, approaching the boggart with her wand at the ready, curious about what it would morph into. With a loud bang, gasps echoed through the crowd as a massive moth appeared before her. The pale yellow moth flapped its wings rapidly, dispersing a cloud of pollen-like phosphorescence. Its cold, black compound eyes exuding an ominous aura. Its huge mouth parts opened silently, and it swooped towards her. Lily-Anne gazed at the moth, momentarily lost in thought, as if recalling something. In the next instant, she regained her composure, waving her wand with a flourish. With a crisp sound, the moth's wings shattered mid-flight, falling to the ground and transforming into a pupa. Excellent. Next, Professor Lupin called out. Parvati, step forward. Parvati approached, her expression serious. Snape circled around her. Another explosion resonated. And where the pupa had been, a bloodied, bandaged mummy now stood, its blind eyes turned towards Parvati, shuffling slowly towards her, its stiff arms raised. How ridiculous! Parvati exclaimed. The mummy stumbled as its bandages unraveled, falling forward, its head rolling away. Foolish Gryffindor, Malfoy scoffed, unimpressed by Parvati's fear. Oh, in fact, I too wonder what is terrifying about lions. Were you bullied by a lion as a child? Did it take a few bites out of you, instilling a primal fear of anything lion-related? Harry looked at Malfoy with a bewildered expression, sincerity radiating from his countenance, prompting Ron to snicker. Scarhead. Don't put on a show in front of me. I'm rather eager to see what our great savior fears. Is it the Dementor cloaked in black? Surely you remember the sensation of fainting in terror. Malfoy glared at Harry, infuriated by Potter's audacity to provoke him. Before Harry could respond, Malfoy cast a derisive glance at Ron. And you repugnant red-headed Weasley, do you find this amusing? When your turn comes, I bet a pig will appear in the classroom, perfectly matching your family's pigsty of a home. How delightful. Malfoy unleashed his scornful remarks without regard for Professor Lupin, who stood nearby. Ron, you're next. Professor Lupin suddenly called out. Ron stepped forward. A series of gasps erupted as a gigantic spider, 6 feet tall, covered in fur, crawled towards Ron, brandishing its claws threateningly. For a moment, Harry sensed Ron was frozen in fear. Then, how ridiculous! Ron shouted, and the spider's legs vanished. The creature tumbled about, while Lavender Brown shrieked and dodged. Ah, So you fear spiders. According to Loki, such humble creatures are the source of your terror. The Weasley family truly is unique. Malfoy observed, relishing the spectacle of Ron's fear. Seymour, Professor Lupin called. Seymour hurriedly stepped up, leaping over Parvati. With a crack. Where the spider had been stood a woman, her black hair trailing to the ground, her face nothing but a skeletal visage, greenish and ghostly, a banshee. She opened her mouth wide, a ghastly sound filling the room, a long, mournful wail sending chills down Harry's spine. How ridiculous! Seymour shouted. The banshee clawed at her throat, and her voice ceased. With another crack, the banshee transformed into a mouse, spinning in circles searching for its tail. And then, crack. It morphed into a rattlesnake, slithering and twisting. And then, crack. It became a bloodied eyeball. It was utterly bewildered. Professor Lupin exclaimed, "We've made progress." Next, Augustus. As Augustus stepped forward, both Gryffindor and Slytherin students held their breath, eager to uncover what he feared. It is no exaggeration to say that every student at Hogwarts was curious about the man who had faced Voldemort head-on, thwarting his plans twice and leading Slytherin to consecutive House Cup victories, an unspoken leader of Slytherin. What could possibly frighten such a figure? Or was there truly something that instilled fear in him? Augustus approached calmly, his face adorned with a serene smile. At no moment had the Slytherin students ever witnessed even a flicker of surprise on Augustus's visage. For such a figure, the impending transformation of the boggart truly elicited great anticipation. With a resounding bang, a pungent scent of sulfur filled the air, and an unfathomable abyss manifested within the classroom. A colossal black hand emerged from the depths, and merely the sight of this hand rendered all students, including Professor Lupin, ashen-faced. An aura of malevolent darkness permeated the entire classroom, and the overwhelming sense of dread compelled every student to tremble involuntarily, as if they were on the brink of encountering a terror beyond their wildest imaginings. The word demon flashed through everyone's minds, a simple term that perhaps only described the formidable fiends of the infernal realm, possessing such overwhelming power. Augustus chuckled quietly, bemused by how easily Boggart could be deceived. Before the students and Lupin could catch their breath, Boggart unleashed another explosive display. A colossal wing, dark as night, emerged within the classroom, and amidst the gasps of astonishment, a shadowy dragon ascended. Its golden eyes radiated a chilling authority, instilling a palpable dread that left even Lupin breathless and drenched in cold sweat. The dragon's form spiraled above the city, exhaling flames that overturned the earth, causing towers to collapse and sending countless humans scurrying like ants. The dragon emitted a proud roar, while meteors rained down from the sky, spreading across the horizon. Vast edifices crumbled under the weight of the colossal debris, flames and frost dominating the air, presenting a scene reminiscent of an apocalypse that struck terror into the hearts of those unacquainted with war. Brain contraction spell, Lupin exclaimed, his usually composed demeanor shattered. The relentless transformations orchestrated by Boggart could only signify one thing. The terrifying imagery before them was an illusion conjured by Augustus using the brain contraction spell. These harrowing scenes did not represent Augustus's true fears. He was merely toying with Boggart. Yet, it was evident that these visions must have been rooted in Augustus's genuine experiences. Otherwise, they could not have appeared so vividly real. Remarkably, even in the face of such horror, Augustus remained unfazed, prompting Lupin to ponder the extraordinary strength required to maintain such composure. Perhaps only someone of that caliber could possess the formidable power to confront the Voldemort they revered as a deity. Yet, what truly instilled fear in him? For the first time, Lupin felt a desire to delve into another's psyche. Glancing at Boggart with a hint of disappointment, Augustus smiled subtly. It appeared that unless Boggart opened his mind, he would never uncover the essence of Augustus's true fears. So be it. Let Boggart seek the roots of his genuine trepidation. In fact, Augustus himself found this quite intriguing. A faint glimmer flickered in his silver pupils, and in the next moment, he unlocked the confines of his mind. With the impending final exams looming, I, the author who has scarcely attended classes, have nearly forgotten what the teacher looks like. Thus, I must now buckle down for my studies, otherwise, I shall have to seek assistance from Chungo. To my esteemed readers, fret not regarding the protagonist's fears. They pertain to a universal rule, which I shall hint at here. In just 2 to 3 days, I shall resume updates. That's all. Augustus wore a faint smile, his languid gaze fixed upon Boggart. The impending transformation perhaps stemmed from a fear he had never before acknowledged. Such magical beings indeed possessed an intriguing allure. Boggart stood frozen for a moment, seemingly grappling with doubts about his own talents. With a sudden explosion, an unprecedented and breathtaking spectacle unfolded before the onlookers. Before them lay an infinite, resplendent starry sky, where stars flickered and intertwined like droplets of water. Countless enigmatic and mysterious runes emerged amidst the celestial expanse, arranged in sequences that filled the entire cosmos with intricate symbols. This world exuded an ancient and eternal essence, emanating a profound sense of the universe's primordial creation. What is this? Professor Lupin's gaze was glazed with fascination, captivated by such a beautiful celestial realm that might only exist in fairy tales. The intricate runes that permeated every space, though indistinct, conveyed a sense of power that inspired submission. These symbols seemed to have existed for millions of years, each segment imbued with an inexplicable aura of antiquity. How did such a world come into being? What was its origin? In Augustus's profound silver eyes lingered a trace of bitter amusement, as he realized that what he had relentlessly pursued was, in truth, the very essence of his deepest fears. We trace history, following the footsteps of our ancestors. In that primordial era of slash-and-burn agriculture, they were already filled with fantasies about the starry sky above. When the first torch of ancient times was ignited, and the first characters were inscribed, humanity transcended ignorance and entered a vast and magnificent spiritual epic. Stepping into the annals of our forebears while gazing at the cosmos, who among us can refrain from a genuine desire to explore the boundless realms of the celestial world? There are two entities that, the more we ponder them, the greater our reverence becomes: the celestial expanse above us and the moral law within our hearts. The myriad symbols existing in the world of stars are, in fact, representations of the principles of the Great Way. For Augustus, these principles had long accompanied him, penetrating to the very marrow since his entrance into the divine realm. This was a world that a legendary mage must aspire to behold. To enter the divine realm signifies a profound understanding and application of these principles. Yet, paradoxically, the more one comprehends the laws of heaven and earth, the deeper the reverence becomes. For a mage in pursuit of the eternal path of magic, the principles represent both a lifelong quest for power and the sword of Damocles hanging above. Their existence embodies the manifestation of strength and the root of fear. Augustus nodded to Lupin, indicating that it was over. At this moment, the entire class had already immersed themselves in the splendor of the three scenes. It was not until Professor Lupin clapped his hands that the students of Gryffindor and Slytherin awoke from their reverie. Harry wiped the sweat from his forehead and stepped forward slowly. He raised his wand, prepared to act, but stop. Professor Lupin suddenly shouted, rushing forward. With a pop, the vast celestial world vanished. For a brief second, everyone looked around, bewildered. Then they saw a silver-white sphere suspended in the air before Lupin, who lazily remarked, "Ridiculous, ridiculous. Come forth, Neville, and deal with it." Lupin commanded, as the boggart fell to the floor and transformed into a cockroach. With another pop, Snape returned. This time, Neville, with determination etched on his face, charged forward. "Ridiculous," he shouted, and within a heartbeat, Snape appeared before him dressed in a frilly woman's gown. Neville burst into laughter. Ha! Consequently, the boggart exploded into 1,000 wisps of smoke, vanishing into thin air. "Splendid," Professor Lupin exclaimed, as the whole class erupted into applause. "Well done, Neville. Excellent job. Everyone, let me see. 10 points to Slytherin and 20 points to Mr. Augustus for cleverly outsmarting the boggart. This may be a goal for you to strive for in your 5th year." The entire class buzzed with excitement as they left the staff room, most discussing the three scenes the boggart had transformed into before Augustus. "Did you see that dragon?" "I dare say. No dragon in the world could possess such terrifying destructive power. It was like something out of a Muggle tale, capable of annihilating a city in a matter of moments." "Not even during the 2 wars in the wizarding world was there such a terrifying force," exclaimed Seamus. "In my opinion, the demon that emerged from the depths of hell was even more horrifying. It was the most fearsome presence imaginable, and compared to it, the Dementor seemed as docile as rabbits. Perhaps even the Dark Lord would pale in comparison to that creature, which could instill infinite terror with just one hand," Dean remarked, waving his hands animatedly. "I was particularly fascinated by the final scene with the starry sky. Even in my 1st year, I have never seen such a breathtaking celestial display. It was a pure, untouched haven, and I had never imagined that the universe could unveil such wondrous beauty. If only I could witness its true form," Lavender mused. "That was indeed the most captivating defense against the dark arts class we've ever had, don't you think?" Ron exclaimed as they walked back to their classroom to retrieve their bags. "He seems like a truly excellent teacher," Hermione praised. "But I wish I could face a boggart." What are you afraid of? Ron chuckled. Is it the prospect of too simple homework? However, Harry was not pleased. Professor Lupin had intentionally prevented him from confronting the boggart. Why? Did he think that because he had seen Harry faint on the train, he could not handle too much fear? Did he believe Harry would faint again? Yet, it seemed he had not noticed anything. Oh, how surprising that your greatest fear is a moth, those repulsive insects that can only evoke a sense of nausea. I never imagined that would be your most dreaded thing. Malfoy sneered, a smug grin on his face. Oh, is it fair for a Slytherin who fears the Gryffindor representative animal to judge others? It seems we've been shamed by you, a Slytherin afraid of lions, huh? Lillian scoffed, her lips curling in disdain. Malfoy, wearing a glum expression, realized that after this day, his fear of lions would become notorious throughout Hogwarts. Professor Lupin, the defense against the dark arts teacher, had gained much popularity among the students recently. Not only was his demeanor gentle and refined, but each of his classes was filled with novelty and interaction. Even Draco, who always sought to annoy Lupin, had to concede that, at least to some extent, the professor's lessons were quite engaging. Following the boggart, they studied the red cap, a creature that lurked wherever blood had been spilled, waiting to attack those who strayed into its territory, whether in the castle or on desolate battlefields. They then moved on to the kappa, an aquatic creature resembling a scaly monkey with webbed hands, eager to drown unwary travelers in its pond. Augustus found these fascinating magical creatures quite intriguing, although, on the surface, they appeared weak and fragile. These small beings Lupin had chosen were nonetheless representative of the darker magical fauna. It was evident that Lupin had invested considerable effort in preparing for this lesson, based on the creature's characteristics and their aggressive behaviors. Of course, the most oppressive class remained potions. Recently, Snape seemed particularly intent on exacting revenge, and everyone knew the reason why. The tale of Neville forcing the boggart to wear his grandmother's clothing spread like wildfire throughout the school. Snape appeared to find nothing amusing in this. Whenever Lupin's name was mentioned, a glint of menace sparkled in his eyes, and he seemed to bully Neville even more than before. In divination, Professor Trilani continued to prophesy each student's future in her hollow, mysterious voice. Many students had become entranced by this charlatan, developing a genuine sense of awe towards her. Regrettably, she seemed to have taken a particular liking to Augustus, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes before each class, as if she expected him to depart from this world at any moment. Augustus could only smile faintly in response. The so-called Great Seer seemed rather obsessed with his demise. As for the Gryffindor fans, Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown relished visiting Trelawney's classroom during lunch, returning with a disquieting sense of superiority, as if they possessed knowledge unknown to others. No one truly enjoyed care of magical creatures. This class had become exceedingly dull after the lively first lesson. Hagrid seemed to have lost his confidence. Now they spent lesson after lesson learning how to care for flobberworms, undoubtedly the most annoying creatures imaginable. Why must we bother with these bothersome creatures? Malfoy remarked while spending yet another hour stuffing finely chopped lettuce down the slimy throats of flobberworms. Come now, don't belittle yourself. Would you be happier tending to a hippogriff? Be careful not to break your other arm this time, Lillian replied, casting a disdainful glance at the flobberworms while cautiously feeding them. Have all magical creatures gone extinct? It's either dangerous beasts or these disgusting worms. Does Hagrid even understand what magical creatures should be presented to students? Ugh, Dumbledore must be losing his wits to appoint this oaf. The magical creatures he perceives differ vastly from what ordinary people would consider, Malfoy lamented, his expression tinged with sadness as he shifted his ire from the oafish Hagrid to the seemingly senile Dumbledore. Goodness, how remarkable it is to speak ill of the headmaster and teachers in class. Is this the caliber of the air raised by the Malfoy family? As Harry silently fed the creatures, he overheard Malfoy's grumbling and gazed at Draco with admiration, seemingly in awe of Malfoy's audacity to rebuke authority. Oh, has the savior taken it upon himself to meddle again? Look, there's a Dementor behind you. Malfoy casually cast a glance at the caterpillar in Harry's hand, a hint of menace flickering in his slate blue eyes. Actually, what you ought to say is, look, there's a lion behind you. Harry feigned a look of terror, absurdly adjusting his glasses. Ron emitted a peculiar snicker. Malfoy's pallid face instantly flushed crimson, reaching to his ears. Are you attempting to challenge me? Huh? Foolish Weasley, and you, Scarhead, do you wish to test whether I can vanquish you both simultaneously? It appears some have forgotten the events of that night in the exhibition room and the Duel Club. Should I remind you with my wand? Draco, furious yet mockingly amused, drew his wand, his gaze icy. Draco, what are you doing? Put your wand away. There is no need for it in this class. You wouldn't want to violate school rules, would you? The keen-eyed Hagrid rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Harry and Ron upon seeing Malfoy brandishing his wand with an angry visage. "It seems you've chosen an excellent godfather, Potter," Malfoy remarked haughtily, casting a disdainful glance at the serious-faced Hagrid before sheathing his wand within his robes, his tone dripping with sarcasm. A flicker of resentment crossed Harry's eyes. Indeed, he lagged far behind Malfoy in terms of magical prowess. He could never forget the tempest that had engulfed the Duel Club. He didn't even know the name of that terrifying spell. How cruel fate could be. Some were born to stand atop the pyramid, and in this magical realm, fairness was a mere illusion. As classmates of the same year, studying the same curriculum, it was absurd that he remained ignorant even of the magic his opponent wielded during their duel. The thirst for power surged within him more intensely than ever. Without it, he felt akin to mere vermin. Yet, he remained unsatisfied, for even a humble snail harbors ambitions that reach for the azure sky. Augustus gazed at Harry, whose eyes were filled with confusion and reluctance. A faint smile graced his lips, for while the adventures of youth shimmer with a dreamlike hue, there inevitably comes a day of awakening. One day, when Harry realizes that the world is no longer the fairy tale he once imagined, he will discover that the true force guiding the course of existence is encapsulated in two words: power. The stark, unvarnished laws of the jungle offer no illusions, only the harshness of reality. Perhaps it is only upon his awakening that he will truly embrace the essence of maturity. At the pinnacle of the pyramid, there can only be one, and at such heights, solitude reigns supreme. As the new year approaches, the pre-holiday period is fraught with obligations, visiting relatives, attending reunions with classmates, which may cause delays in updates. I anticipate that by this Sunday, I shall be nearly caught up. Additionally, I have been contemplating the chapter concerning Azkaban. Should I advocate for serious exoneration, facilitating a formal reunion with Harry? I welcome suggestions from all readers, for you are the ultimate witnesses to this narrative. With Halloween fast approaching, the majority of Slytherin students are unable to contain their restless excitement. This year's Halloween is unlike any other for third-year students. It heralds the commencement of their journey to Hogsmeade, a holiday destination in the wizarding world that no student could possibly resist. The following day in potions class, the typically cautious Gryffindor girl surrounded Lavender Brown, with Parvati's arm draped over her shoulder as she animatedly explained something to Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, both of whom wore earnest expressions. "What's happening in Gryffindor today?" Malfoy inquired with malicious curiosity, stroking his chin as he contemplated how he might report this blatant disregard for classroom decorum to Professor Snape upon his arrival. "What's wrong, Lavender?" Hermione asked anxiously, having joined Harry and Ron in the throng, oblivious to Malfoy's malevolent gaze. "This morning, I received a letter from home," Parvati whispered. "My rabbit, Binky, was killed by a fox." "Oh, that's truly unfortunate, Lavender," Hermione replied sympathetically. "I should have anticipated this." Lavender lamented. "Do you know what day it is today?" "Oh, October 16th. The thing you feared will happen on October 16th. Remember?" she exclaimed, and her assertion resonated with truth. The Slytherin students were also drawn into their conversation. Lillian scoffed dismissively. "It seems we have another one of Trilani's devoted followers. So, you've been afraid it was going to be eaten by a fox?" "Well, it might not necessarily be a fox," Lavender retorted, her eyes flashing with indignation, clearly provoked by Lillian's mocking tone. "I was genuinely concerned it would die." "Is that so?" Lillian laughed again, her laughter laced with an unusual undertone. "So, it's an old rabbit, then?" "No," Lavender sobbed. "It's still a baby rabbit." Parvati tightened her embrace around Lavender. "Oh, I see," Lillian remarked, rendered speechless, her response reduced to a meaningful sigh. "If it's just a baby rabbit, why are you so afraid it will die?" Hermione pressed on, sharing the same skepticism towards Professor Trilani as Lillian. Yet, as a Slytherin student, Lillian was disinclined to delve too deeply into Gryffindor affairs, opting to keep her comments brief. Parvati glared at Hermione. It seems there are some sensible minds among Gryffindors. Those who idolize Trilani are truly lacking in intelligence. It's a challenge to make them aware of their own cognitive deficiencies, so perhaps a simple smile will suffice." Lillian mused, scrutinizing Hermione with her crimson-hued eyes. "All right, let us approach this logically," Hermione addressed the group. "What I mean to say is, Binky didn't even die today." "Did she? Lavender only received the news today, right?" Lavender began to wail loudly. And she couldn't have been constantly worried about it, given that this revelation genuinely shocked her? "Ignore Hermione, Lavender," Ron interjected loudly. "She thinks others' pets are inconsequential." A round of applause erupted from the crowd as Malfoy, amusement glimmering in his gray-blue eyes, remarked, Well, Weasley, you ought to learn from your fellow Gryffindor. It's rather disconcerting that only Hermione could discern such a simple logical flaw among you. I find myself genuinely concerned for your collective intelligence. At this rate, you may not fare well in your later years. Ah, what an inexplicable sense of superiority I feel. Malfoy commented, clapping his hands while casting a pitying glance at Ron. Augustus's lips curled into a subtle smile, for predictions are inherently subject to individual interpretation. What is apparent to one may elude another. Most soothsayers rely solely on their own experiences to engage in aimless conjecture, while true prophets are a rare breed. Moreover, the notion of fate is ethereal and elusive, winding through countless tributaries that ultimately determine its course. A single, fluttering butterfly can indeed instigate a tempest thousands of miles away. Consequently, the existence of perfectly accurate prophecies is virtually impossible. They often incorporate fears of potential calamities. It is no wonder that Malfoy harbors doubts about their intellect. As Halloween approached, Augustus and his companions emerged from the Slytherin common room into the entrance hall. Loki and Thor flanked Augustus, their contrasting energies igniting sparks with every unintentional glance exchanged. The great hall was adorned with countless jack-o'-lanterns, accompanied by a flurry of bats and vibrant, fiery streamers that lazily drifted beneath the ceiling, resembling splendid water serpents. The atmosphere of Halloween night was invariably filled with merriment. Professor Lupin appeared in high spirits, engaging animatedly with the diminutive charms instructor, Professor Flitwick. Professor Snape maintained his solitary dinner, while Dumbledore occasionally waved cheerfully to his colleagues. Even Professor McGonagall, typically stern, wore a smile on this festive occasion. Of course, one could not overlook Hagrid's imposing figure, his bushy beard glistening with the remnants of potent spirits. Lavender's fervent admiration was truly a rarity. Even Hermione seemed less steadfast in her affections, as Lavender remained unwaveringly devoted to Professor Trelawney. Malfoy abruptly broached the events of the day, his eyes glinting with mockery. Oh, Trelawney? That so-called charlatan? Hardly anyone in the wizarding world takes her prophecies seriously. Yet among the Navi students of the school, there may be some credence, Loki quipped, nonchalantly reaching for a confection, amusement dancing in his gaze. One cannot entirely dismiss her, for while her reputation may be exaggerated, her grandfather was indeed a genuine prophet. Even during the dark era of Grindelwald's reign, his renown remained unscathed. Throughout history, there have always been true seers among the so-called prophets, Thor replied, offering a brief clarification. In truth, the nature of prophecy is not without merit. Precise predictions are a rarity in this world. Most supposed prophecies are mere connections made by the seer themselves. The intricate web of relationships among events allows many soothsayers to pass as prophets, provided they identify a general direction. A moment's contemplation reveals the subtle intricacies at play. Augustus raised his glass of pumpkin juice, smiling gently. Indeed, Thor, you place far too much faith in these self-righteous deceivers. I suspect even Trelawney's grandfather's predictions were largely speculative. As Mr. Augustus suggested, understanding the complex interrelations of events makes it quite simple to deceive the masses as a prophet. Malfoy nodded, clearly unimpressed by the soothsayers. Even so, beneath the veneer of fame lies substance. I believe some predictions, derived from certain patterns, possess a measure of accuracy. Existence itself is rational, akin to the mirage of flowers and water, merely a reflection of another facet of reality. Thor stroked his chin thoughtfully, his azure eyes glimmering with contemplation. TSK. As a Slytherin student, to believe in such superstitions is quite an affront to our house's dignity. Perhaps you should follow Professor Trelawney and dedicate yourself to the art of prophecy. Before long, a new charlatan will emerge, and your family will surely take pride in you. Loki scoffed at Thor's apparent reverence for the dubious claims of prophecy. Ahem, Thor's cheeks flushed slightly. I merely suggested it casually. I am not overly enamored with such notions. Must you take it so seriously? The dinner concluded amidst a cacophony of chatter. Just before departing, Malfoy, unable to tolerate Harry's cheerful demeanor, called out in the crowd. The Dementors send their regards, Harry. However, the impact was minimal, as Harry merely returned a peculiar smile. A subtle expression that sent an inexplicable chill down Malfoy's spine, an effect both amusing and bewildering. Augustus and his companions made their way towards the Slytherin common room, ascending the staircase until they reached the portrait of the fat lady, only to find a throng of Gryffindor students congested at the entrance. Seemingly troubled by an issue concerning the portrait, Malfoy peered over the heads of the crowd. The portrait appeared to be closed. Let me through, Percy's voice declared as he confidently emerged from the crowd. What has the hold up? Surely you all haven't forgotten the password? His authoritative tone commanded silence, spreading like a chill through the corridor. They heard Percy speak, his voice rising in pitch. Who will fetch Professor Dumbledore? Quickly, people turned around, and those at the back stood on tiptoe to see. Ah, it seems these little lions have found themselves in quite the predicament, warranting the headmaster's attention. What mischief have Ron's brothers concocted this time? A mischievous glint sparkled in Draco's amber eyes, clearly amused by Gryffindor's plight. The situation appeared rather serious. Otherwise, there would be no need to summon Dumbledore. Augustus gazed quizzically at the crowded assembly. What has happened? Ginny inquired as she arrived on the scene. After a short while, Professor Dumbledore arrived, hurrying towards the portrait. The Gryffindor students parted to let him through. Harry, Ron, and Hermione pressed closer together, eager to discern the source of the trouble. As the crowd began to disperse, Augustus finally discerned the situation. Oh dear. Hermione gasped, gripping Harry's arm tightly. The fat lady had vanished from her portrait, which had been maliciously vandalized. Fragments of canvas littered the ground, and large sections had been completely torn from the frame. Dumbledore cast a swift glance at the damaged portrait. Professor McGonagall, please go to Filch immediately and instruct him to search every portrait in the castle for the fat lady. What a masterpiece! Who could be so artistically inclined to vandalize such a work? Draco smirked, eliciting glares from the surrounding Gryffindors, though his thick skin rendered him immune to their murderous stares. I doubt this was the work of students. Even in our house, no one would be bored enough to deface a portrait. The other houses are even less likely to be involved. Sol deduced simply. It could very well be an outsider, he continued. However, considering the numerous Dementors stationed around the school, it was hard to fathom how anyone could infiltrate the castle undetected, even if they did manage to enter. Was it merely to destroy a seemingly worthless portrait? Augustus raised a critical point. Indeed, who would be so reckless as to breach the Dementors' encirclement and wander through Hogwarts, solely to locate and ruin the fat lady's portrait? Have they harbored a deep-seated grudge against her since their student days, honing their skills for 10 years, simply for revenge? Lillian pondered, her tone laced with incredulity. You're in luck. A raspy voice interjected. It was Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist, bouncing atop the heads of the crowd, delighted by the chaos and despair around him, as was his nature. What do you mean, Peeves? Dumbledore inquired calmly. Peeves' smile faltered slightly. He dared not mock Dumbledore. Adopting a more suave tone, which sounded better than his usual rasp, he replied, Apologies, Headmaster. I didn't mean to be seen. She made quite a mess of things. I saw her rush past that scenic painting on the 5th floor, hiding among the trees, crying about something dreadful. He added cheerfully, poor thing, though devoid of any genuine sympathy. Did she mention who was responsible? Dumbledore asked quietly. Oh, she did, Professor, Peeves replied, his demeanor suggesting he held a significant secret. She wouldn't let him in, and he was quite furious, you see. The poltergeist performed a somersault, grinning at Dumbledore from between his own legs. That little Sirius Black has quite the temper. The name sent ripples of unease through the crowd, akin to a sudden chill. Many students shivered inexplicably, and Dumbledore's expression turned grave as he instructed the students to return to the Great Hall. 10 minutes later, students from Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin arrived, all wearing bewildered expressions. It seems we shall be spending the night here, thanks to Sirius. At least we can enjoy the feeling of sleeping under the stars, Draco remarked, gazing up at the deep, starry sky with a dreamy smile. Faculty and I shall conduct a thorough search of the castle, Professor Dumbledore announced to the students, as Professors McGonagall and Flitwick secured all the doors to the Great Hall. For your own safety, you may need to spend the night here. I will require the prefects to stand guard at the entrance, and the heads of the student councils will remain in the hall to oversee matters. Report any incidents to me immediately, he added, casting a significant glance at Percy, who wore a proud expression of importance. Have a ghost send me a message. Due to the abundance of prefects in Slytherin, Snape only commanded the 5th year and above prefects to stand guard, while the others mingled with the regular students. Dumbledore paused, preparing to leave the hall, then added, Oh, and you will need. With a casual flick of his wand, the long tables flew to the side of the hall, aligning against the walls. Another flick covered the floor with hundreds of purple sleeping bags. Sleep well, Professor Dumbledore said as he closed the door behind him. The hall erupted into excited whispers as Gryffindor students busily recounted the events that had just transpired. In a corner of the hall, Augustus and his companions nestled into their sleeping bags. To be frank, it was astonishing that Sirius managed to infiltrate Hogwarts. The legion of Dementors stationed at the entrance alone would deter any intruder, not to mention the castle's formidable defenses which make entry nearly impossible for any outsider. Thor, brimming with curiosity, initiated a discussion, evidently intrigued by Sirius's method of breaching the school's sanctum. After all, he was once a student at Hogwarts himself, possessing knowledge of the institution that rivaled any educator. It was entirely plausible that he had uncovered secret passages leading into the school. As the intricate layout of the castle was a labyrinth and enigma to all, and with a modicum of time, locating such paths would not be insurmountable. Lillian stifled a yawn, propping her chin on her left hand, her eyes heavy with sleep. Indeed, much like the room of requirement discovered by Mr. Augustus, there are countless secrets within Hogwarts that even many teachers, perhaps even the headmaster, might remain oblivious to. It is entirely conceivable that he could have found some hidden routes. Malfoy nodded in agreement, his slate-blue eyes glimmering with interest. However, he remarked, even so, it is implausible for a living person to linger around the school without being detected by the Dementors. You must understand, even if one could become invisible, evading the gaze of these sightless beings is exceedingly difficult. All methods of concealment would be futile. I am quite curious to know how he deceived the Dementors to gain entry. Loki incisively pointed out a critical observation, causing the nearby Slytherin students to ponder their conversation. Perhaps he knows how to alter his form, a student from Ravenclaw suggested, merely appearing from the thin air. Or perhaps he entered in disguise, a fifth-year Hufflepuff chimed in. How absurd, Loki retorted with a dismissive sneer, silencing the two students who had ventured their thoughts. In my view, the most plausible inference is that Sirius is an animagus. Neither the Dementors nor the Hogwarts staff would be on guard against an animal. Wandering around in animal form would surely raise no alarms, especially with the secret pathways, as Lillian mentioned, leading into the castle. Therefore, successfully infiltrating the school would not be an arduous task. Augustus stroked his chin, his eyes reflecting a contemplative spark. If that is indeed the case, assuming the identity of an animagus would indeed elude any suspicion. The myriad of wandering ghosts and professors might merely regard him as a student's pet, making detection highly unlikely. Loki nodded in understanding, his amber eyes brightening with realization. Yes. How did we not consider that? If he is an animagus, it certainly elucidates much. Truly, Mr. Augustus, your insight is remarkable. A wave of admiration swept through the surrounding students from various houses, who began to boastfully extol Augustus while simultaneously mocking the earlier wild guesses. Augustus chuckled softly, acknowledging the undeniable power of public opinion. Lights out, Percy bellowed. I want everyone in their sleeping bags in silence. Indeed, the head boy's commanding presence was formidable. At his command, all students at Hogwarts obeyed, and it seemed inevitable that he would soon ascend to the position of Minister of Magic. Loki watched Percy with a mixture of amusement and disdain. After all, he was the pride of the Weasley family. Let him enjoy his moment of authority. It was no small feat for their family to cultivate a successor for the role of minister. Malfoy feigned admiration as he gazed at Percy, sneering. Instantly, all the candles extinguished. The only light now emanated from the silvery specters, gliding about and conversing gravely with the head students. The enchanted ceiling mirrored the night sky outside, adorned with twinkling stars. Amidst this ambience, whispers still permeated the hall. Augustus remained enveloped in a refreshing breeze. Each hour, a professor would appear in the hall to ensure all was well. Around 3 in the morning, many students finally succumbed to slumber, just as Professor Dumbledore entered. Any sign of him, Professor? Percy inquired softly. None. How about here? Everything is under control, sir. Good. There is no need to relocate them. I have secured a temporary guardian for the portrait hole in Gryffindor. Tomorrow, you may summon everyone back. It appeared that Sirius had evaded detection thus far, managing to escape the pursuit of numerous teachers and external forces. Even if he were indeed an animagus, it was no small feat. Augustus closed his eyes slightly, his golden hair tousled by the gentle breeze. The hall was steeped in silence, the shimmering stars above casting a soft, ethereal glow, their myriad points dotting the expansive celestial canvas. The door to the hall creaked open once more, and more footsteps echoed within. Headmaster? It was Snape. We have searched the entire 4th floor. He is not there. Filch has checked the main building, and he isn't there either. What about the astronomy tower? Professor Trelawney's chambers? The owl roosts? All searched. Very well, Severus. I never truly believed Black would linger, Dumbledore replied. Thus, it seems he has taken advantage of the chaos to leave the castle. Yet, what was his purpose in entering? Augustus found it hard to believe that Sirius had gone to such lengths merely to target a portrait. If there was something of great significance to him within the school, it would likely reside in Gryffindor. His true objective, it seemed, was to infiltrate Gryffindor to obtain this item. However, aside from students' everyday belongings, it was unlikely to contain anything of particular importance. Considering another angle, if his motive was a person, it could only be Harry Potter, perhaps seeking revenge for the Dark Lord? This seems somewhat far-fetched, as locating Harry within such a vast castle without alerting anyone was hardly a feasible endeavor. How did he gain entry? Do you have any insights? Headmaster? Snape queried. Many, Severus, each as improbable as the last, Dumbledore replied. Do you recall our conversation before the semester began? Snape said, his lips barely parting, as if seeking to exclude Percy from their exchange. Yes, Severus, Dumbledore responded, his tone laced with a subtle warning. It seems almost impossible. Black could not have entered this school without internal assistance. I expressed my concern when you appointed, Snape's tone suggested there was a traitor within Hogwarts, and the use of the word appointed implied that this traitor was a teacher. It was difficult to fathom how anyone could deceive Dumbledore and infiltrate the faculty, ultimately aiding Sirius in achieving his clandestine goals. I do not believe anyone within this castle would assist Black's entry, Dumbledore stated firmly, his tone indicating that this topic was concluded, leaving Snape with no further retort. I must attend to the Dementors, Dumbledore announced. I have said we would inform them once our search is complete. The matter of the traitor is of paramount importance. Even as the headmaster, if a subordinate raises doubts, it warrants discussion. Yet, Dumbledore's resolute and unwavering response to Snape indicates that this individual holds significant esteem in his eyes. Could it be Professor McGonagall? Unlikely, as her tenure at the school surpasses that of Snape, making it improbable for him to question her. Excluding her based on chronology, Professor Lupin emerges as the prime suspect, though even Hagrid garners more trust than Lupin. Are they intending to assist, sir? Snape inquired. Oh, indeed, Dumbledore replied coldly. But I fear that as long as I remain headmaster, they shall not cross the threshold of this school. In the ensuing days, the topic of conversation among the students was solely centered on Black. Whispers regarding how he infiltrated the castle grew increasingly fantastical. A Hufflepuff student named Hannah Abbott claimed to have heard that Black could transform into a flowering shrub, and she devoted considerable time in their next potions class recounting this tale to anyone willing to listen. It remains unclear who disseminated the rumor of Augustus's animagus ability. But once it spread, it garnered widespread acceptance among the student body, many considering it the most credible explanation. Even the school took this rumor seriously, initiating a thorough investigation of all the pets on campus. Any stray animals were brought to Dumbledore's office for examination, granting Filch unprecedented control over the unfamiliar creatures roaming the school. That day, the defense against the dark arts class took on an eerie quality. As Augustus and his companions entered the classroom, they were met by none other than Professor Snape at the podium. Malfoy, who had always held disdain for Lupin, let out a cheer, bowing to Snape. Professor, have you assumed Lupin's position? This is indeed a cause for celebration. A fleeting smile crossed Snape's typically icy visage. Professor Lupin is ill. I am merely filling in. Malfoy nodded in feigned disappointment as the trio took their seats in the middle of the room. Snape's lesson proceeded in an unusual manner, skipping over many sequential topics to delve directly into the latter half of the textbook. 10 minutes into the class, the door abruptly swung open. Apologies for my tardiness, Professor Lupin. Harry's disheveled face appeared in the doorway. This class commenced 10 minutes ago, Potter. I believe 10 points should be deducted from Gryffindor. Sit down. Snape's frigid voice echoed through the room. Oh, the savior has received inside information. Deliberately waiting until class had progressed for 10 minutes before entering to disrupt. How dreadfully dull, Malfoy remarked, a peculiar smirk dancing on his lips as he observed Harry's awkward entrance. Where is Professor Lupin? He stated he was too ill to attend class today, Snape replied, baring his teeth in a mocking grin. Have I not instructed you to sit down? TSK, such blatant disregard for authority, showing no respect for the professor's words. Such audacious students deserve to be dealt with severely, Malfoy proclaimed, flaunting a phrase he had apparently picked up from somewhere, his voice ringing clear in Snape's ears. Snape's dark eyes deepened in intensity. Another 5 points from Gryffindor. Should I call upon you again to take your seat, and you fail to comply, that will be another 50 points deducted. Harry slowly made his way to his seat. You are easily satisfied. Lupin hardly held any high expectations of you. I believe first years should be able to contend with red caps and Grindylows by now. Today, we shall discuss. Harry watched as he quickly flipped through the textbook, arriving at the final chapter, one they had yet to cover. Werewolves, Snape announced. An immediate hush fell over the classroom. A strange glimmer flickered in Augustus's eyes. At this critical juncture regarding Black's intrusion, Snape had deliberately bypassed numerous unstudied chapters to reach the section on werewolves. Was there a deeper significance to this? Augustus believed Snape would not speak without purpose. There must be some intricate connection between these subjects and the traitor he mentioned. In this realm, werewolves and vampires appear to be age-old adversaries. However, Augustus pondered that these dark creatures should unite, as they were inherently weaker than the wizarding world, with internal conflicts. It was no wonder they were disregarded. Only Voldemort exhibited true leadership, rallying vampires, werewolves, giants, and other dark beings into a substantial force against the Ministry of Magic during his reign. Sand and stone could only become a grand edifice through unity. If they continued to bicker among themselves, their inevitable fate would be to be conquered by their foes. The classroom was initially silent until Hermione suddenly stood, seemingly unable to restrain herself. But sir, shouldn't we be learning about werewolves? We should start with Chinchampa. Lillian slightly curled her lip. Hermione truly failed to grasp the current circumstances. This was no longer Lupin's class, where she could speak freely. To dare speak without permission in Snape's class was tantamount to courting disaster. This marks your second unsolicited contribution, Granger, Snape replied coldly. For the intolerable know-it-all. Another 5 points from Gryffindor. Hermione's face flushed crimson as she lowered her hand, glaring at the floor, tears brimming in her eyes. Malfoy wore a smug smile. It seemed he had regained the upper hand after enduring the indignities in Lupin's class. Well, it appears only Professor Snape can put these insufferable misfits in their place. The entire class glowered at Snape, revealing their collective disdain, for each student had, at some point, referred to Hermione as a know-it-all. And Ron had done so at least twice weekly. Ron exclaimed, "You ask us a question, and she knows the answer. If you didn't want the answer. Why did you ask? TSK, TSK, yet another resilient cockroach. This is bound to be entertaining. How ironic that while one side dims, the other shines. The path may seem unfeeling, yet it possesses its own sentiments." Malfoy clapped his hands, unable to suppress his delight. Augustus shook his head slightly. Indeed. Ron had overstepped this time. Snape had merely issued a mild reprimand to Hermione, yet Ron had the audacity to openly challenge the professor. Showing utter disregard for Snape's dignity, such behavior was truly excessive. Snape slowly approached Ron, causing the entire classroom to hold its breath. "Stay after class, Weasley," Snape said. His face inches away from Ron's. "If I hear any more criticism of my teaching methods, you will deeply regret it." In the ensuing classes, not a single sound was uttered. The students sat diligently, taking notes on werewolves from their textbooks, while Snape paced between the desks, scrutinizing their work completed during Professor Lupin's lessons. Aside from Mr. Augustus's relatively comprehensive commentary and flawless narrative, I find your haphazard reports quite exasperating. Is this truly how you learn? Professor Lupin has indeed taught you well. Snape's tone dripped with sarcasm as he cast a blank stare at the glaring Gryffindor students. Your explanations are utterly inadequate. That's incorrect. Cabra in Mongolia is more. Did Professor Lupin say 8/10? I would argue it's less than 3/10. At long last, the bell rang, yet Snape did not permit them to leave. Each of you will write an essay on the identification and extermination of werewolves. This topic should span 2 sheets of parchment, due Monday morning. Someone ought to manage this class, he added, fixing his gaze on Ron. Weasley, stay behind. We need to discuss your detention. The first Quidditch match of the term was about to commence, with Gryffindor facing Hufflepuff upon Slytherin's request. Augustus was quite familiar with Hufflepuff's new captain and seeker, Cedric. During the last Dueling Club, Cedric had put forth a commendable performance. Had he not encountered Augustus? It was unlikely that anyone in the school could have truly bested him in dueling, perhaps not even 3 individuals. Even Loki and Sol, without utilizing Augustus's teachings, would likely have been bested by Cedric. On this stormy day, the entire school poured out as usual to witness the match, rushing across the lawn toward the Quidditch pitch. Heads bowed against the fierce winds, their umbrellas blown from their grasp midway. Augustus, Lillian, Loki, and Sol, as prefects, organized the Slytherin students to take their seats. This demonstrated the advantage of having prefects at every level in Slytherin. Other houses often struggled with seating arrangements due to their larger numbers. As they arrived at the pitch, the wind threatened to topple them. Amid the rumbling thunder, the audience's cheers fell silent to their ears. The Hufflepuff team approached, clad in canary yellow robes. The team captains met to shake hands. Diggory smiled at Wood, who appeared as if afflicted by lockjaw, merely nodding in response. Harry caught a glimpse of Madame Hooch's lips forming the words, "Up," you flying brooms." He extracted his right foot from the mud and mounted his Nimbus 2000. Madame Hooch placed the whistle to her lips and blew forcefully, the sharp sound piercing through the air, signaling the commencement of the match. The sky soon filled with the figures of players, as Gryffindor and Hufflepuff exchanged blows, shadowy forms intertwining beneath the gathering storm clouds. Time seemed to blur. The sky darkened further, as if night had decided to arrive prematurely. Now drenched, everyone struggled to see through the relentless downpour. Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air once again, coinciding with the first bolt of lightning. "What is happening?" Malfoy inquired, puzzled, as the players descended. "You were once a Seeker, yet it's clear Gryffindor called for a timeout." "I can't fathom how you became Slytherin Seeker," Loki scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Malfoy before turning his attention back to the field, as though looking longer would tarnish his vision. "When I was a Seeker, we never paused for such trivialities. How would I know these procedures? Truly nonsensical." Malfoy's face flushed slightly, though the dim weather concealed it well. Yet, as a boy raised in the magical world, how could he not have witnessed the basics of the game? It merely indicated his abysmal observational skills. He was on an entirely different plane than they were. Loki regarded the clustered players on the field with casual indifference, his words sharp and unforgiving. The wind and rain intensified, a bone-chilling cold enveloping the Quidditch pitch in darkness. Augustus sensed an unusual atmosphere of danger, as if something sinister was approaching. The match resumed, with Harry and Cedric soaring through the sky. Gryffindor seemed to hold a slight advantage, leading by 50 points. However, if Diggory were to locate the golden snitch, the tide could turn instantly, leaving the outcome uncertain until the final moment. A thunderclap resonated through the air, followed by jagged lightning. In such tempestuous weather, the Quidditch players faced considerable risk. It would be unwise to prolong the match under such harsh conditions. Referee Madame Hooch frequently glanced at the sky, prepared to halt the event at any moment. The golden snitch appeared to manifest. Sol's keen gaze seemed to penetrate the darkness, following his finger's direction. Augustus and the others caught sight of a glimmering golden speck in midair. Pargo spiraled down towards the pitch, while Harry, in a panic, leaned low on his broom and sped towards the elusive snitch. Many spectators seemed to notice the unusual behavior of the two seekers, their gazes fixated on the duo cloaked in the night. A decisive moment was at hand, and the atmosphere grew tense. Yet, something peculiar occurred. A palpable silence descended upon the tiered stands, born of trepidation. The wind, though still fierce, had muted its roar, as if silenced by an unseen force. A chilling dread permeated the stadium, while on the other side, a wave of shadowy darkness surged forward. "What is that?" Malfoy stammered, trembling as he pointed toward the indistinct shapes in the dark, a feeling of unprecedented terror emanating from the shadows, an embodiment of malevolence and fear hidden within the gloom. In Augustus's silver pupils flickered 2 points of crimson flames, emanating a warmth that enveloped him. The scarlet glow swirled around Augustus like a dazzling sun, dispelling the darkness and chill that pervaded the stands, filling the air with a comforting warmth. "Dementors." Drawing his silver wand, Augustus spoke with a tone laced with disdain. At least 100 Dementors stood below, their faces obscured beneath hoods, all directed towards the sky. Harry, soaring above, abruptly plummeted from his broom. Akin to a kite severed from its string, his frail body accelerating in the wind. The stands erupted in gasps as Augustus twirled his wand, conjuring a colossal, invisible hand that gently grasped Harry's form, lowering him safely onto the pitch. "Apparently, the lesson from our last encounter on the train has not been heeded," Augustus remarked coldly, a hint of mockery threading through his voice, a flicker of murderous intent glinting in his eyes. Extending his wand, a brilliant light cleaved through the sky, revealing a vast magical array that shimmered like a colossal disk radiating blinding light, beginning to rotate clockwise against the backdrop of the darkened sky. Students and faculty alike gaped in astonishment at the celestial phenomenon, an inexplicable aura instantly dominating the heavens. As the array spun, light flooded the world. Even the fiercest storm could not impede its brilliance. It was as though the very heavens had been torn asunder, a divine luminosity enveloping the entire arena. The Dementors, now restless, began to glide away, a mass of them seemingly intent on fleeing. "Now you wish to depart? It is too late," Augustus sneered. His silver wand aimed at the sky, a crystalline thread connecting to the vast disk above. The magical array ceased its rotation, and a torrential downpour of gleaming white symbols cascaded from it, like a deluge of radiant symbols pelting the Dementor throng. Those touched by the characters melted away as if they were ice meeting flame, wails echoing as nearly half of the Dementors disintegrated in the luminous deluge. Word of Light. A secondary forbidden spell, had proven effective in vanquishing nearly half of the Dementors. A chill smile crept onto Augustus's face as he waved his hand, the brilliance receding and the magical array dissolving, restoring the status quo. All that remained were the bewildered onlookers and the Quidditch players, who stood in stunned silence from their close encounter with the overwhelming display of magic. Madame Hooch emerged from her shock and, somewhat dazed, blew her whistle. It must be said that Cedric was indeed a capable seeker. Even amidst the extraordinary spectacle above, he had seized the opportunity to capture the golden snitch, securing victory for his team. Perhaps having been steeled by Augustus's magic during their time in the Dueling Club, Cedric's focus as a seeker remained unperturbed by the blinding display. Is this what constitutes magic? What have we truly learned at school? Hermione, the quintessential know-it-all, despite having grown accustomed to Augustus's power, found it difficult to maintain her pride in the face of the overwhelming might of the Word of Light, which commanded both illumination and destruction. In the hearts of the onlookers, when magic reached such heights, disturbing the very fabric of reality and embodying absolute retribution, it transcended mere wand-waving. Its force rivaled that of miracles. Such magic, perhaps, should only exist within the pages of tomes, and when it revealed its fangs, all could do was gaze in awe, marveling at its profound truth. Perhaps the only solace lay in the fact that this man, Augustus, was one of their own, an ally within Hogwarts. Many speculated that had Augustus been born a few decades earlier, the wizarding world might not have been defined by the duality of Dumbledore and Voldemort. Genius, regardless of the era, cannot conceal its brilliance. For these individuals, not sharing the same time was both a stroke of fortune and a lament. The existence of a meteor is most beautiful when it collides with another. The sky can only host one sun, and thus the fate of kings remains unseen. Harry's condition was fortunate. Without Augustus's intervention, plummeting from 50 feet would have surely resulted in severe injury, if not death. Of course, as long as he drew breath. Madame Pomfrey could likely restore him, albeit through a rather brutal process. The aftermath of this incident proved to be quite troublesome. Dumbledore took it upon himself to negotiate with the Ministry of Magic on Augustus's behalf. After all, nearly half of the vanquished Dementors were loyal sentinels of Azkaban. For an ordinary individual, this scenario would have been inconceivable. Even the most skilled aurors could not have dispatched so many Dementors in an instant. When Fudge learned that Augustus was the instigator of the incident, he adopted a conciliatory stance. Dumbledore's personal intervention provided him with a means to suppress the matter, and the ministry officials raised no objections, as if the fallen Dementors were merely inconsequential pets. This reaction left Dumbledore reflecting upon the influence of pureblood families. Previously, these obstinate legislators had clung tightly to trivial matters, yet this time, their soft response was notably surprising. On Monday, Harry returned from the hospital, while Malfoy had already removed the bandages from his hands. The defeat of Gryffindor brought Malfoy more joy than his own promotion to Minister of Magic. In Potions class, Malfoy, brimming with energy, mimicked various types of Dementors, inciting Ron's fury, who retaliated by hurling a large, slippery crocodile heart at Malfoy, hitting him squarely in the face, resulting in Snape deducting 50 points from Gryffindor. Although Snape was our head of house, one couldn't help but wish for Professor Lupin's swift return. Objectively speaking, Lupin's lessons were undoubtedly the most engaging at Hogwarts. Sighing, Lillian walked alongside Augustus Malfoy towards the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, her expression tinged with melancholy. "You traitor. I never imagined you could be so easily deceived by this hypocritical charlatan. Women truly are the most unreliable beings," Malfoy fumed, waving his hand in anger. "Oh. Have we escalated to class warfare? It seems you are merely envious of Professor Lupin's vast knowledge. With your half-baked expertise, encountering a genuinely talented man like him only serves to highlight your inadequacies." "Ah, indeed. Jealousy is humanity's greatest sin," Lillian replied with disdain, her expression one of knowing superiority. "Haha, I envy Lupin, a man without a proper outfit to his name? What a ludicrous notion. If he were truly capable, why has he sunk to such depths? The economic base determines the superstructure. Do you believe a genuinely powerful man would remain so destitute?" "Absurd," Malfoy retorted sharply, exuding an air of self-assuredness. "You merely rely on the advantages of your lineage. Without it, where would you find your confidence? It is easy to speak from a position of privilege. If you weren't born into the Malfoy family, would you still look down upon others' backgrounds? In truth, you are merely a parasitic leech living off others." Lillian could no longer bear it and spoke candidly. To her surprise, Malfoy refrained from further defending himself, and Lillian recognized that her words might have been hurtful. Choosing not to pursue the topic any further, the three entered the classroom, where Professor Lupin had returned. He appeared indeed to have been unwell. His old robes hung loosely on his frame, and shadows lingered beneath his eyes. Despite this, he greeted the students with a smile as they settled into their seats. They immediately began to voice their grievances regarding Snape's actions during Lupin's absence. It is unjust. He merely came to substitute for a lesson. Why must he assign us homework? We are unfamiliar with werewolves. 2 rolls of parchment. Did you not inform Professor Snape that we had not yet covered that material? Lupin inquired, furrowing his brow slightly. The students clamored in response. We did, but he claimed we were too far behind. He wouldn't listen. 2 rolls of parchment. Their faces were filled with indignation. Augustus exchanged a knowing glance with Lupin, for Snape had skipped numerous chapters and abruptly advanced to the chapter on werewolves, assigning them an essay. The implications of this were evident to anyone with a modicum of insight, yet it was unexpected that Dumbledore would place such trust in Lupin. Perhaps there existed some other connection between them. Professor Lupin smiled gently. Do not worry. I shall speak to Professor Snape on your behalf. You need not write that essay. Oh no, Hermione interjected, her disappointment palpable. I have already completed it. In truth, she had some queries regarding the essay, concerning werewolves. Since they lose their rationality on the night of the full moon, how is it that most werewolves can live in harmony? If they were to completely lose control of their reason, wouldn't they have long since turned on one another? Lillian posed a question that many students were eager to understand. Indeed, if the full moon is the catalyst for their frenzy, they must surely devise some means of maintaining their sanity, Hermione added, gazing up at Professor Lupin. Augustus observed a fleeting, almost imperceptible look of unnatural discomfort on Lupin's face, and then nodded in acknowledgement of the two. Hermione was indeed correct. The full moon could render werewolves devoid of reason. However, there existed methods to help them retain their humanity during such nights. For instance, employing magical potions, if concocted accurately, could enable werewolves to maintain their usual selves even under the full moon, albeit they would still undergo transformation. Should a method to restrain this transformation be discovered, it might truly save those werewolves yearning for normalcy. A shadow of pain briefly crossed Lupin's face before vanishing. Well then, let us conclude our discussion on werewolves and resume our previous lesson. This class proved to be quite enjoyable. Professor Lupin introduced a glass tank containing a creature known as a hinkapunk, a frail being resembling wisps of smoke, seemingly harmless yet capable of luring travelers into swamps. Take note, students, Lupin instructed. Have you noticed the lantern dangling from its front leg? It leaps ahead, enticing people to follow the light. As the hinkapunk rattled ominously beneath the glass, the bell signaling the end of class rang. The students began to gather their belongings and head for the exit. Augustus, Harry, please stay for a moment. I have a few matters to discuss with you, Lupin called to the two. Augustus turned back from the entrance as Professor Lupin covered the box containing the hippogriff with a cloth. I've heard about that match, Lupin remarked, turning to the lectern to pack his books into his briefcase. I also regret what happened to your flying broomstick. Can it be repaired? Not anymore, Harry replied. That tree smashed it to bits. If it weren't for Mr. Augustus rescuing me at a crucial moment, my consequences could have been far worse than losing my broom. Harry sighed with regret. No one anticipated that the Dementors would invade the school at that time, yet it is evident that Mr. Augustus imparted an unforgettable lesson to them. I wonder how many students and teachers found a sense of relief from this incident. The Ministry of Magic hasn't made things difficult for you, has it? Lupin inquired with genuine concern, glancing at Augustus. Thanks to Professor Dumbledore, the Ministry classified this incident as an accident, placing the blame solely on the Dementors. Thank you for your concern, Augustus replied with a faint smile, expressing gratitude for Lupin's care. Lupin nodded in acknowledgement, satisfied with the response. Harry hesitated, gazing at Lupin. And then the question he felt compelled to ask slipped out before he could stop himself. Why? Why do they affect me so deeply? Am I? This has nothing to do with weakness, Professor Lupin interjected sharply, as if seeing through Harry's thoughts. The impact of the Dementors on you is more profound than on others because they have not experienced the terrifying feelings you have endured. Harry looked at Lupin with confusion. The Dementors affect those who have lived through genuine pain more significantly. Humans possess a self-repair mechanism that tends to suppress unpleasant experiences, overlaying them with joyful and happy memories. When the Dementors drain away those beautiful recollections, the most deeply buried, forgotten, painful memories resurface. Thus, for those with truly harrowing recollections, the Dementors are lethal. A beam of winter sunlight illuminated Augustus's golden hair, which shimmered with a pure hue in the haze of light. Augustus collected his thoughts regarding the Dementors and elaborated to Harry, "You are correct. The Dementors are amongst the most abhorrent creatures on earth. They congregate in the darkest, filthiest places, reveling in decay and despair, siphoning away the peace, hope, and joy from the air around them. Even Muggles can sense their presence, though they cannot see these wretched beings. Being too close to a Dementor will cause any positive feelings or joyful memories to be drawn from you. If they succeed, they will cling to you for an extended period, ultimately reducing you to their state, soulless and malevolent. All that will remain will be the worst memories of your life. What has already transpired to you, Harry, is sufficient to make anyone fall from their broomstick. You have nothing to be ashamed of. And when they approach me..." Harry looked at both Augustus and Lupin, a bitter smile on his face, his throat tightening. "I can hear Voldemort killing my mother." Augustus bore a weighty expression upon his visage, gently shaking his head. Lupin's arm suddenly twitched, as if he intended to grasp Harry's shoulder, yet he reconsidered. After a moment of silence, Harry, in anguish, posed the question, "Why have they come to the competition grounds?" "Because they are hungry," Augustus replied, his gaze icy. Having long remained stationed outside the school with no humans passing by, they had not feasted on joy for quite some time. For them, the excitement and elation surrounding a Quidditch match served as the finest sustenance. "Azkaban must be terrifying," Harry muttered. Lupin nodded somberly. The castle was perched on a small island, isolated from the sea routes. There was no need for walls and water to confine the prisoners, as they were all under the control of the Dementors, who rendered the inmates incapable of even the simplest thoughts. Most prisoners succumbed to madness within weeks. Indeed, if Muggle prisoners were aware of the wizarding world's Azkaban, they would be grateful for the relative humanity of ordinary prisons in the Muggle realm. Augustus chuckled softly, his tone laced with mockery. But Black escaped from their grasp. Harry stated slowly, he managed to flee. Lupin's briefcase slipped from the table, compelling him to swiftly bend down to retrieve it. Augustus regarded Lupin's demeanor with curiosity. Recalling Snape's words to Dumbledore that night, could it be that Lupin was indeed a suspect? Yes, he straightened. Black must have found a way to combat them. I refuse to believe he could. If a wizard remains in the company of Dementors for too long, they will drain him of his magical abilities. Mr. Augustus expelled a multitude of Dementors from the train, as well as those vanquished during the Quidditch match, Harry interjected. In truth, I am quite intrigued by Mr. Augustus has 2 spells. It is known that the commonly used magic to defend against Dementors in the wizarding world cannot possess such formidable power, at most. It can fend off 1 or 2 Dementors, but it is impossible to expel or eliminate as many as Mr. Augustus did. The ongoing discussions in society regarding these 2 spells have led to their deification among the countless uninformed masses. However, if these spells serve purposes beyond merely combating Dementors, they truly deserve such reverence. Professor Lupin turned his gaze toward Augustus, hoping for some insight from the man himself. It is merely a family legacy of spells, Augustus explained calmly, and indeed, their effects extend beyond just Dementors. They are effective against all forms of malevolent, undead creatures. Created by the second-generation patriarch of the family and later compiled by the descendants, they form an entire series of magic collectively known as light magic. Augustus elucidated the origin of this magic with a serene expression, as if stating a mere fact. Lupin nodded in acceptance. It was indeed a remarkable talent to create original magic and establish a unique magical system in the wizarding community. Such a person must undoubtedly be a master. And the Julius family was indeed blessed with talent. Indeed, Augustus acknowledged, expressing gratitude on behalf of the unknown second-generation head of the family. If you truly wish to learn how to defend against Dementors, I can spare some time to teach you. However, it certainly cannot match Mr. Augustus' ability to expel so many Dementors. At most, it will help you fend off 1 or 2. Lupin turned to Harry, who gazed at him with eager anticipation, and nodded. Learning how to combat them would suffice. I truly do not wish to hear my mother's cries as she suffers at the hands of Voldemort. That feeling of helplessness is deeply ingrained in my bones, Harry implored, a bittersweet smile gracing his features. Lupin regarded Harry's resolute countenance, hesitated, then replied, well, very well. However, this matter will likely have to wait until next term. I have many tasks to attend to before the break, and my illness could not have come at a worse time. 2 weeks before the end of the term, the sky unexpectedly cleared, showcasing a dazzling, pearlescent hue, while the muddy grounds were dusted with a shimmering frost one morning. Inside the castle, the atmosphere of Christmas permeated the air. Professor Flitwick, the charms teacher, had adorned his classroom with twinkling lights, which were, in fact, real, fluttering fairies. Students happily discussed their holiday plans. This term, Augustus intended to remain at school, while Malfoy, Lillian, and Saloki also requested to stay, citing preparations for the impending final exams. In the final week of the term, they would have another opportunity to visit Hogsmeade. Augustus had not gone on the previous occasion and decided to accompany Lillian and Malfoy to this Victorian enclave of the wizarding world. You simply must try the butterbeer at Hogsmeade. The last time, Malfoy tricked me into tasting it, and it was delightful. Thanks to Malfoy, Lillian suggested, her eyes sparkling with mirth. If it weren't for me, given your disposition, you would have surely missed out on such a delectable beverage. No need for thanks. Just remember me when something good comes along, Malfoy said, with a self-satisfied smirk, issuing commands to Lillian in a boorish manner. All right, my lord. Just take care not to pull a muscle, Lillian retorted, rolling her eyes in disdain. Hogsmeade was bustling with visitors. Upon entering the village, they were greeted by the Honeyduke's shop, teeming with Hogwarts students. Augustus, Lillian, and Malfoy approached, and most of the Hogwarts students recognized Augustus, occasionally greeting him in hopes of leaving a favorable impression. Augustus wore a gentle smile, responding to even those he had never met, exhibiting impeccable etiquette that left no room for criticism. The last time I visited Hogsmeade, I was not met with such a warm welcome. It seems that being in the company of Lord Augustus indeed attracts attention wherever one goes, Malfoy remarked, a look of satisfaction upon his face, as if he were the focal point of the surrounding crowd. Riding on someone else's coattails, what a pathetic sight. It's truly embarrassing to be seen with you, Lillian scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain as she touched her forehead in exasperation. That is utter nonsense. I was merely describing Lord Augustus's popularity. Where do you see me taking advantage of his stature? It is utterly absurd. You are slandering my reputation. As a true Malfoy, do I need to resort to such despicable behavior? Draco's face flushed red, indignantly asserting his position with an air of self-righteousness. Oh dear, Mr. Righteous, perhaps you should take a look behind you. There's a hole in your robe. How utterly disgraceful. Lillian stifled a laugh, pointing at the tear in Malfoy's black cloak, her wine-red eyes sparkling with amusement. Augustus could not help but chuckle, his expression tinged with a hint of exasperation. Malfoy hastily turned his head, spotting a thumb-sized hole at the waist of his black robe, revealing a corner of red underwear. Alas, how could I have overlooked this before I stepped out? No wonder those greeting Mr. Augustus have been casting me peculiar glances. Oh dear. If Harry and Ron were to discover this, they would surely make a mockery of me. Malfoy sighed despondently, as if facing the end of his days. Well, if one did not look closely, it would not be apparent. I stumbled upon it accidentally. Otherwise, how could I have waited so long to mention it? There is no need for undue worry. Lillian casually examined the confections inside Honeyduke's, stifling a small yawn. The shop was lined with shelves brimming with the most enticing candies imaginable. Large slabs of creamy peanut brittle, glimmering pink coconut ice, an array of chocolates neatly arranged, a barrel of multi-flavored beans, and a pot of buzzing bee candies. Ron had mentioned a floating fruit drink. While along another wall were candies with special effects, super bubblegum that fills the room with bluebell-colored bubbles that linger for days, peculiar fragment-like peppermint candies, mischievous pepper imps that cause your friends to breathe fire from their noses, ice mice that make your teeth chatter and squeak, frog-shaped creamy mints that actually bounce in your stomach, crispy sugar quills, and explosive-filled candies. The pepper imps seemed intriguing. Augustus stroked his chin and requested several candies from the proprietor. Malfoy remained brooding, accepting the sweets Augustus handed him without glancing at them, and promptly stuffed them into his mouth. In the next moment, a burst of blue flames erupted from Malfoy's nostrils, singeing another hole in his sleeve. Malfoy nodded in satisfaction, thinking that good fortune comes in pairs. This is my domain, and it seems this year's fashion trends will be set by me. How amusing. Truly amusing, Malfoy. You are indeed a peculiar star in the fashion realm. Lillian scoffed, assessing Malfoy's current two-hole aesthetic. No, he is handsome, genuinely handsome. Do you not perceive the commanding aura of my present attire? Perhaps this is my true awakening. In a world dominated by cross-dressers, we need more steadfast men like myself. You wouldn't understand. Malfoy touched his pallid, glossy face, his slate-blue eyes reflecting a tragic resolve, which could simply be described as a case of reckless abandon. Snowflakes began to drift down like goose feathers, crystalline and delicate, blanketing Augustus's golden hair. He extended his right hand to catch the blessings from above. Augustus felt an inexplicable familiarity with the snowfall, These untainted spirits appeared perfect and innocent in his eyes. This winter seemed to have arrived prematurely. Typically, this time of year was marked by scorching heat, yet now, with such heavy snow, it appeared this winter would be fraught with endless blizzards. Lily-Ann's wine-red eyes sparkled with delight, unbothered by the snow accumulating on her. Amidst the swirling white, her smile was as pure and innocent as a child's. And Augustus could not help but return it with a warm grin. Hogsmeade looked like a Christmas card, quaint cottages and shops adorned with a crisp layer of snow. Holly wreaths on every door, and magically lit candles strung from the trees. Given the snowfall, we ought to find shelter, lest we become mere snowmen with ice. Malfoy rubbed his slightly reddened nose, casting a pitiful glance at Augustus. How about we visit the Shrieking Shack? I've heard it's the most haunted house in all of Britain. I've long wished to see what ghosts truly look like, Lily-Ann proposed eagerly, glancing at Augustus. In truth, I have little interest in ghosts. The butterbeer you mentioned earlier sounds delightful. I think we should head to the Three Broomsticks for a drink. Augustus replied with a faint smile. He had faced far more terrifying beings, demons from the depths of hell, and had no desire to concern himself with a couple of entities formed from human grudges. Even the most feared of the three infernal lords would inspire a sense of reverence when mentioned. Augustus felt no inclination to engage with these creatures from the abyss. Indeed, under such weather, a visit to the Three Broomsticks for butterbeer is the best choice. Mr. Augustus, your wisdom shines, Malfoy interjected eagerly. Lily-Ann rolled her eyes but followed the two. Thus, they crossed the street and, moments later, entered the small inn. It was bustling and warm, filled with a haze of smoke, where a graceful woman with a striking face tended to a rowdy group of wizards at the bar. Madame Rosmerta was as charming as ever. Malfoy swaggered in, acting as if he were quite familiar with the place. I'll fetch the drinks, Lord Augustus. You two find a seat. Augustus and Lily-Ann made their way to the rear of the room, where a small table stood vacant between the window and a splendid Christmas tree in close proximity to the fireplace. 5 minutes later, Malfoy returned, bearing 3 large mugs of frothy hot butterbeer. Its appearance was enticing, suggesting a delightful flavor. Augustus accepted the drink with a slight nod. Merry Christmas, Malfoy proclaimed, raising his cup. The 3 enormous mugs of butterbeer clinked together amidst the ongoing snowstorm outside. Augustus took a modest sip, finding its texture smooth and the aftertaste lingering, a truly exquisite brew. The door of the Three Broomsticks swung open once more, admitting Hermione and Ron. Augustus casually glanced at them and suddenly noticed an intriguing detail. Through his investigative eye, he caught a fleeting glimpse of Harry's slender figure beneath his cloak. What a damper their arrival was, spoiling an otherwise splendid outing at the pub. Malfoy disdainfully waved his hand, gulping down 2 hearty swigs of butterbeer. His mood soured. Suddenly, a gentle breeze ruffled Augustus's golden hair as the door opened again. Professor McGonagall and Flitwick entered amid a flurry of snowflakes, closely followed by Hagrid, who was animatedly conversing with a dignified man wearing a dark yellow-green top hat and a finely striped cloak, none other than Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge. It was quite peculiar that Professor McGonagall and the minister had chosen to gather here. Their convergence piqued Augustus's curiosity. Lily-Ann, slightly tipsy, gazed dreamily at the 4 newcomers, murmuring her observations. Professor McGonagall approached the counter, her striking emerald high heels clicking against the floor. A small glass of Ogden's Fire whiskey, if you please, she requested. 4 pints of mead, thank you, Rosmerta, Hagrid added. A sherry soda with ice and an umbrella, if you would, Flitwick chimed in, smacking his lips in anticipation. And for you, Minister, a red currant rum, Rosmerta replied. Thank you, dear Rosmerta. It is always a pleasure to see you again. Do join us for a drink, Fudge offered, his voice warm yet strained. Fudge's presence was evidently linked to matters concerning Sirius Black, and it was clear that McGonagall was consulting with him on related issues. Augustus stroked his chin thoughtfully, observing the group. Ah, Sirius Black again. He had become a target for many pureblood families, each eager for the substantial bounty on his head. Conversely, this situation had ignited ambitions among those coveting Fudge's position. The minister, it seemed, was now in a precarious situation, compelled to take matters into his own hands to apprehend Black. Being a pureblood, Malfoy was well acquainted with the current political climate and promptly shared his insights. What brings you here, Minister? Rosmerta's voice cut through the chatter. Fudge shifted uncomfortably in his seat, scanning for eavesdroppers before responding quietly. What else could it be but Sirius Black, my dear? I assume you've heard of the incident at the school on Halloween? Indeed. It appeared Fudge had lost faith in the Dementor's ability to capture Black, necessitating his presence here. Augustus took another sip of his drink, contemplating the implications. I have heard whispers, Rosmerta admitted. Have you informed the entire tavern, Hagrid? McGonagall retorted, her tone sharp. Do you believe Black is still in the vicinity, Minister? Rosmerta inquired softly. Certainly, Fudge replied tersely. Did you know the Dementors have searched my tavern twice already? Rosmerta said, her voice edged with irritation. They frightened away my patrons. Not good for business, Minister. Outside, the snow continued to fall, while inside, a current of tension simmered beneath the surface. A mere exchange of words concealed a multitude of unspoken intentions. A smile crept onto Augustus's face, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. How dreadfully tedious this was. It seemed that after the lesson Augustus had imparted, the Dementors had abandoned their focus on Hogwarts, opting instead to scour the surrounding areas. Yet these bumbling creatures appeared to be in a foul mood, even managing to provoke someone as tolerant as Rosmerta. How amusing. Malfoy observed Fudge, who looked somewhat flustered, and muttered to himself. In truth, Sirius could hardly appear in Hogsmeade. The risk was too great. If he dared to hide nearby, he would be discovered within days. The most perilous place often proved to be the safest. Augustus idly swirled his cup, peering through the golden liquid at the distorted figures of Fudge and his companions. Rosmerta. Dear, I share your sentiments. I too find them rather disagreeable, Fudge said uneasily, citing necessary precautions. Yet you are correct. I encountered a few just moments ago. They had been thoroughly frightened by Augustus's earlier display of magic, scarcely daring to operate near the school and instead only conducting superficial searches in the surrounding areas. Please bear with us in our difficulties. Frightened by a child? These Dementors are utterly useless. But is it true what they say, that this boy Augustus single-handedly vanquished a significant number of them? Rosmerta stifled a giggle behind her hand. Casting an eager glance at Fudge, seemingly hoping for confirmation from the Minister of Magic, Fudge offered a wry smile, draining his mug of butterbeer. Clearly wishing to avoid delving deeper into the subject. The rumors were not exaggerated. Without having been present, one could never grasp the magnitude of that magical event. I have devoted much of my life to the study of magic and have never witnessed such sheer brilliance, imbued with radiant power. Not even Dumbledore, at that age, could have conjured such a staggering miracle. This young man's future achievements will certainly rival those of both Dumbledore and Voldemort. Professor McGonagall, known for her meticulousness, spoke with utter conviction, leaving Rosmerta astonished, her eyes wide with intrigue, evidently captivated by the mention of Augustus. This boy is no longer within the jurisdiction of our ministry. Setting aside the formidable legacy of the Julius family, he has already defeated the remnants of the Dark Lord on 2 occasions, emerging as a leader among the younger generation. The future of the magical world is destined to be one of unchallenged brilliance, with none able to rival him. His potential is immeasurable. But let us return to the matter at hand concerning Sirius Black, which is the most pressing issue we face now. Fudge sighed softly, redirecting the conversation towards Black. Did you know? Rosmerta pondered aloud. I still find it hard to believe that among all those who have fallen to villainy, Sirius Black was the last person I would have expected to take such a path. I recall him as a child at Hogwarts. If you had told me then what he would become, I would have thought you had drunk too much. You are only privy to a fraction of the truth, Rosmerta. Fudge replied sternly. Very few are aware of the worst deeds he has committed. The worst? Madame Rosmerta inquired, her voice imbued with curiosity. Are you suggesting that this is worse than killing so many unfortunate souls? Indeed, replied Fudge. I can scarcely believe it. What could possibly be worse? Professor McGonagall murmured. You claim to remember his time at Hogwarts, Rosmerta. Do you recall who his closest companion was? Of course, Madame Rosmerta responded, a faint smile gracing her lips. They were inseparable, were they not? I have witnessed them here on numerous occasions. Oh, they always had me in fits of laughter. A splendid duo. Sirius Black and James Potter. Augustus observed a cup suddenly fall near Ron's table, shaking his head slightly. It seemed that Harry would inevitably learn the truth, however. It remained uncertain whether this abrupt revelation would prove too harsh for him. Fudge was likely about to flaunt his vast knowledge again. As these trivial matters were well known to any pureblood, fooling the oblivious masses, the Minister of Magic truly had too much time on his hands. Draco Malfoy appeared disinterested in Fudge, yawning and casually toying with his cup. To be honest, I have long found it perplexing that Sirius is Harry's godfather. A person of such arrogance would align himself with the Dark Lord. It seems somewhat illogical, given Sirius's lineage. The Dark Lord could hardly provide him with more than he already possessed. What could possibly motivate him to betray the Potters? Lillian absent-mindedly twirled a strand of her dark hair and blew the curls away. Indeed, there were some points of suspicion, aside from why he chose to side with Voldemort. On that fateful day, he had no need to destroy a street in front of so many muggles. Such action seemed rather reckless for an intelligent individual. Augustus nodded, highlighting a crucial point. Is it because Black later allied himself with the Dark Lord? Madame Rosmerta quietly inquired. Even worse, my dear, Fudge replied in a low, somber tone. Many were unaware that the Potters understood the Dark Lord was pursuing them. Dumbledore had tirelessly opposed the Dark Lord, employing many capable spies. One of these spies informed Dumbledore, who promptly relayed the information to James and Lily, advising them to go into hiding. Dumbledore told them their best chance lay in the Fidelius charm. How does that work? Madame Rosmerta asked, breathless with curiosity. Professor Flitwick cleared his throat. It is a highly intricate spell, he squeaked, involving the concealment of a secret within the soul of a living person. The secret remains hidden within the chosen individual or the secret keeper's heart, rendering it impossible to uncover unless the secret keeper willingly divulges it. So long as the secret keeper refuses to speak, the Dark Lord could scour the village where the Potters had lived for years and never find them. Not even if he pressed his nose against the window of their sitting room. The Fidelius charm. The magical system of this world is indeed fascinating. Resembling a pact made with a deity or a demon, a simple binding can ensure that secrets remain forever hidden, bordering on the realm of mysticism. Augustus displayed a faint smile as the warm winter sunlight streamed into the tavern, casting ethereal rays around him. The tavern fell silent, as clearly no one wished to further discuss what Sirius had done to his best friend. Augustus noticed that Harry, cloaked beneath the fabric, seemed to lean forward with urgency, eager to comprehend the relationship between his father and his godfather. There was no one more anxious than Harry himself to learn all that the others knew. The Fidelius charm, in the dark era of the Dark Lord's reign, was undoubtedly the best means of concealment. Unfortunately, it was a pity that Harry's father chose the wrong person. Betrayed by his closest friend. Such a reality must have been profoundly painful, perhaps when the Dark Lord confronted their family. The overwhelming emotion was disbelief. Could there truly exist someone willing to entrust their very back to another? Draco Malfoy scoffed derisively, draining the remainder of his butterbeer. Perhaps, from another perspective, uncovering the traitor hidden within the Order of the Phoenix could be beneficial. A single screw can determine the course of a war. Discovering a mole in advance might very well become the true reason for Voldemort's eventual downfall. The devil is in the details. Any overlooked triviality can tip the scales of victory. Augustus was not particularly concerned about the notion of betrayal. As a former legendary wizard and the Empire's sole strategic sorcerer, his vision would never be confined to a single place. At all times, he considered the greater picture. In a world so different, the brutal realities of war were beyond the comprehension of those wizards living in peace. Success or failure dictated survival, extinction, and wholesale slaughter, common tactics in warfare. Lillian absently fiddled with her glass, Augustus's words evidently striking her as excessively harsh. Was it truly acceptable to overlook the lives of the Potters for the sake of victory? To disregard the concept of friendship? Such actions bore no difference from the Dark Lord's ways. Justice is defined by those values we are unwilling to abandon. So, Black was indeed the Potter's secret keeper? Naturally, Professor McGonagall affirmed. James Potter told Dumbledore that Black would rather die than reveal their location, asserting that he planned to hide himself as well. Still, Dumbledore was concerned. I recall he proposed to be the Potter's secret keeper himself. Harry clenched his hands slightly. It appeared that his father had not entrusted Dumbledore with the role of their secret keeper. Otherwise, he would not find himself dependent on others. Nor would he need to tread cautiously even in Hogsmeade, watching enviously as the Weasley family enjoyed their happy life. All of this stemmed from his father's choice of the best friend, the one least likely to betray them. How absurd it was that he had a godfather who sought to kill him, someone he had never even met. Did Dumbledore suspect then that Sirius was the mole? Was that why he insisted on becoming the Potter's secret keeper? If so, it could only be said that this old wizard possessed a keen insight into people's natures. Lillian turned her glass curiously, the golden liquid within rippling gently. I doubt Dumbledore had such foresight. It is likely that a traitor had already emerged by then. In the absence of knowledge regarding the identity of the traitor, taking necessary precautions was the responsibility of a leader of the Order. Perhaps it was merely a matter of being proactive. Had he truly discovered that Sirius was the traitor, he would never have sacrificed the Potters, thereby alienating the other members. Thus, it was merely one of Dumbledore's many safety measures, and indeed, at that time, such actions displayed considerable skill. As Augustus affirmed Dumbledore's actions, A faint smile graced his lips. Indeed, a traitor is the most commonly employed tactic in war, and identifying the mole is a paramount concern for any competent commander. I am certain that among those who approached the Potters, someone had been informing the Dark Lord of their whereabouts, Professor McGonagall said darkly. Indeed, I have long suspected that there was a traitor in our midst, someone passing information to the Dark Lord. But James insisted on using black, did he not? Yes, Fudge replied gravely. However, less than a week after the Fidelius charm was cast, did Black betray them? Rosmerta inquired. He indeed betrayed them. Black grew weary of playing both sides, preparing to publicly declare his allegiance to the Dark Lord, seemingly intending to do so at the moment of the Potter's demise. Yet, as we all know, the Dark Lord lost his grip on young Harry Potter. He was rendered powerless and gravely weakened, forced to flee. This left Black in a most precarious position. Having just exposed his treacherous nature, his master fell from grace. He had no choice but to run for his life. Dirty, stinking traitor, Hagrid exclaimed, his voice resonating loudly enough to silence the entire pub. How amusing, truly amusing, that Black was a target for all. Yet, on the other hand, it seemed I had some familial connection to him. You see, among purebloods, there are often historical intermarriages. My mother and his cousin were sisters. So, how should I address this traitor? Perhaps I should call him uncle. If Harry were to learn of this, our enmity would surely deepen. Alas, what a pity. Malfoy idly fiddled with the mahogany table, a sorrowful expression adorning his face. Enough of your pretentious claims of pure-blood kinship. It is quite distasteful. Even a notorious scoundrel like Black is not spared from your disdain. Your coldness knows no bounds. Lillian regarded Malfoy with disdain, subtly shifting away, her demeanor suggesting she was unacquainted with him. In truth, Sirius, as an informant, seemed excessively unfortunate. Voldemort collapsed at the very moment he chose to betray. An informant without a master is of little use. The burden of maintaining the trust of family and friends while reporting to a soulless master is unimaginable. It's hard to conceive how he endured such pressure. A person of lesser mental fortitude would have crumbled under such a tremendous weight. It must be said. His disguise was impeccable. Even Dumbledore failed to detect any flaws. Such a resolute individual being an informant is indeed a lamentable circumstance. Augustus shook his head in regret, letting out a soft sigh. Stepping out of the three broomsticks, the howling snowstorm greeted them, flakes swirling and landing upon Augustus's collar, tightening his black coat. His tall figure appeared somewhat fragile against the piercing winter sunlight as he strolled through the snow. Malfoy and Lillian followed closely, treading upon the myriad of footprints left in the snow. Where shall our destination be? The Shrieking Shack? The horror films made by Muggles are rather lackluster. Experiencing it firsthand would be far superior. As it happens, we have a perfect opportunity before us. Mr. Augustus, shall we venture there together? Lillian bounded ahead, turning to block his path, her wine-red eyes sparkling with anticipation, her cute nose slightly wrinkled, embodying a playful expression of mischief. What say you, Malfoy? Augustus's lips curved into a peculiar smile as he paused, casually brushing the snowflakes from Lillian's hair, his eyes filled with affectionate amusement. Really? What is the point in going there? With this heavy snow, we ought to return to school. I feel as though I might freeze to death. Malfoy lamented, rubbing his reddened face vigorously. Upon noticing Lillian's expression that seemed to warn him of dire consequences should he continue, he quickly shifted to a more compliant demeanor. Oh, perhaps it isn't so cold after all. I've long wished to witness the Shrieking Shack. Who knows, there might even be some mysterious treasures hidden there. Let us proceed to the Shrieking Shack. Then, Mr. Augustus. Lillian let out a satisfied hum, her expression one of triumph. TSK, your resolve is rather weak, Malfoy. Very well, since you have proven to be of some use, let us go. Augustus thrust his hands into his pockets and strode toward the Shrieking Shack, with Lillian wearing a victorious smile, flashing a peace sign, closely following him. Malfoy made a face behind Lillian's back, pouting as he reluctantly trailed behind. The number of students along the route gradually diminished, most having begun their trek back toward the school. The surrounding shops appeared as a film played in reverse, swiftly passing by the trio. The buildings along the way began to recede, and the Shrieking Shack's location was nearing the village's edge. In reality, the destination was not far from the pub, merely a distance of 2 or 3 kilometers. After approximately a half-hour of walking, they arrived at the infamous haunted house, separated by a fence. If a no trespassing sign were to be placed, few would likely wish to explore. The 3-story building appeared somewhat dilapidated, with damage around the eaves. Aesthetically, it bore little distinction from an ordinary residence. Here it is. Are you not feeling disappointed? Augustus stood before the house, gesturing toward Lillian, indicating the place she had anticipated. How utterly mundane. It seems that an overactive imagination can be a detriment. Reality and expectation are often worlds apart. Lillian lamented, pressing her forehead with a frustrated expression. I knew this place would be unremarkable. You see, I was right all along. Women, truly, with their long hair but short sight, Malfoy proclaimed with a self-satisfied smirk, surveying his surroundings with an air of arrogance. Is that not Hermione and Ron over there? What brings them here? Were they not just at the pub? Malfoy suddenly exclaimed, his eyes glinting with mischief as he spotted the two not far away. Promptly striding toward them, Augustus let out a soft sigh, realizing that Malfoy's penchant for mischief was unlikely to change. How unfortunate. There were Ron and Hermione, seemingly on a date while Harry was absent. Shouldn't they at least choose a more suitable location? A rendezvous at the Shrieking Shack. Was that meant to be a joke? Malfoy sauntered closer, a scornful smirk plastered on his face, his gray-blue eyes gleaming with condescension. Step aside, Draco. Your opinions are irrelevant to our business, Ron said irritably, waving his hand dismissively. How amusing. Allow me to inform you that my father holds a 20% stake in the operational rights of Hogsmeade. In other words, the ground you tread upon is likely part of my family's domain. Do you truly believe I lack the authority to intervene? Malfoy crossed his arms, his fingers interlaced, chuckling lightly as he regarded Ron with amusement. You speak nonsense. You are utterly ignorant of the operational rights. Ron's face flushed crimson, clearly agitated by the mention of money, which struck a nerve. He struggled to form coherent sentences. Malfoy wore an expression of knowing disdain, his eyes glinting with the thrill of the unfolding drama. Indeed, Draco, even if your father possesses shares here, they belong to him, not to you. So spare me your self-importance and step aside, Hermione interjected, unable to tolerate the situation any longer. Well put, Malfoy. Without your father, you'd merely be a pest. It's quite rare to see someone so shamelessly reliant on their parents. Ron seemed to regain some confidence, standing alongside Hermione. Weasley, do you truly feel safe here? You dare to discuss my family? Perhaps you Haventine noticed how deserted this area is. It would be quite entertaining to teach you a lesson. Malfoy's gaze turned cold as he placed a hand inside his cloak. Ron instinctively recoiled, aware that even Harry struggled against Malfoy, and he doubted his own ability to hold his ground. Hermione's eyes flickered with disappointment before she stepped forward, resolute. If you wish to teach Ron a lesson, consider me a part of it. I've heard tales of Draco's magical prowess, and I am quite eager to witness it firsthand. Step aside. I do not harm women. Malfoy remarked lazily, clearly intent on ensuring Ron remembered this day. Impressive, Weasley, hiding behind a girl. If this gets out, Professor McGonagall will surely be disappointed to learn that Gryffindor produced such a coward. Malfoy lazily drew his wand, determined to make his point clear. Ron cast a guilty glance at Hermione's back, his hands clenching and unclenching, still lacking the courage to step forward. At that moment, a massive snowball suddenly soared through the air, whistling as it struck Malfoy squarely in the face. He wiped the snow from his features, gripping his wand tightly as he scanned the surroundings. Unfortunately, apart from Augustus and Lillian, only Ron and Hermione stood before him. Hermione seemed to understand something, stifling a laugh, while Malfoy glared at her, trying to discern the source of her amusement. Whoosh! Another snowball hurtled toward him, but this time Malfoy, having learned from experience, conjured a gust of wind that sliced the snowball in half. He glanced toward the direction from which it had come, likely the Shrieking Shack, and furrowed his brow, recalling some legends. Delicate snowflakes drifted down, settling on his shoulders as Augustus observed Malfoy's position, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. If Malfoy were astute, he might discern the secret hidden within Hermione's familiar smile. The youth's exuberance remained undeniably entertaining. Lillian turned to Augustus, puzzled by the smile playing on his lips. Surely, there are no actual ghosts here? What if Malfoy has unwittingly stumbled upon one? The chill in the air was palpable, and Augustus murmured to himself, seemingly unbothered. Lillian pouted, turning her back to him in frustration and making a face. Malfoy, have you not heard that many curious tourists have perished at the hands of spirits in this vicinity? Perhaps you will be the next to be haunted. Hermione attempted to suppress her mirth, adopting a grave expression as she fixed her gaze on Malfoy. Ron, emboldened by the sudden snowball attacks, stood beside Hermione, asserting, Indeed, it seems your misdeeds have caught up with you. Those tormented by vengeful spirits are often the most vile of individuals. Malfoy narrowed his eyes, surveying the empty surroundings, and then regarded Ron dismissively. How amusing. I wonder if the ghost you speak of was a pure blood or as filthy as this mudblood. Just then, another enormous snowball came hurtling in from the side. Malfoy, with a triumphant grin, exclaimed, "Got you, ghost." He rotated his wand, uttering an incantation, and a blue wind arrow shot forth, shattering the snowball and continuing its trajectory into the distance. But alas, it captured nothing but the whistling air. Do you truly believe such simple tricks can harm a spirit that exists on the plane between reality and illusion? Malfoy, hound of you are. I suggest you leave this place soon. Once entangled with a ghost, your only recourse will be to fervently pray. Hermione's lips curled into a sly smile, her exquisite features radiating anticipation for Malfoy's reaction. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Malfoy's gray-blue eyes as he glanced at Augustus, feeling a hint of reassurance. This was his first encounter with such a scenario, and despite having weathered many storms alongside Augustus, he still felt an edge of anxiety. What game are you playing? Do you honestly believe in such ghostly legends? Ridiculous. I'm not foolish enough to fall for that, Weasley. Do you think a mere snowball can deter my resolve to teach you a lesson? Perhaps, with an additional ghostly presence, you might give it a try. Malfoy shifted his focus to Ron, eager to see how the so-called ghost would intervene. What do you want? Ron, realizing that the ghostly attacks were ineffective against Malfoy, stepped back in haste, retreating behind Hermione. Malfoy shook his head, dismissing Ron's cowardice. Is this the extent of the Weasley family's courage? Pathetic. You've extinguished any desire I had to engage. He turned his attention back to Augustus, but just as he did, another snowball struck him from behind, landing squarely on his shoulder. Well, Draco, it appears you've been outsmarted. I did say you ought to try harder, if your magical prowess were not so lacking. Perhaps you wouldn't find yourself in such a predicament. A familiar and rebellious voice echoed from afar, prompting Malfoy to turn in curiosity. A figure treaded through the snowstorm. And despite the distance, Loki's distinctive flaxen hair remained conspicuously visible. With a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips, Loki approached leisurely, astonishingly untouched by the swirling snow that surrounded him, as if an invisible magnetic field repelled the flurries away. Lord Augustus. Good day, Loki greeted as he drew near, offering a slight bow towards Augustus, his expression imbued with respect. Augustus nodded slightly in acknowledgement. What brings you here? This area is restricted to students of the 3rd year and above, Malfoy inquired, perplexed. Do you truly believe such rules can restrain me, simple Malfoy? You ought to learn from your father how to embody the essence of a pure blood, Loki quipped, amusement glinting in his amber eyes, his face feigning surprise. Well then, how did you come to know we were here? Have you been following us all along? Malfoy retorted defiantly, clearly skeptical of their serendipitous encounter, even beginning to suspect that Loki had conjured the snowflakes to mock him. Perhaps you should engage your mind more. It seems that a subordinate, deemed incapable, has been so easily toyed with, and I have come to your aid. Clearly, you are as naive as Hermione suggested, Loki replied, shaking his head with an expression of pity. Malfoy scrutinized Loki thoughtfully. So, you have been lurking nearby all along? How else would you have overheard Hermione's remarks about me? You might have forgotten the current climate, Loki stated, a proud demeanor gracing his features. Snowy weather, what of it? Malfoy asked, puzzled. In this realm, suffused with ice elements, nothing can escape my notice within a kilometer's radius. By the time I arrived in Hogsmeade, I was already aware of your presence. Your so-called conversation reached my ears verbatim through the very elements around us. Do you comprehend? Even from my humble vantage point, I have discerned the boundless wonders of this world. Though I may not venture far, I behold its exquisite beauty, Loki declared, a perfect arc forming at the corner of his mouth as countless snowflakes danced around him, swirling into myriad crystalline blossoms. A flicker of astonishment crossed Malfoy's face. The interplay of elements held such marvels, igniting within him a newfound desire to ascend to greater heights within this world. So, you were already aware of the so-called vengeful spirits, Malfoy remarked, gazing at Loki. Indeed, within this realm laden with ice and snow, the only dissonance with the surrounding environment exists there, Loki exclaimed, directing his wand towards a nearby clearing. A cloud of snow mist billowed forth, and a silhouette gradually emerged from within, revealing a white snow sculpture standing upon the ground. Malfoy's gaze grew cold. Indeed, it was a creation of man. Augustus's gaze subtly shifted, revealing his surprise at Loki's remarkable sensitivity to the elements. At this stage of his development, such a profound mastery was indeed rare. In terms of affinity with the elements, even Thor's innate perception of lightning could hardly surpass Loki's prowess. Malfoy, wearing an expression of delight, approached the snow sculpture, eager to behold the legendary specter. It was his first encounter with such a formidable creature, and his heart raced with trepidation. As he reached the sculpture, he pulled aside the cloak that shrouded it, revealing Harry's innocent visage to the onlookers. Malfoy's smile hinted at his prior knowledge of this outcome. He first patted Harry's face, now somewhat frozen, then delivered a sharp kick to his abdomen. Harry's body, already stiffened like a statue frozen for a millennium, collapsed into the snow, sending a flurry of snowflakes into the air. "Harry!" Hermione cried, her face etched with concern as she rushed to the fallen Potter. Ron hesitated, glancing between Malfoy and Loki, immobilized by indecision. Loki waved his wand nonchalantly, dispelling the effects on Harry, who struggled to rise with Hermione's assistance. "Malfoy, long time no see. Are you frightened by the specter? Why so angry?" Harry chuckled, brushing off the snow. "I couldn't care less, but your friend Ron seems genuinely terrified. Look at him. He hasn't moved an inch." Malfoy pointed at Ron, amusement glinting in his slate-blue eyes. Ron's face flushed crimson, his hands clenched tightly as his knees trembled. Yet he remained rooted in place, unable to meet Harry's gaze. Harry shook his head with a smile, moving closer to Ron and placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "He's merely a bit cold. Our bond is beyond the comprehension of someone as inhuman as you. Ah, the great savior, adept at winning hearts. Yet, I suggest you pay more attention to your towering friend Hagrid. But Beak is on the brink of demise. Provoking a Malfoy, whether human or beast, never ends well. So beware." "Potter, you may be next," Malfoy remarked with a sinister grin, giving his wand a slight wave before turning away. Harry, taken aback, had not anticipated the situation would escalate to such a degree. "Oh, and Harry, I almost forgot to wish you a Merry Christmas," Malfoy abruptly halted, pivoting to raise his wand. Murmuring incantations, he conjured an arrow composed of pure blue wind fireworks that shot towards Harry at an alarming speed. Hermione, seemingly forewarned, had already prepared her wand, casting a protective charm. The icy blue bouquet collided with an invisible barrier, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent Harry sprawling into the snow once more. Remnants of the wind elements mingling with the swirling snowflakes, akin to a firework display in the air. "Christmas, indeed. This firework is rather delightful," Loki mused, a trace of amusement in his amber eyes as he turned towards Augustus. The howling snowstorm faded behind them, imbuing this year's Christmas with a unique charm. Meanwhile, within the castle, the customary splendid decorations for Christmas were in place, despite the few students remaining on campus. Thick garlands of holly and mistletoe adorned the corridors, and each suit of armor glimmered with mysterious lights. The great hall was lined with 12 Christmas trees, each adorned with shimmering golden stars. The air was thick with the enticing aroma of festive cuisine, intensifying as Christmas Eve approached, even causing Scabbers to poke his nose out from Ron's pocket, eagerly sniffing the delectable scents. On Christmas morning, Augustus was awakened by the call of a golden eagle. Donning his overcoat, he found the proud creature perched at the window, presenting its bounty of innocent rabbits and mice, evidence of a fruitful hunt. With the eagle's skills, these nimble creatures seemed as sluggish as snails. Upon opening the window, he beheld a world blanketed in snow, the drifts reaching 2 to 3 meters in depth, a rarity in recent years. Filch, the caretaker, had assumed the role of a janitor, laboriously shoveling the snow from vital pathways in a rather amusing spectacle, utilizing Muggle methods to clear the heavy snowfall. Not far away, the Weasley brothers and Harry appeared to be engaged in a game of snowball Quidditch. Amidst the fog of the snowstorm, the ghostly quaffle was tossed back and forth, with Ron seemingly devoid of athletic prowess. Each time George threw the ball, it accurately struck Ron's face before finally landing in his hands. Closing the window adorned with celestial patterns, Augustus approached his bedside. This year's Christmas gifts seemed more plentiful than in previous years. Notably, Ron had gifted him an intricately patterned sweater that Augustus found unappealing, while Harry presented a beautifully bound volume chronicling the history of the Quidditch World Cup. Hermione's gift, surprisingly, was a Muggle electric razor, prompting Augustus to chuckle wryly as he felt his smooth chin. As he continued to examine the gifts, he discovered that Thor had sent a formidable 2-meter-long double-handed sword, a contraband item even in the wizarding world, leaving Augustus puzzled about the appropriateness of such a gift for a sorcerer. Loki's present was considerably more practical, a tome documenting renowned spells used by famous wizards throughout history. Malfoy, in a moment of foolishness, had sent a model of a Chinese fire dragon that breathed flames upon contact. Lastly, Lillian's gift was a flower that transformed into hundreds of varieties upon reaching Augustus's hands. Autumn Zhang presented a Chinese peachwood sword, reputed to ward off evil spirits. According to the accompanying description, During lunchtime, Augustus, along with Lillian and Malfoy, entered the dining hall, where the tables of the 4 houses had been pushed against the walls, leaving only one table for 12 diners. Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Sprout, and Flitwick were present, alongside the caretaker Filch, who had exchanged his usual brown coat for a rather antiquated tailcoat. "Welcome, Merry Christmas," Dumbledore exclaimed with a joyful expression, greeting Augustus and his companions. "With so few of us, it seems rather foolish to use the house tables. Please, sit down," Augustus replied with a smile, taking a seat at the end of the table with his companions. It felt rather peculiar to dine for the first time alongside the esteemed faculty and headmaster. A delightful yet strange experience. Malfoy lowered his voice, murmuring to Augustus and Lillian. Dumbledore's sharp blue eyes swept over Malfoy, his snowy beard quivering slightly. Yet his face retained a kind smile. Malfoy curled his lip and averted his gaze. Soon, Harry and his companions arrived at the dining hall, taking their seats to the left of Augustus. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Dumbledore rose from his seat of honor and exclaimed, "Fireworks." He enthusiastically handed a silver firecracker's tail to Snape, who reluctantly accepted it and pulled the string. The firecracker erupted with a bang, reminiscent of a gunshot, dispersing to reveal a pointed witch's hat, adorned with a mounted griffin specimen atop. A smile danced in Lillian's wine-red eyes as she recalled the boggart, while Snape seemed to sense something amiss, his expression darkening. He pushed the hat back to Dumbledore, who promptly replaced his own wizard's hat with it. "Let us eat," he cheerfully declared to the entire table, as Augustus lifted the cutlery from the dining table, ready to partake in the meal. The grand doors of the restaurant swung open once more. Professor Trilani entered the hall, her figure shrouded in snow, clad in a flowing gown that swept the floor, resembling a ghost without feet, gliding in with an ethereal grace. "Ah, oh dear, this is troublesome. Our Death Seer has chosen to join this luncheon," Malfoy lamented. His brow furrowed as he cast a worried glance at the impassive seer. "This Christmas seems particularly full of surprises. Perhaps my epitaph is destined to be conceived at this festive gathering." Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly before rising. "Sybil, your presence brings such joy. The future is always so shrouded in mystery. As I part the mists, the scene of our luncheon unfolds before me, like a series of vivid images replaying in my mind. In the annals of time, I have already beheld the moment we share this meal. The currents of history never cease for individual whims, and I shall not refuse the designs of fate." Trelawney's voice, soft and nebulous, seemed to drift from some distant unknown, prompting the attendees to furrow their brows in confusion. "If the future is so fortuitous, perhaps in the next moment, you will find I am already somewhat satiated," Lillian remarked, her charming face tinged with disappointment, her hands cradling her stomach as she pouted with indignation. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with interest. "Of course, if the future indicates such, we must adhere to its patterns. Allow me to fetch you a chair." With a flick of his wand, a chair materialized out of thin air, rotating momentarily before landing with a soft thud between Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall. However, Professor Trelawney did not take a seat. Her large eyes scanned the table, and suddenly, she let out a low shriek. Another round of frowns emerged as everyone turned towards Trelawney, bewildered at what this enigmatic figure might do next. "I dare not, Headmaster. If I sit, that would make 13 at the table. Nothing is more ominous than 13. Never forget. The first to rise after a meal among 13 will be the first to die. Professor, it seems you have forgotten that you have already prophesied my demise. Therefore, should I be the first to rise after the meal, it should pose no issue. After all, death is merely a matter of timing, is it not? However, it is rather presumptuous of you to dine with someone fated to perish." Augustus smiled, the hallmark of aristocracy gracing his features, laced with a subtle undertone. The gathering exchanged knowing smiles. Even Snape, typically stoic, revealed a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "Do sit, Sybil, since Mr. Augustus faces death with such magnanimity. What worries could you possibly have? I believe everyone present is willing to take this risk," Dumbledore jested, coaxing Trelawney to take her place. Hesitant, she finally settled into the vacant chair, eyes shut tight, lips pressed together as if expecting a thunderbolt to strike the table. "By the way, Professor Dumbledore, why has Professor Lupin joined us today? Isn't he also at the school?" Lillian inquired, her appetite waning as she glanced at the seated faculty. "I fear that poor soul may be ill," Dumbledore replied, gesturing for everyone to begin their meal. "It is quite unfortunate that he fell ill during Christmas." "Indeed. But I suspect Professor Trelawney must have known all along. Otherwise, how could she have foretold the presence of exactly 13 individuals?" If 13 is so ill-fated, surely she must have anticipated it before arriving at this luncheon, Malfoy remarked with a smug grin, his words laced with peculiar logic. Trelawney shot him a cold glance. I am well aware of all of this, Draco, she replied coolly, but one does not flaunt omniscience. My demeanor often appears as though I lack foresight, allowing those around me to feel at ease. If I were to follow the most perfect path, I would distance myself from you mortals. Which is perhaps not a sight I wish to behold. Ah, I see. I understand now. Malfoy nodded seriously, adopting the guise of a dutiful student. Trelawney seemed momentarily taken aback by Malfoy's remarks, and for the next hour or two, her behavior mirrored that of an ordinary person, much to Draco's disappointment, who had anticipated a display of her extraordinary talents. As the luncheon concluded, Augustus was the first to rise and leave his seat. Ah, this charming seer has erupted once more. Good heavens, the shadow of death looms closer, Mr. Augustus. To be the first to depart from such a perilous gathering. Your perception of death is truly clouded. If I were you, I would refrain from leaving the school for the next month. Otherwise, all will return to dust. And no one can save you. Ah, thank you for the warning, Professor. If the opportunity arises, I might just put it to the test. Augustus replied nonchalantly with a smile as Malfoy and Lillian rose to follow him. Sybil, I believe there's no difference, Professor McGonagall remarked dryly. Unless a madman with an axe awaits outside, intent on beheading the first to enter the hall. Harry and Ron chuckled, while Trelawney appeared offended, her expression one of indignation. The following day, classes resumed at the school. On that frigid January morning, spending 2 hours outside was the last thing anyone wished to do. Yet Hagrid had kindled a large fire filled with magical creatures, providing entertainment. The students participated in an unusually delightful class, gathering twigs and leaves to keep the flames alive while fire-loving lizards danced upon the blazing logs. Malfoy brazenly used his wand to blow the fire creatures from the pile. Singeing Pansy's skirt. What had begun as a rather warm class devolved into a spectacle of laughter due to Malfoy's rampant mischief. Hagrid's disappointment was evident. And despite Harry and Ron's attempts to console him, it seemed futile. The collective disdain from Gryffindor towards Malfoy had reached a peak, were it not for Augustus. Malfoy would have surely faced collective retaliation. As the class ended, Hagrid retained Augustus for a private conversation. He gestured for Malfoy and Lillian to depart, and he and Augustus made their way to the hut in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid brewed a fragrant pot of tea and retrieved some rock cakes. Settling at the wooden table with Augustus. Mr. Augustus, it appears you have a good rapport with Malfoy. You were present during the Buckbeak incident when he was injured. He provoked the situation with his insults, leading to the unfortunate outcome. Now, Lucius Malfoy seeks to sue Buckbeak, and the committee has condemned him, preparing for execution. Dumbledore has been tirelessly advocating for Buckbeak, but regrettably, his efforts have yielded little. After much contemplation, I believe you might be the only one who can save him. Would you consider urging Malfoy to withdraw the lawsuit from a moral standpoint? Hagrid implored, his gaze filled with hope as he looked at Augustus. Augustus lifted his teacup and took a sip, contemplating in silence for a moment. From the perspective of a rational individual, it was indeed Malfoy who bore the initial fault. However, as you well know, in the wizarding world, the treatment of magical creatures does not waver simply because a human has erred. Their statuses are not on the same plane. Thus, despite the moral disadvantage Malfoy faced in public opinion, the Animal Committee ultimately resolved to execute Buckbeak. This was also why even Mr. Dumbledore could not alter the outcome. As for myself, although I maintain a cordial relationship with Malfoy, it has not reached a level where I could influence his father's decision. Therefore, what followed remained unspoken, yet Hagrid clearly understood, bowing his head in despair. Hagrid's face was etched with hopelessness. Augustus had become his last resort, yet he realized that their acquaintance was fleeting, making it unlikely for Augustus to sway the situation. Nevertheless, Augustus had always been held in high regard. Even as a Slytherin, public sentiment towards him was largely positive. Thus, Hagrid, mustering his courage, sought to appeal to him from a moral standpoint. Alas, it seemed that all was already predetermined, and no one could save Buckbeak now. However, Augustus stroked his chin, reflecting that he too shared a bond with Buckbeak. Even though the Animal Committee had made their decision, he could not stand idly by and witness the creature's demise. How about this? He proposed. I shall pen a letter back. The outcome remains uncertain, but I will do my utmost. Hagrid's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Even someone as uninformed as he was aware of the Julius family's stature in the wizarding community. If Augustus were to write a letter personally, even the Malfoy family's influence would struggle to counteract it. This approach was far more direct than attempting to persuade Malfoy to withdraw the lawsuit, alleviating any concerns of further turmoil from the Malfoys. "Thank you immensely, Mr. Augustus," Hagrid exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude and struggling to find the words. "Your willingness to assist is akin to a second chance for Buckbeak." Augustus smiled and nodded, indicating that Hagrid need not be overly emotional. "Rest assured, you need not worry excessively, Buckbeak will navigate this ordeal safely. I have classes to attend, so I shall take my leave." As Augustus prepared to depart, Hagrid stood to see him off, wearing a sincere smile. "Do come by more often, if you don't mind," Hagrid said as they parted ways. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, Augustus appeared to have arrived late for the first divination class of the new term, where Professor Trilani was currently instructing them on palmistry. "The lines of the hand," she explained, "have determined the fates of countless beings since ancient times, weaving through the currents of destiny. The trajectory of one's life, from existence to love to career, is encapsulated in the lines of one's palm, each not formed by mere chance. From the moment of birth, fate has already charted a course for one." It must be noted that Professor Trilani was quite adept at deception. Had she not seized the opportunity at the end to inform Augustus that his lifeline was the shortest she had ever seen, the lesson would have been nearly flawless. A week into the term, the Quidditch Cup commenced with great fervor. The first match featured Slytherin against Ravenclaw. Encouragingly, despite the frigid weather and harsh conditions, the Slytherin team remained spirited, deftly countering the emerging Ravenclaw's attacks. In the end, despite Autumn seizing the golden snitch first, Slytherin triumphed by a narrow margin. Amid the disappointment of the Gryffindors, the captains of Ravenclaw and Slytherin exchanged a cordial handshake, signaling the conclusion of the match. In the room of requirement, Sol, Lillian, Malfoy, and Loki surrounded Augustus, diligently recording his teachings. Due to the considerable disparity in their levels, Augustus' explanations were distinctly tiered, with Sol, Lillian, and Malfoy at one stage, while Loki occupied another. Augustus devoted time specifically to elucidate concepts to them. Currently, Loki, through 6 months of relentless training, had transcended the limitations of a great wizard. During their last encounter in Hogsmeade, he had successfully reached the first stage of a great wizard, significantly enhancing his sensitivity to elemental forces. In the realm of magic, different stages denote absolute disparities in power. Although certain specialized magics allow for challenges across levels, in most magical systems, unless one possesses extraordinary talent and a neuromanic affinity for and control over elements,